Binding of the sign-in system in progress. Qian Ye gradually awakened from his slumber, feeling a heaviness in his head. Wasn't I sleeping at home? Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, Qian Ye found himself perplexed by his current predicament. Strange decorations adorned the space, and an odd scent permeated the air. However, as memories surged forth, a twitch emerged at the corner of Qian Ye's mouth. A giant toad? Myōboku. Mountain. This is the world of Naruto. Though not a seasoned anime enthusiast, Qian Ye was well acquainted with Naruto. The memories flooding his mind revealed that he was indeed in Myōboku Mountain, within the Naruto universe. Moreover, he was also named Qian Ye. Yet, he was brought to Myōboku Mountain by a giant toad, with little else known to him. Sign-in system binding successful, newbie task being issued. Newbie task. Sign in at the temple deep within Myōboku Mountain and successfully meet Fukasaku to complete the sign-in. Task reward. Perfect sage mode. Qian Ye felt no significant panic. After all, a golden finger was a standard feature for transmigrators. However, his golden finger seemed to possess a rather unique start. The reward was indeed formidable. Perfect sage mode must be on par with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, right? Shaking his head, he cast those thoughts aside. The immediate priority was to complete this newbie task. Fukasaku, if memory serves me correctly, should be the Great Toad Sage of Myōboku Mountain. Meeting the Great Toad Sage was no simple feat even within Myōboku Mountain. It would prove exceptionally challenging. Creak. A sound caught Qian Ye's attention. Turning his gaze, he discovered two short toads entering the space. Kid, you're awake. Shima's voice sounded somewhat surprised. You were brought back by those kids outside. You've been in a deep slumber for 5 days. Beside her, Shinsuke added, This is Myōboku Mountain, the legendary sage's sacred land. Qian Ye displayed little sign of panic, merely wearing a curious expression. Are you sages then? To fulfill the sign-in task, some unavoidable tactics would need to be employed. Shima nodded earnestly, shamelessly attributing the title of sage to herself. A glimmer of excitement appeared on Qian Ye's face. Since you were sages, you must know the whereabouts of Fukasaku. Upon hearing this, Shinsuke and Shima nearly choked on their own saliva. As the trusted aides of the Great Toad Sage, how could they not know who Fukasaku was? Yet, how could this young boy be aware of the Great Toad Sage's name? Shinsuke's expression turned grave. Where did you hear the name Fukasaku? Qian Ye appeared bewildered, replying, A voice told me in my dreams. His youthful appearance offered a significant degree of deception. A mere 5 or 6-year-old child posed no threat whatsoever. Moreover, the bewilderment in Qian Ye's eyes did not seem feigned. Shima pulled Shinsuke aside and whispered, What do you think of this matter, kid's dad? Shinsuke's expression was conflicted, unsure of how best to proceed. Matters concerning the Great Toad Sage cannot be taken lightly. I shall inquire personally. With that, Shinsuke departed, heading deep into Myōboku Mountain. In just a few minutes, he returned, his expression peculiar. Kid, the Great Toad Sage requests your presence. Shima seemed to realize something and remained silent. A genuine joy surfaced on Qian Ye's face. As long as he met Fukasaku, the sign-in task would be deemed complete. Due to Qian Ye's physical condition, Shinsuke arranged for him to ride on his toad mount to the temple deep within Myōboku Mountain. Upon first laying eyes on the Great Toad Sage, Qian Ye's astonishment was palpable. The immense figure sat majestically, wisdom gleaming in his half-closed eyes. Are you Qian Ye? I cannot discern your fate, nor does my dream provide any guidance. His calm words betrayed no hint of emotional fluctuation. However, I sense that your every word and action will influence the very fabric of the shinobi world. Qian Ye felt a surge of surprise indeed. The Great Toad Sage possessed an extraordinary gift of prophecy. Newbie sign-in task completed, reward being dispersed. As a torrent of information flooded his mind, Qian Ye felt unique energies continuously reshaping his body. The once lethargic Great Toad Sage suddenly widened his eyes. His large toad eyes bulged, almost overwhelming his other features. Is this natural energy? As the Great Toad Sage of Myōboku Mountain, Fukasaku was intimately familiar with natural energy. Yet, when this energy emanated from Qian Ye, it felt inexplicably foreign. Shinsuke and Shima exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. "Do we just bring back a monster from outside? Kid's mom, how long has this young man been in Myōboku Mountain?" Shinsuke swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. Shima, standing opposite him, was equally unsettled, his slit pupils fixed on Qian Ye. "If memory serves, it should be 5 days." As the words fell, both toads turned their gaze towards Qian Ye, who was immersed in natural energy. "Indeed, this boy is truly a monster, isn't he?" In the 5 days spent on Myōboku Mountain, one remained in a state of unconsciousness, yet astonishingly managed to harness the energy of nature. Such a feat transcends mere genius. Both gazed upon the Grand Toad Sage seated above, seeking an answer from him. The Grand Toad Sage soon regained his original form, and within his partially closed eyes, a glimmer of wisdom shone through, instilling a sense of reliability. How could this Chiba possibly? Before Shinzaku could articulate his question fully, the Grand Toad Sage interrupted with a gesture. "Everything is the arrangement of fate." His enigmatic demeanor quickly captivated the two toads, who stared in awe at the sage, their eyes soon brimming with reverence. Observing their rapt attention, Toad Maru quietly exhaled in relief. Who knows where this peculiar child emerged from? If it weren't for the directive he received in his dreams, I would have considered obliterating him with my toad arts. Toad Maru suppressed his astonishment deep within, ensuring that Shinzaku and Shima remained oblivious. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Shinzaku, let us entrust Chiba to that young lad, who, despite his lecherous tendencies, possesses no other virtues." The Grand Toad Sage directed, "By the way, what was that lad's name again?" It seemed the sage's symptoms of senility had resurfaced, as evident by his declining memory. However, at that moment, Chiba could not afford to ponder excessively. The natural energy within him had reached a pinnacle. His inky black eyes suddenly transformed. At the center of his golden pupils, two barely perceptible marks intertwined. Surrounding his gaze were hints of golden-red shadows, though not excessively pronounced. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Shinzaku widened his toad eyes in disbelief, almost wishing to pluck out his own eyeballs. What on earth has transpired? Could it be that my old eyes have deceived me? He found it hard to trust his own vision, for the scene before him was simply astounding. No, astonishing. A mere child of 5 or 6, without the guidance of any predecessors, had independently comprehended the sage mode. Most remarkably, he had only been on Myōboku Mountain for 5 days. Initially, it seemed outrageous that Chiba could even sense the natural energy, yet the next moment, he felt as though he had slapped his own face. Shima's reaction was no less dramatic. She vigorously shook Shinzaku's body, murmuring, "Child's father, child's father. Have I grown old, my eyes dimmed? Did I truly just witness little Chiba manifesting sage mode?" A flicker of brilliance flashed in the Grand Toad Sage's partially closed eyes, revealing a hint of astonishment, though he refrained from speaking. Concerning Chiba's existence, he had received little forewarning. He had not glimpsed any visions of Chiba's future in his dreams. Nonetheless, he did receive ominous omens regarding the fate of the ninja world, an unending cycle of conflict, a sea of bloodshed, where human lives had become the most worthless of commodities. Above the realm of ninjas, it seemed as if a pair of colossal hands orchestrated everything. A shadow loomed, its face obscured. The only discernible feature was the intertwining markings deep within its pupils, remarkably akin to the gaze of Chiba before it. The great sage of the toad contemplated this and let out a subtle sigh. Had the white-haired rascal been informed? The name Jiraiya eluded its memory still. Shinzo, recovering from his astonishment, opened his mouth to inquire about Chiba, yet was preempted by the great sage. After taking several deep breaths to suppress his astonishment, he responded, "Yes. I have notified young Jiraiya. He will come to Mount Myōboku once he has finished his current tasks." The great sage nodded in satisfaction and gestured for them to depart. Shinzo understood and took Chiba on his mount, a toad, leaving the temple behind. Once they had departed, a soft sigh echoed within the temple, as if lamenting the whims of fate. Within a treehouse, a tall ninja with waist-length white hair sat cross-legged opposite Chiba. The two exchanged intense gazes, seemingly seeking to glean something from one another's eyes. After a moment, it was Jiraiya who faltered first. "Little brat, have you truly mastered sage mode?" Chiba nodded gravely. There was no way to conceal this from Jiraiya. After all, having encountered Fukasaku, the blame could easily be placed upon him. "The great sage taught me." His youthful declaration left no room for doubt. Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. A mere child of 5 or 6 had already grasped sage mode. Would this impede his natural talent if he were to mentor him? At that moment, Jiraiya had yet to fully comprehend his own teaching capabilities. His disciple would, in the future, become undeniably renowned within the ninja world. Whether this reputation was good or bad mattered little. There was a singular characteristic. He was formidable, exceedingly so. Demonstrate sage mode. Jiraiya resolved to observe before making further judgments. Chiba calmed himself and swiftly entered the state. In truth, he could have instantly transitioned into sage mode, but prudence dictated a more measured approach. As time ticked away, Jiraiya, having successfully cultivated sage mode himself, could sense the natural energy surging in the air. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and golden-red shadows began to manifest around Chiba's eyes. Jiraiya, who had been counting the seconds, was left momentarily dumbfounded. 10 minutes. Chiba opened his eyes, looking innocently at Jiraiya. "Senpai, is it sufficient?" Upon hearing Chiba's voice, Jiraiya nearly choked on his own saliva. "Ahem, well, it's passable, I suppose." Quickly regaining his composure, Jiraiya assumed a mentor's demeanor, ready to guide Chiba. In merely 10 minutes, one could enter the sage mode, yet the results remained mediocre, necessitating further diligence. His calm visage revealed only a stern demeanor towards his juniors, while internally, he roared in frustration. Where did this little prodigy emerge from? This creature dares to request my guidance? Surely, the great toad sage has become addled with age. Little Jiraiya, this is the directive from the great toad sage. Denzo remarked calmly, holding a tray of tea. Just as you guided that brat Minato, you shall do the same for Chiba. There is no need for excessive concern. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya understood he could not refuse and reluctantly acquiesced. Just as he did, Chiba's ears were suddenly graced with the mechanical voice of the system. Second sign-in task activated. The system's notification resonated at an opportune moment. Sign-in location, Ninja Academy. Task requirement, become a student of the ninja school. Task reward, fundamental mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Chiba felt somewhat bewildered. Why had another sign-in task been issued so abruptly? Moreover, this task appeared remarkably simple. With Jiraiya's agreement to oversee him, entering this so-called Ninja Academy would merely require his assurance for a smooth completion. Most importantly, the task reward seemed exceedingly generous. Unlike the initial novice sign-in tasks, this one offered a simpler location and far less demanding requirements. The fundamental mastery of the 3 types of techniques remained crucial for any ninja, as they were the very essence of a ninja's existence. Regardless of the circumstances, no one could escape the realm of these 3 techniques. Even in the later stages of divine confrontations, the methods of attack remained grounded in various techniques. With foundational mastery, paired with a perfected sage mode, Chiba would possess some means of self-preservation. Determined, Jiraiya resolved to bring this child under his wing. "Chiba, you see." He turned to address Chiba, but was abruptly interrupted. "Senior Jiraiya, do you know where I might find peers my age?" In pursuit of fulfilling the sign-in task, Chiba once again resorted to his youthful charm, showcasing an innocence that was utterly captivating. His large, expressive eyes radiated innocence, the only discord being the golden-red eyeshadow encircling his eyes and the unique hue of his irises. Jiraiya placed a hand on his face, feeling somewhat defeated. "Sigh. If that is the case, then let us return to Konoha for now." Denzo nodded in satisfaction, having fulfilled the great toad sage's request. Creak. The door swung open as Shima entered, carrying a large platter. "It's time for a meal, little Chiba. Come and savor my culinary skills." Chiba instinctively turned towards the sound, and in an instant, his expression soured. The platter was teeming with writhing green worms, each one more animated than the last, truly testing the limits of one's endurance. Jiraiya's expression mirrored his dismay. Under normal circumstances, he would prefer to consume ordinary food. "Thank you for your kindness," Chiba firmly declined, enduring his discomfort. "There's no time to waste. I am particularly eager to meet those of my age." He looked at Jiraiya with earnestness and inquired, "Isn't that right, Jiraiya-senpai?" Jiraiya snapped back to attention, nodding vigorously. "Since it is Chiba's request, we shall set off without delay." With that, he took hold of Chiba and bid farewell to the two, departing promptly. What a pity to miss out on this grand feast. Shima shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. As Jiraiya led Chiba away from Mount Myōboku, he casually asked if Chiba was interested in signing a summoning contract with the mountain. Observing Chiba's puzzled expression, Jiraiya elaborated on the details of the summoning contract. The great toads of Mount Myōboku? Chiba replied with a hint of excitement, nodding enthusiastically, of course. Due to his sage mode, he had some connection with Mount Myōboku, making the signing of the contract quite smooth. Utilizing the reverse summoning technique, the two of them were swiftly transported back to the vicinity of Konoha. Although Jiraiya had not returned to the village during this time, he had been lingering nearby. After a half-hour journey, Chiba finally beheld the grand gates of Konoha. Is this Konoha? He murmured. Indeed it is. Jiraiya responded with a hearty laugh. This is one of the 5 great ninja villages in the ninja world. You will be living here from now on. The gatekeepers, Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu Tenzin, who were a pair of good friends, could not help but approach Jiraiya upon noticing him. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Jiraiya led Chiba to the Ninja Academy. This should be the place you've been yearning for, he said. Chiba understood that matters were not as simple as they appeared. The completion of the registration task would likely involve some bureaucratic wrangling. To his surprise, however, Jiraiya directly ushered him inside. After greeting several ninja instructors, he promptly enrolled Chiba into the academy. Little Chiba, take some time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings, Jiraiya reassured him. I will take care of some matters and return shortly. Chiba nodded, feeling somewhat enlightened. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya undoubtedly attracted many gazes. His return to the village with a child would inevitably stir various events. Consequently, Jiraiya would likely be occupied with these chaotic matters. Chiba, on the other hand, was content to enjoy his leisure. After all, he was merely a 5 or 6-year-old child. Children ought to engage in activities befitting their age, such as striving to be a good student. Registration task completed. Rewards are being distributed. Task rewards successfully distributed. The host has now mastered the basics of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Upon hearing this notification, Chiba's eyes brightened. At last, it was time to delve into the realm of ninjutsu. As a surge of information flooded his mind, Chiba quickly grasped the fundamentals of the 3 types of techniques. Though they were merely basic ninjutsu, they held immense significance for him. In the realm of ninjutsu, one encounters techniques that reach the C rank, akin to the Great Fireball technique and the Grand Breakthrough. The realm of taijutsu is similarly populated with moves such as the Leaf Rising Wind and the Leaf Great Whirlwind. As for jinjutsu, there are techniques like the Nirvana Temple technique and the Illusory Displacement technique. Generally speaking, the techniques bestowed upon Chiba by the system are restricted to C rank and below. Though the variety is abundant, when it comes to actual lethality, their impact remains rather limited. The urgency to grow stronger is palpable. The true Konoha is not as idyllic as depicted in the original narrative. It is shrouded in many dark facets. Wherever leaves flutter, flames are sure to ignite. While light is brought forth, darkness inevitably follows, for the two are inherently intertwined. To seize control of one's destiny, one must possess sufficient strength. The middle-aged ninja, who was arranged by Lord Jiraiya to oversee Chiba, found himself in a quandary, scratching his head in vexation, unsure of how to accommodate Chiba. Just then, a fellow ninja instructor entered, alleviating his concerns. "Irika, you're here," exclaimed the middle-aged ninja, donning a somewhat ingratiating smile. Irika, puzzled yet concealing his bewilderment, chuckled and inquired, "Is there something amiss? You seem troubled." The other's eyes brightened, and he hastily replied, "It's all because of Lord Jiraiya. He brought back a child from outside the village, insisting that he be enrolled immediately. However, the enrollment period has elapsed, and classes have already been assigned. I'm unsure which class would be the most suitable for this child." Although Irika was not particularly powerful, he possessed a keen intellect. He quickly grasped the underlying concern. Being naturally warm-hearted, he did not dwell on the obstacles. "Leave it to me. My class has a manageable number of students. As long as this child puts in the effort, he should be able to keep pace with them." Thus, through their conversation, Chiba's placement was decided. In truth, even Chiba himself had not anticipated that he would end up in the same class as Konoha's future pillars. If there were no ulterior motives at play, he would find it hard to believe. A sense of unease lingered within him. "Something feels off," Chiba muttered, gazing at the group of somewhat arrogant youngsters before him. "Hello everyone, I am Chiba. I look forward to your guidance." There was no applause, nor any semblance of a warm welcome. Most of these children were not particularly amiable. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were among the prominent families in Konoha, and the others were not far behind. Aside from Naruto, the orphan, few seemed to hail from less fortunate backgrounds. As for Sasuke, he bore a profoundly troubled expression, indicating that the Uchiha clan had likely met a tragic fate. Chiba felt a sense of reassurance. The timeline appeared to align closely. Iruka stood beside Chiba, smiling warmly as he asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" The group of rebellious youths lazily glanced at Iruka, remaining utterly silent. Iruka, feeling little embarrassment, pointed to the empty seat in the back and said, "Chiba, you may sit over there." Soon, everything fell into a rhythm until the end of the school day. The other children had places to go, but Chiba remained uncertain of his next steps. Jiraiya had yet to make an appearance, necessitating further patience. He sat cross-legged in a discreet corner of the playground, beginning to refine his chakra. After Iruka's explanations and the information provided by the system, Chiba was no longer the naive novice he once was. He had grasped the foundational knowledge quite well. What he lacked was merely practical experience. However, with a perfect sage mode as his base, refining chakra was a trivial task for him. He soon entered a focused state. As dusk approached, a stealthy figure quietly crept toward Chiba, wearing a mischievous grin and clutching an unknown object. While in a meditative state, Chiba seamlessly transitioned into sage mode, which heightened his awareness of the surroundings. The approaching individual was not a particularly formidable ninja. Chiba had sensed his presence long before he entered the playground, casually picking up a few stones from the ground. He combined them with his heightened perception and tossed them directly. Bang! Bang! Ouch! The sneaky figure fell to the ground, clutching his forehead and emitting cries of pain. Chiba exited his meditative state and walked toward the mysterious figure. With blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker-like marks, the disgruntled face seemed familiar. Was this not our protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto? Thus began Chiba's first formal encounter with Uzumaki Naruto. As for the Umbu members surveilling him nearby, Chiba paid them no mind. It was only a matter of time before he caught the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. What of being targeted by the Umbu? After all, Jiraiya was no pushover. With these thoughts in mind, Chiba quickened his pace toward Naruto, brimming with ideas he wished to explore. Uzumaki Naruto. Chiba feigned a puzzled expression. Naruto recognized the newcomer as today's transfer student and felt a sense of joy that Chiba remembered his name. "How do you know my name?" At that moment, Naruto, despite his tendency for mischief, was still a pitiful child seeking attention. "Oh, Iruka-sensei called your name 38 times in class. You rank first among the troublemakers." Upon hearing this assessment, Naruto's head drooped, his spirits dampened. Chiba, with nothing else to do, casually fabricated a number, managing to astonish Naruto. "There can't be that many," Naruto murmured under his breath, somewhat indignant. Chiba helped him to his feet, choosing not to dwell on the matter too much. As he noticed the paint and rope on the ground, curiosity seized him, and he instinctively inquired, "What do you intend to do with these items?" Immediately, Naruto's expression transformed into one of mischievous excitement. He glanced around cautiously, ensuring the area was deserted, and leaned closer to Chiba, whispering, "I am preparing to undertake something significant." Chiba's countenance shifted to one of perplexity as a sudden thought struck him. Could it be that he had detected a special mission? Mission detected. Special sign-in task issued based on the host's current situation. Task details. Proceed to Hokage Rock for sign-in. Graffiti is required on its surface. Task reward. Jonin level chakra capacity. The emergence of this new sign-in task inevitably filled Chiba with a sense of delight. However, upon reviewing the task's content, he felt a pang of anxiety. Graffiti on Hokage Rock. While it could be seen as trivial, it was quite a serious offense depending on the individual involved. Naruto, under the protection of the third Hokage, would likely face no repercussions. In contrast, Chiba lacked any substantial backing or influence. Having just arrived in Konoha, causing trouble for Jiraiya was hardly a prudent choice. Yet, the allure of the task's reward was too compelling to ignore. Clenching his teeth, Chiba resolved, if one must perish, let it be soaring toward the heavens. If one survives, they endure eternally. What he desperately needed was chakra. Although he had undergone the baptism of natural energy in Myōboku Mountain, his personal chakra capacity remained significantly inadequate. Completing this task would rectify that final shortcoming. Thus, Chiba beamed at Naruto, his expression evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity in the latter. It felt as though he had encountered this look somewhere before. Oblivious as ever, Naruto would not consider that if he were to gaze into a mirror at this moment, the reflection would bear over 80% resemblance to Chiba's current demeanor. Naruto, having just arrived in Konoha, I am still unfamiliar with everyone, and they too are unacquainted with me. To forge a swift connection, a monumental act is essential. With his silver tongue, Chiba deftly persuaded Naruto into a state of bewilderment. You want me to bring you along? Naruto exclaimed, struggling to believe it. In Konoha, most peers typically avoided him, rarely seeking his company for any ventures. Even Shikamaru and others seldom engaged in his antics. Chiba was the first. This realization inevitably touched Naruto's heart. His gaze instantly hardened with determination. All right, if that is the case, let us embark on this grand endeavor. Under Naruto's guidance, Chiba effortlessly arrived at Hokage Rock. Gazing upon the four faces, both familiar and foreign, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Starting with the first Hokage, Chiba adjusted the paint bucket in his hands, channeling chakra into his feet. Without the aid of any tools, he directly scaled the rock face of Hokage Rock. The graffiti commenced. Naruto stared, dazed, at Chiba standing on the rock face, murmuring, "Is this also a form of ninjutsu?" Half an hour later, the system notification chimed once more. Congratulations to the host for completing the special sign-in task. Rewards are now being distributed. As the mechanical voice echoed, Chiba sensed a surge of chakra coursing through every cell in his body. The total amount of chakra was steadily increasing. Soon, it reached the capacity typical of a high-ranking ninja. After familiarizing himself with the sudden influx of chakra, Chiba felt his strength swell, at least in the early stages. As long as he did not act recklessly, he could lead a rather comfortable life. Meanwhile, Naruto had just finished his task, giving the third and fourth Hokage a comical makeover, appearing somewhat ridiculous. However, it was at this moment that someone noticed their presence. The Hokage Monument, being one of the iconic structures of Konoha, attracted considerable attention. Its alteration was easily recognizable. Capture those two brats. A loud shout prompted several ninjas to rush towards the Hokage Monument. They leaped from the structure, swiftly closing in on the two. Seeing the approaching figures, Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety and whispered, "Chiba, should we make a run for it?" Upon hearing this, Chiba could not help but roll his eyes. Was he panicking now? Or had that urgency been earlier? Besides, with so many ninjas surrounding them, did he really think they could escape? Despite the encirclement, Chiba remained calm, mentally preparing his response. As for Naruto, he could only hope for the best. Chiba, feeling resigned, set down the paint bucket in his hand, waiting for the ninjas to approach. Not wanting to abandon Chiba, Naruto stood obediently beside him, appreciating Chiba as the first person willing to embark on a grand adventure with him. Perhaps Naruto was inherently trusting of others. Moments later, Iruka hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. He looked at the two young troublemakers with a weary expression. Those were the statues of the Hokage, symbols of Konoha's honor. Hearing this, Naruto mumbled a few words, but his voice was too soft to be understood. As for Chiba, he pointed towards the gathered ninjas, urging Iruka to look. Iruka instinctively glanced in the direction Chiba indicated, only to find the crowd's expressions frozen, all gazing towards the Hokage Monument. This made Iruka's heart sink. Could it be that these two had written something outrageous on the Hokage Monument? He quickly turned his gaze to the monument. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the statues of the third and fourth Hokage were covered in an array of colorful graffiti, fitting the mischief of children. This caused Iruka's heart to plummet. However, the statues of the first and second Hokage were different. Black paint adorned the sides of their statues, displaying lengthy inscriptions. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, god of shinobi. Lifelong achievements, pacifying wars, suppressing tailed beasts, founding Konoha. Turning to the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, known for being the fastest in the ninja world. Life achievements, assisting the first Hokage, safeguarding Konoha, guiding the next generation. These two succinct passages elucidate the lifelong accomplishments of the first and second Hokage brothers with remarkable clarity. Most notably, the script is exquisitely beautiful, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure. Iruka was the first to regain his composure. As Naruto's mentor, he was well aware of his student's capabilities, at least superficially. The elegance of this handwriting was undoubtedly beyond Naruto's skill. Thus, only one possibility remained. "Chiba, did you pen this?" Iruka inquired with a warm demeanor, a stark contrast to his earlier expression. Upon witnessing this, Naruto was immediately engulfed by an ominous premonition. Chiba nodded, explaining, "Jiraiya-sensei regaled me with numerous tales of Konoha during our journey. All of this is what he shared with me. Since Jiraiya is currently absent, It sounded only fitting to place the blame on him. As for the calligraphy, it was a skill he had honed from his previous life. Having practiced traditional brushwork for an extended period, he possessed profound expertise in the art of writing. The characters were beautifully crafted, yet Iruka felt at a loss when he noticed the content. Perhaps we should leave this to Lord Hokage to handle, suggested someone from the crowd. Iruka nodded in agreement, firmly believing that the third Hokage could manage the situation adeptly. Moments later, in the Hokage office, Iruka stood there with Chiba and Naruto, both of whom were notably subdued. However, Naruto's expression clearly displayed discontent. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, his chin resting on his hands. He was already well acquainted with the entire sequence of events. At this moment, Jiraiya stood nearby, observing the incriminating evidence on the desk. The photograph was remarkably clear, and the script was distinctly legible. Jiraiya cast a surprised glance at Chiba, astonished that he possessed such talent. Hiruzen's gaze shifted from the photograph to Chiba and Naruto. He was quite familiar with Naruto, but it was his first encounter with Chiba. It was evident that Jiraiya had even returned to Konoha because of this child, indicating his significant importance. Hiruzen's penetrating gaze made Naruto feel uneasy, prompting him to lower his head, unable to meet the scrutiny. In contrast, Chiba displayed no fear, boldly returning Hiruzen's gaze, his innocent eyes devoid of any impurity. After a brief moment, Hiruzen withdrew his gaze. The writing is commendable, we shall keep it. However, since a mistake has been made, one must shoulder the consequences. Iruka felt a momentary relief at the first part of the statement, but the latter words caused his heart to sink once more. As a responsible ninja instructor, he regarded each of his students as his own children, and Naruto held a particularly deep emotional connection for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily before continuing. Let Naruto clean off all the graffiti from the two statues behind. As for Chiba, he found himself at a loss for words. Why could these so-called great figures not express everything in one go? Why leave things half-spoken? A habit that must have been nurtured by someone? Also, let us document the life stories of the two statues. Chiba had yet to voice his thoughts on this matter. Thank you, Lord Third. Iruka readily agreed on his behalf. Chiba bore no grievances. It was merely a matter of adding a few more words. After the trio departed, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen resonated once more within the Hokage office. Jiraiya, is this the child you brought back from Myōboku Mountain? Faced with his mentor's inquiry, Jiraiya hesitated briefly before nodding. He did not divulge the entire truth, not out of distrust in Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather a lack of faith in the current state of Konoha. Having once held a high position in Konoha, he had witnessed too much darkness. Since the great sage Toad entrusted Chiba to him, it represented a form of trust. If he failed to care for Chiba, would it not be a betrayal of that trust? Chiba shows considerable talent. I hope he can remain in Konoha, Jiraiya stated, gazing intently into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, seeking an affirmative response. Chiba indeed possessed notable talent and a gentle disposition. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement with Jiraiya's suggestion. Through his earlier scrutiny, he discerned that Chiba's essence was not malevolent. Otherwise, he would not maintain a good relationship with Naruto. In that case, let him stay in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. I will keep a close watch on him. A glimmer of joy flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's assurance, he could finally set some of his worries aside. Once Chiba was settled, he would continue his journey across the ninja world, for the atmosphere of Konoha did not suit him. At Hokage Rock, Naruto Uzumaki wore a sullen expression, filled with indignation. Why doesn't Chiba have to wipe? Why am I the only one suffering? Chiba, standing lazily on the viewing platform below, replied, because some people wear that thing around their necks without anything substantial inside. After spending half a day getting acquainted, their relationship had evolved from mere strangers to friends. Naruto's complaints were merely verbal, lacking any genuine resentment towards Chiba. Once he had wiped away all the chaotic graffiti, the subsequent matters would be left to Chiba. The deeds of the third and fourth Hokage did not require much effort to recall. They were already etched in his memory. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master of ninjutsu, lifelong achievements, nurtured the legendary Sannin of Konoha, maintained peace, and improved the educational system. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, lifelong achievements, gained fame during the Ninja World War, quelled the Nine Tails incident. As Chiba wrote about the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he could not help but glance at Naruto Uzumaki instinctively. Uncertain of his origins, Naruto's life remains fraught with turmoil. As the son of a hero, the treatment he receives is undeniably unjust. Chiba sighed, adding a remark to the legacy of the fourth Hokage, a great leader, yet an inadequate father. From an outsider's perspective, Naruto's childhood appears utterly tragic, largely influenced by the nine tails residing within him. Nevertheless, the fourth Hokage, with his farsightedness, continually considers the well-being of his son. Aside from his apparent inability to choose a name, he seems devoid of other flaws. Jiraiya, arriving at Hokage Rock just as Chiba finalized his work, was taken aback by Chiba's assessment of Minato. This boy, whom he brought back to Konoha, seemed to possess an extraordinary depth of knowledge. Jiraiya was certain that he had never divulged such matters to Chiba. How Chiba acquired this insight remained a mystery. "Have you finished, Chiba?" Jiraiya called from the observation platform. Chiba, stowing away his tools, leapt down from the rock face. Jiraiya had long since grown accustomed to Chiba's prodigious ninja talents. Mastering Sage Mode rendered chakra manipulation a trivial feat. "All done," Chiba affirmed, gazing at Jiraiya with calm assurance. Chiba held a degree of admiration for Jiraiya, who single-handedly transformed the entire ninja world, a feat unparalleled by anyone else, despite his rather tragic personal fate. Reflecting on Jiraiya's life, it seemed perpetually bleak, yet, upon his passing, he received his due recognition, albeit he would never witness it. "Come, let me treat you to Konoha's signature ramen to celebrate your return." Jiraiya, a clever man endowed with wisdom beyond that of the average individual, refrained from probing too deeply into Chiba's background. Since the great Toad Sage had already provided guidance, it sufficed for him to follow those instructions. Will it impact the ninja world? Jiraiya glanced at Chiba, who, despite his precociousness, remained but a child. A smile crept across his lips as he cast aside his worries. Ichiraku Ramen. As the most iconic ramen shop among Hokage, it had appeared more frequently than some supporting characters. The hour was late, and the shop was bustling with patrons. 3 bowls of ramen, Jiraiya called out. Before long, the ramen was served. The vivid, clear broth, adorned with vibrant green scallions and fragrant chashu, complemented the snowy white noodles that quickly vanished beneath the rhythmic motion of chopsticks. As Naruto indulged heartily, he suddenly realized that he knew nothing of the elderly man with white hair before him. "Excuse me, sir, who exactly are you? I've never seen you in the village." Jiraiya cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression as he solemnly proclaimed, "Ahem, in truth, I am one of the legendary Sannin, widely known across the lands, the Toad Sage Jiraiya." Chia put down his chopsticks and aptly interjected, or rather, the perverse sage. Lost in his own self-admiration, Jiraiya nearly choked on his own saliva. "How do you know that title?" Chia asked, regarding Jiraiya with a peculiar expression, his eyebrows arched in curiosity. "Are you certain you wish to know?" Jiraiya nodded gravely, for this concerned his reputation before his juniors. Chia's gaze was filled with sympathy as he wondered why Jiraiya clung to this question with such fervor. With a silent sigh, he shrugged and explained. "The great Toad Sage cannot remember your name, only that of the lecherous old man." Before he could finish, Jiraiya covered his mouth, as the attention of those around them had already converged upon the two. "Everyone, please continue," Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, pulling the 2 young rascals out from the ramen shop. "You may refer to me as the great Toad Sage, the white-haired youth, or Lord Jiraiya." He rattled off a dozen titles in one breath. Yet, Chia merely shook his head, lost in thought. Why is the title of perverse sage not suitable? Jiraiya's face darkened with indignation as he attempted to refute. "I am not lecherous in the slightest." Chia pointed at the bag he carried, saying, "I've read your novel. It is quite good." With this evidence laid bare, any explanation would now fall short. Nearby, Naruto was doubled over with laughter. "Perverse sage, ha ha ha." Jiraiya delivered a light punch to Naruto's head, admonishing, "Show some respect for your elder." "Ouch, ouch, ouch," Naruto protested, clutching his head. "Then why can Chia call you that?" Jiraiya found himself momentarily speechless. For some reason, after their recent interactions, he did not feel the elder's authority over Chia. As he pondered this perplexity, Naruto received another playful thump. "An elder speaks, you must not retort." The 3 of them strolled down a moonlit path, gradually moving further away. After escorting Naruto back to his residence, Jiraiya led Chia to a modest home. It was spacious enough, furnished adequately. After helping Chia settle in, Jiraiya continued, "From now on, you shall reside here." Chia remained silent, patiently awaiting Jiraiya's next words. He anticipated that Jiraiya would clarify the situation in Konoha. The Hokage is already aware of your background. Jiraiya's demeanor was calm, betraying no emotional fluctuations. Living in Konoha is your request. I initially did not intend for you to stay here, as you are not an ordinary child. You are special, and such uniqueness can attract malevolence. His tone grew increasingly grave towards the end. Jiraiya understood the darkness that lurked within Konoha better than anyone. Qian nodded in understanding, assuring, I will take care of myself. Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. Qian was far less worrisome than Naruto. Given this circumstance, I shall not linger in Konoha any longer. Jiraiya left behind a sum sufficient for Chiba's livelihood and departed under the cover of night. Before leaving, he imparted several words of caution. Yet Chiba found himself disinclined to heed them. His focus was entirely captivated by the system. A new sign-in task has been issued, to sign in at the Forest of Death and repel Orochimaru. The emergence of this daunting task caused Chiba's brow to furrow in concern. The sign-in tasks he had previously undertaken were generally straightforward, devoid of any real peril. However, this new assignment presented a significant threat. Not only is the Forest of Death inherently treacherous, but the mere presence of Orochimaru is enough to instill dread. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, he is not to be underestimated. Chiba possesses confidence in his abilities, and protecting himself should pose no issue. Yet, facing an established powerhouse is decidedly formidable. Moreover, Orochimaru's combat prowess is exceptionally high. Should he summon the Edo Tensei, Chiba might find himself unable to flee. Nevertheless, this sign-in task requires some time to fulfill, as it is likely tied to the Chunin exams. Currently, Orochimaru may not even be within Konoha's confines, and given Chiba's capabilities, locating him would prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, he would certainly not be present in the Forest of Death. Chiba continued to examine the task details. What rewards await him? Task reward, Beginner Sage Body. Upon reading this reward, Chiba's brow knitted tightly in contemplation. It is truly a conundrum. The might of the Sage Body is indisputable, boasting tenacious vitality, formidable energy, and the ability to utilize ninjutsu without the need for hand seals, all while synergizing with sage techniques. While this beginner sage body may entail various limitations, its power is beyond question. This reward could catalyze a qualitative transformation in Chiba's strength, and he cannot afford to let it slip away. Sigh, he must strive to become stronger. With Jiraiya's departure, Chiba found himself alone in Konoha. At dawn, as the sun began to cast its first light, Chiba was already outside the village, commencing his early training. As for why he attributed all his techniques to Jiraiya, that was a matter of convenience since the latter had already left. At the very least, within Chiba's perception, Jiraiya's chakra fluctuations had vanished from Konoha. In Sage mode, Chiba's sensory abilities are remarkably acute. If he focuses on a specific chakra, he can perceive anything within a 10-mile radius. Last night, Jiraiya's chakra dissipated toward the village gates, but around him, other chakra signatures emerged, heightening Chiba's vigilance. After a series of cautious maneuvers and reconnaissance, he discerned the identities of several individuals. Is the action of the Umbu always this swift? Chiba felt a slight headache. Those unusual chakra fluctuations, at first glance, were accompanied by peculiar patterned masks and impeccably neat attire. They were undoubtedly members of the Umbu. It remained unclear, however, whether these individuals were loyal to the third Hokage or to Danzo. If they were loyal to the third, it might be a different matter. Perhaps they came to protect and observe out of consideration for Jiraiya. Yet, if their allegiance lay with Danzo, the situation would shift to one of mere surveillance, devoid of any notion of protection. Should they discover anything worthy of investigation, there was a possibility of abduction. Given Danzo's temperament, he would certainly not permit any entity beyond his control to exist within the village. Fortunately, these Umbu members displayed no immediate actions, allowing Chiba to breathe a temporary sigh of relief. The training of chakra was not particularly noteworthy. By midday, Chiba concluded his training and proceeded to report to the Ninja Academy. Following the previous day's lessons, the others had gradually accepted Chiba's presence. Thanks to Naruto Uzumaki's incessant humor, Chiba swiftly integrated into the class. Naturally possessing an extroverted disposition, coupled with an impressive appearance, Chiba quickly became a favored member among his peers. You wrote those characters on Hokage Rock. Shikamaru and the others looked on in disbelief. As a distinguished student in the class, He was well aware of the effort required to master such calligraphy. Chiba nodded as if it were a matter of course. If you knew that Chiba could write on Hokage rock without any tools, you would be even more astonished. Naruto grumbled from the side, clearly dissatisfied. Chiba's presence seemed to have drawn the spotlight away from him. Although slightly disgruntled, he did not dwell on it excessively. The playful banter among the group made time pass swiftly. After several minor assessments, the graduation examination of the Ninja Academy officially commenced. Chiba had inadvertently revealed his training under Jiraiya, thus participating in the examination posed no significant issue. The so-called graduation exam of the Ninja Academy merely tested the 3 basic techniques. As for Iruka, the requirements were even simpler: the transformation technique and the clone technique. Both of these jutsu fell under the category of foundational mastery. For Chiba, they were exceedingly simple. Uchiha Sasuke, Iruka called out from the podium, beginning the examination. The brooding figure of Sasuke retained his characteristic aloofness, his expression dark as though burdened by a great debt. Chiba had little interest in such individuals, yet he refrained from instigating conflict unless provoked. One could only hope that this Sasuke would not clash with him over any matters of interest. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan might truly face extinction. As in the original work, Geoise stands out as the top student in the class. The transformation and shadow clone techniques pose no challenge for him. One by one, the students take their exams, and among the renowned Konoha's 9 rookie ninja, only Naruto seems to falter. The exhilarating harem jutsu, which later evolves into a technique capable of turning the tide of battle, is unveiled before Chiba for the first time. However, it is worth noting that Naruto has only recently invented this jutsu. From Chiba's expert perspective, numerous flaws are evident. It lacks sufficient firmness and elevation, and apart from its flamboyance, it offers little merit. Chiba shakes his head, a glimmer of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Predictably, Naruto receives a thorough beating. At last, it is Chiba's turn. He steps forward, performing the seals with precision, shadow clone, transformation, culminating in a flawless conclusion. Iruka, with tissues stuffed in his nose, presents an unusually comical sight. No errors, a perfect score. Upon hearing this, Naruto hangs his head, visibly dejected. A thought crosses Chiba's mind about the potential events of the night. The sealing scroll. That rascal Mizuki will undoubtedly be looking for trouble again. While the thought of the forbidden techniques inscribed on the sealing scroll stirs a sense of temptation in Chiba, he quickly dismisses the notion, aware that such items are always under the watchful eye of the Umbu. He shakes his head. The risk outweighs the reward. Life is too precious to squander. With the telescopic technique of the 3rd Hokage, attempting to swap the sealing scroll would prove exceedingly difficult, especially since the Umbu are likely to remain close to Naruto. Once the exam concludes, Chiba successfully secures the so-called Konoha forehead protector, crafted from fine iron. The protector lacks any aesthetic appeal. Reluctant to affix such an unsightly item to his forehead, Chiba instead ties it around his shoulder, signifying his identity as a Konoha ninja. Tomorrow, you will be assigned a team leader. I hope none of you are late. Iruka announces, concluding his remarks and dismissing the class. The 9 rookie ninja disperse to their homes, each seeking their respective guardians. However, to Chiba's surprise, Naruto approaches him. Chiba, big brother. His awkward demeanor sends shivers down Chiba's spine. Speak your mind. Don't put on airs. Chiba responds directly, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the encounter. Could you help me with the shadow clone technique? This request momentarily stuns Chiba. Why has he suddenly sought him out? This scenario deviates from what he anticipated. Hold on. Hold on. Chiba raises his hand, signaling Naruto to maintain a distance. He has no interest in men. You want me to teach you ninjutsu? Naruto's eyes light up. Nodding fervently, Chiba strokes his chin, adopting a demeanor of maturity. This matter appears to be quite feasible. Observing Naruto's eager expression, Chiba begins to formulate a plan. Teaching him ninjutsu may not be out of the question. Chiba keeps his intentions shrouded in mystery. You promised to assist me with a matter in the future. Naruto nodded repeatedly, exhibiting a complete lack of guile. Such an innocent child filled Chiba's heart with a profound sense of guilt. However, he quickly cast aside that guilt. The two found themselves in a secluded corner of the school playground, spacious enough for their purposes. Chiba surveyed the surroundings before commencing his instruction. His mastery of the foundational 3 techniques allowed him to develop unique insights into the shadow clone technique. Teaching Naruto at this stage was, for Chiba, a mere trifling task. After a considerable period, He had imparted all the essential knowledge to Naruto. The remainder depended solely on him. Simultaneously, Chiba sensed a tumultuous and sinister chakra within him. Presumably that of the Nine Tails, Kurama. Practice on your own for now. I have matters to attend to, Chiba remarked before departing. Naruto continued his arduous training, oblivious to the figure approaching him. Meanwhile, Chiba crouched on a nearby branch, observing the sudden arrival of Mizuki. He hoped for success. As night deepened, the sky became a tapestry of stars. A slender crescent moon hung above, casting a somewhat chilling glow. A diminutive figure dashed forward, wearing an expression of sheer excitement. His actions stirred the ninjas of Konoha, including many beyond the watchful gaze of the Umbu. Naruto remained unaware of the substantial impact his actions would have on the village. He was solely focused on the necessity of mastering the techniques contained within the scroll. Rushing into the depths of the forest, Naruto took refuge beneath a large tree. Panting heavily, he placed the sealed scroll on the ground, fully unfurling it. The myriad of forbidden techniques nearly blinded him with their complexity. Techniques such as the multi-shadow clone jutsu, flying thunder god technique, and impure world reincarnation dazzled him. Just as he began to absorb the information, Iruka's voice echoed from behind. Naruto. His call interrupted Naruto's concentration. Hastily, Naruto attempted to conceal the scroll and escape, but Mizuki's sudden appearance barred his path. Hand over the scroll, Naruto. A dramatic encounter was on the verge of unfolding. Chiba remained perched on a nearby branch, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Intrigued by the impending spectacle, let the battle commence. Since arriving in the world of Naruto, he had yet to witness a true ninja conflict. This moment presented a splendid opportunity. Chiba was unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered by others. A closer inspection would reveal the golden red shadow around his eyes. In Sage mode, Chiba's perceptive range extended far beyond ordinary comprehension. At that moment, 2 Umbu lurked at the 10 o'clock position to Naruto's left, while 3 others were stationed to Mizuki's right. The fluctuations of chakra were minuscule, indicating their hidden skills were maximized. The battle was on the brink of ignition. However, the battlefield was anything but encouraging. It was an overwhelming one-sided affair. In terms of combat experience and inherent strength, Mizuki had the upper hand over Naruto Uzumaki. Chiba assessed the situation and murmured, "It is nearly time." No sooner had he spoken than he darted forth from his hiding place, heading straight for the center of the clash between the 2 combatants. "Naruto, get out of the way." The urgency in his voice pierced through the air. The anxiety etched on Chiba's face, coupled with the beads of sweat that began to trickle down, vividly conveyed his concern. Naruto Uzumaki stood frozen, staring in astonishment at Chiba's sudden appearance. The sight profoundly jolted his senses. Mizuki, momentarily bewildered, did not hesitate to launch his shuriken. Whoosh! Thud! The massive shuriken struck Chiba squarely in the shoulder, crimson blood splattering into the air. Chiba had shielded Naruto from this lethal assault. Chiba. Naruto's voice trembled, the scene before him striking him with immense shock. He had never imagined that someone he was not overly familiar with would be willing to sacrifice so much for him. Hiss! Chiba inhaled sharply, fully committed to his performance. He had truly invested heavily in this act. Possessing foresight about the future, Chiba was far from a conventional individual. Now that he found himself in this world, it was imperative to seize control of his own destiny. Naruto Uzumaki was one of the pivotal points for him in this new realm. Hot blood splattered across Naruto's face. His pupils dilated, and he stood there, dazed, murmuring, "Sage Chiba?" Chiba pulled the massive shuriken from his shoulder, pressing down on the wound, channeling chakra to staunch the bleeding. "Hurry, Naruto." His expression was one of deep sorrow, appearing quite tragic. "You are no match for him. Seek assistance." The hidden Umbu, observing the scene unfold, found their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Where had this boy come from? What was the meaning of this poignant scene? Why did it evoke a sense of melancholy within them? With his back to Naruto, Chiba fixed his gaze upon Mizuki, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his discomfort. In his rush to intervene, he had miscalculated his strength, resulting in a genuine injury. If not for the exquisite chakra control afforded by Sage Mode, Chiba might have already succumbed to the blood loss. "No, I cannot abandon you." Chiba. Naruto, inspired by Chiba's words, stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chiba. His gaze was resolute as he confronted Mizuki, declaring with conviction, "I will defeat you." Shadow Clone Jutsu. No sooner had he spoken than a formidable surge of chakra erupted from Naruto. The shadow clone technique was unleashed in an instant. An overwhelming swarm of orange-red figures filling the forest. How could this be possible? Mizuki took several steps back, his expression turning exceptionally grim. You are merely a tail-end runner. How could you possibly master forbidden techniques in such a short span of time? Naruto Uzumaki chose not to engage in further futile conversation. Charge! The cacophony of sounds reverberated through the forest. Mizuki, witnessing the scene before him, retreated further, panic gleaming in his eyes. The A-grade forbidden technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With Mizuki's meager abilities, he stood no chance of resistance. In the blink of an eye, he found himself pinned to the ground, receiving a barrage of blows. Iruka arrived belatedly, observing the spectacle with a dazed expression. Was that Mizuki? It was hard to believe that a mere student from the ninja academy could confront and defeat a chunin like Mizuki. Approaching the battered and bruised Mizuki, Iruka proceeded to restrain him. Naruto, do you realize the gravity of your actions? He glared fiercely at Naruto Uzumaki. However, Naruto was too preoccupied to heed those words. He rushed over to support Chiya, urgency etched on his face. Iruka-sensei, please take Chiya to the hospital quickly. His injuries are severe. Iruka, witnessing this scene, momentarily set aside Mizuki. At that moment, Chiya appeared pale, his shirt stained crimson with blood, presenting a truly tragic sight. He took Chiya and turned to instruct. I will take him to the hospital. You stay here and await the others. Naruto's reliability at critical junctures shone through. He nodded vigorously, urging, Iruka-sensei, please hurry. I'll keep an eye on Mizuki. Iruka hoisted Chiya onto his back, channeling chakra into his feet as he dashed towards the Konoha hospital at the village's center. Chiya glanced back at Naruto, giving him a thumbs up. Well done, Naruto, he praised, acknowledging the skillful execution of ninjutsu that thwarted the attack. After this sequence of events, Naruto should feel quite reassured about himself, Chiya pondered. At Konoha Hospital, Iruka hastily summoned medical ninjas. Under the influence of their healing jutsu, Chiya's injuries began to mend swiftly. Once the treatment concluded, Iruka regarded Chiya with utmost seriousness and inquired, How do you feel? Chiya cautiously moved his shoulder and replied, I don't think it's anything serious. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Observing Chiya's condition, Iruka released a sigh of relief. In the future, do refrain from taking such reckless actions. He harbored no doubts regarding Chiya's intentions. After all, to him, Chiya was merely a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy. Chiya nodded in acknowledgement. Let us proceed to meet with the third Hokage. Iruka's expression turned grave as he stated, This incident is quite serious. As one of the involved parties, you will need to make an appearance. But do not worry, not only will there be no punishment, but there may even be a reward. Chiya felt a flicker of surprise at this revelation, yet a sense of anticipation stirred within him. A reward from the third Hokage? In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat behind his desk. He cradled his chin in both hands, gazing intently at the two young rascals before him. Uzumaki Naruto. The initially timid Naruto flinched at the sudden sound of the third Hokage's voice. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your misdeed this time? With his head bowed, Naruto found it difficult to meet the third's gaze. Were this a mere prank, he might have felt a sense of defiance. However, due to his misinterpretation of Mizuki's words, he had inadvertently placed Chiba in peril, which weighed heavily on his heart. Lord Third, Naruto did not intend to cause this trouble. Iruka interjected, defending him. It was Mizuki's manipulation that led to this unfortunate situation. The third nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the circumstances. Had it not been for Mizuki's influence, Naruto would not have been so lightly excused. Let this incident rest for now. You must express your gratitude to Chiba. Without him, you would likely have been the one injured. Naruto nodded fervently, his gaze toward Chiba filled with gratitude. At that moment, Chiba seemed to be among the most amiable individuals in his eyes, despite their recent acquaintance. Thank you, Brother Chiba. Naruto's tone was earnest, devoid of any pretense. Meanwhile, the third Hokage scrutinized Chiba with a discerning eye. Chiba, however, remained composed, showing no signs of alarm. He had intervened as a friend to assist Naruto. Moreover, due to his youthful appearance, coupled with Jiraiya's endorsement, he felt confident that he would not attract the third's suspicion. Chiba smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Sighing, the third waved his hand, signaling that they were free to leave. Thus, Naruto's punishment was effectively rendered moot. Such leniency was afforded to Naruto alone. Had another person attempted to steal the sealing scroll, they would likely have faced dire consequences. Chiba harbored a strong desire for the ninjutsu contained within the sealing scroll, yet he refrained from pursuing it, fully aware of the scrutiny from Konoha's higher-ups. His path to strength was not confined to this singular avenue. Signing in, the thought of his unique advantage ignited a fervor within him. In celebration of Chiba's recovery and Naruto's exoneration, Iruka, leading the way, turned back and proclaimed, "Today, I shall treat you all. The choice of venue is yours." Before Chiba could respond, Naruto enthusiastically shouted, "Ichiraku ramen." However, he quickly glanced at Chiba, cautiously inquiring, "Brother Chiba, perhaps you should decide." Chiba chuckled lightly and replied, "Let us enjoy ramen. Uncle Ichiraku's cooking is quite exceptional." At Ichiraku Ramen, the three engaged in lively conversation, though it was predominantly Naruto who spoke, while Chiba and Iruka listened. As one of the most tragic figures in the early days of the Hokage, Naruto had seldom experienced friendship, and meaningful dialogue was a rare occurrence for him. The following day, upon returning to the Ninja Academy, Chiba was informed that classes were about to be rearranged. A question lingered in his mind. To which teacher would he be assigned? Like a butterfly fluttering its wings, Chiba's presence would undoubtedly disrupt the existing trajectory. Presently, this was the optimal moment to validate such a change in course. The classroom buzzed with excited gasps from students, who were alight with anticipation at the impending reorganization. As Chiba entered, he immediately caught sight of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha locked in a fierce stare, their eyes blazing with intensity as if they could strike each other down with mere glances. The other girls clamored for Sasuke to deal with Naruto, and chaos reigned in the room. Suddenly, a classmate stood up, shattering the tumultuous atmosphere. To the astonishment of all, Naruto and Sasuke collided mouth to mouth. This prompted an uproar throughout the classroom. Chiba found a quiet corner to sit and awaited the teacher's arrival. After a lengthy monologue, Iruka finally began to announce the class assignments, and Chiba perked up. The moment of truth had arrived. The initial classes held little interest for him. When it came time for Class 7, with Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Iruka putting down his papers to address the students, he called out, "Chiba?" Upon hearing his name, Chiba was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Had he supplanted Sakura Haruno's position? This was not the expected start. Iruka seemed to anticipate Chiba's confusion and provided clarity. The class assignments were based on each student's performance and grades, with the primary criterion being balance. "Iruka, why would someone as exceptional as I be placed in a team with this guy?" Chiba couldn't help but facepalm at this revelation. Indeed, aside from the inconsequential individual, the narrative was still unfolding along its original path. Both Sasuke and Chiba had emerged as the top performers in their class, while Naruto was decidedly at the bottom. Iruka admonished, stating that to ensure equitable strength across classes, this arrangement was necessary. The classroom erupted once more into a cacophony. Observing the disheartened Naruto, Chiba pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps he could alter the course of events? Arriving in the world of Hokage, it would truly be a waste if he allowed unresolved matters to persist. Furthermore, he had certain hypotheses regarding his unique ability, the sign-in system, that required validation. Should these hypotheses prove correct, his path to strength would continuously expand. After the class assignment ceremony concluded, Chiba aimlessly exited the classroom. Unexpectedly, he discovered that Naruto had proposed a date to Sakura Haruno. However, Sakura was preoccupied with thoughts of Sasuke and naturally dismissed Naruto's advances. Following her rejection, Naruto appeared profoundly dejected. Chiba, exasperated yet empathetic, approached him. Naruto Uzumaki raised his head and gazed at Chiba, a look of utter despair etched upon his face. "Chiba, when did you go blind?" Upon hearing Chiba's words, Naruto was utterly perplexed, unable to recall what he had done wrong to provoke such a scolding. Chiba cast a glance at him and continued, "Why do you have an affection for Sakura Haruno? What is it about her that captivates you?" At this inquiry, Naruto hung his head and sighed. "Sakura is quite beautiful." No sooner had he spoken than Chiba's voice rang out once more. "So, I ask you again, when did you become blind? You possess such admirable qualities, yet choose to pursue someone indifferent to you. As your elder brother, I feel compelled to impart a piece of wisdom." Naruto was left in a fog, entirely bewildered by Chiba's intentions. A sycophant shall meet a bitter end. Chiba shook his head and departed, leaving Naruto to ponder the meaning of those words in solitude. The future stretched ahead, and some truths were not meant to be grasped all at once. Now that they were both confirmed members of Team 7, Chiba eagerly anticipated the days to come. In his contemplation, Naruto resolved to seek out Sakura once more, proposing they dine together. However, this time he opted to employ a transformation technique. Yet, at a crucial moment, he was struck by a sudden stomach ache and hurried off to the restroom. Chiba, observing from above, took in the entire scene with disappointment at his little brother's performance. Honestly, is Hinata from the Hyuga clan not appealing? Why fixate on Sakura? It was no exaggeration to say his eyesight was lacking. As Sasuke Uchiha reappeared, the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. He inquired of Sakura regarding Naruto's whereabouts, only for her to launch into a critique of Naruto's character. Someone like Naruto is clearly beyond discipline. Look, he doesn't even have parents. Just as her words fell, another voice interjected. Does being favored by others grant one the license to act as they please? Chiba leapt down from his elevated position, his footsteps silent. It was a grave error to hold any expectations of your character. A lesson was necessary to instill some sense into her. In that instant, a glimmer of cold light shot forth from Chiba's hand. Clang! Sasuke's reflexes were remarkably swift. He instinctively drew a kunai to shield Sakura from the attack. Oh! Chiba regarded Sasuke with a somewhat hostile gaze. Uchiha Sasuke, do you wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Though we are soon to be placed in the same team, I have no intention of coddling you. Acting rashly against a classmate is the gravest of errors. Sasuke's expression turned dangerous. Forget it, I shan't waste words on you. Chiba waved his hand dismissively and declared, since you wish to interfere, let me first ensure you understand your place. As the words fell, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils abruptly constricted. He realized that Chiba's voice seemed to resonate from behind him. A chilling sensation pressed tightly against his neck. The coldness emanating from the kunai rendered his body completely rigid. When did this happen? Uchiha Sasuke found himself immobilized, a profound sense of death's threat enveloping him. In Haruno Sakura's eyes, Chiba had instantly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly behind Uchiha Sasuke, the kunai firmly pressed against his neck, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent nearly spilling over from his gaze. A drop of crimson blood dripped from Uchiha Sasuke's neck, splattering onto the ground and forming a perilous blossom. Your pride merely stems from your superior strength compared to your peers. Chiba's voice was eerily calm. When this strength is dismissed by others, what do you truly amount to? In other words, what is there for you to be arrogant about? Haruno Sakura sat paralyzed on the ground, her pupils dilated, eyes filled with terror. Trembling, she reached out timidly, stammering, Sasuke. Chiba, without even glancing back, reversed his grip on the kunai and flicked it behind him. The icy gleam in the air shot straight towards Haruno Sakura. Swish! Haruno Sakura merely sensed a flash of cold light before freezing in place, utterly dumbfounded by fear. However, the anticipated pain did not follow. Once she regained her senses, she discovered pink strands of hair cascading down around her. Chiba was not one to act recklessly. Engaging in combat within Konoha was already quite excessive. Should he truly injure someone, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Therefore, a mild lesson sufficed. The kunai had merely severed a significant portion of Haruno Sakura's beautiful hair. He hoped this small admonition would leave a lasting impression. Turning away, Chiba departed, aware that those who spoke without restraint often drew immense disdain from others. Paying no further heed to the two, he returned to his quarters. Whatever transpired thereafter was no longer of his concern. After this lesson, he anticipated that Haruno Sakura's obstinate nature would temper considerably. It was only after Chiba's figure had receded that Uchiha Sasuke began to breathe heavily, beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascading down his forehead, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Was he truly a fellow student of ours? A flicker of fear crossed Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Having experienced the night of the massacre, he could distinctly sense that Chiba's murderous intent was entirely genuine. Had he moved even slightly at that moment, he might have met a dire fate. Both departed with lingering trepidation, returning to their respective homes. However, when Uzumaki Naruto returned, he found the empty chairs and wore a look of discontent. Why am I left all alone again? Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the day for the teacher's handover. However, after all the other students had followed the new teacher away, the trio from Class 7 found themselves anxiously awaiting the arrival of their instructor. Chiba sat quietly in the front row, patiently anticipating Kakashi's entrance. If his intuition was correct, this arrangement of class divisions was likely the design of the third Hokage. Among the leading teachers, Kakashi Hatake was undoubtedly among the most formidable. Excluding Might Guy, Kakashi was arguably the strongest of them all. The title of Copy Ninja was not bestowed without merit. Naruto Uzumaki, unable to contain his restless energy, placed the eraser against the door. With a sharp clap, it hit its mark. As Kakashi Hatake stepped into the classroom, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Ignoring the boisterous laughter from Naruto, Chiba remained composed in his seat. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha chose a spot far from Chiba. Observing from a distance, Sasuke occasionally cast fearful glances towards Chiba. This boy seems to harbor some secrets, Kakashi mused inwardly. I am your instructor, Kakashi Hatake, a jonin of Konohagakure. Chiba, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, please come with me. After a brief introduction, the four made their way to the training ground. Following an explanation of the rules for the bell-grabbing game, Naruto charged ahead without hesitation. A gust of wind stirred as Naruto rushed forward, but before he could react, Kakashi easily subdued him, his shuriken pressed against Naruto's neck. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock at the sight. This scene was eerily reminiscent of an experience he had just undergone the day before. Could it be? Sasuke suddenly contemplated a chilling possibility. Was Chiba's strength already at the jonin level? Youth is synonymous with impatience, Kakashi remarked, lowering his shuriken and addressing the trio. You should at least wait for my signal to begin. After tying the bells around his waist and returning the shuriken to Naruto, Kakashi officially declared, begin. As the words left his mouth, the three vanished from sight. While Chiba was eager to ascertain his current level of strength, he hesitated to reveal his full capabilities for the sake of maintaining a strategic advantage. Nonetheless, as a diligent student, he recognized the importance of demonstrating a certain level of skill, a balance he would have to navigate himself. As expected, Naruto remained as reckless as ever. While Chiba and Sasuke opted for a temporary concealment, Naruto boldly confronted Kakashi head-on. Kakashi, ostensibly a jonin, was indeed a player of extraordinary caliber, a true equal, capable of holding his own even against the likes of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Faced with such strength, Naruto charged in without hesitation. Chiba regarded him with admiration. Truly, he was living up to expectations. Just as in the original narrative, when Kakashi produced Ika Paradise, Naruto surged forward, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline. Soon, he would taste the bitter fruit of his actions. The secret technique of Konoha, the 1,000 years of death. Naruto Uzumaki experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring into the sky, only to plunge directly into the water below. However, in an instant, two shurikens shot forth from the depths, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed straight at Kakashi Hatake. Faced with Naruto's assault, Kakashi remained unfazed. He raised his hand, poised to intercept the shurikens. Yet, in that fleeting moment, danger loomed dangerously close. Wind release, gale palm. Chiba, concealed in the shadows, clasped his hands together, compressing the raging winds, transforming them into a more ferocious hurricane that howled forth. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as he snapped his book shut. In the instant the hurricane struck, a cloud of smoke billowed, and he vanished without a trace, leaving only a withered wooden stump in his stead. Such a high-caliber ninjutsu, Kakashi emerged from the nearby thicket, his expression grave as he regarded Chiba's position. The fluctuations in chakra had betrayed his whereabouts. This is what Jiraiya-sensei taught me. Chiba beamed with confidence, revealing not a hint of vulnerability. Any inexplicable matters could be easily attributed to Jiraiya. Even if the Konoha ninjas sought to verify with him, given his character, he would likely cover for Chiba. Upon hearing that name, Kakashi fell silent. Indeed, the 7th squad warranted serious consideration. Despite this, he did not stow away his book. At most, his usually lifeless eyes exhibited a flicker of energy. The C-rank ninjutsu, wind release, gale palm, was hardly worthy of his full attention. Sasuke Uchiha, lurking in the shadows, gritted his teeth, exercising restraint. The immediate priority was to snatch the bell from Kakashi's grasp. With Chiba confronting him head-on, he would strike from the shadows. Suddenly, a sound echoed. What? Naruto Uzumaki, unbeknownst to anyone, had immobilized Kakashi from behind, wrapping around him like a koala. Surely, the body replacement technique could not be executed in quick succession? As the words left his mouth, Chiba also vanished from sight, with Naruto holding the opponent in place. Physical prowess proved most effective. Konoha Gale, a fierce kick aimed at Kakashi's lower body. The dry grass swayed with the wind. Bang! In response to such an assault, Kakashi displayed the true caliber of a jonin. He disregarded Naruto behind him, lowering his stance, and unleashed a similar physical technique in an instant. Konoha Gale versus Konoha Gale. Chiba felt a tremor in his legs, pain radiating from his calves. His physical prowess, in comparison, still bore some inadequacies. Retreating swiftly, Chiba had no desire to continue clashing with Kakashi head-on. If the situation became dire, he might not be able to conceal his true strength any longer. As it stood, he had performed admirably. After all, the bell was already in his grasp. Kakashi-sensei, the game is over. Upon hearing this, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. What do you mean it's over? He lowered his head to gaze at his waist, only to discover that the bell had vanished. As for Naruto behind him, he had been flung far away during their earlier clash of taijutsu. One must not underestimate the capabilities of children today. Upon realizing the disappearance of the bell, Kakashi Hatake relinquished his resistance. He stood still, looking at Chiba, and inquired, "There are only 2 bells. What choice will you make?" In response to this test, Chiba smiled faintly and said, "One for Naruto, and the other for Sasuke." This answer took Kakashi by surprise. He had anticipated that Chiba would choose the more closely allied Naruto Uzumaki. However, Kakashi had underestimated Chiba's character. "Why did you make that decision?" Kakashi's left eye, hidden beneath his forehead protector, scrutinized Chiba, attempting to impose psychological pressure. Without hesitation, Chiba replied, "Because they are both my comrades." Kakashi felt a stir within, yet his expression remained unchanged. He spoke again. If you encountered a particularly challenging mission that required you to abandon your comrades to succeed, what choice would you make, Chiba?" Kakashi's tone grew heavy, and his gaze towards Chiba turned serious. Chiba smiled slightly and said, "If a conflict arises between the mission and my comrades," he paused deliberately, heightening Kakashi's anticipation. Noticing the flicker of urgency in Kakashi's eyes, Chiba continued, "I would certainly choose to abandon the mission." Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. "Do you understand? Violating the ninja code will lead others to regard you as worthless. Furthermore, it will strip you of your qualifications as a ninja." His voice roared in Chiba's ears. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki stood there, momentarily stunned and unresponsive. Their normally gentle teacher had transformed into a figure of fury, a transition that was difficult to accept. Chiba had anticipated this reaction and remained unfazed. It seemed that the events of the past continued to haunt Kakashi Hatake. "Those who violate the ninja code are deemed worthless," Chiba stated with an oddly calm demeanor. "However, those who fail to value their comrades are even less than worthless." His quiet assertion appeared mundane to Naruto and Sasuke, perhaps a sentiment worth acknowledging among ninjas. Yet, to Kakashi's ears, it resonated like thunder. In a daze, he felt as though he saw a familiar figure in Chiba, reminiscent of one of his once most cherished comrades. If given a chance to relive those moments, Kakashi might have chosen differently. "Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei." The voice of Naruto Uzumaki jolted Kakashi Hatake from his reverie. "Congratulations, you have passed the assessment." Kakashi's voice bore a hint of fatigue. What should have been a joyous occasion unexpectedly weighed heavily on his heart after hearing Chiba's words. "Hey, I will never give up on brother Chiba," Naruto exclaimed, but was abruptly interrupted by Sasuke Uchiha. "Fool, what Kakashi-sensei means is that we all passed the assessment." "Indeed, you all passed." Kakashi gazed skyward, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy. "Why?" Naruto struggled to comprehend. Given his limited capacity for contemplation, this was indeed a challenge. Kakashi explained, "Chiba is quite right. Those who violate the rules of a ninja are deemed worthless. Moreover, those who disregard their comrades are even less than worthless." The essence of this assessment was the concept of comradeship. Upon hearing this explanation, Naruto slowly began to grasp the situation. However, he still found himself perplexed. But this is brother Chiba's achievement. Sasuke, and I did not complete the assessment." Sasuke, hearing this astonishing statement, helplessly covered his face. "How did I end up with such a teammate?" "It's all right. You two are considered bonus members," Kakashi reassured, untroubled about diminishing their confidence. Based on his observations over the past few days, both Naruto and Sasuke displayed remarkable resilience. After all, one had endured discrimination since childhood, while the other had suffered the agony of his clan's annihilation. Despite their tender years, they had experienced hardships that others might never bear. Although he spoke thus, when Kakashi's words reached their ears, both Sasuke and Naruto's expressions darkened. "Damn it, I will prove you wrong. Kakashi turned to leave, unfazed by Naruto's outburst. He had already provided ample care for the two. In truth, there was an unspoken truth. Their success in the assessment was not solely attributed to Chiba. A portion of it stemmed from Naruto. After all, he was the last descendant of Kakashi's teacher. The successful completion of the assessment officially established Team 7 and Chiba, a butterfly from another world, had set the unchanging narrative on an unforeseen trajectory. Today, our mission is to capture Lady Daimyo's lost kitten, Little Tiger, Kakashi stated wearily as he glanced at the note in his hand. For him, a jonin, to lead these 3 genin on such a trivial task felt like a torment. Especially after several days filled with delivering messages, searching for lost items, and assisting with farm work, Kakashi's dwindling enthusiasm had all but evaporated. The other 3 members of Team 7 were not faring much better. Excluding the relatively composed Chiba, Naruto teetered on the brink of explosion. As for Uchiha Sasuke, one could discern his impatience etched upon his brow. All right. The mission has been accepted. Let us proceed to fulfill it, Kakashi Hatake consoled. After some considerable effort, the little cat, Hua, was firmly cradled in Naruto Uzumaki's embrace, subdued. The struggling feline flailed its claws and emitted piercing cries, which only exacerbated Chiba's already foul mood, pushing him to the brink of eruption. Silence. If you continue to wail, I shall end you. His ominous voice resonated near the cat's ear, and instantly, it fell silent. It obediently nestled in Naruto's arms, ceasing its tumultuous antics. The creatures of this world possessed a notably high intelligence. Comprehending human speech was not a daunting task for them. Hua could distinctly sense the murderous aura emanating from the man before it. Realizing that its continued noise might indeed lead to its demise at the hands of this formidable figure, it quieted. Wow! Naruto exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the cat in his hands. Chiba, you truly are impressive. I never imagined your mere words could intimidate this ferocious cat. However, Uchiha Sasuke, witnessing this scene, felt no admiration. Rather, a sense of dread enveloped him. Naruto, appearing rather endearing and lacking cunning, remained oblivious to Chiba's true nature. Yet Sasuke was acutely aware that the lethal aura exuded by Chiba was no mere illusion. Kakashi Hatake arrived, albeit tardily, and upon seeing the tranquil cat, a flicker of surprise crossed his lone exposed eye. Well, since we have located the cat, Kakashi thought, prioritizing the assignment over any further concerns. In the Hokage's office, the esteemed lady of the Fire Country, Shizumi, awaited eagerly. Upon spotting her beloved cat, joy illuminated her eyes. She promptly took the feline from Naruto, lavishing it with affection as she rubbed it against her face, causing her makeup to cascade like powder. Yet, as the cat returned to its owner, it resumed its wailing, only to freeze upon encountering Chiba's icy gaze. Its cries diminished into pitiful whimpers. The 3rd Hokage examined the mission scroll in his hand, reciting, "Your next task is to deliver some items to the neighboring village, or perhaps assist in weeding the fields." Naruto, upon hearing these assignments, protested vehemently. Is there not a more challenging mission? After a spirited debate, the 3rd Hokage chuckled amiably. Very well. I shall assign you a C-rank escort mission. At this, Naruto's enthusiasm surged. Really? Is it a lord or a princess we are to escort? The 3rd Hokage called out to the door. Come in. Chiba smiled faintly as he beheld the individual entering. The master bridge builder of the Land of Waves, Dazna. The debut mission of Team 7. Deep within, Chiba mused. Although the task appears somewhat formidable, it grants the opportunity to leave the village. The 3rd Hokage glanced at Dazna and explained, "These individuals shall escort you back." Dazna took a sip of his drink, expressing his dissatisfaction. What is this? A gaggle of children, particularly that shortest and most foolish one. Are they truly ninjas? Chiba paid no heed to Naruto, who was intent on eliminating Dazna. At that moment, his thoughts were entirely absorbed by the system. Just moments ago, a new system task had been released. Sign in task initiated, task details. Travel to the Land of Waves to sign in and eliminate one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Momochi Zabuza. Task reward, 8 gates release. Hidden task initiated. The sudden emergence of these tasks left Chiba somewhat bewildered. It seemed he had yet to complete the previous sign-in task. However, the system's notifications were not yet finished. Hidden task. Name the soon-to-be-constructed Grand Bridge after yourself. Hidden task reward. Enhancement of C-rank ninjutsu power. Hiss. Chiba inhaled sharply. Not only was there a sign-in task, but also a hidden one. It appeared that the journey to the land of waves was indeed imperative. This sign-in task, for him, was not trivial. Compared to the previous 2 sign-in tasks, the difficulty had escalated significantly. There were 2 targets this time: the mist demon, Momochi Zabuza, and his subordinate, Haku. Both possessed the strength of elite jonin. For Chiba's current level, attempting to vanquish them would be quite troublesome. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Kakashi Hatake. The copy ninja, Kakashi. His prowess was unfathomable, and his greatest strength lay in his ability to engage on equal footing with anyone, be they elite jonin, umbu, or even shadow-level powerhouses. Kakashi could contend with them for several exchanges. Even against the progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, he could hold his ground. Therefore, Chiba felt a degree of reassurance regarding the combat aspect. After accepting the task, Kakashi granted them ample time to prepare necessary supplies. Having completed several missions, Chiba had managed to accumulate a fair amount of funds, sufficient to purchase weapons and soldier pills, essential items for their journey. He knew he must select high-quality shuriken, otherwise, he would find himself facing a formidable blade with nothing but his own flesh, and not just any blade, but a decapitating one. He recalled that Tenten's family seemed to sell ninja tools. As Chiba strolled through Konohagakure, he searched for a suitable shop. There it was. Its name truly succinct, Tenten's Ninja Tool Shop. It appeared that Tenten was quite favored in her household. TSK, a hidden affluent member among the Konoha 12. Chiba still remembered how, in his previous life, every time he witnessed Tenten in battle, she exuded an aura of opulence. Countless ninja tools would rain down upon her foes, while others relied on various ninjutsu and strategies to defeat their enemies. Tenten simply crushed them with her wealth. Chiba stepped into the shinobi tool shop, gazing at the dazzling array of equipment, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Tap tap. He approached the counter and lightly rapped the surface. Coming. A melodious voice resonated from a room behind the store. Greetings, dear customer. How may I assist you? Adorned in a pink chi-pao with a small collar and a traditional hairstyle embellished with hairpins, her graceful visage and genuine smile exuded an aura of comfort. I am the owner of this establishment, Tian. Chiba gasped in surprise, realizing he had underestimated Tian's affluence. He had presumed that the proprietor of the shop would be a family member or elder, only to discover that this young girl had already become a business owner at such a tender age. I wish to purchase some shuriken and kunai. My requirement is that the materials must be exceptionally durable. Chiba articulated his needs. Tian regarded the young lad with curiosity, taken aback by his request. Are you preparing for a mission? Chiba nodded, explaining, our team leader recently accepted an escort mission, so I came to acquire some shinobi tools. Her interest piqued further upon hearing his words. You don't seem to be from my class, do you? Chiba was candid in his response, stating, I have just graduated from the Shinobi Academy. I am Chiba. Currently, I am part of Team 7 led by Kakashi Hatake. His revelation prompted an exclamation from Tian. You've already taken a C-rank mission so soon. Chiba, not one to be modest, replied, perhaps it's because I am a genius. Tian gazed at him in surprise, not expecting such a declaration. Who boasts about being a genius? Moreover, she doubted that a freshly graduated student could be particularly formidable. Sensing her skepticism, Chiba's smile took on a deeper meaning. Then, how about a friendly competition to see who is stronger without causing any harm to each other? Chiba's suggestion intrigued Tian, revealing her competitive spirit, which was evident in her willingness to join Kakashi's class. All right, let us compete. I don't believe you can surpass me. Under Chiba's persuasion, Tian eagerly accepted the challenge. Wait, competitions are more thrilling with stakes involved, Chiba suggested, signaling her to hold on. How about the loser grants the winner one favor? Tian hesitated at this wager, but soon steeled her resolve. I agree. Following her lead, Chiba ventured to the rear of the shinobi tool shop, gaining a clearer understanding of Tian's extraordinary wealth. Behind the shop lay a vast training area. As Tian explained, some customers wished to test the quality of the shinobi tools, and this space provided them with a convenient venue. This was also one of the reasons for the shop's thriving business. Are you truly certain you wish to compete with me? Tian inquired once more, asserting her expertise in ninja tools and techniques, cautioning that even a slight misstep could lead to harm. Her words revealed that, at her core, she remained a remarkably kind-hearted girl. Of course, given her current prowess, It would be quite a challenge to injure Qian Ye. No need for concern. I possess great confidence in my abilities, she declared. This match was merely a warm-up before the impending task. The two positioned themselves, bowing in respect, and thus the contest commenced. With a flurry of hidden weapons unleashed, once Tian entered combat mode, she transformed entirely. Her demeanor grew serious, yet there was an undeniable air of elegance about her. As one of the few among the Konoha 12 who comprehended space-time ninjutsu, she was equipped with a vast array of ninja tools. In Qian Ye's recollections, her battles had left opponents overwhelmed and utterly defeated. An onslaught of various tools swiftly sealed off all avenues of escape for him. Wind release, great breakthrough. Qian Ye's hand seal speed had reached the level of a jonin. With an abundance of chakra and various techniques at his disposal, his goal was to hone his hand seal speed. This skill would enhance both his combat capability and survival instinct. A fierce gust erupted from his mouth, roaring forth to meet the incoming barrage of weapons. In an instant, countless tools collided, producing a cacophony of metallic clashing sounds. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tian's face blanched. Her proud technique had been effortlessly countered, and an ominous premonition surged within her. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Seizing the moment, Qian Ye would not squander the opportunity presented by her momentary daze. Gritting her teeth, Tian swiftly retrieved 2 scrolls from her waist pouch. Double Rising Dragon. This technique was somewhat beyond her current capabilities. However, faced with the oncoming vacuum wind bullets, she felt compelled to employ it. The 2 scrolls were released, spiraling directly toward Qian Ye. In an instant, the arena was blanketed by an array of ninja tools, shurikens, kunai, sickles, and samurai swords. Gosh! Qian Ye marveled once more at the extraordinary extent of her arsenal. An indiscriminate barrage. It was too late to execute the great breakthrough again. Be careful, Tian exclaimed, her complexion pale, as she observed Qian Ye standing resolutely, showing no intent to evade. As the vacuum wind bullets deflected the weapons before him, their lethality diminished, only for the gaps to be filled anew by the incoming tools. In Tian's alarmed gaze, the weapons plunged into Qian Ye's body in unison. Clang! Instead of the anticipated squelch, the sound of wood being pierced reverberated. When had it become apparent? It was not Qian Ye who was enveloped by the tools, but a sturdy wooden post. Body replacement technique. Once deemed a miraculous skill in its early days, it had since faded into obscurity. Focus is essential in battle. Tian's body froze abruptly as Qian Ye's voice resonated in her ear. My apologies, but I have one. He held the kunai he picked up from the ground gently against Tian's snow-white neck. The defeat was so swift and decisive that Tian had not anticipated it. She had initially thought that even if she could not overcome her opponent, she could at least last for a while. However, Chiba had only unleashed 2 ninjutsu techniques, and the entire battle concluded in mere minutes. Most importantly, as Chiba pressed the kunai to her, his breath brushed against her ear when he spoke, imparting a peculiar sensation. Why you? Let me go first, Tian stammered, her cheeks flushed. Upon noticing her reaction, Chiba understood that prolonging the situation might lead to overstepping boundaries. So he promptly withdrew the kunai. In this match, you have won. Tian took a few steps back, the blush on her face still lingering. Now, tell me what conditions you wish for me to agree to. Chiba rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. I need to think this through, he replied, unwilling to let this golden opportunity slip away. I warn you, do not overreach. Tian threatened, baring her small canines. However, after pondering for some time, she could not conceive any repercussions. It seemed she truly was no match for Chiba. With this realization, her expression fell, and she could only await Chiba's demands. Or else what? Chiba leaned slightly closer to Tian, a dangerous smile gracing his face. Her cheeks reddened further, and she raised her hands defensively, retreating repeatedly. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Chiba recognized the need for moderation and stepped back. As for the demands, I cannot think of any at the moment. However, I am quite satisfied with the quality of the ninja tools. He played with the kunai in his hand, grinning. After procuring a batch of ninja tools from this place, Tian's gaze towards Chiba grew increasingly amicable. Talented, powerful, and handsome. Were all the new generation of ninjas so formidable? Standing at the entrance of the ninja tool shop, Tian watched Chiba's departing figure, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, recalling the earlier battle brought a sense of helplessness to her heart. The disparity was simply too vast. They were entirely on different levels. After a day of rest, the next morning, Team 7 gathered at the entrance of Konoha Village. The most lively among them was the yellow-haired prince, Uzumaki Naruto. In contrast, Chiba and Sasuke appeared significantly quieter. As for Hatake Kakashi, he remained engrossed in the latest issue of his favorite magazine, Ika Paradise. Dasna surveyed the escort team before him, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Was it truly wise to entrust his safety to such a motley crew? They certainly did not exude reliability. Hey, everyone, perk up. Dasna sensed the atmosphere in the team trending towards a potential disaster. Oh, the only one responding was Uzumaki Naruto, who was thrilled to be embarking on his first C-rank mission. This was Naruto's first hurdle on the path to becoming Hokage. Don't worry, uncle, I will definitely protect you. Dasna gazed with a lifeless stare at Naruto Uzumaki, his reaction remarkably subdued. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi Hatake promptly intervened, attempting to ease the tension. All right, let's set off early. Kakashi, however, showed little concern for the mission, as a C-rank task posed negligible danger for an elite shinobi. Among those present, it was Chiba and Naruto who displayed the most emotional fluctuations. Naruto was experiencing his first external mission, while Chiba was acutely aware of the hidden implications behind this task. A careless approach could very well lead to disastrous consequences. After all, this was a ruthless world of ninjas. After a morning of journeying, they encountered little peril. However, as they passed through a wooded area, a puddle caught Chiba's attention. He raised his right hand to shield his forehead, squinting against the harsh sunlight. The group continued to progress calmly. Kakashi sensed something amiss but chose to remain silent. For a ninja, real combat was essential, a lesson that Team 7 had to learn. In Chiba's perception, he detected a fluctuation of chakra behind them. The first one, a calm yet ruthless voice echoed in Kakashi's ear. Cold iron chains swiftly bound him. A blade sliced through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. Stunned by the sudden attack, Naruto and Dasna were momentarily paralyzed. The second one, the cruel voice reverberated once more in Naruto's ears, as the blade approached menacingly. Faced with the threat of death, Naruto stood frozen, unable to react. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed by, a shadow darting before him and Dasna. A tremendous crash resonated against the trees on their left. By the time Naruto regained his senses, the two ambushing ninjas had vanished from view. Turning to the side, he noted the dazed expressions of Sasuke, Uchiha, and Dasna. What just happened? Following their gaze, he saw two ninjas unconscious beneath the trees. Hiss! Naruto gasped in shock. Glancing beside him, he found Chiba standing with an expression of calm, as if nothing had transpired. Clap! Clap! Applause erupted from behind the trees, and Kakashi's figure reappeared before them. His swift reactions and exceptional combat performance drew forth genuine praise. Chiba's prowess indeed warranted commendation. From an observer's perspective, it was evident that in the instant the enemy struck, Chiba had countered with remarkable speed, catching even Kakashi's attention. With a single kick, he had sent the two ninjas flying into the trees several dozen meters away, their impact rendering them instantly unconscious. This battle was undoubtedly Chiba's moment of glory. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Kakashi Hataki's eyes. However, both Sasuke and Naruto exhibited a slight delay in their responses during the battle. Kakashi directed his gaze toward the two, merely offering an objective assessment. In truth, even he was somewhat taken aback by Chiba's recent display of prowess. The moment the ambushing ninja appeared, Chiba swiftly closed the distance, delivering two powerful high kicks that incapacitated the foe in an instant. From any perspective, Chiba's combat skills were entirely on par with those of a jonin. Perhaps this was influenced by Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Kakashi found himself momentarily lost in thought. The teaching prowess of Jiraiya, who had trained the fourth Hokage, remained as formidable as ever. Damn it, damn it! Naruto exclaimed indignantly. Next time, I'll definitely be able to react. Chiba responded with a smile. Of course you will. I believe in you, Naruto Uzumaki. After all, you are my little brother. He gave Naruto a thumbs up, reinforcing their bond. Sasuke, on the other hand, maintained his usual deadpan expression, his demeanor dark and unchanging. Yet, Chiba perceived a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Perhaps, helping Sasuke adjust his worldview would be a commendable endeavor. Mr. Tazuna, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, Kakashi said, turning his attention to Tazuna. At that moment, the bridge builder was sweating profusely. binding the two unconscious ninjas to a tree. They were just regaining consciousness. Under normal circumstances, a C-rank mission would not entail a ninja attack. Our responsibility was merely to fend off gangsters or thieves. Kakashi's deadpan gaze inexplicably conveyed a sense of pressure. However, with the appearance of the ninja, the mission had escalated to a B rank. Thus, for the safety of the students. At that instant, Naruto abruptly interrupted Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I want to give it a shot. No matter how dangerous this mission may be, I want to try. My goal is to become Hokage. Kakashi met Naruto's resolute gaze. Feeling a stirring in his heart, the boy's figure inexplicably overlapped with that of a long-lost memory. Chiba silently applauded Naruto, thinking, good lad. Your brother's efforts in saving you were not in vain. You have been spared from injury. The sign-in task in the Land of Waves must not be abandoned. He had long coveted the 8 Gates technique, but its classification as a forbidden jutsu made it unattainable. Thus, this sign-in task represented an exceptional opportunity to add another trump card to his arsenal, one he could not afford to miss. Kakashi-sensei, I believe we should consider this. Chiba suddenly interjected, a D-rank mission will no longer provide us with the necessary experience. While leaping to a B-rank mission may seem overly ambitious, I believe this presents an excellent opportunity for growth. After listening to the pleas of Chiba and Naruto, Kakashi Hatake fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, he turned his gaze towards Sasuke Uchiha and inquired, Sasuke, what are your thoughts? The other two had chosen to continue the mission, and Sasuke, of course, would not waver. Let us proceed with the mission. His response was succinct and devoid of any hesitation. As the trio constituted a team, it was imperative for Kakashi to consider the sentiments of each member. Fortunately, Sasuke possessed a tenacious spirit, which facilitated matters considerably. Thank you all. Tazuna expressed his gratitude, albeit unable to offer anything beyond words. Now, we come to the crux of the matter. Kakashi clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. The assailants are ninjas from the hidden mist. Their methods of completing tasks have always been rather sanguinary. Therefore, Chiba and Naruto, I entrust them to you. Naruto's face paled, and he stammered, Kakashi-sensei, what do you mean by that? Kakashi leaned down, bringing his face close to Naruto's, and whispered, if you wish to continue the mission, you must eliminate them. As ninjas, killing is inevitable. Chiba regarded Kakashi with surprise. This was a departure from the balanced perception he had held. However, regarding the brutality of killing, Chiba had mentally prepared himself for this path. To him, death was merely a fleeting transition. Naruto gripped his kunai, his face reflecting a struggle with hesitation. Whoosh! Bang! A kunai zipped past Naruto's ear, embedding itself in the forehead of one of the ninjas. Naruto, if you cannot overcome this hurdle. Chiba observed him with an air of calm. I suggest you reconsider your path as a ninja. Kakashi was not the least surprised by Chiba's willingness to take action, but the composure he displayed was unexpected. I can do it. Naruto shouted defiantly at Chiba, yet his trembling hand betrayed his inner turmoil. The flickers of fear in his eyes revealed the gravity of his mental state. This demand was indeed a considerable strain for him. The reason Kakashi urged Chiba and Naruto to take action was that Sasuke was significantly more adept in this regard. After all, the night of the massacre was not an experience everyone could endure. Naruto, this is a necessary passage for every ninja. Chiba's calm voice resonated once more in Naruto's ears. I hope you can accomplish it. At that moment, the kunai slipped from Naruto's grasp, hurtling towards the brow of the last mist ninja. Blood slowly trickled down his face as life ebbed away from him. Yet, Naruto's body continued to tremble uncontrollably. This was his first act of taking a life. Kakashi-sensei, Chiba and I, Sasuke. Naruto's voice quivered, seemingly laden with fear. Must every ninja's hands be stained with blood? Kakashi Hatake remained silent, as did Sasuke Uchiha. They possessed no definitive answer to this inquiry. Yet, it is undeniable that every ninja bears the weight of bloodshed upon their hands, without exception. Such is the essence of this world. Chiba approached Naruto Uzumaki and placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. It is not you, nor the ninja, who is at fault. Rather, it is this morbid world we inhabit. Only those who stand at the pinnacle of power can effectuate change. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Naruto's eyes gradually rekindled with hope. Do you recall what I inscribed beneath the statue of the first Hokage? After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the god of ninjas. His lifelong achievements include pacifying warfare, subduing tailed beasts, and establishing Konoha. This was the cornerstone of the friendship he shared with Chiba, thus Naruto held this memory dear. Naruto. The reason the first Hokage could accomplish such feats was not merely due to his benevolence, but because of his formidable strength. A flicker of confusion crossed Naruto's face. Strength? Chiba clenched his fists, akin to a fervent orator, proclaiming, "Strength is the very foundation of all. Do you oppose the cessation of war? Then I shall fight until you relent." It is precisely this strength that brought an end to the conflicts of the past. Listening to Chiba's impassioned speech, it was not only Naruto who pondered deeply. Even Sasuke displayed a contemplative expression. However, Kakashi was struck by a wave of exasperation. "Hey, kid, do not lead others astray. We are merely undertaking a B-rank mission. Is this truly a matter of strength?" Upon further reflection, Kakashi conceded that it indeed bore relevance to strength. The power of the Susanoo and the might of the two combatants in the four nations stood undisputed within the ninja realm. Though Kakashi had not witnessed the battles of yore, he had gleaned some insights from the records within the Umbu. Thus, to alter the current state of affairs. Chiba's voice resonated with fervor, instilling a sense of ardor. Only through strength. As he spoke, he placed his hand upon Naruto's head. "Fortunately, I have tirelessly pursued this very goal." Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Chiba. "So, my brother harbors such lofty ambitions." Observing Naruto's expression, Chiba nodded in satisfaction, relieved that his efforts had not been in vain. This exchange further deepened the bond between Naruto and himself, a true gain. Kakashi unexpectedly noted that, thanks to Chiba's guidance, Naruto's previously oblivious demeanor had transformed. "All right, we have already squandered much time," Kakashi interjected. "Since Chiba and Naruto have passed the trial, let us resume our journey." Tazuna expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the group's resolution. As a destitute bridge builder, he could not offer the remuneration of a B-rank mission. After a day's arduous travel, the group arrived at the dock. After hiring a small boat, they successfully arrived before the unfinished bridge. The surface of the sea was shrouded in mist, casting an ominous portent. As they passed beneath the bridge, the scenery abruptly transformed, becoming radiant once more. Here, they had already entered the realm of the land of waves. Bidding farewell to the boatmen, they proceeded towards the home of the Dasna family. However, the moment they stepped into the forest, Chiba suddenly tensed his body. An overwhelming sense of malevolence seemed to permeate the surroundings. Though he had not entered sage mode, Chiba's perceptive abilities far exceeded those of an ordinary ninja. Perhaps even Kakashi Hatake had yet to detect the lurking danger, but Chiba had already sensed it. Such palpable malice could only emanate from one individual, the Mist's Ghost Man, the Seven Ninja Swordsman, Zabuza Momochi. Faced with a ninja of elite caliber, even among the Jonin, Chiba dared not let his guard down. In circumstances where he could not reveal his sage mode, he did not believe himself capable of directly confronting Zabuza. Often, the strength of teamwork proves essential. "Kakashi-sensei," Chiba cautioned, "I sense danger in the vicinity." That palpable malevolence. Were it Naruto who voiced such a warning, Kakashi might not have paid it much heed. However, Chiba had demonstrated his prowess through action, making vigilance imperative. I didn't expect to encounter a rather well-mannered young lad." A voice rang out, accompanied by a piercing sound slicing through the air above them. "Get down." Chiba had already anticipated this. He swiftly dodged past the decapitating sword. He had intended to attempt to subdue it, but it was still infused with Zabuza's chakra. Quick reactions indeed. Zabuza leapt from the woods, standing atop the decapitating sword. Gazing down upon them. "Hand over that old man to me promptly. It will spare us a fight, won't it?" The eyes beneath his forehead protector glinted with lethal intent. Konoha's copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. A serious expression crossed Zabuza's face. "I have heard of your renown since the days of the assassination squad." Kakashi faced Zabuza with utmost caution. This man had once single-handedly altered the selection process for ninjas in the hidden mist village. Merely the terror of his killing prowess warranted immense care. The mist silently enveloped them. The aura of death began to permeate the air. "Though I wish to eliminate that old man swiftly to rest." Zabuza's eyes flickered with a crimson glint. "It seems a bit difficult to avoid slaying you, Kakashi Hatake." With those words, he leapt from the decapitating sword, landing upon the surface of the water nearby. The mist thickened even further. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Before the eyes of all, Zabuza's towering figure vanished into the swirling fog. As the mist rose, visibility around them diminished, growing ever lower. In a formation of three, they shielded Dazuna. Above them in the forest, the voice of Momochi Zabuza resonated at just the right moment. 8 targets: the throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, and heart. Which vital point should one choose? Within the calmness of his voice, there lingered a hint of a thirst for slaughter. 6 o'clock, within 10 steps. Chiba remained composed, activating his maximum range of perception. Whoosh! The sound of a shuriken slicing through the air surged toward the direction he indicated. Zabuza's voice abruptly ceased. How could this be? His tone revealed a tinge of desperation. Kakashi Hatake, at this crucial moment, chose to trust Chiba. Though the mist-hidden technique was formidable, could it be that Zabuza was merely feigning indifference? Without the guidance of sound, discovering his presence would not be an easy task for Chiba. The vibrations in the air would cause subtle changes in the mist, which even an ordinary jonin would struggle to detect. However, for Chiba, who possessed the experience of Sage Mode training, it was not particularly challenging. It seemed that he must first deal with this little brat. Zabuza had identified the critical point. Naruto, Sasuke, stay vigilant. Chiba called out, drawing a kunai from his backpack, gripping it tightly in hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated sharply through the tranquil forest. The immense power emanating from Zabuza's great sword was somewhat taxing for Chiba. Quite strong for a brat. Zabuza's eyes, filled with murderous intent, suddenly drew near to Chiba. Unfortunately, he was still a fraction short. Zabuza's arm bulged with muscle, the surging power transmitting from the great sword. Leaf whirlwind. A fierce gust of power surged from his right side. At that critical moment, Kakashi Hatake finally arrived just in time. In close-quarters combat, Guy's taijutsu was the optimal choice. A precise strike to the head. Alas, the clear splash of water erupted, revealing that the Zabuza before him was merely a water clone. The aura of murder once again enveloped the surroundings. Kakashi Hatake of the Leaf Village was truly a formidable opponent. Amidst the thick fog, the sharp sound of slicing air resounded once more. Zabuza's great sword cleaved through the mist, heading straight for Kakashi's vital points. Sizzle! The water flowed apart, causing Kakashi's figure to shatter, scattering onto the grass. It was over. The kunai rested against Zabuza's neck, its glint reflecting Kakashi's murderous intent. Do you think such monkey tricks can kill me? Zabuza, held captive by the kunai, not only showed no signs of submission but grew even more arrogant. I am the demon of the mist, Momochi Zabuza. His voice echoed from behind Kakashi. Silent killing technique of the mist. The clash between the finely crafted kunai and the great sword produced a deafening sound of metal striking metal. Both of their powers were regarded as top tier among jonin, be it in physical combat or ninjutsu. Moreover, their backgrounds were strikingly similar. Kakashi Hatake was previously a member of the Umbu, where assassination missions were almost a daily routine for him. Zabuza Momochi, too, made his living through such covert operations. The dazzling clash of taijutsu stirred the hearts of all present. With a resounding thud, Zabuza seized upon a momentary lapse from Kakashi, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Kakashi, however, utilized this momentum to leap into the water. Yet, this jump led him directly into Zabuza's trap. Water style, water prison jutsu. The specially crafted water prison ensnared Kakashi, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. Chiba, witnessing this scene, could only facepalm in disbelief. It seemed that every shinobi in this battle was a master of cunning, each one more scheming than the last. Very well, you stay here, Zabuza stated coldly, pressing his hand against the water prison. I shall eliminate those little brats. The life of a ninja is no mere game. It is a dance on the precipice of death. As his words echoed, another figure emerged from the water beside him. Water style, water clone jutsu. You are no match for him, flee. Kakashi called out from within the prison. The water clone cannot stray too far from its original. His expression was one of urgency, filled with concern. As the team leader, allowing his students to fall into such peril was indeed a grave oversight. Kakashi-sensei, I believe that if we run, we might meet our end even quicker, Chiba interjected. Moreover, this contradicts my principles. Zabuza sneered, a confident little brat. You shall pay dearly for your reckless decision. Chiba, undeterred, retorted boldly, you need not worry about that. Sasuke, Naruto, protect Tazuna. With that, Chiba's figure vanished from sight. What a jest! Even facing Zabuza alone, Chiba felt he had a fair chance, let alone against a mere water clone with only a tenth of its original power. Even without utilizing Sage Mode, he could achieve a swift victory. The ferocious speed displayed by Chiba was far from that of a mere rookie fresh from the ninja academy. Observing this, Zabuza's pupils constricted, a foreboding sensation rising within him. Wind style, great breakthrough. A tempestuous gale erupted from Chiba's mouth. The sudden swirling mist obscured Zabuza's vision, while the howling wind drowned out all sound. One water clone seemed insufficient. Chiba's voice resonated behind Zabuza's clone. Zabuza's eyes widened in alarm as he raised his hand to strike. Yet, it was already too late. The finely crafted kunai in Chiba's hand had already found its way to Zabuza's neck. This was the hidden mist technique. In the fleeting moment before the clone's consciousness faded, it sensed Chiba's jutsu. However, for Zabuza, this was a profound humiliation, being defeated by one's own signature technique. Even as a mere water clone, it deeply wounded Zabuza's pride. However, one cannot truly blame Chiba. In such dense fog, the mist technique proves exceptionally useful. Fortunately, the reward from his previous mission included this ninjutsu. The impending confrontation is best left to Kakashi-sensei. Observing the predatory gaze of Momochi Zabuza, Chiba swiftly launched a shuriken assault. The flying shuriken sliced through the mist, heading straight for Zabuza's true form. At the moment of his instinctive evasion, the water prison technique was dispelled. The ever-prepared Hatake Kakashi seized the opportunity, striking at Zabuza's vital point with remarkable speed. Impressive. Uzumaki Naruto stared in awe at Chiba, who stood upon the water's surface, momentarily lost in thought. While they were paralyzed by Zabuza's menacing aura, Chiba single-handedly dispatched his water clone. Most crucially, this was an instantaneous kill. There was not a hint of hesitation. Utilizing wind release ninjutsu in conjunction with the mist technique for a lethal strike, Chiba had vanquished Zabuza's water clone with the very method Zabuza excelled at. To both Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, this was utterly absurd. Was there truly such a vast gulf between students who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy? Seeing this scene, Tazuna exhaled in relief. When Kakashi had been trapped in the water prison, he feared that it was the end. Yet, Chiba's appearance had turned the tide in an instant. Kakashi-sensei, I leave the rest to you. Chiba retreated, standing upon the water's surface. It was not a wise choice to remain in the center of the battlefield between two elite shinobi. In close combat, after a brief clash, the two abruptly separated. Momochi Zabuza was astonished to find that Kakashi's movements mirrored his own perfectly. How could this be? He roared inwardly. Wasn't the Sharingan supposed to replicate techniques only after witnessing them? Water release, water dragon bullet. A vast chakra surged into the river beneath his feet. In an instant, a torrent of water erupted from the riverbed. The enormous water dragon towered several meters high, exuding an immense sense of pressure. The two water dragons faced off, poised to strike at any moment. Zabuza, now wary, realized that Kakashi's combat prowess surpassed his expectations significantly. Boom! The water dragons clashed, unleashing a violent torrent that threatened to create a tsunami within the river. Towering waves crashed against the banks, creating a thunderous roar. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza submerged, intending to launch an attack from beneath the water. As a former ninja of the Hidden Mist Village, he was exceptionally skilled in underwater combat. However, Kakashi's Sharingan had already seen through his movements. At the moment Zabuza formed his hand seals, Kakashi had completed his own water release, great waterfall technique. A massive water sphere suddenly appeared before Kakashi. The rivers surrounding him momentarily receded by 1 or 2 levels, as he infused chakra into the water sphere. The immense orb possessed considerable lethality. How could this be? Momochi Zabuza roared under the impact of the water sphere. How could you possibly know what jutsu I intended to unleash? The tumultuous waters surged forth, producing a tremendous sound that created an illusion of deafening intensity. Zabuza crossed his executioner's blade over his chest, resolutely withstanding the force of the grand waterfall technique. Coughing violently, crimson blood erupted from his mouth, staining the bandages. He leaned against a great tree, struggling to rise once more, glaring furiously at the onlookers. How could I possibly fail to notice? Chiba's voice emerged from behind the tree. If you were to sever one of the vital points, such as the throat, I imagine you are more aware than I of the consequences. A chilling sensation emanated from his own neck, causing Zabuza to freeze in place, paralyzed by fear. In the face of death, few could suppress their primal instinctual terror. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha stood dumbfounded. They believed it was already implausible for Chiba to confront a mere water clone alone. Yet now, He had managed to get behind Momochi Zabuza, and astonishingly, he had a kunai poised at his neck. This was a man who had claimed countless lives. Chiba, don't you feel the slightest sense of trepidation? Naruto screamed internally. He could hardly fathom that Chiba, a peer of his, was so vastly superior. Even Sasuke, the most talented of their generation, found himself utterly astonished. How infuriating it was to be outdone by a peer. What could he possibly do to eliminate that man? A glimmer of red flickered in his eyes. The scene before him was overwhelmingly stimulating. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air echoed from afar as Chiba instinctively raised his defense. However, upon recognizing the incoming projectiles, he forcibly suppressed his reflexes. Two Senbon pierced directly into Zabuza's neck. Witnessing the spray of blood, Chiba exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he had not reached out to block. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly faced a tumultuous struggle. The crucial point was that, by doing so, his mission would have been jeopardized. Although the elimination of Zabuza was a foregone conclusion, Chiba was uncertain about the terms of this kill. If it counted as a kill by another, he might as well allow the other party to take the credit. However, that was far from guaranteed. To ensure the success of his mission, Chiba resolved that it was best to act himself. Moreover, there was a significant hidden task to consider, the naming of the bridge. Though it sounded rather embarrassing, one could not simply forego the rewards of a task. If heaven grants a gift and one fails to seize it, one indeed invites calamity. To pass up such an opportunity would be truly ungrateful. Chiba aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world, to become the master of the game board. The most crucial condition is to enhance one's own strength. Every opportunity must be seized without hesitation. I extend my gratitude for the battle against Zabuza Momochi. A boy donning a peculiar mask stood high upon a branch, providing me with the chance to deliver a fatal blow. Kakashi Hatake recognized the identity of the opponent through the mask, the pursuing ninja from the mist. In the face of Kakashi and his comrades' unwavering readiness, Haku appeared remarkably unfazed. He leaped down from the branch, approaching Chiba. Could you hand over the corpse to me? The mist requires its recovery. At that moment, Chiba naturally turned his gaze towards Kakashi, for such matters should primarily adhere to the judgment of the Jonin teacher in their team. After a brief exchange of glances with Kakashi, Chiba approached. Following a swift confirmation, Kakashi nodded and declared, confirmed deceased. You may take it. Haku accepted the lifeless body of Zabuza, offering a slight nod to the others before vanishing into the chill of the wind. Naruto Uzumaki watched Haku's disappearance with a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes. However, upon glancing at Chiba, his resolve to strive for greatness was reignited. Big brother Chiba, teach me how to become stronger, he exclaimed as he dashed towards Chiba. I want to work hard and become Hokage. Chiba sighed, exasperated. Naruto, why are you seeking me instead of Kakashi-sensei? Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression shifted to one of subtle embarrassment, having momentarily lost his composure upon witnessing Chiba's prowess. Yet, there was no need to consult Kakashi now. Chiba pointed out, the blue chakra is depleted. He has collapsed. The group turned toward the direction Chiba indicated, only to hear a thud. Kakashi had lost consciousness and fell to the ground. You too, assist Kakashi-sensei, Chiba commanded assertively, assuming leadership in this situation. I will maintain vigilance and protection. Fortunately, the journey ahead was devoid of perilous incidents, aside from a few petty thieves who emerged from the woods. Naruto was entrusted with handling them, swiftly sending them on their way. This left Chiba pondering the stark disparities among individuals in this world. Even a mere child of 10 could effortlessly defeat an adult as a ninja. No number of ordinary people could pose a threat to a ninja. It could be said that it is not the feudal lords who govern the nation, but rather those ninjas possessing unparalleled strength. Their words may carry more weight than those of the so-called feudal lords. After a long day of travel, they finally arrived at the home of Tazuna, who greeted them with joy. Upon reaching the small town, they were momentarily safe. Kaido dared not act openly against them here. His ambition lay in controlling everything in this nation, not merely relying on brute force. Tazuna explained to the group. Once Kakashi was settled, they commenced their first dinner at Tazuna's home. The exceedingly humble fare vividly reflects the state of this nation. However, Chiba is not one to be picky about food. In his past life, during times of destitution, he managed to survive an entire week on merely 3 coins. Given the present circumstances, his situation is undoubtedly vastly improved. The following day, at dawn, as sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room, Kakashi Hatake awakened from his stupor. Upon seeing Chiba and the others, his first words were an apology. I am truly sorry, everyone. My Sharingan drained my chakra, and I inadvertently succumbed to unconsciousness. Naruto Uzumaki reassured him, It's alright, sensei. Under Chiba's guidance, we encountered no significant difficulties. Kakashi shielded his face from the sunlight with his hand as he replied, I see. It appears you all are in need of training. In the woods adjacent to the Dasna household, Kakashi, leaning on his cane, elaborated on the principles of chakra control. Since a ninja's chakra is limited, it is imperative to master every ounce of it with precision. Only then can you achieve substantial advancements in your abilities. He then limped toward a nearby tree, stating, What you need to accomplish now is to adhere your chakra to your feet and climb to the top of the tree. With that, he awkwardly ascended the trunk, demonstrating a stable mastery of chakra that allowed him to firmly affix himself to the tree, hanging upside down from a branch. He regarded them with a smile, encouraging, You may give it a try. His gaze lingered particularly on Chiba. Each member of this team is quite extraordinary. Naruto is the host of the Nine Tails, Sasuke is the last scion of the Uchiha clan, and Chiba is a ninja brought back from Myōboku Mountain by Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. These details had been communicated to him well before he took charge of Team 7 by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was only due to Kakashi's extensive experience and formidable strength that he was entrusted with this team. Consequently, he found himself increasingly curious about Chiba's capabilities, sensing that he concealed a considerable amount of strength. Chiba shrugged, feeling somewhat resigned. He had anticipated this scenario. Sighing, he remarked, To be honest, I do not recommend showcasing my skills before them, as it might inflict a psychological blow on Naruto and Sasuke. With that, he stepped onto the trunk of the tree and, under Kakashi's expected gaze, successfully reached the top. It seems you require no training in this regard, Kakashi noted. However, I imagine you would be interested in ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes lit up. This suggestion was indeed appealing. His current repertoire of ninjutsu consisted entirely of techniques classified as C rank. Although at the rank of a lower ninja, one might already be considered quite formidable. In Chiba's eyes, this was far from sufficient. To say nothing of other matters, during the battle against Momochi Zabuza, the effectiveness of C-rank ninjutsu had proven somewhat inadequate. He required more potent and advanced techniques. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were practicing tree climbing. Kakashi Hatake nodded at Chiba and said, Chiba, come with me. Under the envious gazes of the two, Chiba followed Kakashi away, leaving Naruto and Sasuke to exchange defiant glances, each unwilling to concede to the other. I will surpass you, Naruto declared, brimming with determination, as if he would become Hokage the very next day. Sasuke, with a disdainful snort, naturally refrained from engaging in a debate with Naruto, given his proud disposition. Subsequently, the two began their frantic tree-climbing endeavors. Chiba accompanied Kakashi to a more tranquil setting. Chiba, I would like to know what ninjutsu you currently possess, Kakashi said, regarding Chiba with earnestness. Contemplating this question for a moment, Chiba replied, The techniques taught to me by Master Jiraiya are primarily foundational C-rank ninjutsu. I have dabbled in taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu, but I often rely on wind-release techniques, such as Great Breakthrough, Vacuum Sphere, and Gale Palm. Kakashi retrieved a piece of white paper from his bag and handed it to Chiba. This is chakra paper. Let us test your chakra nature. Chiba's eyes sparkled with interest at the sight of the paper, something he had long anticipated. He had forgotten to mention it to Jiraiya, but now he could finally conduct the test. Taking the chakra paper, Chiba infused it with his chakra. In the next moment, one half of the paper was sliced apart while the other half ignited in flames. Observing this, Kakashi pondered for a moment before saying, You possess both wind and fire chakra. An excellent combination. Wind enhances fire, and both types of ninjutsu are inherently offensive in nature. When combined, their power is significantly amplified. However, regrettably, I am not particularly proficient with these two types of ninjutsu. Kakashi shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. Of course, teaching you is still within my capabilities. Chiba's heart soared upon hearing Kakashi's words, akin to a roller coaster ride. Rest assured, due to time constraints, I have decided to teach you two ninjutsu. Chiba's eyes lit up instantly. What ninjutsu? Kakashi, with his signature deadpan expression, replied. Wind release, vacuum great sphere, and fire release, fire dragon fireball. These are the only two techniques that suit you among the limited repertoire I possess. Hearing the names of these two techniques, the brilliance in Chiba's eyes intensified. Both the Vacuum Great Sphere and Fire Dragon Fireball were remarkably powerful ninjutsu. Although unsure of how Kakashi had acquired them, it was known that he had formerly served as an Umbu ninja and was renowned for his ability to replicate techniques. The array of ninjutsu he possesses is truly countless, and these two techniques are not classified as forbidden arts. Rather, they are widely known. Under such circumstances, it is entirely reasonable for Kakashi Hatake to master these two forms of ninjutsu. Given your familiarity with wind release, Kakashi placed his staff under his arm, freeing his hands for the demonstration. Let us commence with the technique known as Vacuum Great Sphere. The hand seals required for this technique are not particularly complex. In contrast to the 44 seals of the Water Dragon Bullet, it consists of only 23: rat, ox, tiger, monkey, rooster, and others. As Kakashi elucidated the hand seals, Chiba began to experiment quietly. To his astonishment, his aptitude for wind release appeared to be rather remarkable. Of course, it is also possible that the techniques of Vacuum Great Sphere and Vacuum Sphere share a certain connection, which facilitated Chiba's learning process considerably. The rapid succession of hand seals elicited a glimmer of astonishment in Kakashi's eyes. Chiba's speed was hardly inferior to his own. Fortunately, he had his Sharingan and lightning release as a safety net. Otherwise, as a team leader, he would have lacked confidence. Wind release, Vacuum Great Sphere. With an unrelenting stream of hand seals and a continuous supply of chakra, Chiba successfully executed the technique. In that instant, a tempestuous gale gathered in his mouth, manifesting as a wind sphere several times the size of the vacuum sphere, which surged forth. Boom! The highly concentrated wind sphere collided with the trees before Chiba, shattering them with utter disregard. The formidable trunks succumbed to the onslaught, leaving only devastation in its wake. A pathway dozens of meters wide emerged, the earth overturned as if plowed. As far as the eye could see, trees lay toppled, debris strewn across the ground. Remarkable, Kakashi exclaimed, though this is your first time employing this technique. You exhibit no signs of awkwardness, and its power aligns perfectly with the standards of a B-rank jutsu. Truly a prodigy. He would not hesitate to shower such a student with praise. As for the Vacuum Great Sphere technique, I have nothing further to teach you, Kakashi stated. What remains is for you to practice on your own. Next, we shall delve into the study of fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Please demonstrate the other fire release techniques you have mastered. I need to ascertain your current capabilities. Chiba nodded and stood before the area ravaged by the Vacuum Great Sphere. The hand seals were swiftly executed. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Upon witnessing his hand seals, Kakashi discerned the technique Chiba intended to employ. The fire release, Great Fireball technique. He noted, recognizing its immense power, though its only weakness lay in its sluggish flight speed. No sooner had he spoken than searing flames erupted from Chiba's mouth, coalescing into a massive fireball that crackled and hissed. The Great Fireball soared forth, sweeping across the recently devastated ground. Boom! The Great Fireball exploded, transforming the earth into a charred wasteland. Chiba gazed in astonishment at the devastation wrought by the Great Fireball technique. Despite it being his inaugural use of this ninjutsu, its potency appeared remarkably impressive. A vast crater had formed before them, and in terms of sheer power, it rivaled some B-rank techniques. Kakashi Hatake nodded in satisfaction. While fire techniques had a solid foundation, the difficulty of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet surpassed that of ordinary B-rank ninjutsu considerably. Its hand signs were represented by the characters for the hours of the snake, horse, and others. Kakashi paused momentarily to elucidate the underlying knowledge. The Fire Dragon Flame Bullet necessitates the manipulation of flames to attack the enemy from various angles, thus requiring ninjas to possess a profound mastery of chakra. Before he could finish his explanation, he exclaimed, "Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet." A torrent of chaotic flames surged forth, engulfing all within sight. In an instant, everything was shrouded in charred remnants. Hey, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "Isn't this talent a bit over the top?" The might of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet far surpassed that of the Great Fireball technique. Chiba, while executing it, had not perceived any significant strain. It seemed that transitioning from explanation to mastery required little time at all. Kakashi stood there, astonished, gazing at the scene ravaged by flames. Each flame was infused with chakra, rendering their impact exceptionally formidable. Although Kakashi himself was a genius, Chiba's display of talent eclipsed his own. Truly, the seventh squad was anything but ordinary, Kakashi mused internally. Since you have already mastered this ninjutsu, there is little more I can teach you. My knowledge of fire and wind techniques is limited. Perhaps I shall propose a request to the third Hokage. He looked earnestly at Chiba and said, as for you, I consider you a competent ninja. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Chiba replied, a person who values gratitude. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi had shown him genuine kindness, and he would remember this favor. He had gradually begun to integrate into this world. For Chiba, everyone here was a living being imbued with emotions, rather than mere characters from a comic book in his previous life. This shift in perspective had allowed him to immerse himself more fully in this world, making him more amiable. Upon hearing Chiba's words of thanks, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively and said, actually, I have a request that requires your assistance. Chiba paused, inquiring, what is it? Teach Naruto and Sasuke to continue their training and offer them guidance when necessary. Kakashi articulated his request. My current physical condition does not allow for prolonged teaching. I failed to examine thoroughly before that pursuing ninja from the mist harbored an aura of strangeness. Moreover, the manner of Zabuza's demise was peculiar. Thus, I suspect he may not be dead. Chiba was already aware of this, yet a hint of surprise still flickered across his face. I must restore my body in the shortest time possible. Kakashi Hitaki's expression grew serious as he placed a hand on Chiba's shoulder and said, from here on, Naruto and Sasuke are in your hands. With a resigned nod, Chiba agreed. Soon after, he observed Kakashi retrieving a copy of Aika Paradise from his pocket. Due to the need for vigilance, he had refrained from reading it until now, but finally, he could indulge himself. Chiba's lips twitched, finding it hard to fathom. Truly, he was a worthy successor of Jiraiya, possessing the inherent genes of an old lecher. He sighed and chose to ignore Kakashi. Now that he had completed his ninjutsu training, it was time to check on the progress of the Leaf Prince and the second pillar. Chiba made his way to the spot where the two were practicing tree climbing. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha appeared somewhat disheveled. The substantial consumption of chakra and the relentless effort to reach the top had drenched their clothes with sweat. Sasuke seemed to be faring slightly better than Naruto due to his superior agility and chakra control. At this point, Naruto's head was practically throbbing. Hey, big brother Chiba. What brings you here? Naruto exclaimed upon noticing Chiba's arrival. I've completed my ninjutsu training. Chiba spread his hands, feeling somewhat exasperated. Kakashi-sensei needs to recuperate, so I was sent to supervise your training. Both boys stared at him in shock. After a long moment, Naruto shouted, what? You learned ninjutsu that quickly? It can't be some lowly E-rank technique like the 1,000 Years of Pain, right? It seemed Naruto harbored a deep-seated grievance regarding that particular technique. Chiba shook his head, teasingly withholding information. You'll find out soon enough. According to Kakashi's conjecture, Zabuza Momochi was likely allied with that mist ninja. Thus, before the next battle arrives, you must train diligently. Though he couldn't comprehend how a deceased person might return, Naruto grasped the latter part of Chiba's statement. All right, I will definitely train hard. Chiba looked at the simple-minded Naruto and couldn't help but reflect on how easy it was to manipulate him. Turning his gaze to Sasuke Uchiha, who remained silent and appeared deeply troubled, Chiba thought, this boy needs a suitable moment to be coaxed as well. Leaning against a large tree, Chiba basked in the dappled sunlight that caressed his face, evoking a sense of blissful relaxation. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness. Sometimes, life truly requires a balance of relaxation and effort. Chiba appeared like a dried salted fish, yet he called out, additionally, you two better focus on your training. Time is not meant to be squandered. Two small stones flew towards Naruto and Sasuke's foreheads. Fortunately, their forehead protectors shielded them, otherwise, it would have resulted in quite a bump. Damn it, Naruto Uzumaki has never concealed his emotions. Why is Chiba able to lie there like a lazy fish? The term lazy fish was something he learned from Chiba. Chiba remained leisurely, entirely unfazed by Naruto's complaints. Sasuke has made some progress, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately set aside his grievances and resumed his training. In his eyes, Sasuke Uchiha was the first person he aspired to surpass. As Sasuke advanced, Naruto found himself stagnant, which starkly highlighted the disparity between them. To avoid falling further behind, Naruto knew he must exert even greater effort. Yet, he was unaware that his innate talent was already extraordinarily formidable. Chiba reflected on memories from his previous life and shook his head. Despite the advantages he had, Naruto's natural gift could not be overlooked. Whether it was swiftly mastering ninjutsu, developing techniques, or devising multifaceted strategies, Naruto was undoubtedly a genius in every regard. Perhaps his earlier antics had squandered some of that talent, but now he was beginning to shine. Observing the increasing marks on the tree, Chiba's expression grew serious. As a player with advantages, he could not afford to slacken his efforts. Although he appeared to be lying on the ground like a lazy fish, Chiba was diligently extracting his chakra to expand his capacity. In this world, while jonin may seem powerful, they ultimately remain expendable. After all, danger lurks everywhere. Days of relentless training had taken a toll on both Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi Hatake was focused on recovering from his injuries, which meant he was fixated on the book Ika Paradise, reluctant to part with it. Chiba practiced chakra extraction and the speed of hand seals, making sure to utilize every moment wisely. Let us take a short break, Chiba suggested. I'd like to share some additional details. Upon hearing this, Naruto eagerly rushed to Chiba's side. Even Sasuke, with his proud demeanor, could not resist the allure of enhancing his strength and obediently took a seat. You both possess an impressive amount of chakra, enough to make many envious. Chiba candidly pointed out their strengths. Both Naruto and Sasuke were exceptional talents, one hailing from the Uzumaki clan and the other from the Uchiha clan. Their chakra reserves were beyond what ordinary ninjas could aspire to. However, this also posed a significant obstacle in their training. Therefore, controlling the amount they used each time became the focal point of their practice. Chiba shared his insights with them, and it seemed they understood. Subsequently, they devoted themselves to even more rigorous training. Finally, as the moon ascended to the treetops, they successfully reached the summit, albeit utterly exhausted. Disregarding their protests, Chiba hoisted one of them over his shoulder and made his way to the home of Tazuna. Hey, Chiba, this is quite embarrassing, Naruto pleaded. I still possess a modicum of strength. You may set me down now. Sasuke Uchiha has yielded. Do not dwell on such trifles. A smile of delight was unmistakably etched upon Chiba's face. There is nothing more amusing than witnessing the two of them at a loss. After rigorous training, rest is of paramount importance. Their swift traversal through the forest soon brought them to the doorstep of Tazuna's abode. Naruto, push open the door. With a scowl, Naruto Uzumaki complied and opened the door. Kakashi Hatake observed Chiba carrying the two, his expression one of bemusement. What is this? Chiba nonchalantly replied, Oh, I was concerned they might overexert themselves, so I brought them back like this. Naruto and Sasuke crossed their arms, turning their faces away in a display of petulance. Let us dine first, Tazuna urged. The bridge is nearly complete, and tomorrow you must safeguard the workers. Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes brightened. Is the mission finally reaching completion? After dinner, Naruto and Sasuke retired early, fatigue evident in their weary bodies. Carrying them felt akin to lugging two desiccated fish, utterly devoid of resistance. Among them, Naruto appeared particularly affected. Had Chiba not transported him, he would likely have delayed their journey significantly. Walking was arduous for him, illustrating the intensity of his training. Chiba, come with me, Kakashi said after dinner. By this time, his injuries had nearly healed, at least superficially. Chiba nodded and followed Kakashi outside. Tazuna's house was situated by the dock, with the vast sea stretching behind it. Standing on the wooden planks, Chiba felt the caress of the sea breeze. The nocturnal ocean held a unique allure. Chiba, I have an ominous premonition. Tomorrow's completion will undoubtedly herald significant events. Kakashi's eyes were filled with seriousness. Chiba nodded and inquired. So, will Zabuza Momochi undoubtedly appear? Not just him, but also that pursuing ninja from the mist. Kakashi seemed to ponder more deeply. I can hold Zabuza at bay. But that boy's prowess, he trailed off, clearly reluctant to burden Chiba with excessive pressure. However, Chiba discerned Kakashi's thoughts and smiled. Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei. Tomorrow, you need only focus on dealing with Zabuza. Seeing the confident smile on Chiba's face, Kakashi felt a weight lift from his heart. With your assurance, I feel considerably more at ease. Now we await the dawn. Kakashi gazed out at the distant sea, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed in, everyone was prepared to embark. Naruto appeared somewhat exhausted. Kakashi Hatake observed Naruto Uzumaki, who remained sprawled on the tatama mat, feeling a twinge of exasperation. As the least reliable yet unexpectedly capable ninja of Team 7, Naruto required awakening. You ought to rouse him, Chiba suggested. Naruto's recovery rate is remarkably swift. A flicker of surprise crossed Kakashi's face. You've noticed, too? Chiba shook his head and elaborated. Jiraiya-sensei once shared numerous tales about the ninja world, including the Uzumaki clan. He paused, refraining from divulging further details. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes widened with astonishment as he regarded Naruto with a newfound perspective. So, Naruto was a member of a special clan? He clenched his teeth in quiet determination. Chiba sensed Sasuke's unusual demeanor, aware that memories of the Uchiha clan stirred within him. To deepen their bond, sometimes sharing an equal status proved beneficial. Kakashi warned, these matters should remain confidential. Naruto's identity is somewhat unique. Chiba nodded and took a step closer, tapping Naruto on the head. Naruto, it's time for us to depart. Startled, Naruto sprang to his feet. Where are the enemies? Time to set off. If you delay any further, Chiba replied calmly, we may have no choice but to abandon you. In a flurry, Naruto hurriedly donned his attire. The five-member team officially embarked towards the bridge. Before leaving, Chiba glanced back at Tazuna's home, smiling. What's with you, Chiba? Kakashi noted a peculiar air about Chiba today. Nothing, let us make haste. We aim to complete the bridge today and provide this nation with a resolution. Chiba adjusted his ninja tool pouch and moved forward, meticulously ensuring every detail of the mission was accounted for. He could not afford to let anyone down this time. After traversing a considerable distance, they finally reached the bridge. However, the sight before them left everyone aghast. All the bridge workers lay on the ground, their faces contorted in agony. Tazuna, witnessing this scene, rushed towards the workers in a panic. Phew, thankfully, no lives are in danger. Yet, in the next moment, a thick fog enveloped the area, and a palpable aura of menace descended upon the bridge. Zabuza Momochi is here. The swiftest to react were not Chiba or Kakashi, but Sasuke and Naruto, who, like startled cats, swiftly drew kunai from their tool pouches, bracing for confrontation. Chiba silently positioned himself before Tazuna, prioritizing the protection of their client. After all, the core of his hidden mission revolved around this elderly gentleman. If anything were to happen to Tazuna, the hidden task would be rendered futile. The sound of whistling winds surged from all directions. It is utterly impossible to ascertain the source of the attack. Ding ding ding. Kakashi Hitaki made the most astute judgment. In that instant, several shurikens shot forth, filling the air with a continuous clattering of metal. Kakashi, long time no see. The figure of Zabuza Momochi emerged from the dense fog. The recent probing attack had already demonstrated that a sneak assault holds little efficacy against a ninja of Kakashi's caliber. You are indeed alive. Kakashi Hitaki's expression turned grave as he noticed the young boy beside Zabuza, the genius ninja clad in a Kirigakure Umbu mask. Haku, leave Kakashi to me, Zabuza commanded, his gaze sweeping past Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki to settle on Chiba. In Zabuza's mind, this young ninja had left the most profound impression. Unfazed, Chiba met his gaze and spread his arms wide. My mission is to protect the client, Mr. Tazuna. Therefore, I shall leave the fighting to you. Do not lay a finger on my client, or else. As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The battle will take a turn you least desire. Chiba would not spare anyone who obstructed his mission. When necessary, revealing his trump card was certainly an option. Kakashi nodded, feeling reassured by this scene. Entrusting Tazuna to Chiba was the most prudent choice. Compared to him, both Naruto and Sasuke fell significantly short, in terms of both strength and temperament. With that being said, it seems I must first eliminate you. Zabuza glared at Kakashi, his right hand resting on the hilt of his executioner's blade. I'm more than willing to oblige. With those words, the two engaged in combat. A powerful force erupted from the point of their collision. Neither of them unleashed their full strength, each exerting considerable restraint, perhaps mindful of the ongoing battles around them. Sasuke Uchiha seized the initiative, launching a kunai directly at Haku. Haku's response was remarkably swift. He deftly positioned his Sunbon to counter the kunai. The two were evenly matched in strength, yet one could discern the strain on Sasuke's clenched jaw. Now the advantage is mine, Haku asserted confidently. Chiba observed their duel intently, noticing that while one hand blocked Sasuke's attack, Haku's other hand began forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Kakashi also took note of this, his pupils contracting in disbelief. How is it possible to perform hand seals with one hand? Zabuza thrust forward with renewed vigor, forcing Kakashi back. Haku's talent is beyond your imagination, he declared, pride evident in his tone. TSK, TSK. Chiba mused inwardly. Though he possesses an advantage, one must not overlook the capabilities of others. He greatly envied the one-handed hand seal technique. The secret art, 1,000 kills water surge. The mist coalesced into dozens of water spears, locking onto Uchiha Sasuke. In the next moment, a chilling light surged forth. Fortunately, Uchiha Sasuke reacted swiftly, leaping away from his original position to evade the attack. Sasuke, I'm here to help you. Uzumaki Naruto, unwilling to be sidelined, joined the fray. In a battle of physical prowess, White could suppress Uchiha Sasuke alone, but with Naruto's involvement, it became somewhat challenging. He feigned a flaw, utilizing the water body technique to extricate himself from the melee. Be cautious, I shall now become serious. Ice release secret technique, demonic mirror ice crystals. The water on the ground and the mist in the air began to gather. Ice mirrors materialized before Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, enclosing them within. The battle shifted once more. Meanwhile, within the home of Tazuna, a loud crash resounded. Two sword-wielding warriors burst into the room. Who are you? Tsunami looked at the two with fear, her bowl shattering on the floor. This should suffice as a hostage, right? The warriors' gazes were dangerously intense. The sound of the broken dishes drew Inari from within the room. Who are you? He stammered in panic upon seeing the warriors. I recall Boss Kaido mentioning. One of the warriors spoke, seemingly only needing a single hostage. With a slight push of his thumb, his long sword slowly emerged from its sheath. Honestly, I believe. A voice emanated from behind the two. Kaido himself is in dire straits, yet still he thinks of hostages? Brother Chiba. Inari's face broke into a joyous expression. Chiba's appearance turned the tide of the crisis. He had anticipated the hostage situation and had awakened Uzumaki Naruto beforehand to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, the task of naming the bridge would indeed be difficult to accomplish. Hey, aren't you supposed to be over at the bridge? The warriors slightly bent their postures, hands resting on the hilts of their swords, their gazes icy. Shadow clone technique. Chiba pointed to his forehead protector, declaring, I am a ninja. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. If it's a clone, then let us send you on your way. In an instant, they erupted like wild beasts, their swords unsheathed with ferocity, aimed directly at Chiba's vital points. It must be said, this attack was nothing short of exquisite. The duo's coordination bore no flaws, both in angle and force, leaving no room for error. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong opponent. The Chiba before them, even if merely a clone, was not someone they could contend with. Earlier, Chiba had sought Uzumaki Naruto's guidance on the shadow clone technique. Though this ninjutsu is notoriously difficult to master, after numerous practice sessions, Chiba had already grasped its essence. The only regret was that his chakra was somewhat limited, preventing him from executing the multi-shadow clone technique. Bang! Bang! Swift in arrival, equally swift in departure. Two warriors, perhaps perceived as perilous by the average person. Yet, before Chiba, they bore no distinction from the common folk. Two sharp elbow strikes landed upon their necks. With their reaction speed, they scarcely discerned the nature of Chiba's assault. Crack! A crisp sound echoed from their necks. For those approaching with murderous intent, Chiba showed no mercy, sending them directly to meet the Grim Reaper. Though, given their caliber, they may not even encounter him. Chiba dragged the two men and unceremoniously cast them into the sea. It seemed a fitting final resting place. He understood that the land of waves held a tradition of water burials. Upon Chiba's return to the room, Tsunami and her son had tidied up the space. Thank you. Tsunami inclined her body slightly, her words laced with gratitude. Chiba waved his hand dismissively, replying, It was my duty. You should find a place to hide for now. The chakra of my shadow clone is limited and cannot protect you indefinitely. Tsunami nodded and departed with Inari. Dasna had anticipated such a need and had prepared a refuge in advance. As he watched the two figures fade into the distance, Chiba dispelled the shadow clone, the memories of that time swiftly merging back into his consciousness. On the bridge, Chiba sensed the return of his memories and exhaled a sigh of relief. This task appeared to be secure. The battle raged on, yet it remained a one-sided onslaught. The shadow clone technique was employed repeatedly. Naruto, embodying a brawler, demonstrated the essence of chakra through action. Sasuke, seizing moments between attacks, sought a breakthrough against the relentless assault. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Zabuza found themselves locked in a deadly confrontation. Ninja art, hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring all vision. Zabuza claimed to have seen through the so-called Sharingan. Under his self-hypnotic rhetoric, the Sharingan seemed trivial. Yet, Zabuza lacked the courage to confront the Sharingan directly. In such dense mist, Chiba's visibility was severely compromised. Without any bloodline limit, his vision remained unremarkable. However, his experience in Sage Mode endowed him with sensory abilities far surpassing that of an ordinary ninja. "Chiba, be cautious." Kakashi seemed to sense something amiss, calling out to Chiba. Yet, Zabuza's form had already materialized behind Dazna. Everything appeared to be too late. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated across the bridge. "Did I not say not to harm Uncle Dazna?" A chill laced Chiba's voice. Zabuza suddenly realized the brilliance of golden light emanating from Chiba's eyes. Locking gazes with Chiba, the seasoned killer Zabuza felt an unfamiliar surge of fear rise within him. What manner of eyes are these? In his heart, Momochi Zabuza murmured, feeling his body stiffen as if enveloped in an icy chill. At this moment, Chiba had already entered Sage Mode. Although he was confident in confronting Momochi Zabuza in his normal state, he could not guarantee the safety of Dazna. To err on the side of caution, he had no choice but to adopt Sage Mode, which provided the greatest assurance. His kunai pressed firmly against the executioner's blade. Despite being a finely crafted kunai of superior quality, it was still a formidable challenge to withstand one of the 7 ninja swords, the executioner's blade. Within just a few breaths, cracks began to appear. "Interfering, are we? Then I shall eliminate you first." The faint fear within him only served to awaken the latent ferocity buried deep within Zabuza's heart. With the moniker of the Demon of the Mist, he could hardly be considered a normal person. Although he was uncertain of the nature of Chiba's eyes, that did not deter him from eliminating the youth before him. The executioner's blade was suddenly raised, slicing through the air with a whistling force, aimed directly at Chiba's head. The momentum suggested it would cleave him in two. However, Chiba in Sage Mode was significantly enhanced. If Chiba in his normal state might have found it challenging to face Zabuza, now he was capable of overwhelming him. Sage chakra surged through his legs. Crack! A massive pit erupted on the bridge he had just constructed. The terrifying speed was vividly demonstrated in Chiba. Just as Zabuza had barely lifted the executioner's blade and was preparing to strike down, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Before he could discern what this shadow truly was, a powerful force struck him in the chest. Leaf Hurricane. This was the taijutsu Chiba had mastered most adeptly, though the name may seem somewhat juvenile. Its effectiveness was indeed unexpectedly remarkable. In such close combat, taijutsu proved to be the optimal choice. Zabuza was instantly sent flying, tumbling over several dozen meters, leaving his head somewhat dazed. Struggling to support the executioner's blade, he managed to rise, shaking his head in disbelief. How is this possible? How can such a little brat possess such formidable strength? His booming voice echoed across the bridge. It seemed that this kick had left him with some lingering aftereffects. His bloodshot eyes glared at everyone like a wild beast. Kakashi Hitaki shot a stunned glance at Chiba, unable to fathom that his student harbored such hidden prowess. At this moment, Chiba had exited Sage Mode, yet his perfect control allowed him to re-enter this state at will, should his chakra permit. Remaining in that form indefinitely was not out of the question. "Kakashi-sensei, I leave Zabuza to you," Chiba explained, spreading his hands in a somewhat helpless manner. That last attack could only be executed once within a short span of time. The secret technique imparted by Master Jiraiya is still beyond my complete mastery. Regardless, I shall leave it all to Jiraiya. After all, he won't be returning to the village anytime soon. Chiba felt reassured by this. In this perilous ninja world, concealing one's true strength is indeed imperative. Chiba does not believe he is favored by this world, allowing him to recklessly court danger. Even with a certain level of power, he can merely ensure his own survival. Although Kakashi Hitaki harbored some doubts after spending so much time together, he ultimately chose to trust Chiba. At that moment, Zabuza Momochi appeared to be as tenacious as a cockroach that refuses to die. The Konoha whirlwind, infused with Sage Chakra, was undeniably formidable. Yet, even so, Zabuza merely coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood before charging forward once more with his executioner's blade. Kakashi remained focused in battle, his gaze untainted by doubt. His singular objective was clear: to eliminate Zabuza. The two figures collided repeatedly within the mist. The sound of metal clashing resonating like a stirring symphony, gradually reaching a crescendo. Just as the climax approached, another sound intertwined with the music, elevating the entire composition to its peak. Boom. The malevolent chakra surged upon the bridge. Chiba's expression momentarily faltered as he observed another battlefield. It was none other than the chakra of the Nine Tails. The release of Nine Tails chakra ignited Naruto Uzumaki, causing his latent power to explode forth. Enhanced on all fronts. He reached his pinnacle in that instant. How terrifying. Chiba gazed at the conflict involving Naruto, his eyes wide with astonishment. The fearsome speed and overwhelming strength were unleashed as he fought purely on instinct. The current Naruto resembled a mindless beast, his sole purpose being the annihilation of the foe before him, Haku. Though the crystal ice mirrors were strong, Naruto, empowered by Nine Tails chakra, shattered them as easily as a common mirror. Crack! In an instant, Haku was expelled from his technique, crashing onto the bridge. The next moment, Naruto surged forward, his limbs pounding against the ground as he raced across the bridge. The sinister chakra swirled around him, as if a malevolent entity was clawing its way out of the depths of hell. Chiba stood at a considerable distance, yet he could still sense the brutality and cruelty of the unleashed chakra. TSK, everyone has their own cheat. In this world, it is indeed challenging to make a name for oneself without a little extra help. Just as Naruto's fist was about to collide with Haku's face, the mist mask slipped from Haku's visage. Upon recognizing the somewhat familiar face before him, Naruto froze in place. How could it be you? Naruto was utterly unprepared to face the young man he had encountered during his training as his adversary. Why has he stopped? I have indeed killed the one you sought to protect. In his pure eyes, devoid of any impurities, Bai gazed earnestly at the swirling Naruto before him. Confounded, Naruto pondered how someone with such a snow-like innocence could be entangled with Zabuza, a ninja who had taken countless lives. Under the weight of his inquiries, Bai recounted his past, a narrative that profoundly shook Naruto, a necessary rite of passage in his growth. Quietly, Chiba's shadow clone materialized behind Bai. Have you come to kill me as well? In the mist, Bai exhibited an extraordinary sense of perception. Chiba shook his head, replying no. I merely wish to seek your guidance on the art of one-handed hand seals. Bai's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that. At such a critical moment, this youth would entertain the notion of learning from an adversary. Ah, Naruto, Chiba said, glancing at the sorrowful Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke is currently in a critical state. I advise you to check on him. If any unforeseen events arise, he may truly be lost. Although a considerable distance separated them from Uchiha Sasuke, Chiba's perceptive abilities allowed him to sense the vibrant flame of life emanating from Sasuke. The Konoha 12 were not so easily extinguished, and especially not Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing this, a look of joy illuminated Naruto's face. Really? Is it true? The whisker-like marks on his cheeks quivered slightly, mirroring his current emotional state. If you delay any longer, he may perish, Chiba said with exasperation. This fool had no awareness, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he still wished to learn the art of one-handed seals. Quite surprising indeed. I turned to Chiba, softly remarking, I did not expect such a formidable ninja to emerge from a recently graduated team. Chiba resisted Bai's gaze, feeling a twinge of resentment. Why must someone so aesthetically pleasing be male? This sentiment had long lingered in Chiba's heart, a profound grievance from his past life. Such coincidences were often perplexing. Moreover, even in my absence, the outcome of this battle was predetermined. Chiba silently recited the mantra of tranquility, restoring his composure. Let us refrain from such discussions. I require the methodology for one-handed hand seals. In return, I shall grant you one request. Upon hearing this, Bai's smile blossomed like a resplendent plum blossom in the harsh winter. Very well. He was a person capable of seeing beyond circumstances, even in the face of death. The greatest challenge of the one-handed seal lies not in the 12 basic hand signs, but rather in the flow of chakra within the body during its execution. Bai, without hesitation, imparted the entirety of the one-handed seal technique to Chiba. Chiba committed it to memory and inquired, Is there anything I can do to assist you? Bai's smile remained, as vibrant as the most brilliant flower amidst dense fog. If possible, please lay me to rest alongside Zabuza. This response left Chiba momentarily speechless. To be honest, he did not wish to oppose such a pure-hearted individual. In this world of relentless conflict, such purity had become a burden. Given that the outcome of battle was inevitable, it would be better for him to choose the result that follows the fight. Zabuza, as a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, was perpetually pursued by the village's Umbu. Even in death, his corpse risked being taken by his pursuers. The words were harsh. Yet the speaker's expression remained devoid of emotion, as if recounting an ordinary occurrence. Chiba nodded and said, "I will handle it appropriately. So please kill me." White tilted his head slightly, gazing at Chiba. As a suitable instrument, dying in battle would be the best conclusion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bridge, Kakashi Hatake and Zabuza found themselves at an impasse in their confrontation. Summoning jutsu. Kakashi, being a skilled technician from Konoha, possessed a diverse array of ninjutsu. The moment the summoning scroll was pressed against the ground, the ninja dog squad sprang into action. The bridge's surface creaked ominously. Chiba watched this scene with a shake of his head and a sigh, realizing that this would delay matters for another 2 days. Blood from Kakashi still stained the beheading sword. Tracking him down would not pose a significant challenge for the ninja dog squad. Boom. Several ninja dogs erupted from beneath the bridge, their sharp, sturdy teeth swiftly immobilizing Zabuza. Being recorded in the annals of various ninja villages was not solely due to the Sharingan. Kakashi's lowered right hand crackled with lightning. The tangible blue chakra surged through his fingers. Lightning cutter. Chiba's shadow clone turned to White and remarked, "Perhaps that is your ultimate fate." No sooner had the words left his lips than White's figure vanished from before him. The furious lightning flickered and danced in Kakashi's grasp. The scarlet Sharingan captured every minute detail. Whoosh. Kakashi's figure disappeared, his right hand lunging like a spear of thunder towards Zabuza's heart. Uft. Zabuza, staring at the shadow before him, trembled slightly. The outcome of the battle had not changed. White, as Zabuza's tool, lay dead before him. The raised beheading sword swung toward Kakashi, entirely disregarding White's existence. Chiba keenly observed Zabuza's trembling hands. His dilated pupils and unfocused gaze gave him an almost deranged appearance. The moment White perished, the heart of the mist's ghost, Zabuza, was thrown into complete disarray. At this point, he could not contend with Kakashi. Let alone Chiba in his normal state, he would be easily slain. The chaotic battle held no chance against Kakashi. Just as the cold kunai was poised to pierce his throat, Zabuza finally regained his senses. With a swift strike of his beheading blade, Zabuza sought to engage Kakashi in a desperate exchange. However, Kakashi, still in prime condition, would never commit such a grave error. He deftly thrust a kunai into Zabuza's right arm, where he gripped the beheading blade, rendering Zabuza utterly incapacitated. The injuries to his arms, coupled with significant blood loss and a disordered mindset, left Zabuza in a state worse than that of a mere genin. The only aspect to be wary of was the madness gradually taking hold in his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from the other side of the fog. Was that all you had? Zabuza, you are unexpectedly somewhat endearing. The diminutive Kaido approached with a cane in hand. At times, entrusting matters to you ninjas feels rather redundant. He exemplified the essence of a villain. His expression radiated triumph, and his gait was ostentatious, completely disregarding the presence of others. Has this little brat met his demise? Speaking of which, I still have an account to settle with him. With that, Kaido raised his cane and aimed it at Haku's face. Boom. A violent gust swept between Kakashi and Zabuza. Bang. The terrifying force instantly reached Kaido. As Chiba's full power strike landed squarely, like a rolling gourd, Kaido's lifeless body tumbled towards the ragtag group he had brought along. Haku's death was of his own choosing. Chiba cast a cold glance at Zabuza. As for protecting his and your remains, that is my decision. Kaido is dead. The rest is up to you, Zabuza. Chiba was a man of his word. Although his methods were perceived as extreme by others, Zabuza found the hostility in his gaze diminishing upon looking at Chiba. With Kaido now deceased, Zabuza's hands hung low, blood dripping steadily to the ground. Drip, drop, drip, like sand slipping through an hourglass. Zabuza struggled to suppress the murderous intent within. With Haku's death, the world grew dim once more. Thus, there was no longer a need to continue the fight. Little brat, lend me a kunai. Zabuza, with teeth sharp as a beast's, tore the bandages from his face. Upon hearing this, Chiba sent the spinning kunai from his fingers directly towards Zabuza. Clang. The sound of teeth clashing against the kunai rang clear, though Zabuza was grievously injured. His title as the demon of the hidden mist was not without merit. Even without the use of his hands, when faced with the warriors before him, he was like a ferocious tiger among sheep, utterly unstoppable. In an instant, the ground was strewn with corpses. At that moment, Naruto approached, supporting Sasuke. Is he dead? Naruto's voice trembled as he gazed at Haku's lifeless form on the ground. Indeed, Chiba's expression remained calm, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Haku had fulfilled his ideals in his final moments. Was his name truly Haku? Naruto Uzumaki's eyes drooped slightly, his voice taking on a low, contemplative tone. A person, much like their name, embodies purity. Upon hearing this, Chiba observed a hint of surprise on Naruto's face, astonished to hear such philosophical words from him. It seemed that this mission had indeed fostered considerable growth within him. However, Chiba himself had also made significant strides, not solely in strength, but more so in his mindset. The encounter with Zabuza Momochi had imparted upon Chiba the harsh realities of the ninja world. This realm was no longer a mere figment of imagination. It was starkly real. A misstep, a moment of carelessness, could lead one to plummet into an abyss. After a sigh, he turned his gaze to the other side of the bridge. Zabuza's battle was drawing to a close. Severely wounded, he bore multiple weapons embedded in his back, presenting a gruesome sight. The samurai looked upon this man with trepidation, their weapons trembling in their hands. Zabuza had even lost the courage to face them. With the last remnants of his strength, he staggered towards Haku. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. "Ha! This man has fallen too. Brothers, it is time for vengeance. Let us slay this band of ninjas and plunder the town clean." This rabble was nothing more than a group that preyed on the weak. Chiba stood behind Zabuza, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Chiba's cheeks bulged as the air around him seemed to be instantaneously evacuated. A torrent of chaotic wind erupted from Chiba's mouth, enveloping the samurai entirely. There was no semblance of resistance. Before the cannon-like vacuum great sphere, they were launched into the air without a chance to retaliate. The foremost among them even found their bodies cracking, drenched in blood, a truly harrowing sight. Chiba shook his head, lamenting the fragility of life. Had he unleashed the complete version of the vacuum great sphere, would it not have reduced them to mere pulp? He did not spare a glance at those who had lost the will to resist. Under the onslaught of the weakened vacuum great sphere, the dead lay lifeless, and the wounded were left in agony. Kakashi and Chiba approached Zabuza. "Can I have one last look at that guy?" Zabuza's voice was exceedingly faint. Kakashi reached out to assist him, but Chiba intervened first. As he laid Zabuza beside Haku, he seized the opportunity to deliver a final strike. Chakra surged from his palm, shattering Zabuza's heart. "Haku, I truly wish to be with you in another place." Tears streamed down his face. The curtain fell on the tale of Zabuza Momochi, the Mist Demon. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Chiba's mind. Sign-in task for the Land of Waves completed. Rewards are being dispensed. Task rewards successfully distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 8 Gates technique. The shadow that had long lingered in his heart began to dissipate slightly. Chiba felt a surge of related knowledge flooding his mind. Truly, it was a forbidden technique, and its terrifying nature was undeniable. Although he had already mastered the 8 Gates of Duanjia, he lacked the confidence to execute it. To be precise, learning the 8 Gates technique was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in enhancing one's physical capabilities. Activating the 8 Gates inflicts unimaginable damage upon the body. Without a physique as formidable as Guy's, attempting to forcefully unlock the 8 Gates would surely lead to regret. Chiba shook his head, momentarily burying this ninjutsu deep within his heart. For now, the 8 Gates could only serve as a trump card. Until his physical prowess reached a certain level, this forbidden technique would remain unused. Chiba turned to Kakashi Hitaki and said, "Teacher Kakashi, let us bury them." Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki was already in a pitiful state, crying uncontrollably. Kakashi's expression also bore a hint of sorrow. In contrast, Sasuke Uchiha appeared somewhat indifferent, perhaps accustomed to the concept of death. Nevertheless, this incident weighed heavily on Chiba. In the forest surrounding the Land of Waves, he chose a suitable spot to bury the two. This was his promise. Despite being adversaries, Chiba held a deep admiration for Haku. A promise made must be fulfilled. This was the foundation of his character and the creed of a ninja. Chiba had gradually discovered his own path as a ninja, one where words were followed by actions. It seemed that Naruto's path as a ninja was not dissimilar. Initially, Chiba had other thoughts upon meeting Naruto, but as their interactions grew, he acknowledged the existence of this younger brother. Regardless of who influenced whom, or if both were affected, Chiba was willing to embrace this development. A ninja worthy of respect. Kakashi gazed at the unmarked gravestone, lost in profound contemplation. "Teacher Kakashi, Must a ninja be destined to become a mere tool? Naruto asked, voicing the question that weighed heavily on his heart. The notion of a ninja should not solely revolve around the pursuit of existential meaning. It was paramount to regard oneself as a tool. With his hands in his pockets, Kakashi's gaze was deep and reflective. The ninjas of Konoha were no different. The setting sun gradually sank on the horizon, mirroring the collective mindset of those present. Then, what if we attempt to forge our own paths as ninjas? Chiba leaned against a great tree, his eyes fixed on the unmarked gravestone. Though this path was fraught with difficulty, it was certainly worth a try. What do you think, Naruto? His compelling gaze met that of Naruto Uzumaki's. As if inspired, Naruto's eyes gradually brightened with clarity. All right, I've made my decision. I too will carve out my own path as a ninja, just like Brother Chiba, a path I shall never regret. The construction of the bridge continued unabated. Though Tao Di Zaibujang struck the bridge builders, he did not take their lives. Consequently, after a brief period of recuperation, they returned to their work. With the protection of Qian Ye and his companions, the workers approached their tasks with renewed vigor. Nonetheless, it still took 3 days for the construction to be completed. As they gazed upon the magnificent bridge, the people understood that the fate of Budaguo had been irrevocably altered. However, Dadaar realized that they were merely supporting characters in this narrative. It was indeed the young man named Qian who had instigated the true transformation of this nation. Although several days had passed, to Dadaar, it felt as if the events had unfolded only yesterday. The decisive actions of Qian and the instantaneous demise of Kaido. Kaido's death precipitated the collapse of his company, and with the absence of threats from samurai and assassins, Budaguo could finally flourish. Most importantly, Dadaar learned from his grandson that Qian Ye had left a contingency plan to ensure the safety of him and his mother. This act of kindness would forever be etched in his memory. Uncle Dadaar, does this bridge have a name? Qian Ye inquired while surveying the structure. Caught off guard by the question, Dadaar now paused. Well, I hadn't thought about it yet. However, your inquiry has sparked a rather splendid idea. Qian Ye felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained a composed demeanor. What idea? Dadaar gazed toward the opposite bank of the bridge and remarked, thanks to you, Budaguo has truly emerged from the shadows. Henceforth, let it be called An Yer Da Chao. As soon as Dadaar finished speaking, the system's notification chimed in synchrony. Hidden task completed, rewards being distributed, rewards successfully granted. Congratulations to the host for the enhancement of C-rank ninjutsu power, doubled. Upon hearing the notification resonate in his mind, he had exhaled in relief. Despite the numerous obstacles, he had managed to complete the task. C-rank ninjutsu, even in the later stages, would provide formidable combat capability. It was swift to execute, required little energy, and held considerable power. To be candid, Qian Ye felt that the reward for this task was quite generous. The doubling of C-rank ninjutsu power ignited his imagination. In future encounters with other ninjas, should an adversary unleash a fireball technique towering over a person, its own fireball technique could consume it entirely. Such a spectacle was truly alluring. Very well, it is time for us to depart. Shimu Kakashi waved farewell to the people of Budaguo, signaling the conclusion of their mission as they embarked on their journey home. While on the road back, Qian Ye suddenly recalled something. It seems the Dongren Shi is approaching, is it not? The journey back to Wiyet was devoid of significant danger. Notably, any petty thieves who caught sight of the protective headbands worn by the group chose to retreat. As an ordinary person, engaging directly with a group of ninjas is hardly a prudent choice. After several days of arduous travel, I finally beheld the gates of Konoha once more. This time, the gatekeepers were none other than the inseparable duo, Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu Tetsu. Among the multitude of Konoha ninjas, these two stood out in Chiba's memory, not only for their extraordinary strength that belied their Chunin status, but also for the deep bond of friendship they shared. Indeed, the camaraderie among Konoha ninjas is always remarkably unique. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Hatake Kakashi led the three toward the Hokage's office. He needed to provide a detailed report to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, regarding the mission in the Land of Waves. As a former member of the Umbu, Kakashi had already sensed an unusual undercurrent surrounding this task. After briefly summarizing the mission, he distributed the rewards owed to Chiba and his companions, subsequently dismissing them. Hokage-sama. Kakashi began, but was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who raised a hand. I am aware. This mission carries deeper implications. Hiruzen, with a pipe resting in his mouth but devoid of smoke, maintained a composed demeanor while at work. The habit of holding the pipe had become a source of comfort for him. Please forgive me for withholding certain details of this mission from you. Certainly. Had it not been for your prowess, I would not have entrusted you with this task, Hiruzen continued, clearly indicating the competence of Konoha Zumbu. Despite its impoverished state, the Land of Waves is a nation worth establishing relations with. Konoha does not need to invest heavily to satisfy its needs. While the Land of Waves can provide a substantial number of construction workers, an advantage not found in other nations. Having listened to Hiruzen's explanation, Kakashi nodded in understanding. He had anticipated the withholding of certain mission details and thus felt no anger. After all, as a ninja, one must possess the mindset of being a tool. Kakashi had grasped this truth during his time in the Umbu. Additionally, the identity of Team 7's members is somewhat unique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his hands clasped beneath his chin, regarded Kakashi with a deeper gaze. I hope you can be more accommodating. Kakashi slightly bowed, responding, as the team leader, it is my duty to do so. Hearing his words, Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, smiling. I have a task that is quite suitable for the three of them. The risk factor is low, making it ideal for relaxation. He then withdrew a mission scroll from his desk. After a few days of rest, proceed to undertake this task. Curiously, Kakashi accepted the scroll and opened it, the contents immediately capturing his attention. This mission, the lack of entertainment options in Konoha left Chiba feeling somewhat bored. It appears that aside from cultivation, there are no other endeavors to pursue. Uzumaki Naruto, as the devoted companion of Chiba, suggested, Brother Chiba, how about we indulge in some ramen? This recent task had been reassessed in terms of its difficulty. We have successfully completed a B-rank mission. Clearly, Naruto was still reveling in the joy of task completion, which was entirely justifiable. After all, the reward, once distributed, amounted to 5,000 ryo for each participant. According to Hatake Kakashi, this was the compensation provided by Konoha. For Naruto, who had always lived in relative poverty, this sum felt like a fortune. Naturally, the first order of business after the mission was to savor some ramen. In truth, Chiba had also been troubled by financial matters lately. Since he had embarked on the training of the 8 gates, his expenditures had steadily increased. A significant portion of these expenses was devoted to food and drink, as the training in physical arts was exceedingly costly. With a hint of frustration, Chiba remarked, let us go eat ramen then. The portions provided by the master chef were indeed generous. The relentless physical training had rendered Chiba's appetite somewhat monstrous. While a large bowl of tonkatsu ramen should have been sufficient to satiate him, he now found himself consuming 7 or 8 servings without feeling any semblance of fullness. Oh, let us invite Sasuke, Chiba proposed. This will be our first celebratory meal after completing the mission. Naruto nodded in agreement, showing no objections. However, when they dragged Uchiha Sasuke from the training grounds, his expression was far from pleasant. Yet, Chiba and Naruto had long since grown accustomed to his sour demeanor and paid it no mind. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto exclaimed in shock upon seeing the announcement before the shop. A ramen eating contest? Chiba gazed at the notice with a sense of bewilderment. Had the contest truly begun? Nevertheless, a wave of excitement washed over him. In these times when one must spend 2 ryo for the price of 1, this competition was indeed hard to resist. Naruto, Sasuke, let us sign up. Chiba's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Absolutely. Naruto immediately supported the idea. Although Sasuke was reluctant to participate, Chiba promptly draped an arm around his neck and led him toward Ichiraku Ramen. Such events are far more enjoyable when experienced together. Besides, dining itself is a form of training, Chiba attempted to rationalize with a clever twist of logic. However, the ever-proud Uchiha merely protested verbally, showing little real resistance to Chiba's enthusiasm. Master Chef, we 3 would like to register. Naruto, ever eager for ramen, was enthusiastic about this venture. The Master Chef, recognizing his regular patrons, naturally complied and signed them up. Naruto, you must give it your all this time. He smiled. I have high hopes for you. His words imbued Naruto with great motivation. Moreover, the prize for this contest was a permanent discount voucher for Ichiraku Ramen, 50% off. Upon hearing these words, Naruto's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The championship of the Great Appetite Challenge is mine. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind them. Not so fast, Naruto. Approaching them was a figure clad in a green knitted jacket, beneath which a white t-shirt was emblazoned with a massive character for food. It was Akimichi Choji, the heir of the Akimichi clan, one of the future elite of Konoha. His prowess was indeed commendable, especially considering the strength of the butterfly transformation unique to the Inoshikacho trio. Most importantly, the Akimichi clan is renowned for their extraordinary eating capacity within Konoha. Chiba's expression grew serious. Truth be told, he was uncertain about his current appetite. However, with the Akimichi clan's presence, one had to wonder if a true champion of gluttony would also appear. "Hey Naruto." A slightly teasing voice broke through once more. It was Inuzuka Kiba, whose head was adorned with a distinctive red mark, characteristic of his clan. Sharing a personality strikingly similar to Naruto's, he was also one of Naruto's few close friends. His teammates, Aburame Shino and Hinata, stood by his side. "Team 8 has arrived. Don't underestimate us." Chiba rubbed his temples, his expression growing more solemn. The most formidable opponents had indeed shown up. The competition was set to take place in an open area behind the Ichiraku ramen shop. The space appeared quite spacious, filled with various food ingredients, suggesting that Ichiraku ramen was undergoing an expansion phase. Several rows of tables were placed in the area, accommodating 3 participants each, creating a relatively comfortable setting. Besides the ninjas, there were also civilians present. In Konoha, the distinction between ninjas and civilians was not particularly pronounced. Standing before the crowd, Tucci announced, "The theme of this great appetite challenge is tonkatsu ramen. I have prepared extensively for this event. The champion will receive a permanent 50 discount coupon. Everyone, please give it your all." As he spoke, several staff members dressed for the occasion served ramen to each participant, clearly hired for the event. The time limit was set to 30 minutes. The contest commenced with a signal. In an instant, Naruto, seated beside Chiba, lunged forward like a ravenous wolf, devouring the ramen with wild abandon. Sasuke, secretly competing with him, was determined not to fall behind. Chiba found himself caught between the two, experiencing their fervor firsthand. TSK. It seems I have been underestimated, he thought, feeling somewhat helpless. The true potential contender was right beside them. Soon, Chiba joined the fray of the competition. However, compared to the other two's ferocious consumption, he appeared far more refined. Yet, if it weren't for Tucci's watchful eye, one might easily be deceived by this seemingly cultured individual. While others struggled to finish a bowl of ramen in a minute, Chiba managed one every 30 seconds, and his pace was accelerating. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, an unsettling premonition crept into his mind. This promotional event seemed destined to incur losses. Time ticked away, second by second. The great eating competition was swiftly approaching its deadline. Naruto Uzumaki had intended to observe Sasuke Uchiha's performance, but his view was obstructed by an imposing stack of bowls. "Wait, I don't recall consuming this much," he thought, scratching his head in confusion. "The competition has concluded," announced the chef, perhaps due to an overindulgence. Naruto sensed an inexplicable pang of sorrow emanating from the chef. In third place, Choji Akimichi, with 23 servings. Clearly, Choji had not yet reached his full potential, as he was still quite young. In second place, Hinata Hyuga, with 31 servings. Naruto was taken aback. "Wait, 31 bowls, didn't he secure the championship?" The chef continued, his voice trembling slightly. "And the champion is Chiba, with 68 servings." Although the outcome of the competition left the chef in visible distress, as evidenced by his twitching expression, Chiba was thoroughly satisfied with his feast. If given the choice, he would gladly participate in the great eating competition every month. Naruto and Sasuke both realized a significant truth. Chiba seemed to surpass them not only in strength, but in other aspects as well. "Here is your coupon." Despite his evident anguish, the chef was not one to renege on his word. As a reputable establishment, he understood that this competition served as an excellent promotional opportunity. It was likely that the Akimichi clan would be intrigued by the newly crowned champion, and their curiosity would draw them to Ichiraku ramen to sample the culinary delight. Envisioning the promising future of Ichiraku ramen, the chef's gaze became somewhat distant. Chiba carefully accepted the perpetual 50% discount coupon, placing it gingerly into his ninja tool pouch. For the foreseeable future, it would ensure his sustenance. It must be said that the flavor of Ichiraku ramen was quite delightful. Although he had overindulged in tonkatsu ramen and felt slightly out of sorts, he considered trying miso ramen next time. Seafood also seemed a viable option. The great eating competition concluded with an air of tranquility, yet a rumor began to circulate throughout the village. It spoke of a terrifying monster within Konoha, capable of devouring 5 measures of food. It was said to feast upon children and consume the living, all while laughing. This rumor cast a shadow over Konoha's nights. Chiba, however, remained blissfully unaware of such tales. Even if he were informed, he would not be overly concerned. For a new mission had already been conveyed to them by Kakashi Hatake. Ugh, why is it another task involving cats? Naruto exclaimed upon reading the mission details, expressing his dissatisfaction immediately. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Chiba showed no objections. This mission was not about ordinary cats. It would require them to operate independently. Kakashi Hatake provided a supplementary explanation, stating that his role was merely to convey a task. Now, it's up to you, he declared. I have my own responsibilities to attend to. With that, he vanished in a wisp of smoke, revealing that the previous Kakashi was merely a shadow clone. Let us proceed to the designated area of the client. Chiba, the leader among the trio, asserted, embodying the pillar of support for the group. The other two acknowledged his authority without hesitation. Naruto Uzumaki had always been agreeable to Chiba's suggestions, while Sasuke Uchiha, unable to contend with Chiba, remained taciturn. Chiba, brother. Naruto posed the critical inquiry. Kakashi-sensei didn't inform us of the location of this area. Do you know Chiba? Chiba shook his head and turned to Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, lead the way. Sasuke nodded in agreement, revealing no dissent, though a hint of melancholy was discernible on his countenance. The designated area, a visitor has arrived. The cat elder, seated in her abode, gazed at the album in her hands, her eyes filled with nostalgia. As a supplier of ninja tools for the Uchiha clan, she had been in repose for quite some time. Little Sasuke, I have awaited your arrival for long, she remarked as the trio entered, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. Her gaze was primarily fixed on Chiba, the last to arrive. What a formidable young man. Chiba's eyes narrowed in astonishment at the cat elder's perceptive abilities, perhaps a result of her long association with felines, endowing her with an acute sense of danger. The room was filled with frolicking cats, predominantly small tigers, a paradise for cat enthusiasts. Chiba sighed in appreciation and seated himself on the tatami mat. He casually picked up a small tiger engaged with a ball of yarn, embarking on his delightful journey of petting cats. After greeting the newcomers, the cat elder began to elucidate the details of the task at hand. The cat lord resided in his castle, a sanctuary for ninja cats, where countless feline warriors dwelled. Your objective is to acquire the paw print of the cat lord, she instructed, her gaze lingering on Sasuke, filled with reminiscences of the past. The cat lord is exceptionally powerful among ninja cats, at least from your perspective. She deliberately omitted any reference to Chiba, who was engrossed in his feline companions. Tianhua and Rina will escort you to the castle of the cat lord. Go forth and retrieve his paw print at the earliest. Reluctantly, Chiba set down the almost overly pampered small tiger and departed the designated area. Under the guidance of two ninja cats, they finally reached the cat lord's castle. To facilitate your infiltration, we have prepared this. They presented a pair of cat ear headbands. Chiba's expression was one of inner conflict, as he genuinely enjoyed the company of cats. However, he was quite resistant to donning the cat ear headband. Yet, under Sasuke Uchiha's coercive force, he reluctantly placed the headband atop his head. Click! The flash of the camera illuminated the moment, making Sasuke acutely aware that something was amiss. Wait, Chiba, how could you possibly carry a camera with you? Chiba waved the camera in his hand and remarked, I borrowed it from Granny Cat while playing with the cats. Once I develop the photos, I will return it. Sasuke felt an ominous premonition. The image he had meticulously maintained for years might be on the verge of collapse. He contemplated snatching the camera away, but recalling Chiba's prowess, he silently withdrew his hand from his ninja pouch. Perhaps it was best to let it be. It was merely an image, after all, not of great consequence. By the way, Chiba, why aren't you wearing it? Naruto Uzumaki seemed eager to see Chiba adorned in it. Chiba waved his hand dismissively and said, I cannot quite pull off this aesthetic just yet. You all wear it. I will infiltrate. With the tasks allocated, Chiba glided across the water's surface, maneuvering to the rear of the castle. Although it was his first time executing a mission independently, he appeared remarkably at ease. Perhaps the peril of this task was relatively low. Chiba felt no sense of urgency. Rather, it felt akin to a leisurely outing. He scaled the walls and entered the castle. With his perceptive abilities, he could effortlessly evade all the ninja cats within. Should avoidance prove impossible, he could simply choose to incapacitate the ninja cats. However, he found it difficult to resort to such measures against these endearing creatures. Moreover, This mission did not necessitate animosity towards the ninja cats. It was merely a matter of acquiring a paw print. Chiba's infiltration did not trigger any alarms. Conversely, the two who entered through the front encountered issues. As always, Naruto was carelessly oblivious. The cat ear headband fell, plunging the castle into a heightened state of alert. The incessant blaring of alarms left Chiba feeling somewhat fatigued. Indeed, allowing those two to enter head-on was a regrettable decision. After swiftly incapacitating two ninja cats, Chiba finally discerned the precise location of the cat's spirit, situated in the central attic of the castle. As he stepped into the attic, Sasuke Uchiha arrived just in time. Chiba, he stammered upon seeing Chiba, who had arrived earlier. Can I handle this enemy alone? Upon hearing this, the smile on Chiba's face bore a deeper significance. Is this related to the Uchiha clan? I have no objections, but I hope you remain unscathed. Sasuke cast a grateful glance at Chiba, silently noting the sentiment. From the battles in the Land of Waves, through the descriptions provided by Kakashi Hatake and Naruto, he had come to understand who the strongest member of their team truly was. Chiba's prowess surpassed his expectations. Being able to confront and repel an elite jonin like Zabuza Momochi spoke volumes. Should Chiba intervene in the upcoming battle, it is likely that the cat demon would not last more than a few minutes. I shall assist you from the sidelines. Chiba gestured for Uchiha Sasuke to proceed ahead. Ascending the staircase, they entered a spacious hall, dimly illuminated by flickering candlelight. The overall ambience instilled a sense of unease. A voice emerged from behind the curtains, belonging to a young member of the Uchiha clan. Meow? There, a colossal figure lay reclined in the shadows. The peculiar tone of its utterance revealed its identity. Wait, who are you? Upon noticing Chiba, the creature suddenly rose, poised on all fours, its bristling fur barely visible. Oh, I am merely an observer. Chiba waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the creature to disregard his presence. Finding a relatively spacious spot, he settled cross-legged, awaiting the commencement of the confrontation. Uchiha Sasuke, unable to contain his impatience, drew 3 shurikens and hurled them through the curtain. Yet, the sudden disappearance of the creature heightened his vigilance. Observing the standoff between the human and the feline, Chiba scratched his head. A cat capable of illusionary techniques seems rather rare, although it still has much to improve. Its potential is remarkable. To be frank, he felt a stirring of interest. It appears I have yet to summon a spirit beast. Chiba recalled an important matter. Although he had formed a contract with the Toad clan long ago in Mount Myōboku, this did not preclude him from acquiring other spirit beasts. The Toads of Mount Myōboku were exceedingly magnanimous regarding Chiba's presence. After all, he was the prophesied human of the great Toad Sage. The appearance of the Sharingan disrupted the cat demon's illusions. The charging behemoth left Uchiha Sasuke struggling to cope, narrowly escaping peril on several occasions. Fortunately, Naruto Uzumaki arrived just in time. Otherwise, Chiba would have been compelled to intervene. With a series of explosive tags laid out, the ceiling above the cat demon was shattered. A resounding crash ensued, pinning it beneath the rubble. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was restrained, Uchiha Sasuke promptly stamped its paw with his seal. Chiba approached and inquired, "By the way, cat demon, how about becoming my spirit beast?" "Impossible," the cat demon retorted defiantly. "How could I ever serve as someone else's spirit beast? I aspire to be the strongest ninja cat, surpassing all existence." "You would do well to reconsider," Chiba warned, producing a cold kunai that silenced the cat demon. "Actually, there might be room for negotiation," it continued, "if you can consistently provide me with wood from the heavenly lotus." Before it could finish, Chiba interrupted. 3 pieces every week." The cat demon crouched amidst the ruins, pondering its claws. "That seems somewhat acceptable. How about 5 pieces? 4, and not a single piece more." Chiba replied with an unruffled demeanor, though a hint of menace flickered in his eyes. Feeling the weight of Chiba's gaze, the cat demon shivered. 4 pieces is quite sufficient. I agreed to sign the spirit contract. The 6th sense of the ninja cat warned it that the youth before it was quite perilous. Under the enticing threats of Chiba, the cat quickly capitulated. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto gazed blankly at the unfolding events, which seemed to be veering into unpredictable territory. After signing the summoning contract, Chiba gained a clearer understanding of the cat's circumstances. In terms of overall strength, it had reached the cusp of a Chunin level. However, due to a lack of resources, it was constrained at this level, unable to progress further. The castle of the ninja cats existed as an independent realm, not belonging to any ninja village. Yet, under the leadership of the cat, life here was relatively pleasant. Ninja frequently visited to forge contracts with the ninja cats, of course, with compensation provided. Additionally, the ninja cats earned rewards by undertaking simple tasks, which supplied their food and various resources. How was this different from human ninja villages? The cat chuckled and remarked, "If there is a distinction, it is that we exist in greater harmony here. There are no conflicts of interest or disputes. We live together in mutual respect." In truth, the cat harbored little animosity towards Chiba and his companions. However, becoming someone else's summoning beast was beyond its expectations. The combat prowess of ninja cats was not particularly formidable. They were more suited for intelligence gathering and analysis, serving as auxiliary summoning beasts. If given a choice, ninjas would not opt for such a creature. Strength, after all, is an affair of fate. Chiba affectionately patted the cat's head and said, "Your primary role is to be adorable." The cat instinctively nodded, only to soon realize the absurdity of the statement. "Wait a moment, you say my task is to be adorable? I possess remarkable strength and speed, mastering illusion techniques and physical arts. You dare assign me the role of mere cuteness?" It intended to refer to itself as this lord. But upon catching a glimpse of Chiba's somewhat threatening gaze, it quickly changed its words. Chiba nodded in agreement. "As it stands, you are still too weak. Engaging in battles I partake in would be perilous for you. However, rest assured, now that you are my summoning beast, we are partners. I shall assist you in growing stronger." Chiba painted a grand vision. "Since you possess your own aspirations, with my help, they shall surely come to fruition." Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke stared in bewilderment at the peculiar spectacle of the human and the cat. The situation appeared to be evolving in an odd direction. "Hey, since Big Brother Chiba is so confident, I must strive harder," Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Being surpassed by a ninja cat would indeed be quite embarrassing. "Isn't that right, Sasuke?" Uchiha Sasuke rested his face in his hand, reluctant to behold Naruto's foolish expression. "What are you competing with a ninja cat for? Do you truly think it can surpass us?" As that possibility crossed his mind, Uchiha Sasuke turned his gaze towards Chiba. "Wait a moment, if it is indeed this individual, the possibility cannot be dismissed." For a moment, Sasuke found himself somewhat perplexed. "In any case, rest assured, should there be any surplus resources, I shall entrust them to Granny Cat. Moreover, I will periodically guide you in your training, enabling you to catch up with your strength sooner." Chiba continued to weave his dreams. "Yet for now, all you need to do is to be adorable." As he spoke, he fondled the cat, clearly in high spirits. Furthermore, Chiba's gaze held a certain depth, indicating he was contemplating far-reaching possibilities. Just imagine a cat proficient in various ninjutsu. What kind of turbulence could it incite in the ninja world? And what if it mastered sage techniques? A sage cat? Thinking along those lines, it seemed rather promising. After bidding farewell to the cat, the group proceeded to Granny Cat to fulfill their mission. Subsequently, they returned to Konoha Village. Unlike when they departed, Chiba noticed numerous unfamiliar faces populating the village streets. Additionally, the vigilance of the Konoha ninja had increased several-fold. All these signs pointed to one significant conclusion. Chiba murmured, "It seems that something important is about to transpire." In the days following the completion of their mission, Chiba remained engrossed in training. However, much to his surprise, another figure joined him during his physical training. He never anticipated that someone else would enjoy weight training. Sweat is the essence of youth. Observing Lee's enthusiastic thumbs up and the peculiar glimmer at the corner of his mouth, Chiba felt a twitch at the corner of his lips. He never expected to encounter him here. "Let us wager our youth together. If you cannot run 50 laps around the village before lunch today, you shall have to perform 5,000 weighted squats this afternoon." Lee's earnest invitation appeared genuinely enthusiastic. Yet, Chiba's expression was strange and difficult to accept. To be frank, faced with Lee, who had opened the 8 gates, Chiba harbored little confidence in easily defeating him in his ordinary state. Once Lee activated the door of death, he transformed into a veritable human beast. Even among the elite of Konoha's 12, he was an exceptionally formidable presence, if not for his abilities being sealed. Perhaps on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the mere thought of a night guy and a night Lee sends chills down one's spine. The legacy of the prominent eyebrows and watermelon rind hairstyle is indeed a heavy burden to bear. "No, I have already concluded my morning workout," Chiba declared. dropping the barbell onto the ground with a dull thud. This statement was not merely an excuse, due to his habit of rising early. His physical training time had indeed come to an end. What a pity. Lee remained quite exhilarated. Finding a fellow who trained as rigorously as he did within Konoha was no small feat over the years, apart from Might Guy. Lee had never encountered anyone else who trained with such intensity. I am Lee. You may call me Little Lee, a student of Teacher Guy. Chiba. Currently in the 7th squad, led by Teacher Kakashi. Beneath the surface of his occasionally fervent and neurotic demeanor, Xiao Li is indeed a commendable individual. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. Today marks the day for the creation of the Katagen Ninjutsu Scroll. After several days of diligent effort, Qian Ye has successfully compiled the ninjutsu he has mastered into a scroll. Should the Katagen possess sufficient talent, he will undoubtedly glean valuable insights from it. As for the Sage Mode, that time has yet to arrive. One must consume their meals bite by bite and tread the path step by step. Qian Ye intends to first report to Kakashi Hitaki. The departure of a ninja from the village necessitates proper documentation, otherwise, one could easily be misconstrued as a defector. However, en route to find Kakashi, he stumbled upon a rather noteworthy scene. Sakura, you must see how much stronger I have become after this mission. Currently, Naruto Uzumaki remains infatuated with Sakura. The last words Qian Ye exchanged with him were akin to speaking to a wall. Alas, it seems this young lad requires further guidance. Perched atop a street lamp, Qian Ye observed them from above. Yet, the ensuing arrival of the Konohamaru Brigade alerted Qian Ye to a sense of unease. Soon after, due to Konohamaru's loose tongue, Naruto found himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating. However, this was entirely due to Naruto's reluctance to retaliate. At present, Sakura's strength has only seen modest improvement due to her absence from Team 7. If this rate of growth continues, she risks falling behind. Bang! The fleeing Konohamaru collided with a boy clad in black. The pain on his face rendered him somewhat unsightly, which was Qian Ye's initial impression. To be frank, Kankuro's looks do indeed pale in comparison to others. As the conflict erupted, Naruto found himself subdued by the chilling and terrifying aura emanating from his opponent. Nevertheless, he was not as helpless as one might presume. Bang! After all, Konohamaru is a subordinate of his subordinate. How could he allow him to be bullied? The flying stones took everyone by surprise. Even Sasuke Uchiha, perched in the tree, failed to discern the origin of the projectiles. If the sand ninjas choose to act recklessly, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Kankuro, should you wish to instigate a war between our villages, feel free to proceed. Qian Ye's next words rendered Kankuro, who had intended to strike, frozen in place. Who are you? Brother Qian Ye, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand. Brother Qian Ye. The peculiar address from Konohamaru caught Qian Ye completely off guard. He leaped down from the street lamp, his striking appearance immediately capturing Temari's attention. Wow, so handsome. In the land of wind, youths of Qian Ye's caliber and appearance are nearly extinct. Konohamaru of the Leaf Village, Qian Ye. His somewhat icy gaze caused Kankuro to freeze in place. The familiar aura of menace reminded him of Gaara. No, it felt even more terrifying than Gaara. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hokage Tower, numerous leading instructors gathered, awaiting the words of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I trust you all are aware of the matter at hand. Sarutobi Hizashi crossed his arms, resting them on the desk, exuding an air of authority as smoke curled leisurely into the atmosphere. Time had flown by unexpectedly. Hitaki Kakashi appeared as lackluster as ever. Team 7, Konoha's very own Chiba, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, stood ready. By my name, Hitaki Kakashi, I endorsed their participation in the Chunin exams. At the intersection, a standoff persisted. More precisely, it was Chiba, with a mocking glint in his eyes, who observed the scene unfold. The atmosphere was strikingly silent. Even Naruto, with his notoriously thick skin, sensed the tension. Apologies. After a prolonged silence, Chiba's calm voice resonated, devoid of any tremor. Kanjiro instinctively wished to retort, but upon meeting Chiba's gaze, he froze once more. It was hard to fathom. Though both were genin, Chiba seemed to hold a distinct upper hand in both presence and demeanor. Konohamaru bumped into you, and he has already apologized, Chiba clarified, considering the guest's stature. Thus, I expect you to extend the same courtesy. Moreover, Sasuke, how much longer do you intend to remain in that tree? He glanced toward the trees lining the roadside, where Uchiha Sasuke was cleverly concealed among the branches. Had Chiba not spoken, the others would have failed to notice his presence. And there was the final guest from Sunagakure. In the village, the use of ninjutsu was strictly regulated. With sand swirling around him, Gaara made his entrance before the assembly. Sasuke gasped. He had been blissfully unaware of Gaara's existence until that moment. Chiba observed Gaara's crimson hair and shook his head. It remained uncertain whether this neglected child could ever forge a friendship with Naruto. Yet, that was of no concern to Chiba, who preferred to focus on more aesthetically pleasing companions. Kenjiro apologized. Gaara, in his moments of lucidity, demonstrated a degree of politeness. Yes, I'm sorry. Driven by fear of his brother and the predatory gaze of Chiba, Kenjiro promptly yielded. Their eyes locked, each more fearsome than the last. Should he fail to apologize? Kenjiro feared he might not survive this encounter. I hope to see you at the Chunin exams, Gaara remarked as he departed, leaving behind a statement of intent. His sister Temari, in contrast to her two brothers, exhibited a remarkably more amiable disposition. Farewell, until we meet at the Chunin exams. In Temari's eyes, Chiba's prowess assured his participation in the upcoming tests, while the fate of the blonde youth remained uncertain. Truly the big brother. Konohamaru gazed at Chiba with admiration. Naruto, having tested his nose, wore a delighted expression. Of course, big brother Chiba is amazing. Since their days at the Ninja Academy, Chiba had consistently looked after Naruto, not only in training, but also in daily life. Chiba's resources far surpassed Naruto's, especially after forging a summoning contract with the cat demon. Initially, he believed he would need to care for the cat spirit, providing it with wood betony. However, he later discovered that the daily profits from the cat castle were quite substantial. After deducting the expenses for the cat spirits, a considerable amount remained. Therefore, Chiba no longer had to worry about finances. When Haruno Sakura saw Chiba, her complexion paled. She recalled the events of that day. Chiba's presence was akin to a nightmare. Chiba, however, paid little heed to her feelings. He had a scroll of ninja techniques to deliver. If all went well, the cat spirit would soon be put to good use. Everything depended on the cat spirit's aptitude. Initially, he thought of sending it through Granny Cat, but upon reflection, he decided that it was best to handle this personally. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hitaki had been conspicuously absent, and Chiba wondered what he was up to. On the appointed bridge, the trio waited for a considerable time until the sun was high in the sky. Everyone, I have once again found myself at a crossroads in life. Hence my slight tardiness. Kakashi's figure appeared atop the railing. The reason I summoned you today is to inform you of something important. In my own name, I recommend the three of you to participate in the Chunin exam. Of course, it is not mandatory. It is entirely up to your willingness. With that, Kakashi handed over 3 exam eligibility certificates, commonly known as admission tickets. Ignoring Naruto, who was lost in a whirlwind of fantasies, Chiba inquired, "When is the Chunin exam?" Kakashi smiled at the group. "In 7 days." Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. By that calculation, there was ample time. It all hinged on the cat spirit's talent. "Kakashi-sensei, I would like to request a village exit permit. I have signed a summoning contract with a cat spirit at the cat castle." Chiba had no intention of concealing anything regarding the cat spirit. "Is it that particular cat spirit?" Kakashi pondered. "Make sure to go and return early, and prioritize your safety." He felt relatively assured about Chiba's safety, especially since their last mission had been resolved independently by the trio. After obtaining the exit permit, Chiba also requested a chakra paper from Kakashi, as he was still unaware of the cat spirit's chakra attributes. At the cat castle, the overall atmosphere remained quite pleasant. After his initial visit, the cat spirits recognized Chiba. After tossing them a few sprigs of wood betony, their gazes towards him became notably friendlier. They welcomed such a generous patron with open paws, not to mention Chiba's connection with the cat spirit. In the attic, Chiba encountered the cat spirit once more. It still possessed a formidable presence, yet among summoning beasts, its size was relatively average, and indeed smaller than many. Having emerged from Myōboku Mountain, Chiba had seen the colossal toads, which made the cat spirit's stature seem somewhat lacking. Had it already reached its growth limit? Chiba gestured thoughtfully, contemplating whether to consider a weight gain regimen. The cat shook its head, stating, "I am a special breed, the two-tailed cat. One cannot judge our kind by the physique of ordinary ninja cats." Upon hearing this, Chiba's interest was piqued. "Just how large can you grow?" The cat fell into contemplation and after a moment replied, "Approximately around 20 meters." This estimate left Chiba utterly astonished. To put things into perspective, even Bunta only measured 17 meters. The notion that a two-tailed cat could potentially reach 20 meters seemed to defy the laws of nature. However, upon recalling that even a toad could grow to several meters, Chiba decided to abandon thoughts of natural order. So, how come you are currently this size? He gestured, estimating it to be slightly over 2 meters. For Chiba, 2 meters still constituted a colossal figure. The cat appeared somewhat embarrassed and explained, "Our kind grows in proportion to the amount of chakra we possess. My training has been relatively brief, and I can only acquire a limited amount of chakra through consuming food." Chiba scrutinized the cat from head to toe. If that were the case, it seemed to possess immense potential for growth. That must be why you only employed a single illusion during your battle with Sasuke, Chiba deduced. The cat nodded, clarifying, "I can only perform that one illusion. It is a unique ability of the two-tailed cat clan." Hearing this, Chiba covered his face in exasperation. Indeed, one should not place excessive hopes on it. "Here, this is a ninjutsu scroll," Chiba said, handing over the scroll that contained various ninjutsu he had collected. Due to its large size, the scroll was quite substantial. The cat's paws were remarkably dexterous, capable of wielding specialized ninja tools such as cat shurikens. Thus, perusing a ninjutsu scroll posed no significant challenge for it. Fire release, water release, wind release, along with taijutsu and jinjutsu. The cat's astonishment grew with each revelation. Tears welled in its large eyes. "Meow, you are too kind to me, boss. This is the first time in my life that I've met someone who treats me well." The cat suddenly embraced Chiba tightly, nuzzling against him. Chiba managed to push it away, collecting the fallen cat fur. "Stop with the flattery. If you wish to repay me, then dedicate yourself to your training. Help me share the burden of battles in the future." The cat nodded eagerly, its eyes filled with gratitude. "Since I have some time now, I can guide you in your training." Chiba was quite invested in his ninja cat. After the cat showcased all its skills, Chiba was pleasantly surprised to discover that its combat prowess was not inferior to that of a typical Chunin. If not for its slightly lacking battle awareness, it might even qualify for the Chunin exams. "Since your abilities are adequate, let us embark on a week-long intensive training regimen." Chiba issued the first command to the cat. Before the Chunin exams, one must master 3 techniques, 2 ninjutsu, and 1 taijutsu. As for the jinjutsu, Nyanko can prepare it on her own, so there is no immediate rush. Moreover, it is essential to engage in physical training and cultivate a fighting spirit. Chiba's subsequent words instilled a sense of dread in Nyanko. "I shall provide you with personalized one-on-one combat coaching." "Hiss meow?" Nyanko tentatively queried. "Is that appropriate? It would delay your training, and what if the Chunin exams?" Before she could finish her thought, Chiba interrupted her. "Do not worry about me. I will certainly pass the Chunin exams," his words brimming with confidence. Nyanko pondered for a moment and realized that he was indeed correct. If he were not sufficiently powerful, how could he have forged a summoning contract with Chiba? Furthermore, "I will customize some weights for you to wear during training." Nyanko did not dwell on this. In her view, weight training was a requisite part of her cultivation. After imparting some key points regarding ninjutsu practice, Chiba departed from the Nikko castle. Upon returning to Konoha, he made a beeline for Tintin's ninja tools shop. Previously, Tintin had lost a wager to him, and Chiba had kept that request in mind. Now, the moment had come to fulfill it. Lately, Tintin had been feeling somewhat agitated. Not for any particular reason, but due to a figure that lingered in her thoughts. How infuriating. He was merely a newly graduated kid. Tintin thrust the kunai in her hand into the plush toy before her. Why is he so formidable? She did not continue, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. How exasperating. "Tintin, do you have something on your mind?" Chiba's figure suddenly appeared before her. "You can confide in me, Chiba, for I can remedy your troubles at a fair price." As Tintin gazed at the figure before her, the blush on her cheeks deepened, overtaking her entire lovely face. "I have no worries at all. I was merely contemplating the Chunin exams." She seemed to have found a suitable excuse, appearing quite certain of herself. "It is well that you have no troubles," Chiba remarked, his expression turning somewhat dejected. "However, I have encountered a bit of a predicament that requires invoking our prior wager." Tintin straightened her expression and inquired, "What is the matter?" Chiba recounted the response he had prepared before arriving. "During my training, I encountered a person clad in a green bodysuit. He proclaimed the virtues of youthful passion and showcased his training accomplishments. From him, I learned that he undergoes weight training daily." As he spoke, a frown deepened on Chiba's face. To avoid falling behind this new friend, "I thought to try weight training as well." Upon hearing Chiba's words, Tintin felt an increasing sense of familiarity. That person you mentioned, it wouldn't be Li, would it? Chiba's expression turned one of surprise. How did you know? Tintin, with a hint of pride, pointed to herself and replied, I am in the same class as Li. The weight-bearing device he possesses was provided by me. Upon hearing this, Chiba immediately felt a surge of joy. So, are there any of these weight-bearing devices available? After much discussion, they finally arrived at the crux of the matter. In truth, Chiba was well aware that Xiao Li's weight-bearing device was not something easily acquired. Otherwise, he would not have expended so much effort. The only breakthrough point lay with Tian Tian. As the owner of the Tian Tian Ninja Tools shop, she naturally had her own channels. After listening to Chiba's request, Tian Tian fell into deep contemplation. The weight-bearing devices were not non-existent. However, she seemed hesitant to speak, as if there were some unspoken difficulties. Chiba sighed, realizing that perhaps he had been too rash. As he prepared to turn and leave, Tian Tian, with an anxious expression, called out, There are indeed weight-bearing devices available, but they were originally prepared for Teacher Kai's use with Xiao Li. Xiao Li has to change his weight-bearing device periodically. The remaining devices I have here are intended for Xiao Li's next training session. Observing Chiba's intent to depart, Tian Tian showed no reluctance. However, if you wish to use them, Tian Tian's small face displayed a hint of conflict. She could lend them to you for a while. She gritted her teeth, making her greatest concession. Weight-bearing devices are not commonplace. They are quite costly, and even in the entire ninja tool shop, there are only a few. The type Xiao Li uses is a true gem. Not only does it appear compact, but it also bears an immense weight. Just 2 leg bindings can support a weight of 1,000 pounds. Hence, during the Chunin exams, his strength was among the very best. Although only a few days remained until the Chunin exams, Chiba felt it necessary to make an effort. Really? Chiba suddenly turned back to Tian Tian, grasping her small hand tightly, his face brimming with gratitude. Feeling the warmth emanating from the boy's hand, Tian Tian's face turned crimson once more. In that moment, she felt as if she were in close proximity to Hinata from Naruto. Although Tian Tian was considerably more outgoing than Hinata, this was her first encounter with such a situation. Why you please let go of me? Tian Tian spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. If it weren't for Chiba's remarkable hearing, he likely would not have understood her at all. Chiba awkwardly released her, his smile appearing rather innocent. After several deep breaths, Tian Tian finally managed to regain her composure. Let's go, the weight-bearing devices are in the warehouse. Following behind Tian Tian, Chiba stepped into the warehouse of the ninja tools shop for the first time. The warehouse, brimming with an array of items, indeed exuded a sense of extravagance. Shuriken, kunai, chains, and swords, everything one could imagine could be found here. The weight-bearing devices are over here. Tian Tian pointed to the back where boxes of kunai were stacked. There lay a white vest, a pair of wrist guards, and a pair of leg bindings. Chiba eagerly approached, attempting to lift them from the ground. Every day? With her small head drooping, she softly murmured, These weights total around 2,000 pounds. You might want to try just one. Before she could finish her sentence, the scene before her rendered her utterly astonished. How is this even possible? Under Tian Tian's gaze, Qian Ye removed his outer garment to reveal a white undergarment. After donning the vest and wrist guards, he too felt significant pressure. According to Qian Ye's estimation, the vest alone weighed an astounding 800 pounds. The combined weight of the wrist guards was similarly around 800 pounds. In contrast, the leg bindings were considerably lighter, totaling merely 400 pounds. Although somewhat strenuous, Qian Ye managed to stand before Tian Tian with great difficulty. You can actually bear such a burden? Tian Tian's delicate face paled. The weight of 2,000 pounds was beyond her comprehension. Even Xiao Li required extensive training before he could handle such loads. Yet here was Qian Ye, seemingly capable of bearing it entirely. Most strikingly, he appeared to exert little effort at all. Unbeknownst to her, however, Qian Ye was silently suffering. At present, he could only maintain a semblance of normal movement. The thought of increasing his training regimen was utterly inconceivable, and any notion of engaging in combat was a distant fantasy. I can barely walk, Qian Ye admitted candidly. This spectacle had a profound psychological impact on Tian Tian. During their previous skirmishes, she had believed Qian Ye to be a genius in ninjutsu, but now it seemed he was even more exceptional in physical combat. Yet, with this revelation came new questions. Qian Ye, have you registered for the Chunin exam? Tian Tian inquired tentatively. To this, Qian Ye did not conceal the truth. He nodded, saying, "Yes. I've met the required number of missions. Kakashi-sensei has applied for us to take the Chunin exam." He produced his candidate certification. For someone as innocent as Tian, deceiving her even once gnawed at his conscience. Continuing the charade felt unbearable. As she took the certification, her complexion grew even paler. Given the current circumstances, what would happen if they encountered each other during the Chunin exam? Regardless of which side suffered, she seemed unable to accept it. Just as she wrestled with these thoughts, a warm hand rested gently upon her hair. "Do not worry about the Chunin exam. I will be there to support you." His confident and warm gaze melted the shadow of doubt in Tian's heart. In a mere 3 seconds of eye contact, she suddenly lowered her head. From Qian Ye's vantage point, he could see her ears flushing crimson. Her voice remained barely audible. After bidding farewell to Qian Ye returned to his modest courtyard, which was, in fact, the residence arranged for him by Jiraiya. Struggling to push the heavy door open, he stepped inside. Hiss! Qian Ye inhaled sharply. This truly was a laborious endeavor. Though his physical prowess was formidable, the sudden addition of such heavy weights was undeniably challenging to adapt to. It would take at least 3 days to recover. Chiba had a general understanding of his physical condition. During this period, he decided to temporarily halt intense physical training. He had his own training regimen, and maintaining a normal level of exercise was sufficient. For these 3 days, Chiba engaged in solitary training within his small courtyard. Aside from visits from the members of Team 7, only Tian came to check on him. From Chiba, she learned the location of his residence. According to Tian, her concern was not for Chiba's health, but rather for the potential malfunction of her weighted gear. It seemed she had a touch of pride. Watching Tian leave, Chiba pondered, realizing that their interactions had unveiled remarkable attributes. 3 days later, Chiba had adjusted to the presence of the weighted gear. While combat might still be a challenge, everyday training posed no issues. With a flick of blood appearing on Chiba's finger, the summoning technique was successfully performed. The large form of Nico-Yo suddenly manifested in the courtyard. In just 3 days, Nico-Yo appeared to have grown significantly, already towering over 3 meters in height. "Impressive," Chiba exclaimed, acknowledging the effectiveness of the Mutenryo-flavored soldier pills. To enhance Nico-Yo's prowess, he had specially ordered Mutenryo-flavored pills from the Akimichi clan store, along with catnip-flavored ones. Nico-Yo had since given up on Mutenryo and catnip, now fully devoted to the soldier pills. Although they had a peculiar taste, Nico-Yo, with a carefree disposition, was unfazed by such trivialities. "How is your ninjutsu training progressing?" Chiba inquired. Nico-Yo displayed a charming demeanor, responding, "Chiba, I have completed the ninjutsu tasks you set for me. As for physical techniques, I am currently practicing." Chiba nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Nico-Yo's considerable talent. If not for the lack of resources, perhaps the world of ninjas would come to know the name of the Two-Tails cat. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern now, as Chiba's consistent support would surely lead to that day. The day when the Two-Tails cat would rise to fame in the ninja world. Time flew swiftly during their training. Chiba had his own schedule. In the days leading up to the Chunin exams, Kakashi had granted Team 7 a break. Sasuke secluded himself within his clan's territory for intensive training, and Chiba was similarly occupied. Only Naruto had no particular destination, often lingering at Chiba's side. Out of necessity, Chiba reluctantly included him in the special training, with Nico-Yo as the focal point. The blonde-haired boy exclaimed, "Huh? This time I win." Nico-Yo panted heavily, sprawled on the ground, a far cry from its usual graceful demeanor. As a feline, this behavior was indeed quite unusual. Upon closer inspection, the pads of its paws were glistening with sweat. For cats with underdeveloped sweat glands, this is the most effective means of thermoregulation. If possible, they would even extend their tongues for cooling, but alas, their tongues lack sweat glands. This genius merely experienced a momentary lapse. Uzumaki Naruto, too, exhibits no semblance of decorum, or rather, he is entirely indifferent to such matters. The specialized training for both man and cat is primarily focused on enhancing their combat abilities. Curiously, Chiba's combat awareness is significantly superior to that of Naruto and Sasuke. The fundamental rewards from earlier included basic combat experience, excluding the 3 main techniques. Chiba's experience in battle surpasses that of the other 2 considerably. Moreover, his innate talent appears quite commendable. Following their journey in the land of waves, he has seamlessly integrated the instincts of combat into his very being. Today's specialized training shall conclude here. Chiba removed his thoroughly soaked attire. During this period, aside from the expense of food, the most considerable expenditure has been on clothing. Changing and washing twice a day has rendered even slightly inferior garments tattered after just a few washes. Consequently, Chiba has had to purchase a plethora of clothing, which is now strewn about his room. In an effort to save time, he has even discarded the drenched clothes directly. This wasteful behavior has drawn strong condemnation from Uzumaki Naruto. It wasn't until Chiba took full responsibility for the wear and tear of his clothing that Naruto deemed such minor expenses not truly wasteful. Indeed, the law of desirability applies universally. With the upcoming examination, Chiba is keen to restore his condition. He understands the importance of balancing work and rest, especially for the Chunin exams, which are crucial for his next sign-in task. "Hey!" Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed as he leapt up from the ground. "Chiba, is it time for a meal?" Truly, discussing states of being with Uzumaki Naruto is akin to playing the lute to a cow. "Yes," Chiba replied, his voice somewhat weary. One cannot help but feel exasperated with such a subordinate. After all, his heart is soft. However, the recent expenditures have indeed been rather daunting. Chiba contemplated silently, realizing that the money he had saved was barely sufficient to get him through the Chunin exams. It seems he must find a way to earn some extra income. Suddenly, the cat, lying on the ground, shivered and sprang up. "Boss, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." The cat, which should have vanished in a puff of smoke, instead contorted its feline face. "Cat, I recall you have some hidden savings, do you not?" Chiba remembered that he had a wealthy companion. Although this companion appeared somewhat feline, the cat nodded pitifully and whispered, "That is the tribute from the ninja cats. Boss, could you perhaps loosen your grip on my tail? Although I possess two, your strength would still be quite painful." Chiba shook his head and replied, "You are aware that I, as your boss, have been deeply concerned about your training during this period. So you see." Before he could finish, the cat immediately adopted a righteous demeanor. "Fear not, boss. My wealth is your wealth, and your wealth remains solely yours. Your teachings have always been etched in my heart." When I realized that my secret savings could not be safeguarded, the cat decisively offered all in a display of loyalty. Hearing the cat's words, Chiba nodded in satisfaction. Although uncertain about the exact amount of the cat's hidden funds, sustaining a moderate expense was certainly not an issue. After the Chunin exam, it seems that financial matters would pose no significant concern. Let us proceed. Chiba went to freshen up and changed his attire in preparation for departure. This quaint courtyard was well equipped, evidently reflecting the considerable thought put in by Jiraiya. He had always kept the great toad sage's admonitions close to heart. The cat returned to its feline ninja castle. Despite its recent remarkable progress, it had yet to master the inverse summoning technique, which troubled Chiba somewhat. On the way to Ichiraku Ramen, Chiba contemplated whether to apply a bit more pressure on the cat. Meanwhile, perched on its large bed, the cat suddenly shivered. Achoo! It rubbed its nose and grumbled, "There are always schemers trying to harm me. Let me not discover who is plotting against this lord, or else they shall regret it." Irika had been feeling quite restless lately, not for any other reason than the impending Chunin exam. Among the Konoha ninjas participating in the exam, 9 were his freshly graduated students. He pondered the intentions of their instructor for allowing them to take the exam so soon after graduation, especially that Kakashi, who had the audacity to use himself as an example, claiming to have passed the Chunin exam at the tender age of 6. At Naruto's age, he had even ascended to the rank of Jonin. Is there any comparison to be made? Irika was quite displeased with Kakashi's approach. "I must investigate further, otherwise I won't have peace of mind." As a responsible teacher, Irika felt it was imperative to look after his students, particularly one lagging behind in class. Seizing an opportunity, Irika, in front of Naruto Uzumaki, attempted to abduct Mo Huang, leading her into the village's dense forest. However, an unforeseen event occurred. A powerful impact descended from above, rendering him unconscious. He fell from a branch 3 or 4 meters high, completely unprepared. Attempting to kidnap Mo Huang in the presence of this genius? One should consider who Irika-sensei truly is. The transformation technique failed, exposing Irika's true form. At the dumpling shop, Naruto Uzumaki looked at Irika with a face full of flattery. His head was tightly wrapped in bandages, leaving only his mouth and eyes visible, which appeared somewhat comical. "So did you land head first?" Chiba sat opposite Irika, struggling to suppress his laughter. Indeed, Irika wore a dejected expression, feeling as though his esteemed reputation had crumbled at the hands of Naruto. "Go ahead and laugh. Don't hold it in, or you'll harm yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qian Ye's merciless laughter immediately filled the dumpling shop. Haha, Irika-sensei. It seems you've encountered a setback. Upon hearing Qian Ye's remark, Irika's expression grew even more despondent. No one could have anticipated that Naruto Uzumaki would advance in strength at such a rapid pace. Caught off guard, he had fallen right into the trap. The mere recollection of this incident made Irika feel a dull ache in his head. Despite his injuries, Irika's demeanor had lightened considerably. But seeing your progress in strength reassures me, he thought. For a teacher, witnessing the advancement of one's students is the most gratifying experience, even if the progress is largely independent of his influence. Naruto held great respect for Irika, and even without the conflict surrounding the Mizuki incident, the bond between teacher and student remained steadfast. As the events unfolded, Naruto's resolve to pass the exam only intensified. On July 1st, the Chunin exams commenced as scheduled. On the Great Bridge, Team 7 gathered once more. Sasuke, I've been training diligently during this time, Naruto proclaimed with a boastful grin. Brother Qian Ye helped me devise an excellent training regimen. I won't lose to you. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke momentarily faltered. Since returning from the Land of Waves, he had regarded Qian Ye as a target to surpass. Though only a few days had passed, the person before him seemed even more formidable. TCH, just a bottom feeder. Sasuke scoffed, feeling a sense of rivalry. Hey, Naruto attempted to retort, but was silenced by Qian Ye's intervention. All right, we are all in the same team. Let us keep the peace. Qian Ye's smile radiated warmth. To him, the atmosphere within Team 7 felt harmonious. However, the other two were the type who would never concede verbally. Since we are all here, let us proceed to register, Qian Ye suggested. Kakashi-sensei should be waiting for us. At this, Naruto scoffed. He has probably lost again on his way to life. The registration venue was at the Ninja Academy, which also served as the site for the first exam. Hey, Qian Ye, are you also registering for the Chunin exams? Exclaimed the green-clad, spandex-wearing Lee, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Qian Ye and the others. Having encountered Lee during his early morning weighted training sessions, Qian Ye had gradually grown acquainted with him. Did I not mention it? A hint of confusion crossed Qian Ye's face. I graduated from the Ninja Academy a while ago and am participating in the Chunin exams for the first time. Lee's reaction was quite animated. Ah, indeed. The passionate youth share a common mindset. Youth should be devoted to striving for success. Observing the excited Lee, Naruto whispered, Brother Qian Ye, who is this watermelon-headed guy? He looks rather weak. Though his voice was low, it did not escape Lee's keen ears. Oh, young lad over there. Shall we engage in a duel that stakes our youth? With his left hand behind his back, Xiao Li extends his right hand in a subtle beckoning. It is through battle that the essence of strength and weakness is revealed. Xiao Li challenges Naruto, an unexpected turn for Qian Ye. This unexpected development fills him with a sense of foreboding. One must ponder, can Naruto truly prevail at his current level? Although he has significantly surpassed his counterpart from the original world at this stage, Qian Ye remains skeptical of Uzumaki Naruto. It is essential to acknowledge that once Xiao Li unleashes the 8th gate, he transforms into a formidable beast. Without utilizing any enhancements, Naruto's abilities remain rather limited. Wait, you wish to challenge me? Uzumaki Naruto exclaims in astonishment. Has the brilliance of this genius become so dim that it is no longer evident? After a brief moment of surprise, Naruto resumes his audacious demeanor. Indeed, he is a prodigy. Nice observation, bushy brows. Naruto gives a thumbs up to Xiao Li. I have faith in you. Xiao Li, with one hand behind his back, urges him on. Come forth, I officially issue my challenge. As a comrade of Qian Ye, I hope your strength can match this title. At Xiao Li's words, Qian Ye raises an eyebrow in surprise. Although he had previously triumphed over Xiao Li during their physical training, he did not anticipate Xiao Li's admiration to be so profound. I shall not bring shame to brother Qian Ye. Let us battle. Qian Ye and Uchiha Sasuke step back slightly, granting them ample space. Are we truly allowing them to fight like this? Sasuke's voice carries a hint of concern, albeit faint, yet Qian Ye perceives it with keen awareness. Do not worry. Even if he sustains injuries, it matters not. Naruto possesses remarkable resilience. Qian Ye pays little heed to this concern. The first exam is merely a written test. There is no need to fret about their condition. After all, as long as Naruto maintains his character, he will naturally succeed in the examination. Both sides stand poised, with no hint of relaxation. The battle is on the verge of erupting. Bang! In the next moment, They collide with tremendous force, akin to two ferocious beasts engaging in a life-or-death struggle, stirring up a tempest in the arena. Naruto's aptitude for learning is exceptional. In the past few days of sparring with the cat-like creature, he has adopted its fighting style, relying on his instincts. Interestingly, while foxes belong to the canine family, they share many similarities with felines. Under the influence of Kurama, Naruto has naturally undergone certain transformations. Thus, the cat-like attack style suits him remarkably well. Meanwhile, Xiao Li's eyes widen in astonishment. He feels as though he is not facing a mere ninja, but rather a frenzied tiger descending from the mountains. The disparity in their physical prowess is not excessively vast. Of course, this is partly due to Xiao Li not exerting his full strength. Additionally, he is burdened by a considerable weight. After all, no matter how talented Naruto may be, it is improbable for him to surpass Li in merely a few days. One must consider, among the 12 young ninjas of Konoha, who is not a prodigy. Even Sakura possesses an unexpectedly remarkable aptitude in chakra control. However, Chiba, who occupies a spot in Team 7, is evidently stronger. The two are simply not on the same level. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sound of clashes reverberated throughout the arena. Uchiha Sasuke observed the battle before him, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Is this truly the progress Naruto has made during this period? His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it was clearly heard by Chiba beside him. Uzumaki Naruto is not merely a laggard. He is indeed a genuine genius, one whose talents are not inferior to yours. Chiba's tone was calm, devoid of any fluctuation. However, each word seemed to pierce Sasuke's heart. If you persist in maintaining that so-called pride of the Uchiha clan, I believe Naruto will soon catch up to you. Perhaps even surpass you. Chiba's words bore no hint of exaggeration, and the reality indeed corroborated this. Even without Chiba's intervention, Uzumaki Naruto was gradually closing the gap with the top newcomer, Sasuke, and even surpassing him in the time that followed. Consider this carefully. Chiba left that remark hanging in the air and turned his attention away. At this moment, the battle in the arena had escalated to a fever pitch. Undoubtedly, Naruto found himself at a disadvantage. Li's relentless onslaught was far beyond what he could currently withstand. Within just a few minutes of the match, Naruto had completely fallen into a perilous position. Bang! A powerful punch struck the weak point of Naruto's crossed arms, forcing him to stagger backward. Upon witnessing this, Li's eyes sparkled with opportunity. Shadow Dance Leaf. He roared, his voice echoing across the arena. With a swift high kick, he struck Naruto's chin, sending him soaring into the air, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. Chiba's gaze sharpened as he recognized this technique. What followed should be moves akin to the lotus, right? As expected, Li leapt after Naruto, positioning himself behind him. The bindings on his hands had silently come loose. Swish! A glint of cold steel flashed through the air as a kunai struck Li's bindings, pinning him against a distant wall. Chiba would not linger any longer. Had it been Uchiha Sasuke engaging in a duel with Li, he might have chosen to observe further. However, with Uzumaki Naruto being his subordinate, how could the elder brother refrain from intervening? In the very moment the kunai secured the bindings, a shuriken flew through the air, narrowly missing the cord that had been affixed to the wall. Impossible? A voice from afar sounded slightly hushed, clearly astonished. Li, have you forgotten what you promised to teacher guy? Bang! Naruto plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto the ground. Chiba observed the scene, twitching his nose slightly. He would never admit that he had been so astonished by the sight of the massive turtle that he momentarily forgot about Naruto, who was suspended in midair. Such a blemish should be left to the winds to dissipate. Clearly, even Naruto himself seemed to forget his injuries upon seeing the turtle. A talking turtle? Brother Chiba, can a turtle truly serve as a mentor to ninjas? His eyes widened in disbelief. Forbidden techniques were not to be wielded recklessly. The ninja turtle's expression turned grave, and I believe it is necessary for Teacher Guy to personally discipline you. In the next instant, smoke billowed forth. Evidently, this ninja turtle's reverse summoning technique was far more adept than that of the cat. Witnessing this, Chiba resolved in his heart that after the Chunin exams, he would ensure that the cat learned the reverse summoning technique, regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, far away in the ninja cat castle, the cat shuddered, nearly dropping the enormous stone it was carrying. There are always troublesome individuals seeking to bring me harm. The flamboyant figure of Might Guy appeared before everyone. Chiba cast a glance before hastily turning his head away. Truth be told, The impact on one's psyche from such a scene was quite profound. In his view, it rivaled the effects of an illusion. Truly, you all embody youth. This bizarre educational method unveiled itself to Team 7 for the first time. Whether it be Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, or Chiba, their worldviews experienced a significant jolt, albeit one they had somewhat anticipated. Chiba covered his face, feeling utterly drained. Yet, witnessing this scene in reality was overwhelmingly impactful. Might Guy and Lee embraced, weeping profusely. Lee, running under the setting sun, is the essence of true youth. Might Guy gazed into the distance, tears streaming down his face. As a punishment, I have decided to make you run 100 laps around the village. Yes, Teacher Guy? Lee always complied unconditionally with Might Guy's words. Suddenly sensing the atmosphere before him, Naruto scratched his head, thinking it seemed quite pleasant. Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes brightened. It appeared to be a promising development. Kakashi Hitaki's deliberate favoritism rendered Naruto overlooked. Rather than that, it would be better to entrust him to Might Guy. If it's merely training in taijutsu, there would be no issue whatsoever. As his thoughts deepened, Chiba became increasingly convinced that this plan was indeed feasible. After all, it wouldn't cost anything, so why not give it a try? Naruto, blissfully unaware, had already been sold out by his brother Chiba. Naruto, what do you think of Teacher Guy? Chiba began to probe. Naruto scratched his head and replied, "He is very enthusiastic. And quite youthful." The mere mention of youth instantly captured Might Guy's attention. "Oh, young lad over there. Do you also cherish youth?" Chiba explained, "Teacher Guy and Teacher Kakashi are dear friends, and one could also consider them eternal rivals." Evidently, he has usurped Might Guy's lines this time. The primary reason lies in Chiba's words, which would instill greater conviction in Naruto. To be precise, the strength of Teacher Guy surpasses that of Teacher Kakashi. Chiba's remarks left Uzumaki, Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The man before them, who appeared to be somewhat unhinged, was indeed stronger than Kakashi Hitaki. In a comparison between Might Guy and Kakashi, if one were to assess now, it would undoubtedly favor Guy. Once the 8 gates are opened, even the divine would tremble before him. The single Sharingan of Kakashi Hitaki could not impede the might of Might Guy. "To think you understand me so well," came Might Guy's voice from behind the trio. Upon realizing this, Chiba's pupils constricted slightly. With his current strength, he could only vaguely perceive the movements of Might Guy moments ago. "I believe you must be the Chiba that Kakashi spoke of," Might Guy said, placing his hand on Chiba's shoulder. In that instant, Chiba's instincts screamed warnings at him. This man before him was undoubtedly not his match. A rather unique youth. Was Might Guy's appraisal of Chiba? How about joining the ranks of youthfulness together? Might Guy's proposition genuinely took Chiba by surprise. It was evident from the glimmer in his eyes that he held a considerable admiration for Chiba. "I have heard of your passionate training from Lee. You understand the essence of youth even more than Kakashi," Might Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his dazzling white teeth on display. Chiba was uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but he felt as though a flash of light had darted before his eyes. "If it involves receiving guidance from Teacher Guy," Chiba responded tactfully, "I believe it would be quite splendid." However, upon hearing the preceding words, a smile spread across Might Guy's face. Yet, as soon as the word but escaped Chiba's lips, Might Guy's expression shifted dramatically. "No buts, young man. Youth does not permit complacency." He pressed firmly on Chiba's shoulder, the immense strength radiating from his arm. "No, Teacher Guy, please remain calm. I merely wish to include Team 7 in receiving your guidance." Chiba spoke rapidly, fearing that any delay might provoke Might Guy into an impulsive reaction. "After all, we are comrades," Chiba declared with a sense of righteous duty. "As comrades, we ought to progress together and embrace the fervor of youth." Might Guy looked astounded at his words, and Chiba, weary of the myriad expressions, refrained from saying more. "Is this truly your resolve?" Might Guy turned to his beloved student, Lee. "Lee, you must learn much from Chiba. This is the essence of an unregrettable youth." The two embraced once more, weeping profusely. Chiba gazed at them, his heart brimming with countless jests he yearned to express. Yet, overwhelmed by the abundance of thoughts, he found himself at a loss for words. "I merely wish to glimpse the appearance of the crown prince and the second pillar adorned in their verdant, form-fitting attire. This has no bearing on the concept of regretful youth." However, Chiba remained oblivious. Following his remarks, Uchiha Sasuke cast a gaze upon him, one fraught with complexity. In contrast, Uzumaki Naruto perpetually wore an expression of admiration. Chiba, indeed, served as his current source of inspiration. No worries, young man. Might Guy tempered his emotions, revealing the sunniest of smiles. Moreover, the time for the Chunin exam is swiftly approaching. If you do not hasten, you may very well miss this opportunity. Chiba's countenance shifted as he grasped the gravity of the situation. With a swift motion, he seized the second pillar and Naruto, dashing toward the interior of the building. Lee and the others closely followed in their wake. Might Guy observed their departing figures, remarking, "Ah, what an enviable youth." In the final 3 minutes, Chiba and his companions successfully entered the examination hall, seemingly the last to arrive. As they burst into the classroom, the eyes of all candidates turned to these 6 individuals. The murderous intent emanating from their gazes rendered Sasuke and the others somewhat tense. Conversely, the oblivious Lee and Naruto appeared unfazed by the intensity surrounding them. As for Chiba, he stepped forward. The terrifying aura radiating from him instantaneously enveloped the entire class. Silence. Not a sound emerged, as if everyone had been pressed into a state of suspension. A gulp echoed, the source unknown, shattering the stillness within the classroom. All gazes upon Chiba were filled with astonishment. "Hey, why is everyone so quiet?" Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. His words prompted Chiba to retract his menacing presence. The skills acquired from Zabuza were, as always, remarkably effective. The fusion of Chiba's own aura with Zabuza's resulted in a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. They were merely taken aback. Nearby, a bespectacled ninja stepped forward from the crowd. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yakushi Kabuto. Having participated in 6 Chunin exams, I possess considerable experience." Chiba regarded this man with keen interest. One of the orchestrators of the 4th Great Ninja War, the Dreamweaver, Yakushi Kabuto currently held roles as a double agent, intelligence gatherer, and master performer, an exceptionally unique figure within the ninja world. As your senior, I feel it is imperative to offer you a word of caution. Before the exam commences, it is natural for everyone to feel anxious. Additionally, I would like to extend a small gesture of assistance to you, my dear juniors. Yakushi Kabuto produced a stack of cards from his pocket. Upon a vivid orange-red backdrop adorned with the prominent character for ninja, these were ninja identification cards. Through a special method, information could be inscribed upon them. Kabuto knelt, spreading the ninja identification cards before him. By infusing my chakra into these, the information will be revealed. In pursuit of success in the Chunin exams, I have diligently gathered information over the past 4 years. Suddenly, a vivid image and text materialized on the ninja identification card. It even showcased a 3-dimensional illustration representing various facets of the Chunin exams. Chiba's eyes sparkled with keen interest. The extraordinary unfolding of events suggested that the technological advancements in this world had yet to reach their zenith. After a preliminary explanation from Yakushi Kabuto, several newcomers from Konoha had gained a certain understanding of the Chunin exams. However, new inquiries arose. Are there any cards that detail personal information? Uchiha Sasuke exhibited a particular interest in the information concerning certain individuals. Adjusting his glasses, Yakushi Kabuto inquired, "Is there someone specific you are interested in? I can assist you in finding out." Without hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke replied, "Gaara from Sunagakure." The individual who had once appeared behind him, unbeknownst to him at the time, was of great concern to Sasuke. Nodding, Yakushi Kabuto extracted a card from the stack of ninja identification cards. With a name, the search became significantly easier. Gaara of Sunagakure was located. As chakra flowed into the card, Gaara's image emerged. Yet, the anticipated data did not materialize. It appeared that, like you, he was also a newcomer, resulting in limited information. 8 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission. Gazing at the information on the ninja identification card, Yakushi Kabuto remarked, "It's impressive that a genin has already undertaken a B-rank mission. It is said that he returned unscathed after completing it." Kabuto's words ignited a profound sense of crisis within Uchiha Sasuke. Having recently attempted a B-rank mission himself, he had narrowly escaped with his life. Such a disparity in capability inevitably stirred a sense of imbalance within him. "By the way, Kabuto-senpai, do you have any information on Chiba?" A clear voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Curious, Chiba turned to see Tenten, gazing at him with unwavering determination. Under her scrutiny, Chiba felt a twinge of unease. "Are you the new recruit from Konoha, Chiba?" Yakushi Kabuto exchanged a glance with Chiba, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Would you mind if I showcased your information?" Chiba, indifferent, replied, "Of course." The ninja identification card spun rapidly, and a cloud of smoke dispersed. Chiba's information appeared on the card. Chiba, a genin from Team 7, under the guidance of Kakashi Hatake. 7 D-rank missions and 1 C-rank mission. All completed without injury, exhibiting a remarkably balanced skill set. Observing the pentagonal warrior displayed on the ninja identification card, the crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips. Isn't that a monster? Nara Shikamaru's expression was one of sheer astonishment. As a member of the Nara clan, he was acutely aware of the terrifying implications of such data. Whether in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or the use of ninja tools, there appeared to be no discernible weaknesses. A person of such caliber could undoubtedly be labeled a monster. Chiba gazed at the information on the ninja identification card, lost in contemplation. The mission in the Land of Waves was evidently classified as a C-rank assignment. Clearly, the higher-ups in Konohagakure had concealed the truth of the events that transpired in the Land of Waves. Only a select few were privy to the intricate details, indicating that Kabuto's intelligence still had certain shortcomings. Nevertheless, it was quite satisfactory. Observing his pentagonal data, Chiba felt a sense of contentment. He paid no heed to the gazes directed at him. Having entered the Chunin exams, he was no longer inclined to remain hidden. At this moment, he had officially stepped into the spotlight. The only concern during the exams was to remain vigilant against one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the ominous Orochimaru. A formidable newcomer indeed. Kabuto's glasses glinted with reflected light, suggesting he was deep in thought. He then drew another ninja identification card, presenting intelligence about the number of participants from various countries in the Chunin exams. However, when he mentioned the Sound Village, a hint of disdain crept into his words. Due to its status as a minor village, there was little information available. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the crowd. It seemed there was an urgency afoot. Chiba reached for his ninja tool pouch. With a swift motion, he hurled 3 shuriken into the sky. While the onlookers were puzzled by Chiba's actions, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the throng. The clash of metal rang out as the trio from the Sound Village engaged. Yet the tremendous force from the shuriken swiftly repelled them. Disruptions are prohibited during the exam. Chiba's calm voice bore an unmistakable authority. You brats, meddling is ill-advised. It was evident that Tross harbored resentment towards Chiba. If you seek demise, I shall not hinder your wishes. The murderous intent in Chiba's gaze silenced Tross, leaving his words trapped in his throat. Chiba's decisive actions only heightened the apprehension other ninjas felt towards him. A terrifying newcomer, akin to a monstrous presence. Whispers circulated among the participants, suggesting that this year's Chunin exams would prove more challenging than ever. As the smoke billowed from the podium, a commanding voice cut through the murmurs. Silence, you inept fools. You from the Sound Village. Mori no Ibiki cast a fierce glare towards the back of the classroom. A confrontation had erupted between the ninjas of the Sound Village and Konoha. Despite his role as an examiner, committed to fairness and justice, he resolutely sided with Konoha. You best refrain from fighting on the exam grounds. Otherwise, you shall all be expelled. The trio from the Sound Village shot Chiba glances filled with indignation. Yet upon noticing Mori no Ibiki's expression, they begrudgingly withdrew their hands. Kid, I hope fortune favors you. Tross's single eye beneath his forehead protector glimmered with ferocity. In his perspective, it was merely a moment of carelessness. The opponent was merely a novice participating in the Chunin exam for the first time. The ability to strike him was entirely due to chance. The first examination was a written test. I shall elucidate the examination rules, and after the explanation, I will entertain no inquiries. Marino Ibiki picked up a piece of chalk and began to inscribe upon the blackboard. Concerning this written examination, Chiba understood quite well. The crux of it all lay in the final question. That old fox, Marino Ibiki, was adept in psychological warfare. Although Naruto Uzumaki had undergone significant changes compared to his original world, Chiba was acutely aware that Naruto's mindset had grown even more resilient. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding this examination. However, he found himself intrigued by the first 9 questions of the test, which pertained to the essential curriculum of the Shinobi Academy. As Marino Ibiki completed his explanation of the rules, the test papers were distributed to each candidate. Chiba glanced at his paper. The first question, a code question, was easily answered. The second question depicted a parabolic arc. Ninja B was perched atop a 7-meter-high tree, requiring the depiction of the maximum range of a shuriken held by Ninja A. The answer would reveal the characteristics of the opposing ninja within the elliptical area described by the shuriken's trajectory, as well as the maximum range during a flat battle scenario, accompanied by a written explanation. What a ludicrous question. Chiba's mind roared in protest. As a ninja, was it necessary to comprehend such things? If I am to engage in combat, must I also calculate the rules of parabolic trajectories? Damn. For such utterly advanced questions, Chiba had his own responses. He hastily inscribed his answers on the paper. A shuriken thrown with precision would yield a fatal outcome. If one shuriken proved insufficient, then two would suffice. Should two fail, he suggested resorting to a fist fight. Ninjutsu was also within the realm of consideration. As a former underachiever in examinations, Chiba had always despised such mentally taxing and practically meaningless questions. In his previous life, he had never witnessed a ninja calculating the range of a shuriken. Chiba swiftly completed the second question and continued to peruse the remaining queries on the test. The third question was even more outrageous. It inquired about the impact of the environment on combat, including geology, wind direction, and the intensity of rainfall. Life and death are trivial if one is unwilling. They should engage in combat. This was Chiba's response. Such trivial and tedious inquiries did not warrant his mental exertion. The subsequent questions followed suit. Yet, the ninth question captured Chiba's attention. It asked how one should proceed when encountering an overwhelmingly powerful enemy ninja while alone during a mission. This type of subjective question was precisely what Chiba relished. It allowed for uninhibited expression. If one encounter proves futile, then one must strive again. Remaining in a perpetual state of readiness for battle, Chiba would never be inferior to anyone. With an hour allotted for the examination, Chiba completed it in a mere 10 minutes. He set down his pen and leisurely surveyed his surroundings. Naruto Uzumaki, who had completely abandoned hope, wore an expression of utter despair. Amidst the turmoil, Uchiha Sasuke found himself grappling with uncontrollable emotions, hinting at the awakening of his Sharingan. Some astute ninjas had already discerned the potential rules of this examination, realizing that it was indeed possible to cheat without the examiners being aware. The self-assured demeanor of Chiba did not go unnoticed by his fellow competitors. Previously, when he had confronted the Sound Ninja Trio, he had attracted a considerable amount of attention. Consequently, his answer sheet became a focal point for those ninjas skilled in deception. What, indeed, was the nature of this bizarre set of answers? Viewing life and death as inconsequential and ready to fight if challenged, this seemed a plausible stance. However, the expressions of those who had scrutinized Chiba's paper were anything but normal. As if they had just choked on something, their faces contorted in discomfort. Suddenly, a kunai soared past Chiba, landing on the answer sheet of a fellow candidate behind him. You have cheated 5 times. You are disqualified from this examination. This seemed to act as a signal, as one by one, other candidates were found guilty. Interestingly, among the newcomers in this year's Chunin exam, no other instances of repeated cheating had been detected, save for the hapless Naruto Uzumaki, who was utterly petrified. What should he do? He glanced towards Chiba, who was 2 seats away, seeking some assistance. Yet, Chiba merely responded with a thumbs-up gesture learned from Might Guy. You can do it, Naruto. Chiba's performance caught the attention of Mori no Ibiki, who found the young ninja intriguing. It appeared that, at this juncture, the candidates might not even have enough time to complete the questions. Suddenly intrigued by Chiba's answer sheet, Mori no Ibiki grappled with his dilemma. As the chief examiner, he could not leave his post. The podium was the vantage point from which he could oversee the entire examination. Never mind. I can review the papers once the test concludes. The little rascal under Kakashi's tutelage must be Chiba. Leaning against the back table, Chiba scanned the room with an air of indifference. He appeared less like a candidate and more akin to an examiner. Candidate number 27 had cheated 4 times. TSK. Such pathetic tactics, Chiba mused, though it seemed the examiners were not much better. His powers of observation far surpassed those of the examiners seated nearby. Candidate 89 was in for a rough time. This was likely the 5th instance of being caught. The Eye of Sand. That's quite a proficient technique. Time flew swiftly. As the multitude of candidates exhibited their abilities, they began to uncover the correct answers. All right, time's up. It is now time to announce the 10th question. Mori no Ibiki surveyed the remaining candidates, a dangerous smile gracing his face. Prior to this moment, an ominous rule needed to be conveyed to all. The decision to either answer or forego the 10th question would result in the disqualification of their entire team should they choose not to respond. Upon hearing this, a wave of anxious chatter rippled through the crowd, as an atmosphere of urgency, agitation, and unrest spread among the candidates. Those who choose to forego answering the 10th question without providing a correct response shall be eternally stripped of their qualifications for the Chunin exam. This announcement immediately ignited a tumultuous reaction, casting a pall of despair over the hearts of all present. No one possessed absolute confidence in their ability to answer the 10th question. The formidable difficulty of the preceding 9 questions had already made that abundantly clear. It was a consensus among all that the 10th question would undoubtedly prove even more challenging. Struggles brewed within each individual's heart. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Chiba cast a surprised glance at Marino Ibiki. The captain of the interrogation team from the Umbu displayed an unparalleled mastery over the manipulation of human emotions. With but a few words, he had led the crowd into a chasm of despair. So let us commence. Those opting not to respond to the 10th question may raise their hands now. As this declaration echoed, the surrounding tension escalated. Chiba noticed Naruto Uzumaki tightly gripping his pen, his veins bulging, and his expression one of sheer ferocity. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, clearly indicating he had entered a phase of arduous decision-making. The departure of dozens of candidates rendered the air around them almost palpable. Expressions of hopelessness adorned every face, as if a great hand were throttling their throats. Under Chiba's watchful gaze, Naruto trembled as he raised his hand. His heart was in turmoil. However, Chiba remained unperturbed, even finding a hint of amusement in the situation. He mused that perhaps a threat to Naruto's life could compel him to abandon his quest. Do not underestimate me. I shall not flee in the face of adversity. Even if it means living as a mere genin for eternity, I shall strive to become Hokage. I will change this ailing world. Upon hearing those final words, a smile graced Chiba's face. It seemed that his previous sentiments had indeed taken root in Naruto's heart. The notion of a flawed world was a vital lesson Chiba had once imparted to him. As for the goal of becoming Hokage, that had always been Naruto's unwavering resolve. Is there anyone else who wishes to concede? This is a decision that will affect your entire lives, so ponder it carefully. Marino Ibiki continued to manipulate the sentiments of the crowd. Yet, Naruto's declaration had provided a much-needed surge of courage to the others. What if it meant being a genin for life? So be it. This was the prevailing mindset among the remaining candidates in the examination hall. The most crucial aspect was to persevere. Well then, since no one has chosen to forfeit, Marino Ibiki sighed and proclaimed, I announce that all present shall pass the first examination. This unexpected turn of events shattered the expectations of everyone in attendance. After Marino Ibiki elucidated the true purpose of this examination, relief washed over the faces of some. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the examination hall as glass shattered. A shadow darted into the room. This is hardly the time for celebration. The newcomer, slender and resolute, bore an expression of determination. I am your examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. Follow me, for we are about to commence the second examination. A vast black cloth obscures the figure of Sanae Ibiki. Pay attention to the atmosphere. His voice emanates from behind the shroud. Mitarashi Anko felt a slight flush on her cheeks, suddenly realizing that the ambience around her was somewhat unsettling. Hastily, she diverted the topic. 78 individuals, 26 groups of candidates. The number that passed the first examination is rather excessive. I have resolved that the second examination must eliminate over half of them. At the entrance of the Forest of Death, the genin candidates congregate, awaiting the arrival of the next trial. Mitarashi Anko stands before the assembly, elucidating the rules of the forthcoming Chunin exam. This is the Forest of Death. You shall soon experience the terror of mortality firsthand. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto interjected, Humph. Such threats do not intimidate me. Anko narrowed her eyes and swiftly hurled a kunai directly at Naruto. The metallic clash resounded at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Attacking the candidates, Chiba remarked, hands in his pockets, casting a glance at Anko. It seems that is not permissible, is it? He held no reverence for this unruly examiner. Witnessing her kunai being thwarted, Anko, who initially aimed to intimidate the crowd, found herself somewhat at a loss. However, a dangerous smile soon graced her lips. An amusing little brat. You must be this year's top newcomer, she observed, twirling the kunai in her hand. I recall you. A student from Kakashi's class. To this, Chiba replied with composure. Thank you for remembering, examiner. However, let us proceed with the announcement of the examination rules. We wouldn't want to keep everyone waiting. Upon hearing this, Anko adjusted her demeanor, adopting a more serious expression. She produced a stack of consent forms from her pocket, explaining, "These are consent forms that require your signatures. The upcoming examination may result in fatal incidents. To avoid unnecessary complications, the village has prepared these." As Anko began detailing the examination rules, Chiba retreated into the throng of candidates. Moments earlier, he had sensed an intensely dangerous gaze among the crowd, fixated upon him, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. The icy fangs of that gaze had locked onto Chiba, as the most perceptive individual present. He could vaguely ascertain the position of its owner. The village hidden in the grass, perhaps? From the reflection of the forehead protector on his shoulder, Chiba discerned the identity of the observer. If he was not mistaken, it could very well be Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. It was inevitable that they would cross paths. Chiba mused inwardly, having long coveted the assignment associated with that figure. Should the situation demand it, he would undoubtedly unleash his full strength to confront Orochimaru. Although Chiba was not yet a match for Orochimaru, given that this was Konoha's territory, it was likely that Orochimaru would not escalate matters too far. After all, he had other plans ahead. If they were to interfere with those subsequent endeavors, it would indeed be counterproductive. Chiba was precisely relying on this fact to muster the confidence to confront Orochimaru. Otherwise, given his current level of strength, engaging directly with one of the legendary Sannin would be tantamount to courting death. Unless, of course, he were to reveal all of his trump cards. However, contemplating the consequences, Chiba shook his head. Even if the mission were to fail, he must never reveal all his secrets. In summary, during the next 5 days, Mitarashi Anko gestured towards the forest of death, declaring, "Everything relies solely on you." The consent forms were passed into the hands of each participant, allowing ample time for consideration. Even now, there remained an opportunity to withdraw. However, following the earlier motivational incident involving Naruto, those who stayed were resolute in their determination or perhaps harbored ulterior motives. For instance, certain snakes, and yet more snakes. There was no room for hesitation. Chiba promptly inscribed his name on the consent form. Withdrawal was out of the question. He could never forfeit the Chunin exams in this lifetime. After acquiring the Book of Heaven, each team dispersed to different entry points. The second phase of the Chunin exams was about to commence. A total of 26 teams would need to eliminate at least half of their number. The competition was exceedingly fierce. Team 7 entered through entry 12. In their leisurely manner, they appeared more like tourists compared to the other squads. "Chiba, is it really all right for us to be this relaxed?" Uzumaki Naruto expressed his discomfort. "Perhaps we should survey our surroundings," suggested Uchiha Sasuke. Chiba waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Relax, relax. The forest of death isn't as terrifying as it seems. For us now, maintaining a calm mindset is of utmost importance." He then turned to Naruto, particularly emphasizing, "Especially you, Naruto. What are you doing?" Upon hearing Chiba's call, Naruto sheepishly turned his head, stammering, "I was just a bit too nervous and couldn't hold it in." Chiba and Sasuke exchanged looks of exasperation towards their teammate. "Over there. That strange odor could attract some sensitive enemies." Chiba gestured for Naruto to move further away. Once Naruto had distanced himself, Sasuke inquired, puzzled, "I don't understand. Why separate Naruto from us? This place is exceedingly dangerous." A hint of danger flickered across Chiba's smile. "If he doesn't stray from the group, how can we lure out the hidden pests lurking in the shadows?" Chiba felt an immense sense of reassurance regarding Naruto at this moment. It was known that after rigorous training, Naruto's progress had been remarkably swift. With the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he could recover rapidly after sustaining injuries, presenting a significant advantage in battle. This was equally true during training. It was precisely for this reason that Chiba pushed Naruto to his limits during their training sessions. As long as it enhances his strength, he will employ any means necessary. Bang! How could this be possible? A voice filled with rage echoed from a distance. The clashing of metal resounded intermittently, indicating a fierce battle underway. "You are merely a novice. How could you possibly discover my presence?" The ninjas from the rain-hidden village always don gas masks, rendering their voices somewhat muffled. The technique of multiple shadow clones. "Come at me together." Naruto Uzumaki's combat style remained as exuberant as ever. If he were to flaunt wealth daily, then his use of chakra was equally extravagant. Although a significant portion of his chakra was dedicated to sealing the Nine Tails, it was still immensely vast. Kakashi Hatake couldn't help but envy this aspect. What is this? The ninja from the rain-hidden village was stunned at the sight of countless orange-red figures. How could there suddenly be so many shadow clones? Swarming towards him, Naruto swiftly pinned him to the ground, a cold kunai aimed at his vital point. The first enemy is subdued. Clap, clap. Applause resonated from nearby as Chiba and Sasuke Uchiha approached Naruto. Indeed, he has learned to utilize his advantages in battle. However, your taijutsu still leaves much to be desired. A mix of praise and critique for Naruto, for one must not overly flatter him. Otherwise, given his nature, he may become overly elated. It seems that Cat might not have been harsh enough. Chiba nodded in agreement, muttering to himself. It appears that Cat needs to apply a firmer hand. Upon hearing this, beads of sweat trickled down Naruto's face. Brother Chiba, I think this matter requires further discussion. Cat also needs rest, after all. Haha, wouldn't you agree, Sasuke? Chiba's words reminded him of a rather harrowing memory from not long ago. Sasuke Uchiha was somewhat surprised. Having spent time with Naruto, he understood well that Naruto was not the type to shy away from challenges. However, it seemed that Chiba's training approach instilled a sense of fear in him. Intrigued, Sasuke's dark eyes shimmered with a newfound determination to grow stronger. It's all right, one must always grow. Chiba waved his hand and turned to the fallen ninja from the rain-hidden village, inquiring, "What is your name, gender, and the contents of your scroll?" A fierce glint appeared in the ninja's eyes. "Just a few kids, huh?" A piercing scream echoed through the death forest, startling flocks of birds. Chiba smiled as he pierced the ninja's palm with a kunai. "I believe it would be best if you answered my questions truthfully." The sight of Chiba's smile sent a shiver down the spine of the rain-hidden ninja, for it was a smile devoid of regard for life, akin to an abyss. "My name is Ro." The physical agony and mental retreat rendered the character of Oboro indecisive. A male ninja from the rain-hidden village, he possessed the Book of Earth. Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki felt a surge of excitement, as he had not anticipated achieving success on his first mission. The Book of Earth was precisely what they required. However, Oboro's subsequent revelation caused Naruto's expression to darken once more. "I arrived here alone, concealing my presence. The Book of Earth is not in my possession. It lies with my companion." Naruto's face fell in disappointment. "No way, you must be lying." Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Naruto's side, Oboro's countenance shifted to one of sheer terror. No, I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, you can search me. The Book of Earth is indeed with my companion." Chiba signaled Naruto to conduct the search, to which Naruto had no objections, believing in Chiba's trustworthiness. Yet, after the search, his expression remained bleak. "It's not here." Chiba, crouching down and fiddling with the kunai in his hand, said, "Take us to your companion. This forest is too hazardous for you." Oboro inhaled sharply, the pain coursing through his nerves. All right. Suddenly, a tempest struck. The powerful winds carved a broad path through the ground. Wind release, great breakthrough. Chiba's reaction was remarkably swift. As the fierce winds approached, he formed hand seals. The same ferocious wind erupted from his lips, colliding with the forest. Trees toppled, soil flew, and the spectacle was truly magnificent. "These youngsters are somewhat terrifying this year." A chilling voice echoed from the depths of the dark forest. With long black hair and clad in a light yellow ninja attire, adorned with a purple belt, the figure's pitch-black eyes bore no trace of emotion. "I never expected a newcomer to withstand my jutsu." The gaze directed at Chiba revealed a flicker of emotional fluctuation. Let's skip the pleasantries. Faced with this early-stage boss, Chiba exhibited neither panic nor fear. Instead, deep within, his blood seemed to simmer with anticipation. Unlike Zabuza Momochi, this figure before him was a true powerhouse. Regardless, they had to engage in battle first. Chiba moved his body, signaling Naruto and Sasuke to retreat. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A dazzling display of hand seals unfolded in Chiba's hands, his cheeks bulging with violent wind chakra. With a rush, the vacuum sphere shot forth like a bullet, aimed directly at the adversary. "These youngsters are indeed impatient." A gentle female voice emerged. Upon recalling the identity of the individual before him, Chiba couldn't help but shiver. Summoning technique. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. The seemingly slow hand seals conveyed an eerie sensation, just as the vacuum sphere was about to strike the opponent. In an instant, smoke billowed forth, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet significantly. A chill suddenly gripped the air. Naruto Uzumaki remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, while Sasuke Uchiha was already drenched in cold sweat. His keen senses detected a terrifying killing intent emanating from the newcomer. A stark contrast to the earlier confrontation with Zabuza Momochi. It felt as though death itself had fixed its gaze upon him, leaving him trembling and immobilized. Sasuke's crimson eyes glowed ominously, the Sharingan spinning slowly within. "Calm down, Sasuke." Chiba suddenly appeared before him, offering reassurance. "Leave this guy to me. You can rest easy." The sight of Chiba's sudden appearance brought an inexplicable sense of relief to Sasuke, recalling his comrade's impressive performance during their previous mission. Gradually, Sasuke's composure began to return. "Are you not afraid of death?" A soft female voice resonated, imbued with a beguiling charm. "Of course I am afraid." Chiba's candid reply caught his opponent off guard, revealing a look of surprise. "But I am confident you cannot kill me." "Humph, interesting little brat," the adversary scoffed. The smoke from the summoning technique dissipated, revealing a colossal serpent, several meters in diameter, looming before the trio. "If you are so confident, let us see if you can back it up." As soon as the words left their lips, the massive serpent surged forward, barreling toward them with ferocity. The fetid breath from its maw seemed to devour countless souls. Chiba swiftly grasped Naruto and Sasuke, leaping to evade the attack. Crack! The trees beneath them were obliterated, splintering into fragments that scattered in all directions. What manner of beast is this? Naruto finally grasped the seriousness of the situation. How could such a powerful ninja appear during the Chunin exams? Chiba set them down, cautioning, "Stay alert. I may not be able to focus on you both for a while. After all, this individual is on par with my mentor, Jiraiya." With that, Chiba invoked the summoning technique. Meow! A fierce feline cry heralded the arrival of his summoned beast. "Cat, these serpents are yours to handle," he commanded, addressing the creature. "Let us proceed, Orochimaru-senpai," Chiba declared. At this, the expression of the Kusa ninja shifted dramatically, realizing a mere child had discerned their identity. What a failure! Orochimaru's voice turned from soft to a gravelly tone laced with an unsettling chill. To refer to that fool Jiraiya as a mentor? It appears I must take this more seriously. Despite having been recognized, Orochimaru showed no intention of reverting to his true form. Yet, it must be noted, the visage he had chosen was decidedly unappealing. However, recalling some of Orochimaru's jutsu, Chiba understood the gravity of the situation. For Orochimaru, superficial beauty is merely an inconsequential aspect. It is immortality that he ardently seeks. In comparison to eternal life, nothing else holds significance. The S-rank rogue ninja's threat level has reached its zenith, Chiba remarked languidly. The fierce yowl of a cat reverberated in the air. Compared to their previous encounter, the creature had grown substantially larger once again. Excluding its tail, it now measured 5 meters in length. The black serpent launched a surprise attack, its tail tightly coiling around the branches. Its serpent-like eyes meticulously tracked the cat darting between the limbs. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's presence loomed large. "Though I am unsure of your intentions, as a Konoha ninja, it is my duty to impede you." "What an arrogant little brat," Orochimaru scoffed. "Did Jiraiya not inform you? Death will forever linger by your side." As those words left his lips, his figure vanished from the branch. Boom! The clash of fists echoed with a resounding noise. Chiba staggered back slightly, his gaze towards his opponent grave and intense. From that brief contact, he sensed the formidable strength of Orochimaru. Among the 3 legendary ninjas, his combat prowess may not be the most formidable, yet it undoubtedly surpassed that of an average jonin. His soft palm seemed to absorb the force of Chiba's punch effortlessly. "His skills in taijutsu are quite impressive," Orochimaru remarked, his eyes glimmering with admiration. "You are far superior to the other 2 brats. One cannot gauge you by the standards of a mere genin." Leaf gale. Crack. The branch beneath Chiba creaked under the strain. The recoil propelled him instantaneously away from his original position. The opportunity to battle Orochimaru is invaluable, and Chiba would not squander it. From this confrontation, he aimed to uncover his own shortcomings. Compared to Orochimaru, who had endured the ravages of war, Chiba's combat experience was significantly lacking. Orochimaru was taken aback to discover a semblance of Might Guy within the young man before him. Might it be related to the Azure Beast? He leaped high, opting not to engage Chiba directly. Such fierce taijutsu was ill-suited for Orochimaru. Having spent years entwined with serpents, he excelled in softer forms of taijutsu. At present, his arms curved, darting around the branch to target Chiba's vital points. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sounds of impact surprised Chiba. His opponent's body seemed adept at completely dissipating his force. It appeared that conventional taijutsu might be insufficient. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chiba's eyes. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he resolved to reveal a hidden card. 8 gates. Open the first gate. The air surged as Chiba's feet spun and trembled. Lifting the restrictions on his cerebral domain, he unleashed 100% of his physical potential. Both his strength and speed experienced a remarkable surge. A forbidden technique? Orochimaru, well versed in various ninjutsu, immediately recognized the technique that Chiba was employing. He had indeed conducted some research on this particular ninjutsu, but due to its lack of relevance to immortality, his exploration had been superficial. The fact that Jiraiya had taught you such a technique ignited a flicker of anger in Orochimaru's eyes. It was truly outrageous. As Chiba continuously showcased his burgeoning potential, Orochimaru had begun to regard him as a target of interest. For instance, a vessel for the soul? Boom. With a velocity that reached its zenith, Chiba challenged the visual perception of the onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, Sasuke Uchiha had activated his Sharingan, one eye single, the other double, creating a somewhat peculiar appearance. Yet even so, he could not distinctly capture Chiba's silhouette. Too fast, he murmured, only managing to glimpse fleeting afterimages. Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head and inquired, "Why must we rely on our eyes to perceive Brother Chiba's figure?" Brother Chiba had previously imparted to me that in the battles of ninjas, the eyes are the most likely to deceive oneself. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's body trembled. He suddenly widened his eyes, contemplating the meaning behind these words. Naruto, oblivious to Sasuke's change in expression, continued, "Thus, sensing the opponent's aura becomes exceedingly crucial. When a ninja forsakes their sight, perhaps they can see further." These were Brother Chiba's exact words. I merely grasped the general idea. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Chiba was unexpectedly astonished to find that Might Guy's ninjutsu was remarkably effective, especially in this dense, forested environment. Close combat techniques yielded excellent results. His right leg lashed through the air like a whip, producing a violent sonic boom. Missing his target, Chiba swiftly pivoted, reversing his arm at an incredible angle, launching a powerful fist directly at Orochimaru's head. The exhilarating battle caused beads of sweat to gradually soak his attire. However, as Chiba's adversary, Orochimaru felt immensely stifled. At the outset, he merely evaded a strike and found himself directly caught in Chiba's rhythm of assault, akin to relentless waves crashing one after another. Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Gale, Konoha Great Whirlwind. While astonishing in speed, the force was equally terrifying. After just one hit, Orochimaru felt a slight convulsion in his body. Even after some time, a lingering pain persisted. Such an intimate style of combat was ill-suited for him. Just as he became agitated and his movements slowed by a beat, Chiba's eyes gleamed with realization. An opportunity. Konoha Rising Wind. A powerful upward kick struck Orochimaru squarely on the chin. Bam! He was sent flying several meters into the air. With his legs slightly bent, Chiba unleashed formidable force, propelling himself to catch up with the airborne Orochimaru. In his hand, unbeknownst to him, a bundle of metallic threads had materialized. The threads danced through the air, swiftly binding Orochimaru tightly. Lotus of the Pure Land. Previously, I spent countless days training alongside Little Lee. However, Chiba was not idle during this time. Through his silver-tongued persuasion and the fervor of youth, I was eventually convinced to adopt the training methods of the esteemed Lianhua. After several sessions of grappling with wooden stakes, Chiba successfully mastered this body technique, which now proved to be quite fortuitous. With a sudden tug, the metallic wire in Chiba's grasp tightened, ensnaring Orochimaru firmly within its grasp. Through extraordinary perception, he discerned that the Orochimaru he held was not merely a shadow clone, but his genuine self. Spin. Chiba roared internally. With a vice-like grip on Orochimaru's form, he summoned power from his core. Chiba whirled with Orochimaru in tow, generating an astonishing rotational speed that propelled his own momentum to its zenith. A thunderous crash echoed through the dense forest as the two plummeted from the sky to the earth below. The immense impact fractured the ground like a spider's web, creating a vast crater at its center. Chiba had decisively driven Orochimaru into the depths of the earth, akin to planting a seed upside down. Brother Chiba is incredibly strong. Uzumaki Naruto gasped, swallowing hard as a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. It was unfathomable to contemplate what fate would befall him should Chiba employ such a technique against him. Merely envisioning it sent cold sweat cascading down his brow. Surely, it would be fatal. Though he refrained from voicing this certainty, it lingered ominously in his thoughts. Nearby, Uchiha Sasuke was equally affected by the spectacle. Even with his Sharingan activated, he struggled to keep pace with Chiba's speed. The terrifying velocity he had just witnessed seemed to transcend the limits of human capability. What a formidable opponent Chiba was. He buried this thought deep within, while simultaneously nurturing a deeper yearning within himself. When would he reach Chiba's level? If that day were to come, he believed it would not be long before he could eliminate that man. With this thought, Sasuke gazed at Chiba, his eyes brimming with longing. The moment Chiba made contact with the ground, he distinctly heard the sound of bones shattering. Yet, in an instant, he sensed a looming threat. Releasing his grip, he leaped upward, swiftly vacating the center of the crater and standing a short distance away, his blazing gaze fixated on Orochimaru. Coughing echoed ominously, prompting the trio to brace themselves for an imminent confrontation. Chiba's eyes darted toward the source of the cough, his tension palpable. Indeed, this was a formidable adversary. Orochimaru's voice emerged once more. Perhaps you are a worthy choice after all, even more promising than that child from the Uchiha clan. As the swirling dust settled, Orochimaru's figure materialized before the three, looking somewhat disheveled compared to their initial encounter. The garments upon his body were tattered in numerous places. His already unappealing visage had grown even more grotesque. Orochimaru's face was marred with deep pits, and flakes of dead skin occasionally fell away. His figure was hunched, suggesting a severe injury. The intermittent coughs he emitted further attested to his deteriorating condition. What a pity! Orochimaru's voice was devoid of any emotion, filled instead with a profound indifference to life. I must admit, I had a certain fondness for that face, though it was now somewhat damaged. Cough, cough. As he spoke, a violent bout of coughing followed, and he collapsed to the ground, expelling a copious amount of blood, resembling a state on the brink of death. Yet, the more he appeared in such a manner, the more tense Chiba became. Is he truly attempting to deceive me? What a vigilant little rascal. Observing Orochimaru's prolonged coughing fit, Chiba remained unmoved, prompting a sense of disappointment in Orochimaru's voice. Very well, facing you in this condition is rather perilous. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru abruptly opened his mouth wide. A pair of hands, as white as jade, emerged from within, following closely were his head and body. Orochimaru's body-switching technique. Like a serpent shedding its skin, he extricated his form from the confines of his external body. It seems you are not surprised. Orochimaru's tone was marked by an unsettling calmness. Chiba nodded and replied, I possess a certain understanding of you, Orochimaru-senpai. The almost enigmatic body-switching technique of Orochimaru can evade nearly all ninjutsu, even that close-range taijutsu from moments ago. At this juncture, Orochimaru had reverted to his original appearance. His long black hair cascaded down his back, and his pallid skin resembled that of someone who had long been deprived of sunlight. The shadow extending to the sides of his nose bore a mysterious purple hue. Most striking were his elongated golden pupils, cold and indifferent, akin to a true serpent. No trace of emotion could be discerned in his gaze. Did Jiraiya, that fool, inform you of this? Orochimaru inquired with a hint of probing. It appears this fellow holds you in high regard. To such a question, Chiba could only nod in acknowledgement. Certainly, he could not claim to be an all-knowing prophet. Could he? Orochimaru-senpai, will you continue to fight? Chiba asked, maintaining a dignified composure, undeterred by Orochimaru's current state. Though the latter still had some reserves, he had not yet revealed all his cards. This was not the moment to unveil every strategy. In such a perilous realm as the ninja world, maintaining a sense of vigilance was essential. Although you evaded certain attacks with your unique body-switching technique, you are still injured, are you not? Chiba observed the slight tremor of Orochimaru's body. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru ceased to conceal his injuries. He emitted a faint cough, and crimson blood appeared upon his pale lips. The stark contrast confirmed Chiba's previous observations. Although Orochimaru evaded most of the damage, a portion of the recent assault still struck him. Perhaps it was at the moment of contact with the ground, or perhaps from another source. His remarkable powers of observation prompted Orochimaru to lavish praise upon his adversary. This superior being surpassed nearly all of my experimental subjects. Chiba, would you be interested in accompanying me? To Chiba's surprise, Orochimaru extended an invitation to him. The most distinguished scientist in the ninja world, the immortal serpent. The harbinger of calamity, Orochimaru displayed an unusual enthusiasm toward a mere teenager. This, however, only heightened Chiba's wariness of him. Among the three legendary ninjas, this one before him was the most perilous. Even in later stages, amidst divine battles, Orochimaru remained an exceedingly formidable presence. After all, science is the primary driving force of productivity. I can grant you greater power, aiding you in realizing your aspirations. A fervent expression emerged on Orochimaru's face. Oh, by the way, I forgot to inquire about your dreams. Chiba found it difficult to maintain his composure, yet outwardly, he appeared unperturbed. Quite simply, it is to take control of my own destiny. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes brightened. An admirable aspiration indeed. I am increasingly pleased with you. However, Chiba shook his head and firmly declined, stating, Orochimaru-senpai, I cannot accompany you at this time. You see, I am a Leaf Village ninja. My teacher Jiraiya brought me here, granting me companions with whom I share life and death. Chiba employed his own brand of persuasion. Though it could not compare to Naruto Uzumaki's verbal prowess, it nonetheless exhibited a commendable ability to convince. To uphold the will of fire, I will steadfastly support the leaf. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Orochimaru's visage. What a pity. However, we shall meet again. With that, Orochimaru's form gradually melded into the earth beneath him. Yet, just as his head was about to disappear into the ground, a profound smile graced his pale countenance. Orochimaru's vanishing act allowed Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha to exhale in relief. Even as mere spectators, the murderous aura emanating from him had a significant impact on both. After all, they were merely freshly graduated genin. Despite having experienced some battles, the chasm between them and Orochimaru, who had participated in the ninja wars, remained vast. The mere presence of his bloodlust would require a considerable period for them to acclimate. Brother Chiba, you actually drove that ninja away. Although Naruto had not contributed much, he maintained an optimistic outlook. In contrast, Sasuke's expression was one of deep resentment. Chiba surmised that he was lamenting his own lack of strength. Sasuke's lips were tightly pressed, and the crimson hue in his eyes had faded. However, within his gaze lay a tapestry of intricate emotions. The inability to intervene in battle felt like a profound disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Chiba chose to disregard Uchiha Sasuke. At times, verbal admonitions yield little effect. Nevertheless, his destiny had undergone a significant transformation. The most notable change was the absence of the cursed seal. Through Chiba's intervention, Orochimaru departed after their skirmish, having no time to implant the cursed seal on Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, one matter caused Chiba some vexation. There were no indications of completing his mission. He surmised that he would encounter Orochimaru once more during this examination. Let us depart. Chiba banished these thoughts from his mind. We must seek out other teams. The competition for the scrolls has only just commenced. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the Forest of Death, the ground rippled like flowing water as Orochimaru materialized. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. Can't you come with me now? Indeed, you are a boy of distinct thoughts. Due to Orochimaru's appearance, Chiba and his companions failed to acquire the Book of Earth. As for the Rain Ninja, he had long been swept away by the tempest, lost to some unknown corner. Perhaps he perished, or perhaps he fled. Chiba ceased to ponder such inconsequential beings. His current priority was to locate other teams. Boss, the cat, having severed the giant serpent's throat, leapt down from the tree. Am I not strong now? It boasted to Chiba. In response to this bravado, Chiba affectionately ruffled its head, a gesture of approval. Your performance was commendable. However, a more arduous task awaits your completion. The cat regarded Chiba's mischievous smile, feeling a twinge of unease. It sensed a familiarity in the sensation coursing through it. As a ninja cat, your sense of smell should be quite acute, yes? Help me track the whereabouts of the other teams. Before the cat could react, Chiba swiftly mounted its back. Thud! The cat collapsed onto the ground, tongue lolling, portraying a half-dead demeanor. Chiba felt a twinge of guilt upon witnessing this. He had forgotten to moderate his strength. Tightening his calves, the muscles beneath his clothing subtly bulged. As the weight lifted, the cat shakily rose to its feet, though it was not entirely in favor of Chiba's suggestion. Boss, I am a ninja cat, not a ninja dog. The cat complained. Isn't tracking by scent a bit? Thump. Before it could finish, Chiba delivered a playful tap to its head. A cat's sense of smell surpasses that of a dog. If you continue to resist, the next training session will double in intensity. Upon hearing this, The cat wilted. Though reluctant, it proceeded to lead the way. By the way, Chiba suddenly recalled his two companions from Team 7. The capacity of the cat spirit was limited. Thus, I must trouble both of you to exert yourselves. The two had no objections. After all, the cat was Chiba's familiar. However, Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback by the cat's seemingly poor weight-bearing ability. It appeared to be able to carry only Chiba at present, who was but a youth weighing at most 100 pounds. Yet, seeing the cat's grimacing expression, it hardly seemed like a ruse. It seemed that Chiba harbored his own secrets. Sasuke pondered this as the three, along with the cat, traversed the dense and perilous forest of death. The environment here was far more hostile than the jungles of the outside world, a consequence of being the designated training ground number 44 of Konoha. The Konoha ninjas had transported every conceivable harsh condition to this locale. In addition to the incessant swarms of venomous insects, there were myriad natural traps, quagmires, quicksand, and hidden currents. As they journeyed, they had already discovered 69 traps in just a single morning. "Captain, there's a scent of another team up ahead." The cat twitched its nose, picking up a lead in the air. "Hurry up," Chiba urged. "Let us not repeat the last time when we arrived only to find they had already slipped away." With that, he leapt off the cat's back with agility. "Don't worry, Captain," the cat exclaimed, springing back into its lively form. "This time, they won't escape." In the blink of an eye, its massive figure vanished before the eyes of the trio. "Wow, what incredible speed!" Sasuke gasped, watching the direction in which the cat had disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto boasted, "Did you see that, Sasuke? That's the true speed of the cat. It must be that Chiba II has been eating too much lately, making it hard for the cat to move." Bang! Another playful smack resounded. "Ouch!" Naruto yelped, clutching his head. Chiba had recently discovered that this playful smack technique was quite effective, whether for Naruto or the cat. A single smack ensured immediate obedience. "I have been keeping an eye on my diet." Chiba replied softly, "Don't slander me. Just yesterday at noon, I merely had 32 bowls of ramen." Recently, the Ninja Cat Castle had taken on numerous missions, which compelled the cat to expend substantial funds to procure various essential items for ninja cats, such as ninja tools. Until the ninja cats returned from their missions, the castle's finances would be in deficit, necessitating Chiba to curtail his expenses. Surprisingly, he had not anticipated that as his training intensified, so too would his appetite. The savings he had accumulated were scarcely sufficient for his usual expenditures, let alone the costs associated with training, medications for injuries, and expenses for preparing for the Chunin exams. "Wait a moment, I believe I have stumbled upon a promising business opportunity." Chiba's eyes suddenly brightened. In the next moment, he quickened his pace and swiftly ascended above the cat spirit. "Three of you, if you do not wish to be eliminated, then surrender all your valuables." Chiba's voice immediately captured the attention of the three individuals who were setting traps in the thicket. They raised their heads in confusion, still unaware of how they had been discovered. However, upon seeing the imposing figure of the cat spirit, they shuddered in fear. "What kind of monster is this?" Their voices trembled. The sheer magnitude of its form exceeded their wildest imaginations, and the ferocity gleaming in its eyes rendered the cat's spirit utterly terrifying. Chiba exerted all his strength to control his power. He leapt from the branch and landed atop the cat spirit's head. "Is my previous statement unclear?" He continued. "If you do not wish to be eliminated, kindly hand over all your valuables." Observing such a colossal creature appearing docile before Chiba, the small team from Sunagakure collectively swallowed hard. One of them, trembling, withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. "Howl!" The cat spirit, noticing the movement, let out a terrifying roar. A fearsome gust of wind erupted from its mouth, crashing against the three individuals. They crossed their arms and hunched their bodies, striving to withstand the onslaught of the gale. "Wait. We are willing to surrender our belongings." Upon hearing their capitulation, the cat's spirit ceased its roar. This was a talent it had gradually discovered as its form expanded, with power rivaling the great wind techniques, and it required no hand seals, just a simple roar. The cat spirit was quite pleased with this innate ability. Chiba stepped closer, towering over the three, and declared, "What are you waiting for?" Before he could finish his sentence, a glint of steel shot forth from below. Clang! The sharp sound echoed through the forest as the cat spirit's claws shielded Chiba. "It seems you three still harbor some defiance," Chiba remarked, taking a few steps back. "In that case, I leave it to you. Naruto, Sasuke, subdue these three." Upon hearing Chiba's command, Naruto Uzumaki was the first to charge forward, racing with remarkable speed toward the opposing team's formation. Sasuke Uchiha hesitated momentarily, seemingly reluctant. But upon meeting Chiba's dangerous gaze, he too surged ahead. The three from Sunagakure had not appeared in Chiba's memories, rendering their abilities relatively unimpressive. Neither the current Sasuke Uchiha nor the significantly empowered Naruto Uzumaki were foes they could withstand. With only minor injuries sustained, the two successfully pinned the three to the ground. Breathless and slightly disheveled, they stood amidst the aftermath. The trio from Sunagakure, adept in wind techniques, had summoned a gale that left the clothing of the two tattered. Perhaps it is best to skip the formalities and engage directly. Chiba exhibited no hesitation, thoroughly rummaging through everything of value that he possessed. Beyond a plethora of ninja tools, the most prized possession within Sunagakure was undoubtedly the poison. To Chiba's surprise, there was also a puppeteer among them. Although the puppets utilized were merely of a standard model, they retained considerable worth. However, there was a slight disappointment. The scroll belonging to this team was not the coveted earth book they sought after. Shaking his head, Chiba tore the garments of the three into strips and then bound them together. Subsequently, he secured the unfortunate Sunagakure team to a large tree. Task accomplished. Observing his swift and decisive actions, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were left in a state of astonishment. They couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Chiba. Here, take this. Chiba casually tossed the Book of Heaven to Uchiha Sasuke. I feel more at ease with you holding it. This item is quite valuable. His mind was now brimming with bolder ideas. Sometimes, in the name of survival, a person could indeed resort to anything. Chiba extended his arms, pulling Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto closer. I have a lucrative plan. Would you care to hear it? His expression was enigmatic, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. Uzumaki Naruto, who had always been financially challenged, understood the significance of money all too well. He exclaimed eagerly, I want to hear it. Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, had never had to worry about finances due to his family status. I don't. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Chiba interrupted him. The majority must prevail. Listen to me. As he elaborated on his plan, both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto displayed expressions of surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Uzumaki Naruto, still as oblivious as ever, said, Let us set out. Uchiha Sasuke, however, pondered more deeply. But wait, doesn't this mean we will offend all the other candidates? He was more cautious in this regard. Chiba clapped him on the shoulder, exuding confidence. Aside from a few exceptional individuals masquerading as novices, the rest won't pose much of a challenge, even if they band together. Although Uchiha Sasuke struggled to grasp Chiba's words, it didn't hinder him from noticing the confidence shining in Chiba's eyes. Never mind, it's not worth overthinking it. Since Chiba is so assured, what do I have to worry about? Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, dismissing such thoughts from his mind. His sole objective now was to pass the exam. After a brief moment of recovery, Chiba turned to Nikyu, saying, Nikyu, the task of scouting for other teams is entrusted to you. The upcoming period will be crucial for both Mutenryu and Catnip in this examination. Chiba warned, if you don't put in the effort, we may run out of supplies. Upon hearing this, Nikoya shuddered, standing at attention. I assure you I will complete the task. As it spoke, it crouched low to the ground, diligently twitching its nose. Soon, the cat demon indicated towards the north. 2,000 meters ahead, a damp scent lingered in the air. Chiba, satisfied, nodded and declared, let us set forth. Our motto is to seize everything. Naruto Uzumaki, filled with excitement, echoed, seize everything. However, Sasuke Uchiha appeared somewhat embarrassed to associate with these two. His face flushed as he remained silent. He was beginning to regret his decision. Upon reaching the location indicated by the cat demon, they discovered only two individuals present, ninja from the Rain Village. Chiba concealed himself on a branch, scrutinizing the pair. Although they seemed to be resting, the dense strands of metallic wire surrounding them revealed the presence of a trap. This trap appeared rather rudimentary. Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique along with transformation. At Chiba's words, Naruto hesitated momentarily but quickly regained his composure. In matters of combat, Naruto's intellect was more than sufficient. In the next instant, two of Naruto's shadow clones transformed into Chiba and Sasuke, leaping down from the branches. Haha, you two had better hand over the scroll. Observing the comical demeanor of the three clones below, Chiba suddenly felt a twinge of regret, as if he had made an erroneous decision. The Rain Village ninjas' eyes lit up upon seeing the shadow clones. Tiger Seal. They performed hand signs, triggering the trap. Shadows descended from above. The Rain Village ninjas, utilizing branches and mud, had constructed a trap that appeared quite effective. Boom. Naruto's shadow clones had no time to react before being ensnared beneath the debris. Bang. Reaching their damage threshold, they vanished instantly. The smiles on the faces of the Rain Village ninjas froze. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gale surged from above, as if imbued with countless blades. Surrounding trees suffered grievous damage. Branches and leaves shattered, creating a chaotic scene. The Rain Village ninjas, unable to evade in time, were sent flying several dozen meters away. It seemed they had overestimated their own capabilities. Chiba extended his arms and leaped from the tree to stand before the two remaining ninjas. The previous Rain Village ninja, Yum, had mysteriously vanished, leaving only these two. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce a bit of robbery. Chiba's devilish grin sent shivers down the spines of the Rain Village duo. Moments later, they were stripped of their possessions without a word of excess. Sasuke, take this. Chiba tossed the Book of Earth to Sasuke. This is our proof for passing the exam. The cat demon continued, onward to the next batch of victims. Sasuke, flustered, hurriedly tucked away the Book of Earth, his face slightly flushed. A glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. It seemed that this endeavor was rather amusing. The efficiency of the cat demon far surpassed that of certain ninja dogs. As a member of the two-tailed cat clan, its sense of smell was even more acute than that of other felines. The efficiency of Chiba and his companions was likewise remarkably high, particularly with the cat demon guiding their path. In merely half a day's time, 3 groups of individuals once again fell into Chiba's grasp. Considering the presence of female ninjas among them, Chiba graciously provided a set of clothing for their use. The Death Forest, while not particularly vast, harbored a significant piece of information that swiftly circulated among the candidates. A band of desperate robbers had invaded the depths of the Death Forest, accompanied by a fearsome giant cat, known for its cruelty and formidable strength. Any ninja who crossed their path met an inevitable fate of being robbed clean. As for the trio, who were gradually finding their rhythm, they did not cease their nefarious activities with the onset of night. Seizing the moment, the dark surroundings favored the cat's tracking abilities. It was not until dawn's early light that the members of Team 7 finally paused. A collection of shurikens, kunai, and soldier pills were counted by Chiba, who unabashedly claimed these spoils for himself. Sasuke lacked financial woes, while Naruto still relied on his support. The true prize lay ahead, 10 scrolls, 4 from the Book of Heaven and 6 from the Book of Earth. Excitement sparkled in Chiba's eyes. Next, we shall guard the center of the Death Forest. Our ultimate task is to sell qualifications for passing the second exam. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. You have taken all the valuable items from the candidates. How will they procure money now? Chiba smiled slightly, replying, at most, 13 groups of candidates will pass the exam. With our actions, we have at least eliminated 10 groups. The Books of Earth and Heaven are indispensable. Those candidates we haven't robbed will need to come to me for scrolls if they wish to pass the second exam. Chiba spoke with confidence. The expanse of the Death Forest is not insignificant. From the exit to the central tower spans a distance of 10 kilometers. Even if these candidates rushed with all their might, it would take them over 2 hours. Simply put, the Death Forest resembles a great circle with a radius of 10 kilometers. Yet, finding a scroll corresponding to one's own team presents a considerable challenge. The quest for additional scrolls is even more daunting. Even Chiba and his companions managed to uncover such a multitude of scrolls only beneath the powerful sense of the cat. Moreover, perhaps Inuzuka Kiba's Akamaru possesses a similar ability. However, considering the time frame, that particular team should have already passed the exam. As the group with the strongest survival skills among all candidates, they were capable of swiftly navigating the exam. Additionally, Chiba found it curious that the cat's sense of smell could not distinguish individuals it had not encountered before. He had not instructed his team to avoid Konoha ninjas. Yet mysteriously, none among the 10 candidate teams were from Konoha. Perhaps I am overthinking this, Chiba mused, scratching his head and dismissing the thought. Let us take a moment to rest. He gazed towards the east, where the sun had just begun to rise, casting a pale light across the horizon. The night's journey had left the other two weary, though Chiba himself felt little fatigue. With his indomitable spirit, he could easily endure several days without rest. However, in order to better promote the scrolls, Chiba decided it would be wise to take a moment's respite. As for keeping watch, that task naturally fell to the cat spirit. 3 hours later, dawn had broken. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a mosaic of dappled shadows on the ground. "Hey, you two rascals, it's time to wake up," Chiba called out while stretching his stiff limbs, allowing the cat's spirit to rouse them. Uchiha Sasuke was quick to respond. The moment the cat approached, he snapped awake, flipping over and seizing a kunai. Yet Naruto remained oblivious, even as the cat poked at him with its claws. "This kid really trusts us," Chiba mused. "Give him a good nudge." Upon hearing the command, the cat swiped at Naruto, confident that it would be sufficient to rouse him. Enemy. Naruto finally reacted, albeit a bit sluggishly. Yet Chiba did not share this view. Naruto's apparent indifference stemmed from his complete trust in their safety. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into such a deep slumber. It was worth noting that during the robbery the previous day, Naruto had expended the greatest amount of energy among the three of them. Whenever a fight broke out, Chiba would merely observe, relinquishing control to Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto engaged in direct assaults while Sasuke executed surprise attacks. Though both exhibited commendable strength, they ultimately struggled against the numerical superiority of other teams, leading to significant fatigue. "All right, Naruto, it's time to head to the central tower," Chiba announced as he finished stretching, his bones cracking audibly. In that moment, an aura emanated from him, startling Sasuke, who had been watching nearby. Does he have hidden strength? What a formidable individual. Chiba turned to the cat spirit and said, "By the way, you'll accompany them. I have some matters to attend to, and the most crucial tasks remain unfinished." Chiba would not forget the true purpose of his participation in this exam. Taken aback by his words, the cat spirit inquired, "Boss, aren't you worried that other teams will join forces to steal our scrolls?" Chiba approached the cat and affectionately patted its head, saying, "Of course I am concerned. That's why I permit you to unleash your full potential." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's pupils constricted. The cat's spirit possesses hidden strength. Why do those around Chiba seem to grow stronger so rapidly? As he reflected on his own abilities, a sense of turmoil filled his mind. Perhaps I should train alongside Chiba? Sasuke looked at Chiba, only to find him observing with great interest. "What are you thinking about, Sasuke?" From earlier, the young man exhibited signs of unease, a detail that Chiba had observed long ago. "No, it's nothing." Uchiha Sasuke averted his gaze, unwilling to delve further into the matter. Chiba, undeterred, issued some instructions to the cat before departing. "Orochimaru, I am coming." A fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Chiba leaped through the forest, his attire undergoing significant transformation. The hem of his shirt was slashed open, and both sleeves were torn away. The metallic sheen of his wrist guards glinted in the light. With one hand, he formed a seal and pressed it to his chest, murmuring, "Activate." In the next instant, the natural energy of the forest surged towards him with fervor. His ebony pupils suddenly flickered with golden light, as a black mark intertwined at the center, imparting an air of mystery. The crimson and gold shadow encircling his eyes added an enchanting flair. Sage Mode had always been one of Chiba's trump cards. After parting ways with Naruto and the others, he was prepared to unveil his true strength. After all, compelling Orochimaru to retreat from this deadly forest was no trivial endeavor. With the activation of Sage Mode, his sensory abilities expanded exponentially. Within the entire expanse of the deadly forest, none could evade his perception. This was the culmination of Chiba's training. The enhanced power of Sage Mode was built upon his inherent strength. If Chiba's power were merely that of a genin, even with the external augmentation of Sage Mode, he could not fully harness its potential. However, when his own power was sufficient to contend with Jonin-level foes, activating Sage Mode would yield a terrifying increase in strength. Chiba maximized his self-awareness, honing in on Orochimaru's chakra. "Found you. Oh, it seems there are others present as well." His figure darted swiftly through the trees. Within mere minutes, he arrived at Orochimaru's location. To his surprise, it was Mitarashi Anko. Upon seeing her confront the notorious Sannin, Chiba furrowed his brow. This development must not be revealed to the villagers, at least not now. Muttering to himself, he retrieved a mask from his ninja gear. Chiba had anticipated such a situation. The mask was entirely white, adorned with the depiction of a fox's fur, its snout slightly protruding, resembling a pure white fox. "Orochimaru, what is your true purpose in Konoha?" Anko regarded her former mentor with a wary expression. She was among the few who grasped the extent of his terror, both in terms of power and disposition. "There's no need to be so tense, little Anko. In stark contrast to Anko's defensive stance, Orochimaru appeared remarkably at ease. For the disciple he has raised, he possesses a profound understanding. Were it any other ninja, Orochimaru might have bestowed upon him a modicum of attention. Yet, in the presence of Mitarashi Anko, he could hardly muster any interest. After all, Anko's prowess is a product of Orochimaru's own teachings. I have merely come in search of a young individual with potential. Orochimaru's expression remained remarkably composed. Initially, my aim was set on the orphan of the Uchiha clan. However, during my journey, I stumbled upon a youth of even greater promise. Perhaps he possesses potential that surpasses even that of the Uchiha lineage. Chiyo concealed himself behind the dense foliage, touching his nose. Is he referring to me? Should I feel pride or trepidation at being noticed by Orochimaru? Although Chiyo shares an intense yearning for power akin to Uchiha Sasuke, he would never succumb to the so-called cursed seal. Bang! As Chiyo pondered, the battle below erupted instantaneously. Anko was acutely aware of her teacher's verbal prowess and was determined not to fall into his linguistic trap. Swift resolution would be more advantageous. Her agile figure darted towards Orochimaru, revealing her elite Jonin level through her streamlined taijutsu. In mere moments, Anko had Orochimaru pinned against a sturdy tree trunk. Let us perish together, Orochimaru-sensei. A glint of determination flashed in Anko's eyes. Blood gushed forth. The kunai in her hand suddenly pierced through both her left palm and Orochimaru's right hand. You once taught me a lethal ninjutsu, the technique of twin serpents. Anko's right hand met Orochimaru's left hand, forming the seal of the tiger. Upon witnessing my arrival, a hint of panic surfaced in Orochimaru's voice from behind. Little Anko, you have somewhat disappointed me. Anko's expression shifted dramatically as she beheld Orochimaru morphing into soil, dissolving before her eyes. She turned around to find Orochimaru calmly observing her. Unable to distinguish the clone from the original. It seems my previous teachings have been in vain. Anko suddenly fell to her knees, clutching her pristine neck tightly. In the face of Orochimaru, the cursed seal had indeed manifested. She gazed at him with a mix of indignation and a flicker of fear in her eyes. Confronted by her former master, Anko found herself utterly powerless. Ah, Orochimaru-sensei. A youthful voice unexpectedly resonated from above them. Long time no see. Chiyo appeared without warning, startling both Orochimaru and Anko. Who is this person? Anko stared in astonishment at the figure before her. He was not particularly tall, perhaps even slightly shorter than herself. Yet the aura he emanated conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure. Judging solely by presence, this individual could easily rival Orochimaru himself. Merely a passerby. Chiba extended his hand in greeting, stating that he had merely discovered the whereabouts of the esteemed Orochimaru, prompting him to make this special visit. Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Anko gritted her teeth. Was he a mere lackey of Orochimaru? The Konoha police system was deteriorating rapidly. In response, Chiba denied the accusation. I am not Orochimaru's subordinate. My purpose here is to challenge Orochimaru to a duel. The Forest of Death is my territory. A glimmer of interest flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Initially, he felt a sense of bewilderment upon encountering this individual, but as he observed further, he ultimately discerned the identity hidden beneath the pure white fox mask. Chiba leaped down. Landing on a sturdy branch, his back turned to Anko. Anko, you are still needed to preside over matters at the central tower. Allow me to handle this. Anko bit her lip, her gaze toward Chiba fraught with conflict. However, she was interrupted before she could finish her thought by Orochimaru. Anko, do not disturb my conversation with this individual. He possesses the strength to engage me in battle. Hearing this, Chiba spread his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. Concealing his identity before Orochimaru was a challenge akin to climbing the heavens. In Chiba's eyes, this legendary Sannin was the most astute being in the entire ninja world. No, do not perish, Anko exclaimed as she turned to leave, her voice echoing through the woods. I will return with reinforcements to rescue you. In Anko's perspective, no one could confront Orochimaru head-on. This former mentor of hers was listed as an S-rank rogue ninja in the Ninja Handbook. Sensing the gradual disappearance of Anko's chakra, Orochimaru raised his gaze to Chiba. Indeed, you are the most promising young talent. My decision not to place my bets on Sasuke was a wise one. His eyes brimmed with a thirst for life. Chiba removed the pure white fox mask from his face. He had always favored this mask and could not allow it to be shattered in battle. Indeed, it seems I cannot hide from the esteemed Orochimaru. However, Can you guess the true purpose of my visit? Orochimaru was taken aback by the change in Chiba's expression, his demeanor reflecting a hint of astonishment. For the first time, he realized that events had begun to spiral beyond his control. As the foremost scientist in the ninja world, the breadth of his research exceeded all imaginations. Abundant natural energy. The sage mode of Myōboku Mountain? He had sensed something amiss when he first encountered Chiba. Although he had his suspicions, he dared not confirm them, for this hypothesis was far too startling. It even surpassed his own use of the impure world reincarnation technique. You mentioned that the forest of death is your territory. Thus, Chiba, your objective must be to expel me from it. Astute as ever, Orochimaru gleaned Chiba's intentions merely from the words spoken. Chiba nodded matter-of-factly. Indeed, Orochimaru, you have deduced correctly. My objective is precisely that. Thus, in the interest of maintaining cordiality between us, do you choose to depart of your own volition? Or shall I resort to forceful expulsion? The youthful visage of Chiba sharply contrasted with the tone of his words. Upon hearing him, Orochimaru responded not with anger, but with a sardonic smile. Cordiality. Are you discussing amicability with an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha? Chiba deftly hurled a kunai, pinning his mask to the trunk of a distant tree, showcasing remarkable precision without inflicting any damage to the mask. Upon closer reflection, it seems we have no substantial conflict of interests. Chiba attempted to employ a grand deception. Perhaps in the future, we might be able to forge some form of collaboration. However, Orochimaru shook his head in refusal, stating, I require to witness your true potential. Not everyone is deemed worthy to collaborate with me. Furthermore, it is regrettable that your physique appears to be incompatible with my needs. After assessing Chiba's current condition, Orochimaru relinquished his desire to seize his body. After all, the cursed seal's energy is derived from natural energy, and whether the sage mode would conflict with the cursed transformation remains uncertain. Certainly, judging by the overwhelming aura emanating from Chiba, the difficulty of implanting a cursed seal upon him is exceedingly formidable. Chiba, resigned, remarked, if that is the case, then we must engage in battle. With the mantra of the zodiac, Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, In, Chiba determined that it would be prudent to strike first against Orochimaru. His gaze sharpened, he braced himself. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, several meters in diameter, erupted from Chiba's mouth. Within the confines of the forest, the damage from the fire technique was considerably amplified. The searing flames instantly charred the bark of the trees. The great fireball raced towards Orochimaru, swiftly closing the distance. In an instant, it was upon him. Orochimaru showed no intention of evading the impending inferno. The roaring flames enveloped him entirely. The scent of charred flesh wafted through the air as the flames dissipated, revealing only a scorched body. The devastating power was undeniable. A surprised sound emanated from his abdomen. To everyone's astonishment, a massive gash appeared in the back of the charred figure, from which Orochimaru emerged unscathed. However, the viscous substance clinging to him was rather repulsive. Engaging in combat with you truly requires a certain level of psychological fortitude. Chiba mused, not overly astonished. It was entirely within reason that Orochimaru had remained unharmed. If he were to be vanquished by a mere C-rank technique such as the Great Fireball, it would indeed be a shock of monumental proportions. Moreover, the fireball was devoid of any infusion of natural energy. It was merely an amplified chakra-based attack. After all, the title of one of the legendary three ninjas is not earned lightly. It is forged through the crucible of battle. If this were all the strength I possessed, it would be insufficient for me to depart from this place. Suddenly, Orochimaru's visage twisted into a grotesque form. His pallid neck elongated and transformed into a serpent-like appendage. Surging directly towards Chiba, Orochimaru, who has mastered the art of soft tissue manipulation, has begun to exhibit certain anatomical differences from an ordinary human. In an instant, he closed the distance of several meters. With Chiba's keen eyesight, he could clearly observe Orochimaru's neck elongating. That somewhat grotesque visage suddenly appeared before him, jaws parting in a manner reminiscent of a serpent's kiss, as if it could devour a person whole. His target seemed to be Chiba's neck. Despite the bleakness of hope, Chiba felt compelled to attempt a counter. It had been long since he encountered such a fine specimen of youth. Just as Orochimaru's razor-sharp teeth were on the verge of making contact with Chiba's neck, a resounding crack echoed out. Orochimaru-senpai, did I not forewarn you? A dangerous smile graced Chiba's face. Do not set your sights upon me. His jade-like hand seized Orochimaru's elongated neck with unyielding strength. A chilling crunch resonated from Chiba's grip. In an eruption of violence, Chiba effortlessly crushed Orochimaru's neck. The head, irrevocably detached, fell limply to the ground. The disbelief in Orochimaru's eyes was forever frozen within those serpentine orbs. "Orochimaru, cease your antics. Such tricks are tolerable once or twice," Chiba remarked, gazing at the body sprawled against a sturdy branch. "But too many times will lead me to disdain you." As his words faded, a sinister chuckle emerged from the lifeless form. "Truly impressive, Chiba. My remarkably lifelike performance has failed to deceive you," Chiba replied, his expression unyielding. "Perhaps you have forgotten. In Sage mode, I can detect even the slightest fluctuations of chakra." Orochimaru emerged once more from the corpse, employing his unique technique of the snake substitute, which allowed him to evade the majority of damage. Yet, Chiba was prepared for this as well. Konoha Whirlwind. Just as Orochimaru resurfaced, still unsteady, Chiba's strike closed in on his vital points. A powerful gale surged from Chiba's legs, infused with the might of Sage chakra, exuding immense pressure. Faced with such an onslaught, Orochimaru could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent. He raised his arm defensively, attempting to withstand Chiba's assault. However, the impact exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. With a thunderous clash, the ferocity of the blow erupted upon contact, propelling Orochimaru away like a rolling ball, sending him tumbling several meters. The force continued to reverberate, splintering the thick trees around him as if they were but fragile twigs. Orochimaru crashed to the ground, leaving behind a web-like pattern in the earth. A cloud of dust billowed upwards, obscuring Chiba's vision. Yet, the chilling presence of chakra sensed within the haze kept Chiba on high alert. Just as the dust began to dissipate, a foul wind swept through. The hiss of a snake echoed ominously before Chiba. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. The dense, colossal serpent gaped its jaws wide, releasing a heavy stench into the air. The mere initial fluctuation of chakra was sufficient to unleash this ninjutsu. Upon these gigantic serpents, Chiba detected no trace of chakra whatsoever. At times, perception can be deceiving. Orochimaru's sinister smile brimmed with menace. The foul wind did not only emanate from the front. At some unknown moment, sunlight was obscured, and a python coiled upon the treetops. Surrounded on all sides, there was no escape. The formidable Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas, was now revealing his true prowess. Chiba had not even noticed when he had summoned these colossal serpents. Aside from the looming threat of the shadow serpent technique before him, other areas were also teeming with gigantic snakes. Faced with such an onslaught, Orochimaru's interest intensified. He yearned to witness what ninjutsu Chiba would employ to counter his assault. In such circumstances, even a jonin would find it difficult to evade death. Only a true master could uncover a path to survival amidst such peril. However, Chiba's subsequent actions exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. With astonishing swiftness, his right hand formed seals at an astonishing rate of 5 in a second. The 23 hand seals took just over 4 seconds to complete. Meanwhile, his left hand was not idle. Although its speed was not as rapid, it required significantly fewer seals for another technique. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The two ninjutsu were unleashed almost simultaneously. The flames, harnessing the wind's momentum, blazed ever more fiercely. The roaring, menacing fire dragon seemed intent on evaporating every moisture particle in the air. The air bullets formed by the vacuum sphere merged with the fire dragon, endowing it with even greater ferocity. Wherever they passed, the ground turned to char. The shadow serpent technique that confronted them was reduced to nothing but cinders, and a delectable aroma wafted through the forest. Chiba's first thought upon catching the scent of charred flesh was whether it was edible. However, judging by the state of those serpents, it seemed unlikely. After all, the meat had turned to charcoal. What a pity! He nimbly evaded the colossal python descending from above. The sturdy branch he had previously occupied was utterly shattered, sending countless splinters scattering and obscuring Orochimaru's line of sight. "Orochimaru-sensei," Chiba's voice rang in his ears. "Now it is my turn." Orochimaru's expression changed abruptly as he attempted to evade. Yet, at the moment of his realization, a tremendous force struck his chin. Shadow Dance, Leaf. Chiba crouched slightly, unleashing a violent surge of power from his legs that collided with Orochimaru's jaw, propelling him skyward. Crack! The tree beneath Chiba groaned under the strain. In fully unleashing his strength in battle, he had momentarily abandoned any restraint on destruction. In a swift and violent manner, trees toppled and the ground crumbled. Reminiscent of a catastrophic eruption, the devastation evoking a twitch at the corner of Orochimaru's eye. Was this boy a humanoid beast of slaughter? As he evaded, Orochimaru felt a hint of panic. Though airborne, he had undergone extensive modification, allowing him to dodge Chiba's attacks in an extreme manner. However, this martial technique was not from the Lotus series of Might Guy. With a ferocious barrage, Chiba unleashed his maximum speed, instantly closing the gap to Orochimaru and even surpassing him. His right leg, raised high, descended with tremendous force. Caught off guard, Orochimaru could only brace himself with both hands. A sharp crack echoed as bones fractured in his arm. Utilizing the momentum of his rotation, Chiba's body twisted mid-air, his waist serving as the pivot for a complete 360-degree spin. His right leg struck like a hammer, delivering a successive blow to Orochimaru's already fractured arm. With a thunderous impact, he plummeted to the earth like a cannonball, engulfed in a cloud of dust, rendering him momentarily invisible. This was a martial technique Chiba had independently developed, challenging yet achievable at a C-rank level, demanding an exceptionally high physical prowess to execute. Its initiation drew from the Shadow Dance Leaf, a universally applicable start that propelled the opponent into the air, facilitating the subsequent techniques. The brutal barrage was unremarkable in its complexity, yet its hallmark lay in its terrifying destructive power. 2 consecutive twisting strikes were sufficient to shatter anything. Even Orochimaru could not emerge unscathed from such an onslaught. Moreover, fueled by Sage Chakra, Chiba possessed the potential to unleash a 3rd twisting strike. However, due to Orochimaru's timely evasion, he was unable to fully execute the Shadow Dance Leaf, leading to Orochimaru descending from the air after sustaining damage from the 2nd strike. Coughing violently, he emerged from the haze of dust. His figure slightly hunched, his right hand pressed against his chest, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Stark against his pallid complexion, the assault of Sage Chakra had thwarted Orochimaru's use of the substitution technique. The incomplete brutal barrage had inflicted maximum damage. I acknowledge your talent. The Death Forest is your domain. I shall take my leave. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as his form gradually melded into the ground, leaving behind only chaos. Host detected Orochimaru's retreat. Task assessment in progress. Elation adorned Chiba's face. This sign-in task had weighed on his mind for quite some time. To force Orochimaru to retreat, he had exerted considerable effort. Without the diligent training during this period, compelling him to leave the Death Forest would have been an insurmountable challenge. Perhaps he would have even fallen prey to Orochimaru's cursed seal. Yet now, the task had been successfully accomplished. Although some potential has been revealed, Chiba believes it is all worthwhile. As the mechanical voice of the system echoed, Chiba sensed a transformation within his body. A warm current surged from within, coursing through his limbs and bones. The sage body is distinct from ordinary bloodline limits. In fact, it transcends the mere existence of such limits. The initial stage of the sage body does not immediately bestow immense power upon Chiba. As he understands, the sage body represents a reservoir of potential. Ashura, the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, inherited this sage body. However, in contrast to his brother Indra, Ashura appeared rather unremarkable during his childhood. Yet, through diligent training, he achieved an astonishing level of strength. Both the Senju and Uzumaki clans, as his descendants, also possess the inheritance of the sage body, albeit with individual variations. The Senju clan produced figures such as Hashirama and Tobirama, while the Uzumaki clan is represented by Naruto. Of course, these are not the only individuals with the sage body. Many others also embody its essence. Their immense chakra reserves and rapid recovery abilities serve as striking examples. This clearly demonstrates one singular truth. The sage body merely grants the potential for future development. In the early stages, it may not be as swift as possessing a pair of Sharingan. The warm current within nurtured every cell in Chiba's body. Dimly, he sensed that the potential consumed through intense training was gradually being replenished, with a slow upward trend in his latent abilities. Once everything settled, Chiba felt significantly lighter. When he attempted to form hand seals, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his sealing speed had surpassed the limit of 5 seals per second, reaching 6 seals per second, placing him on par with the Uchiha clan's prodigies. He was akin to Itachi, the very person Sasuke sought to eliminate. However, Chiba's achievement was not merely 6 seals per second. He could execute 2 different ninjutsu simultaneously with each hand achieving this speed. This meant that, without disrupting his chakra flow, Chiba could instantly cast 2 distinct techniques. Naturally, this could only be accomplished in Sage mode, which provided him with exquisite control. Under ordinary circumstances, attempting to perform 2 ninjutsu at once would lead to chaotic chakra fluctuations within him, resulting in internal injuries or, in severe cases, death. After a brief adjustment to the changes in his condition, Chiba felt thoroughly satisfied with his initial sage body. He attempted to use a kunai to make a cut on his arm. With the aid of chakra, the wound healed at a visibly remarkable pace. Within just a few breaths, his arm appeared smooth once more, showing no sign of injury whatsoever. If not for the blood on the kunai, even Chiba himself would find it hard to believe. TSK, he is almost on par with Naruto now. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chiba's eyes. In addition, his physical prowess has seen a notable enhancement. At this moment, he has preliminarily reached the talent level of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Moreover, as he continues to develop, even greater capabilities are anticipated. However, a new dilemma soon arose. What, one might ask, is the next sign-in task? Chiba cast a puzzled glance towards the system residing in his mind. Ultimately, this is the swiftest path to his ascension in strength. Generating new sign-in task. Yet, the response from the system left Chiba somewhat disheartened. He had expected the next sign-in task to appear imminently, but it seems he must wait a little longer. Shaking his head, he dispelled this displeasure from his thoughts. The completion of the previous sign-in task had already yielded substantial rewards. One must not be overly greedy. At least there is a buffer period. Alas, the cat has yet to master the reverse summoning technique. Chiba hurried towards the central tower, where a significant business opportunity awaited him. Relying solely on those two and the cat, he could not be certain that no complications would arise. The nearly 10-kilometer distance was traversed in just half an hour, even with Chiba moderating his speed. At the edge of the central tower, Naruto Uzumaki had propped up a stall with a few branches, selling scrolls, 1,000 ryo each. Both heaven and earth scrolls are available. Purchase one, and you shall gain passage. Uchiha Sasuke was quite resistant to such hawking. However, observing Naruto and the cat's enthusiasm, it seemed they were quite fervent about it. Yet, the malicious gazes lurking in the surrounding woods hinted that matters were not so straightforward. TSK. At least 10 teams were concealed nearby. Although Chiba had dispelled his sage mode, the hidden abilities of the other candidates appeared rather lackluster in his eyes. The erratic chakra alone had completely exposed their hidden positions. Compared to Zabuza, their skills were indeed lacking by a considerable margin. Having witnessed the methods of true assassins, Chiba found himself somewhat dismissive of the other candidates' stealth abilities, including certain newcomers from Konoha, such as the members of Team 10, Inuzuka Kiba, Shino Aburame, and Choji Akimichi, as well as Rock Lee, Hyuga and Tenten. As for the outdoor survival team, Inuzuka Kiba and his companions should have successfully passed the exam. After all, the second stage of the exam was particularly advantageous for them. One might wonder if the rumors of the desperate bandits in the Forest of Death pertained to Naruto and his team. Nara Shikamaru, with his pineapple head, wore an expression of disbelief. In terms of overall strength, Team 10 could only rank mid-tier among the numerous teams present. There were many stronger squads, it seemed, particularly with that fierce-looking cat nearby. In the mountains, Jinya hesitated before speaking. By the way, where has that other member of our team, Chiba, gone? As the top newcomer of our cohort, he shouldn't have been eliminated, right? Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru replied with evident annoyance. Who knows? This situation is truly unwise. What a bother. Meanwhile, Uzumaki, Naruto, and Nico were energetically hawking their goods, clearly aware of the other hidden candidates around them. Eventually, someone could no longer contain their impatience and stepped out from their hiding place. It appeared to be a ninja from Sunagakure. How much for the Book of Earth? The leader of the trio was wrapped tightly from head to toe, which is a distinctive feature of Sunagakure's attire due to the harsh environment and frequent sandstorms. Upon seeing a customer, Naruto's eyes lit up. All scrolls are priced at 10,000 ryo each. In truth, the price of 10,000 ryo isn't excessively steep. After all, an A-ranked mission can yield up to 10,000 ryo, while B-ranked missions offer even greater rewards. Any ninja participating in the Chunin exams has likely undertaken a B-ranked mission or higher. Gaara from Sonogekure is a prime example of such elite. Hearing this price, the other party exhibited a moment of struggle. Can't you make it a bit cheaper? We don't have that much cash on us. Naruto wiped his nose and replied, no worries. Big brother Chiba anticipated this. You can trade valuable items instead, ninja tools, provisions, ninjutsu, or even information, crouched behind the dense foliage. Chiba nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Naruto's ability to recall this was quite commendable. However, the trio of Sonogekure ninjas still seemed reluctant to engage in a transaction. I think robbing you would be a splendid choice. Malice glinted in his eyes as his right hand reached for the weapon's pouch at his waist. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged. The three ninjas from Sonogekure had yet to draw their weapons when Nico sent them flying with a single slap. They soared several dozen meters, leaving a deep gouge in the ground before crashing into a tree. The sturdy trunk was instantly dented, with splintered wood swirling in the wind, reminiscent of the shattered dignity of the Sonogekure ninjas. The strike was a decisive one, leaving no room for resistance. Other teams harboring thoughts of theft quickly suppressed their intentions upon witnessing this. This formidable feline not only appeared terrifying, but possessed an equally dreadful strength. The onlookers wore grave expressions, contemplating their strategies. Naruto, Team 10 emerged from the bushes, with Nara Shikamaru leading the way. As one of Uzumaki Naruto's few friends in this cohort, their relationship had always been amicable. We'd like to purchase a book of heaven. However, as he spoke, a hint of helplessness crossed Shikamaru's face. We find ourselves devoid of cash, and as for the ninja tools, they hardly accumulate to a value of 10,000 ryo. Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki's face contorted with indecision. What shall we do? Brother Chiba had not foreseen such a situation. No worries, with the integrity of the three clans. We can certainly draft an IOU. Chiba's voice resonated from above. The group turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, and there, a tattered youth leapt down from the trees. Despite his ragged attire, his fair skin bore no scars, and his handsome face radiated a sunny smile. This very appearance instilled a sense of reassurance in the others. Wasn't he just an innocuous young lad? But I must remind you, the terms are 9 out of 13. Chiba's words echoed like a siren's call. What does 9 out of 13 signify? Nara Shikamaru had never encountered such a phrase. Yet, his keen intellect sensed an ominous premonition. It is quite simple. 9 out of 13 denotes an interest rate of 10%. Chiba refrained from elaborating further, directly stating the interest. Shikamaru pondered briefly, weighing the pros and cons. Well, that seems acceptable. As soon as he spoke, Chiba retrieved paper and pen from his ninja tool pouch. Witnessing this, Shikamaru's lips twitched. With his intellect, how could he not deduce that this was a scheme Chiba had meticulously orchestrated? After all, who else would bring paper and pen to such an examination? Ino, Choji, what are your thoughts? Shikamaru exchanged glances with his companions, seeking their opinions. Choji was endeavoring to cram the last bag of chips into his mouth, as it was his final stock. I have no objections. Let us pass this exam swiftly. My stomach is already rumbling in protest, almost as if on cue. His stomach growled loudly. Meanwhile, Ino Yamanaka was fixated on Chiba, seemingly entranced. Hey, Ino, don't let his good looks cloud your judgment. After being shaken repeatedly, Ino snapped back to reality. Huh, what is up, Shikamaru? It appeared that Ino had yet to perceive the peculiar circumstances. Observing his companion's infatuation, Shikamaru resignedly covered his face with his hand. Oh well, judging by your demeanor, it seems you have no objections. After all, our three clans are not lacking in funds. With that, Shikamaru pinned the IOU, pricked his finger to leave a blood seal, and handed it over. Chiba, smiling brightly, collected the document and presented each of them with a copy of the land deed. To demonstrate our sincerity, the initial transaction comes with a complimentary gift. You three may head directly to the central tower. No one will impede your passage. Shikamaru, though skeptical, questioned, can we truly proceed without hindrance? In response, Chiba gently patted the head of his cat-like familiar, stating, this is my summoning beast, and you can place your complete trust in it to guide you. The cat, displaying an unexpectedly docile demeanor, was entirely at odds with its earlier ferocity against the shinobi of Sonogekure. Well, all right then. Nara Shikamaru initially intended to decline, but upon seeing his two companions, he acquiesced. Given their current state, they were hardly in the mood for battle. Chiba swiftly seized the collars of Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, and before they could register what was happening, He unceremoniously tossed them onto the back of the cat. It was now Yamanaka Ino's turn. Having freed herself from her previous infatuation, she acknowledged Chiba's striking appearance, which was indeed remarkable. But that did not imply she wished to be flung onto the feline's back. Observing the fear and helplessness in her eyes, Chiba pondered for a moment. Very well. Just this once. He patted the cat's fluffy leg and crouched down slightly. The cat, understanding Chiba's command without a hint of ambiguity, lowered its body, awaiting Yamanaka Ino's assent. Please, Miss Ino. Ino's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if illuminated by a hidden light. Thank you, she whispered in Chiba's ear as she leaped onto the cat's back. The cat then turned and sprinted towards the central tower. Chiba watched her depart, catching a glimpse of her slightly flushed ears. Why does her demeanor seem a bit off? He murmured softly to himself. With their initial transaction successfully completed, other teams soon approached. To Chiba's surprise, some teams were indeed able to produce treasures worth a fortune. Naturally, among the participants of the Chunin exam were those who were quite ruthless. Realizing they could not pass the exam, some directly presented ninjutsu scrolls, such as the Black Rain technique from Mangekyō. With 3 consecutive successful transactions, the remaining shinobi could no longer contain their impatience. Considering that the terrifying large cat had departed, some individuals began to entertain reckless thoughts once more. Attack! A loud cry suddenly pierced the air just as Chiba was contemplating his gains. In the next moment, countless shuriken flew toward him. Wind style, great breakthrough. Without even lifting his head to face the incoming assault, Chiba continued to count his spoils with his right hand. However, his left hand swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted from his mouth, enveloping all the incoming shuriken. The wind surged unabated, propelling the 3 assailants skyward. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 heavy impacts reverberated, stirring up a cloud of dust. The onlookers winced at the sight of the attacker's dismal fate. Was that just a single ninjutsu? Moreover, it appeared to have been executed with one hand. A single technique had obliterated 3 shinobi of considerable strength. This youth before them seemed even more formidable than that giant cat. Without sparing a glance at the 3, Chiba meticulously organized his collected spoils. Ladies and gentlemen, our remaining scrolls are few, he said with a warm smile, maintaining an amiable demeanor. Seize the opportunity. The crowd gazed at the seemingly harmless youth before them, swallowing their breaths in unison. Expressions of disbelief adorned every face. Those who had once harbored intentions of aggression now suppressed such thoughts deep within themselves. It was an unspoken consensus. One must not lay a hand on this boy. Shaoli, aren't you tempted to partake? Chiba teased, waving the scroll enticingly. I don't have that much money, Rockley stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment as he felt a pang of shame. Although he regularly received financial support from Mike Guy, those funds were entirely devoted to his training, leaving him unable to utter a word about money. Fear not, for some among us are affluent. Chiba's gaze shifted toward 2 others in Class 3. Neither Hinata Niji nor Tintin were lacking in resources. Though Niji belonged to the branch family, he was hardly deprived in any regard, merely bearing the cursed seal of a caged bird. Tintin, on the other hand, was a hidden gem among the ninjas of Konoha, having established her own weapon shop at a young age and achieving financial independence. However, Chiba was taken aback to notice Tintin's less than favorable expression. Humph, she snorted, stepping forward. This scroll contains ninja tools worth 30,000 ryo. Find the money. Gazing at the handsome youth before her, Tintin's earlier ire had dissipated considerably. Yet, her naturally stubborn disposition prevented her from revealing any sign of vulnerability, even if it meant risking the chance of losing someone she cared for to another. Chiba seemed to sense the underlying tension. Wait, could it be because of Ino? A flicker of surprise crossed his mind as he scrutinized Tintin. Her delicate features bore a hint of dust, and her bright eyes shone with a stubbornness that masked her internal anxiety and unease. I was merely jesting, Chiba smiled, revealing his pearly whites. Tintin, you have helped me so much before. I've never had the chance to express my gratitude. Here, the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. Choose one. As she beheld Chiba's cheerful countenance, Tintin's previously knitted brow relaxed. The Book of Earth. She accepted the scroll. And thus all the newcomers from Konoha successfully passed the second exam. As he watched the trio from Class 3 depart, Chiba disregarded Rock Lee's challenge. Without opening the 8 gates, Lee was no match for him. Niji's expression was equally dark, resembling a version of the infamous Sasuke. Everyone, there are limited spots remaining. So grasp this chance. Chiba waved the scroll, urging the crowd. At that moment, an unexpected ninja stepped forward. Chiba, I want a copy of the Book of Heaven. The newcomer, sporting round glasses and wearing the Konoha forehead protector, exuded a sense of security. Ah, it's Senior Kabuto. I didn't expect you to be without a scroll as well. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Yakushi Kabuto let out a wry smile and explained. This is merely a consequence of your haste. None among the remaining teams are to be trifled with. To pass the examination, I must rely on you, Chiba. After hearing this, Chiba fiddled with the scroll in his hands and replied with a smile. Well said. Since it is you, Senior Kabuto, who requires assistance, I shall offer you a discount of 20%. Chiba harbored greater intentions regarding this master of dreams within the shinobi world. Preemptively securing a favor was indeed a wise choice. Yakushi Kabuto handed over 3 ninja tool pouches, which contained some spoils he had acquired. It should suffice, he thought. Chiba accepted the pouches without even glancing at them. A delightful collaboration, Senior Kabuto. For reasons unknown, Kabuto felt an odd sensation as he gazed at the expression on the young boy's face. With years of experience as a spy, he sensed a twinge of unease emanating from Chiba. Would you be so kind as to accompany me? Kabuto adjusted his round-framed glasses, hesitating slightly. My companions and I have temporarily dispersed. Before he could finish his sentence, Chiba interrupted. No problem. It's perfect timing. I need you to help me check the hall. I cannot trust Naruto's arithmetic skills. The expression on Uzumaki Naruto's face fell immediately, as such a remark was far from flattering. After selling off the remaining scrolls, only a handful of candidates remained. Ninja teams lacking sufficient funds turned their sights on those who had purchased the scrolls. Chiba, however, chose not to concern himself with their plight. His objectives had been fulfilled. The quartet advanced towards the central tower, which was now merely 1,000 meters away. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke forged ahead, evidently invigorated after a night of rest. Meanwhile, Chiba trailed behind with Yakushi Kabuto. Senior Kabuto, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Chiba suddenly spoke up. Before Kabuto could respond, he was met with a chilling suggestion. I recommend that you include my specific information within the ninja identification card. This way, Lord Orochimaru will take you more seriously. Upon hearing this, cold sweat began to bead on Kabuto's forehead, his pupils constricting as he fell into a state of acute tension. As a spy, the very thing he feared had come to pass. Kabuto was at a loss as to where he had faltered, but there was no doubt that his identity had been compromised. Fortunately, it appeared that Chiba was acquainted with Orochimaru, and for the moment, no immediate danger loomed. Nevertheless, Kabuto resolved within himself to depart swiftly once they passed the second examination. Unbeknownst to Chiba, his words had evidently had a profound impact on Kabuto. The central tower loomed closer. At last, we have arrived, Kabuto exclaimed, casting a wary glance at Chiba. You may proceed ahead. I must wait here for my companions. Chiba nodded, leading Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha inside. The room, devoid of occupants, exuded an air of desolation. Where has everyone gone? Naruto placed his hand on his forehead, assuming a contemplative pose. There appeared to be an inscription. If there is no heaven, one must prepare wisdom to seize opportunities. If there is no earth, one must pursue gains by following the original path. Possessing the powers of heaven and earth, one shall return from peril to the righteous path. This is the ultimate essence of ninjutsu. Chiba had recited the completed text. This means we must open the Book of Heaven and Earth. Sasuke withdrew the Book of Heaven and Earth from his ninja tool pouch, and at the moment he opened it, a faint mist began to rise. Instinctively, he hurled the book away and swiftly drew a kunai, ready for any eventuality. However, as the white mist dissipated, Irika Yumino stood atop the Book of Heaven and Earth. Congratulations to the three of you for successfully passing the second examination, Irika said, his eyes brimming with joy, genuinely pleased with his former students. Although Chiba had not received extensive instruction from him, both Sasuke and Naruto had once been his most esteemed pupils. After he explained the purpose of the second examination, a look of realization spread across Sasuke's face, while Naruto still appeared somewhat bewildered. Let us not dwell on this any longer, Chiba urged. The exam is over, and I invite you both to enjoy some ramen. We have reaped quite the rewards this time. Irika glanced at the large bundles behind the three, his mouth twitching slightly. By the way, where did you acquire all these items? Chiba replied with a smile. These are spoils of war, our rightful loot. Irika scratched his head in confusion at this remark, but refrained from probing further. Having successfully graduated, there was no need for them to be under supervision any longer. Come, I will take you to meet the other candidates who have passed the exam, Irika said, leading the way. However, it seems there are quite a few candidates this year. So far, you are the 7th team. Chiba chuckled awkwardly, but offered no response. This was merely the beginning. According to the scrolls he had sold, at least 5 more teams would likely pass the exam. Yet, unexpected events could always occur, and Chiba was cautious not to guarantee anything. For the teams outside exhibited a wide variance in strength. Irika guided the trio into a spacious hall. Several teams that had passed the exam early were already waiting here. Among them were the sibling trio from Sunagakure, some new candidates from Konohagakure, and Chiba's previous clients. However, there seemed to be a team that Chiba did not recognize. It was likely one of the 3 teams that had previously made a transaction but had been intercepted en route. Chiba expressed his deep regret over this turn of events, hoping that luck would favor them in the future. At this moment, there remained nearly 3 days until the examination period concluded, and the sheer number of candidates passing the second exam had begun to pose a headache for the higher-ups in Konohagakure. The final examination is set to invite numerous distinguished guests. Should the participants fail to meet the requisite standards, it could adversely affect the overall impression. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rubbed his temples, clearly in distress. Perhaps it would be prudent to introduce a preliminary round, eliminating half of the candidates, which might yield a more favorable outcome. Evidently, Chiba's maneuvering allowed the preliminary round to proceed smoothly. Those who passed the examination could take a moment to rest, as further arrangements awaited after the conclusion of the second test. The one presiding over this event was one of Konoha's elite jonin, Gozo Tetsu. It appeared that Mitarashi Anko was absent from this gathering. Chiba surveyed the assembled crowd, a flicker of excitement igniting within his eyes. He wondered whom he might draw as an adversary. The duration of the second assessment did not extend to the 5th day, for by the evening of the 3rd day, all volumes of the Book of Earth and Sky had been gathered within the central tower. Consequently, even if some teams lingered within the Forest of Death, they had no chance of passing the second examination. This unexpected turn of events truly astonished the examiners. However, another matter left them utterly flabbergasted. How could so many individuals have successfully navigated the evaluation rules devised by Anko? Hiruzen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the names on the list. The smoke from his pipe wafted in acrid plumes. A total of 12 teams had advanced past the second assessment, indicating the immediate necessity of conducting the preliminary round. Hiruzen resolutely handed the list to a nearby ninja, having made up his mind. Chiba and his companions had merely rested for a few hours before being summoned once again to the expansive hall. The responsibility for this preliminary round lay with the elite jonin, Tsukikage Kaze. He led a life envied by many, characterized by balanced and stable strength, along with a beautiful girlfriend who adored him. Alas, his health was poor, and his life was tragically short. In Chiba's memory, the Chunin exams marked the fateful time of Tsukikage's demise. Lacking familiarity with this particular elite jonin, Chiba held no strong opinions. Whether to save or not was a matter of fate. He shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. The upcoming preliminary round was what truly captured his attention. As the third assessment promised the presence of numerous important figures, it was imperative to eliminate a portion of the candidates beforehand. Tsukikage Kaze coughed repeatedly. His fist raised to his mouth. The pronounced dark circles under his eyes and pallid complexion indicated that his health had deteriorated to a critical state. Chiba furrowed his brow, assessing Tsukikage's condition. This physical state was concerning. As far as Chiba knew, very few ninjas possessed such frail physiques. For chakra is the amalgamation of physical cellular energy and mental energy. Both are indispensable. Could a ninja like Tsukikage, with such a fragile constitution, truly wield the power of ninjutsu? Thus, the decision was made to insert a preliminary round. The rules were straightforward, as displayed on the electronic screen behind me. The appearance of names signifies the opposing parties, with the victor advancing to the subsequent examination. As the discourse increased, the cough of Moonlight Gale grew more pronounced. Yet it seemed he remained indifferent to the matter. Prior to the commencement of the preliminary rounds, participants were given the option to withdraw. There would be another Chunin exam in the latter half of the year, allowing those who withdrew to still participate. His words plunged the candidates present into contemplation. The 5 minutes allocated for reflection led several injured individuals to show visible signs of distress. I withdraw. Me too. Count me in. My body can no longer endure. Upon the conclusion of the time, 6 individuals withdrew from the preliminary assessment. The number of candidates present was suddenly reduced by 1/6. In truth, Chiba had also entertained the notion of withdrawing. However, his remarkable performance in the preceding examinations rendered him unable to do so. To withdraw now would place him squarely in the spotlight. Setting aside the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, even the lurking roots beneath the surface filled him with trepidation. Chiba did not believe that after a confrontation with Orochimaru, he had attained sufficient strength. Orochimaru had certainly not revealed his full capabilities, a certainty Chiba held. His various achievements indicated that Orochimaru concealed many more strengths. Yet, it was Chiba's prowess that had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, engaging in intense battles within the Forest of Death did not align with his future plans. Although it contradicted Chiba's inherently low-key nature, participating in the preliminary rounds seemed the wiser choice. Nonetheless, he sensed a shift. He was seemingly drifting away from his modest demeanor. Certain individuals had begun to focus more intently on him, such as an elderly man smoking a cigarette. Chiba met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze and offered a harmless, sunny smile. However, Hiruzen's eyes were deep and contemplative, revealing unknown thoughts. Is no one else withdrawing? Moonlight Gale inquired once more, embodying a sense of responsibility. No one responded. Among the 6 who had chosen to withdraw, there was one whom Chiba recognized, the deeply concealed Yakushi Kabuto. Unlike before, his parting glance towards Chiba was laden with palpable wariness. Clearly, in the previous examination, Orochimaru had crossed paths with him. None of them are willing to remain steady. Chiba mused quietly. The Chunin exams served as a catalyst for upheaval in Konoha. Since everyone has made their decisions, I shall refrain from further persuasion, Moonlight Gale stated, gesturing towards a group of uniquely attired ninjas nearby. Those are our medical ninjas, possessing exceptional healing techniques. Thus, you can participate in the preliminary rounds with peace of mind. Then came the announcement of the first round's combatants. As his words concluded, the electronic screen displayed rolling text, finally settling on 2 names. Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Naruto. Gazing at the names on the screen, Chiba rubbed his temples vigorously, feeling a headache brewing. This situation felt amiss. How could these 2 rivals face off in the very first match? Initially, I believed that there might be some hidden agendas at play. However, it now seems that Konoha is operating with an unparalleled sense of fairness. At the outset, 2 promising candidates were dispatched. The best possible outcome would be for one of them to advance, while the worst would result in both being eliminated simultaneously. The reactions of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were somewhat peculiar. Wait a moment. Naruto raised his hand. Sasuke and I are on the same team, right? Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the swift voice of Moonlight Gale. The preliminary rounds, including the subsequent 3rd exam, are individual competitions. Now, please follow me to the competition venue. Under Moonlight Gale's guidance, the group moved to a more spacious arena, flanked by spectator stands for other candidates to observe the proceedings. At his signal, they ascended to the stands, leaving Naruto and Sasuke alone in the center of the arena. Chiba, what are your thoughts on this match? Rock Lee approached Chiba, his expression serious. Among the newcomers from Konoha, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, Lee and Chiba shared a closer bond. Recently, they had often trained together in what they termed youthful endeavors. After numerous failed challenges, Lee had chosen Chiba as his target to surpass. What else is there to do but watch? Chiba replied with a hint of resignation. The railing in front of the stands was rather high, and sitting down would obstruct his view. Lee, somewhat dissatisfied, wished to press further. Relax, just focus on watching the match, Chiba said, dismissing the matter entirely. After all, even without this preliminary round, they were both merely low-ranking shinobi. This factor had little bearing on their actual capabilities. Lee still wanted to say something, but Chiba restrained him. Resigned, he turned his attention to the arena. Below the stands, the atmosphere between Naruto and Sasuke was charged with tension. Sasuke, I absolutely will not lose this time, Naruto declared, his gaze resolute. Fool, I do not believe you can surpass me, Sasuke replied, his expression dark, eyes cast down. Yet, the tightness of his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Under Chiba's guidance, both were currently at their peak state. Although they had faced numerous battles in the Forest of Death, their swift progression through the exams had afforded them ample time to recuperate. Most of their injuries were superficial, posing no threat to their fighting capabilities. Competitors, prepare yourselves. The match begins. At Moonlight Gale's command, both figures vanished from their original positions. Naruto hurled a shuriken towards Sasuke's face. In response to the attack, Sasuke sidestepped, raising his arm to deflect Naruto's assault. Clang! The two kunai emitted a crisp sound of collision, resonating throughout the competition arena. Uchiha Sasuke felt the power emanating from his opponent, a flicker of astonishment crossing his dark eyes. Is this truly the strength of Naruto now? He has indeed grown remarkably stronger. Although Naruto Uzumaki's attack was successfully thwarted, there was little surprise on his face. Despite frequently claiming otherwise, he understood all too well that Sasuke's prowess surpassed his own to some extent. Nevertheless, following intense training with Chiba, Naruto brimmed with confidence. Believing he could prevail in this preliminary match, the two stood locked in a stalemate for a moment, but with Sasuke's explosive emergence, the tension in their battle was abruptly released. The kunai soared through the air, descending straight towards the ground. Clang! At the moment of the crisp sound of impact, their figures collided once more. As fists and palms intertwined, faint afterimages began to appear. Though both were merely recent graduates of the Ninja Academy, their taijutsu skills rivaled those of seasoned genin. After a brief exploration of their abilities, they found themselves evenly matched. Neither could gain an advantage over the other. Sasuke began to recognize Naruto's strength, viewing him as a formidable rival. Naruto, I will now unleash my full power, he declared with a serious countenance. Quit the chatter and continue. As soon as Sasuke's words fell, his eyes abruptly turned crimson, the tomo within them swirling ominously. Clearly, he had abandoned any notion of underestimating Naruto. Naruto brought his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands to form a cross, and executed the ram seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, smoke erupted within the arena, obscuring the spectators' views. Naruto's figure multiplied in mere moments, filling the entire competition area. A sea of orange figures emerged. This was a tactic of overwhelming numbers. The spectacle of their battle surpassed the expectations of everyone present. Whether it was the emergence of the Sharingan or the astonishing quantity of Naruto's clones, or even the breathtaking speed that left onlookers in awe, it was evident that both had transcended the level of mere novices. Many graduates from their Ninja Academy cohort could not attain the caliber of Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. Who would have thought that the previously underestimated candidate would possess such formidable strength? Naruto is indeed a worthy adversary on my path to becoming Hokage. Come on, Naruto. This is quite troublesome. Why are there so many formidable opponents in this year's exam? Sasuke, stay vigilant. The audience buzzed with fervent discussions, their voices rising without restraint. Chiba, do you favor Sasuke or Naruto more? This question was posed by various individuals, echoing through the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, Tenten had also positioned herself beside Chiba. Chiba noticed this, a hint of exasperation flickering in his gaze. It wasn't he, just Tenten. Ino Yamanaka stood not far away, her wandering eyes occasionally darting in their direction. To speak honestly, I cannot articulate it well either. Chiba pondered for a moment and provided his own explanation. The unpredictability of the two was too great, making it difficult to control the direction of the contest. However, I harbor a suspicion. Originally, I merely intended to engage in conversation with Chiba, yet a flicker of doubt suddenly emerged in my mind. What suspicion? It seems that their Chunin exam is likely no longer in play. Upon hearing this, Tian turned her gaze toward the center of the arena. At that moment, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clones relentlessly charged at Sasuke Uchiha. The sheer number allowed Naruto to treat his shadow clones as expendable resources. Chiba had devised a tactical plan specifically targeting the current stage of Naruto during a rigorous 7-day training session. In fact, Naruto had employed it before. Yet he often opted for a direct confrontation instead. At times, employing a flanking tactic is indeed essential. Naruto kept Chiba's teachings firmly in mind. His true self concealed within the shadow clones, he constantly shifted positions. The shadow clones were sent forth one by one to face their demise, exhausting Sasuke's stamina. Faced with the relentless shadow clones, impatience flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Although each clone could be dispelled with a single blow, several minutes passed without a noticeable reduction in their numbers. This cannot continue. Sasuke felt a surge of agitation. Naruto's tactical plan had begun to yield some effect. His mindset was no longer as it had been before. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke obliterated the two shadow clones before him and seized the opportunity to leap into the air. The fireball technique, concluded with the tiger seal, was unleashed in an instant. Thanks to Chiba's presence, Sasuke had been stimulated to a certain extent. His rate of strength enhancement was significantly faster than before. Forming a funnel shape with his right hand before his mouth, flames poured forth. The scalding fire struck the ground, splattering in all directions. Countless shadow clones dissipated into the air due to the flames' damage. The unconventional use of the fireball technique instantly cleared a significant portion of the arena. Meanwhile, Naruto, unable to change his position in time, found himself locked onto by Sasuke. Found you. The crimson hues of Sasuke's eyes swirled in their sockets. As he descended from the air, Sasuke's hands began to form seals once more. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The scorching flames elevated the temperature of the entire arena considerably. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, engulfing 1/10 of the contest area. Naruto's pupils constricted, and a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he had made his decision. Dozens of shadow clones, resolute in their intent to buy time, charged towards the great fireball. Though it only delayed for an instant, it was sufficient. Naruto's hand signs appeared somewhat familiar. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before swirling smoke, his eyes glazed with a momentary daze. Wind style, vacuum sphere. A highly condensed wind sphere erupted from the mouth of Naruto Uzumaki. The clash between the wind sphere and the fireball generated an immensely powerful shockwave. The air currents expanded from the point of collision, forming a bizarre arc that oscillated up and down. As Naruto beheld the might of the vacuum sphere he had unleashed, a flicker of excitement sparkled in his eyes. This was also a technique taught to him by Chiba during his leisure time. Sasuke Uchiha would not squander the opportunity presented by Naruto's momentary daze. The instant he landed, he lowered his stance, his legs bursting forth with astonishing speed, charging directly at Naruto. With a resounding thud, a merciless punch struck Naruto squarely in the abdomen. The overwhelming force sent him flying. Blood could be faintly seen scattered in the air. Naruto soared several meters before collapsing helplessly onto the ground. It seemed that the dust of battle had settled. Had Naruto lost? Kakashi Hatake gazed at the fallen Naruto, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Though somewhat disheartened, Kakashi knew that one must not always judge a situation by its surface. Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted his thoughts, lightly tapping his pipe against the back of his hand. Ash cascading down. The battle had only just entered its fierce phase. Sasuke Uchiha, his body taut, approached Naruto while stating, "Naruto, concede. You are no match for me." His tone was flat, as if merely stating a fact. In truth, for most, this was indeed the case. Only a select few held a different opinion. I refused to concede. Naruto struggled to rise from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His azure eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Brother Chiba is still watching me. How could I possibly give up? Shadow clone jutsu. Drawing upon his indomitable spirit, Naruto struggled to his feet and once more employed the A-rank forbidden technique. Orange figures began to fill the entire arena once again. However, compared to the previous batch of shadow clones, the number this time was significantly diminished. Sasuke noted this disparity. Your chakra is insufficient to sustain the ensuing battle. Yet, a confident smile adorned Naruto's face. Let us settle this with one decisive move. As his words resounded, the shadow clones of Naruto standing opposite Sasuke began to form hand seals. The familiar gestures were, to Sasuke, an ominous sign. His expression darkened. Yet he had no choice but to confront it. For Naruto's forthcoming jutsu left no possibility for evasion. Wind release, great breakthrough. Dozens of shadow clones formed their right hands into a funnel shape before them, unleashing a tempest from their mouths. A singular great breakthrough might not have warranted much concern from Sasuke. However, the nature of wind is defined by its vast range. When dozens of shadow clones executed this jutsu simultaneously, the prerequisite for qualitative change had been met by sheer quantity. In an instant, the fierce winds enveloped the entire arena. Even the candidates seated in the audience were not immune to the impact of the situation. The sound of the wind obscured all other noises. Faced with such an onslaught, Uchiha Sasuke no longer harbored any underestimation. He swiftly retrieved several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch. Had Sasuke lost his mind? Nara Shikamaru's expression reflected a hint of astonishment. Was he truly attempting to fend off the raging wind with shurikens? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Uchiha Sasuke launched the kunai in all directions. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The chaotic flames erupted from his mouth, scattering in every direction. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the turbulent flames formed a curtain of fire. The fierce wind collided with the fiery barrier, sending countless sparks flying, creating a perilous spectacle. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke stood behind the curtain, his gaze unwavering and calm. Though observant eyes would notice the beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. How could this be possible? The audience was filled with expressions of disbelief. Was this a new jutsu developed by Sasuke? To use fire release for defense was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing the murmurs of some, Chiba shook his head and explained. Look closely. Sasuke possesses a bundle of metallic wires. This was not an entirely new jutsu, but rather the dragon fire technique. Chiba's words guided the crowd towards understanding. However, some less astute individuals still struggled to grasp the underlying principles. It was Nara Shikamaru, with his keen intellect, who quickly provided the explanation. I see now. Sasuke infused chakra into the metallic wires, granting them a degree of stability. As the shurikens flew outward, they formed a rudimentary protective barrier. The characteristic of the dragon fire technique lies in its ability to manipulate the shape of the flames using the metallic wires. Shikamaru's elucidation allowed the candidates in the audience to comprehend the origins of the fiery curtain. Yet, some candidates gazed at Uchiha Sasuke with heightened wariness. To devise a countermeasure in such a brief moment showcased Sasuke's combat prowess, far exceeding their expectations. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the attention of the adults. Chiba noticed the vigilant gazes of the Sound Ninja trio, recognizing their unique, creative insights into fire release ninjutsu. Sarutobi Asuma did not hesitate to express his admiration. When he looked at Uchiha Sasuke, his eyes brimmed with appreciation. Naruto's understanding of wind release ninjutsu was also quite profound. Both had their merits, albeit their luck seemed somewhat lacking. Sarutobi Asuma expressed his frustration at their unfortunate pairing. Such a confrontation, in the third exam, would undoubtedly be a stunning spectacle. Alas, what a pity. As the winds and flames dissipated, only the two remained, locking eyes. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke both gasped for breath, sweat soaking their clothes. Clearly, they had reached their limits. Indeed, Chiba sighed, observing the two collapsing simultaneously, shaking his head with a tinge of helplessness in his eyes. Whether it be Uchiha Sasuke or Uzumaki Naruto, both possess an unwavering fortitude in their character, not only in their confrontations with one another, but even in the most ordinary of battles. Surrender is not an option. Unless they are truly rendered unconscious, the fight will not cease. When pushed to their limits, they engage in a direct clash of physical prowess. Minutes of combat leave them both incapacitated on the ground. They strike fiercely against their adversaries, and their treatment of allies is hardly more lenient. When Naruto and Sasuke unleash their attacks upon one another, there is no mercy to be found. At the moment they collapse, both bear the marks of their struggle, bruised and bloodied, with dark crimson stains surrounding them. Upon realizing they have lost consciousness, Sōkyoku Shippo approaches to assess the situation. Moments later, he raises his hand and declares, "Cough. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke have lost consciousness. The match is halted." The occurrence of such a situation had been anticipated by the examiners of Konohagakure. Their initial judgment would typically result in both being disqualified. However, given the unexpected nature of their battle, they resolved to deliberate further before arriving at a decision. After Sasuke and Naruto were carried away by the medical team, a brief silence enveloped the arena as the examiners convened to discuss. "I believe both should be granted the opportunity for a third examination," one suggested. Based on their true abilities, they have already reached the level of a chunin. Sōkyoku Shippo, taking the most impartial stance, shared his perspective. Marino Ibiki, frowning deeply, appeared even more menacing as he countered, "Rules are rules. They must not be disregarded. Should we offer them another chance simply because they are candidates from Konohagakure? What would the other ninja villages think of us?" His viewpoint considered the broader implications of the matter. Opinions varied, each with its own rationale. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed their discussion, smoke wafting from the pipe in his hand. "Enough, both are disqualified." As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen rendered the final verdict. Given the abilities of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, passing the exams in the latter half of the year would not pose a significant challenge. He articulated his reasoning, stating that sometimes the youth require a certain degree of trial and tribulation. Thus, the matter was resolved. Sōkyoku Shippo cast his gaze upon the assembly and announced, "Due to both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto losing consciousness. They are hereby disqualified. The proclamation ignited a cacophony of voices. Was such a decision not excessively harsh? Could they not be afforded another opportunity? While the disqualification of the two would reduce competition, opinions on the matter varied widely. Of course, Chiba paid little mind to it all. After all, it was merely a Chunin exam. Were it not for the requirement to sign in, he would have chosen to remain a perpetual genin, for humility was his true nature, though the unfolding events had gradually strayed from that essence. However, Chiba personally hopes to return to his true self. The sign-in task has been confirmed, and a new sign-in task is being released. The task entails checking in at the Chunin exam venue and successfully promoting to Chunin. Chiba gasped in surprise. Is even the system working against me? His expression stiffened. After all, it was merely a system reward, and it wouldn't be a great loss to forego it. The task reward is lightning attribute chakra. Chiba's lips twitched as he reconsidered his earlier thoughts. The reward of the task is inconsequential. What truly matters is his desire to participate in the Chunin exam. Initially, he had contemplated conceding in the preliminaries. However, the sudden emergence of this sign-in task compelled Chiba to alter his plans. Promoting to Chunin is quite a hassle. With increased interaction with the Pineapple Head clan, Chiba found himself adopting their catchphrases. Nara Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Chiba, what did you just say? Upon hearing his words, Chiba waved his hand dismissively, stating, It's nothing. I've merely made a resolution. For reasons unknown. Nara Shikamaru felt an ominous premonition upon hearing this. Moonlight Gale coughed persistently, yet remained dutiful. Next group of combatants, he announced, prompting the names on the electronic screen behind him to begin scrolling once again. After a dizzying array of names, it eventually settled on 2. Surprised at how quickly his turn had come, Chiba felt astonished. As for his opponent, he held no concern. Apart from a certain unpredictable powerhouse, he didn't regard the others with any seriousness. Moonlight Gale proclaimed, Konoha Ninja Chiba vs. Sound Ninja Akagane. Chiba cast a casual glance at the Sound Village ninja adorned with a black mask. His indifferent gaze rendered the opponent's body rigid, cold sweat oozing from his pores. Chiba, give it your all, Rock Lee shouted from the spectator stands. Without turning around, Chiba gave a thumbs up, declaring, In the name of youth, I shall not lose. In truth, anyone who had witnessed Chiba in action would not harbor concerns for him. Besides the 2 who had just been taken away, Rock Lee could be considered the most confident in Chiba. In his eyes, Chiba, as the one who had bested him in a fair fight, represented a lifelong goal to pursue. Chiba, you must not lose. I believe you can win. A sweet voice rang out from the stands, momentarily catching Chiba off guard. Wait, isn't that Tintin with Yamanaka Ino? He turned his head awkwardly. The 2 stood at the railing, waving energetically. However, they quickly sensed something was amiss. The 2 girls exchanged fierce glares, their sixth sense as competitors informing them that the person before them was undoubtedly a rival. In their gazes, sparks seemed to collide. The air was thick with a palpable tension. Chiba inhaled sharply, sensing that the situation was somewhat amiss. Contestants, please proceed to the center of the arena, urged the Moonlight Gale. The second match is about to commence. Without delay, Chiba swiftly positioned himself opposite the Crimson Armor. You insolent brat, I shall crush you. Despite the obscuring black cloth covering his face and the opaque glasses, Chiba could not discern the opponent's expression. However, the palpable aura of menace emanating from the Crimson Armor suggested a lack of awareness regarding his own capabilities. It appeared that Senior Do had concealed certain information from him. Intrigued, Chiba regarded the man before him, keenly interested in the abilities of the Crimson Armor. What? The Crimson Armor seemed taken aback. Prepare yourselves, the match begins. Moonlight Gale did not allow further discourse, as there were numerous battles ahead, and time could not be squandered. The Crimson Armor, seizing the initiative, unleashed a faint blue glow from his hands, enveloping himself in a cloak of chakra. He thrust his massive hands towards Chiba's face. From Chiba's perspective, the speed of the assault was unremarkable, the power average, and the angle predictable. He raised his hand to parry, meeting the attack head-on. At the moment of contact, chakra surged within him towards the Crimson Armor. Chiba's expression shifted. Heh, did you not see this coming? The laughter of the Crimson Armor was reminiscent of a petty triumph. My ability allows me to absorb the chakra of others. Anyone who comes into contact with my hands will have their chakra siphoned away. Do you feel weak? As though your essence is being drained? Yet, His response arrived in the form of a powerful kick striking from the side. The force propelled the crimson armor across the arena, his towering figure crashing against the wall as though a rolling gourd, devoid of any resistance. Boom! The crimson armor was embedded against the wall, which cracked in a web-like pattern around him. Debris fell, and blood stained the ground. Chiba's full-force kick had nearly shattered his internal organs. "Is that all you've got?" The casual remark struck with the weight of 1,000,000 tons upon his psyche. The crimson armor struggled to widen his eyes, desperately trying to discern the boy before him. Yet, the sunglasses obscured his vision, rendering it unclear. You. He coughed up a spray of blood, staining his chest crimson. With a tilt of his head, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chiba, adept at controlling his strength, had exercised restraint in his strike. In such critical moments, it was best to avoid unnecessary complications. Moonlight Gale approached to assess the state of the crimson armor. He was unconscious. The match was concluded. The victor is Chiba. In truth, from the very onset of the battle, Chiba could have dispatched him in an instant. However, his curiosity regarding the crimson armor's abilities, particularly the chakra absorption reminiscent of the ninja blade Samahata, compelled him to take the risk and directly test the limits of his opponent's powers. To his disappointment, the abilities of the crimson armor proved to be rather limited. Even if Chiba were to offer no resistance, he would still be unable to absorb a significant amount of chakra. Moreover, if Chiba could indeed withstand it, the crimson armor would absorb not a single chakra. Such a feeble ability is utterly useless, a reflection of Chiba's assessment of its worth. It is even inferior to the trio of sound ninjas. The progression of the second match surpassed the expectations of most spectators. What was anticipated to be an intense battle concluded in mere seconds, leaving the crowd unable to maintain their composure. Chiba's strength far exceeded that of his opponent. Sarutobi Hiruzen directed his gaze toward Hatake Kakashi. Was his performance during missions similarly remarkable? Kakashi nodded gravely, stating, "Chiba's prowess surpasses that of the other two." Prior to the Chunin exams, Naruto had been training closely with him. Judging by today's display, Naruto's strength has also seen considerable improvement. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a deep plume of smoke, calmly remarking, "It seems Jiraiya has invested significant effort into him." Compared to the first match, Chiba's performance appeared even more captivating. Almost all eyes were fixated upon him. Even a certain gourd-wielding individual was staring intently at Chiba, an ominous murderous intent subtly surfacing. A formidable ninja. He harbored a strong desire to slay him. Gaara's eyelids twitched as he struggled to suppress his murderous intent. At this moment, he could not afford to act recklessly. Though his personality was wild, it did not imply he was a fool. In terms of intellect, Gaara was quite astute. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of 5th Kazekage. "Chiba, your strength has grown," exclaimed Rock Lee, excitedly circling around Chiba, brimming with a desire to engage. Chiba did not harbor any disdain toward his single-minded friend. On the contrary, he regarded Lee as a rather admirable companion, possessing a simple yet distinct character. Most importantly, he had no inherent flaws. Although he might soon face the consequences of his overexertion, with Chiba present, he would not allow that tragic scene to unfold. A mere title of Chunin was inconsequential, yet his path as a ninja must not be abruptly curtailed. Excluding a few rare exceptions, others regarded Chiba with profound apprehension. While some had witnessed his formidable prowess in the Forest of Death, none could compare to the immediate observation at hand. The ninjas who had reached this stage were undoubtedly formidable in their own right. However, even so, they were swiftly vanquished by Chiba. At this moment, the vast majority of candidates had ingrained the notion of his invincibility within their minds. The next competitors were announced. As the somewhat strained voice of Moonlight Night Breeze echoed, the names on the electronic screen ceased their scroll. Konoha Ninja versus Sunagakure Ninja, Temari. Chiba's eyes sharpened as he observed the two young women who had stepped into the arena. Finally, the match had returned to its rightful course. Regardless of the internal strife of the first class or the preceding event in Chiba, both have undoubtedly deviated from the original trajectory of the world. At present, it seems that the preliminary rounds are once more returning to their rightful course. Superficially, this battle already presents a semblance of resolution. In contrast to Shikamaru, who appears unscathed and pristine, Tenten's condition is rather disheveled. Her pink attire is cloaked in dust, and her exposed skin bears numerous scars of varying sizes. Despite the resolute expression on her ashen face, the weariness in her features is undeniable. How challenging it is. Chiba mused, simultaneously heightening his focus. This confrontation has evolved into a nearly overwhelming spectacle. It cannot be said that Tenten is weak. Rather, her ninjutsu is entirely countered by Shikamaru. The fierce winds can send any ninja tools spiraling away. Shikamaru's wind techniques are inherently formidable. Coupled with the 3-star fan, Tenten's chances of victory plummet to an unfathomable low. Tenten has been of considerable assistance to Chiba during training. He is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grievance. The two stand facing each other, their expressions grave. The match begins. Against an unsuspecting foe, Tenten opts to strike first. She leaps back, creating distance, while simultaneously launching her kunai. Yet, before she can discern her opponent's reaction, she hears the sound of the kunai embedding itself in the ground. How could this be? A look of astonishment spreads across Rock Lee's face. How could Tenten miss her target? Her accuracy has always been unparalleled. Hearing his words, Chiba interjects, "Pay attention, Lee." Shikamaru's position has shifted from before. It is not that Tenten has faltered. Rather, Shikamaru has evaded her attack. Tenten gazes incredulously at Shikamaru in the distance. Did she truly evade it? If this is all she is capable of, she might as well concede at once, Shikamaru advised. Although the siblings from Sunagakure possess rather abrasive personalities, Shikamaru stands out as comparatively amiable. However, even as she speaks, a hint of defiance lingers in her demeanor. "Humph," Tenten scoffed, retrieving a scroll. "This is merely a test." She cast the scroll into the air, where it unfurled into a dragon shape, spiraling upwards. Tenten leapt into the expanding scroll. In an instant, countless ninja tools and shurikens erupted forth. Yet, Shikamaru merely unfurled her 3-star fan and softly declared, "Second star." The gale unleashed from the fan swiftly deflected all incoming weapons. The moment the 3-star fan is fully opened, it signifies your defeat. Shikamaru possesses an unwavering confidence in her abilities. As Tenten descended from the air, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Deep down, she harbored an inkling that her journey in the Chunin exams might be reaching its conclusion. However, the tenacious Tenten would not surrender so easily. Twin rising dragons. 2 scrolls were pinched between her slender fingers, then flung into the air. 2 spiraling dragon-shaped scrolls enveloped Tian, as countless sharp ninja tools scattered through the air like petals released by a celestial maiden. "Kamaitachi." A melodious voice echoed across the competition arena. A whirlwind surged upward, the howling winds swallowing all the hidden weapons, rendering them utterly powerless. Yet, the tornado continued its relentless advance toward Tian. Contrary to the anticipated scene of her defeat, a fleeting shadow darted across the spectator stands. When one looked again, Tian had already evaded the range of Kamaitachi's attack. "All right, we concede," Chiba declared, cradling Tian in his arms, his voice resonating throughout the arena. The sudden appearance interrupted Shori's ensuing assault. Feeling the warmth emanating from Chiba's body, Tian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Momentarily dazed, she then struggled to rise. Given her personality, she was unaccustomed to such behavior. Since she had not sustained any injuries, Chiba released her. Wasn't it a violation to forcefully intervene in a battle? For some reason, whenever Chiba heard Shori speak, he felt a tinge of jealousy permeating the air. "So you concede?" Tian nodded in agreement, stating, "Examiner, I concede." With neither of the rising dragons proving effective, continuing the fight seemed futile. Tian's prowess was entirely reliant on her ninja tools. With Shori's wind release ninjutsu proving insurmountable, all her efforts were in vain. However, Shori still wished to argue. Yet, the voice from the spectator stands caused her to retract the words on the tip of her tongue. "All right, Shori, that's enough. This one will be eliminated by me personally." Shori turned toward the source of the voice and saw Gaara's eyes gleaming with excitement. After observing Chiba's strength, he could barely contain his own impulses. "I sincerely apologize for interrupting your battle." Chiba chose to ignore the frenzied Gaara, instead addressing Shori to clarify, "But I'm merely, Shori, why are you still standing there?" Beneath Gaara's voice lay a hint of deranged madness. "What is there to discuss with a corpse?" Boom. A swift black shadow left everyone in stunned silence. The crowd watched as Chiba delivered a powerful kick that sent Gaara flying, leaving them at a loss for words to express their feelings. What? Chiba actually dared to strike this maniac. Inuzuka Kiba, having witnessed Gaara's murderous scenes, wore the most exaggerated expression. The whimpering Akamaru in his arms was barely audible. Even Akamaru, capable of sensing danger, could not remain calm in the presence of Gaara. Meanwhile, within the competition arena, a more terrifying aura than Gaara's emerged, making it even harder for Akamaru to bear. After repeated provocations, before Gaara could rise, he was forcefully slammed back to the ground. Do you really think I have no temper at all? Chiba had long harbored discontent toward this browless boy, believing oneself to be invincible due to a mere advantage. One becomes exceedingly arrogant. Ultimately, it stems from a lack of proper discipline. The creature within him mirrors this same foolishness. In a moment of desperation, Gaara seemed quite unwilling to concede, struggling to rise and prepare for confrontation. Yet the peculiar chakra emanating from Chiba's palm rendered him incapable of performing any jutsu. With a sudden thud, sensing the shift beneath his hand, Chiba intensified the infusion of Senjutsu chakra. I advise you to behave yourself. The situation became a stalemate. Enough, Chiba. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally interjected, release Gaara. It is better for the youth to minimize their conflicts. Beside him, Maki contemplated protesting, but upon noticing the surrounding Konoha ninjas, he refrained from uttering any harsh words. Very well, third Hokage. Chiba willingly lifted his hand from Gaara's face, surprised to find that Gaara did not retaliate once more, despite the unmasked murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. I will kill you. Chiba spread his hands wide, nonchalantly replying, you are welcome to try at any time. Returning to the spectators' platform, Temari gazed at Chiba with a look of astonishment. Although she possessed a measure of understanding regarding his strength, she had not anticipated that he could subdue the enraged Gaara, even though he had gained a certain upper hand in their previous skirmish in the realm of ninjas. The outcome is what truly matters. The journey is of little consequence. Temari's beautiful eyes sparkled with a myriad of hidden thoughts. Standing in his designated spot, Chiba fell into contemplation. In truth, given his temperament, he would not easily be provoked. However, to gauge Sarutobi Hiruzen's limits, Chiba did not hesitate to act. It appeared that Hiruzen held Chiba in considerable regard, instilling a sense of confidence within him. Simultaneously, during their earlier confrontation, he had assessed Gaara's capabilities. Without fully transforming into his tailed beast form, Gaara was certainly no match for him. As for the complete transformation, that remained uncertain. Tailed beasts, after all, are regarded as formidable entities. After tidying the arena slightly, the preliminary matches resumed. The electronic screen displayed a rolling list of names before halting to reveal 2 contenders. Moonlight Gale cast a glance, his expression somewhat peculiar. Another intra-team conflict loomed. Inuzuka Kiba versus Yamanaka Shino. As a contestant with over 700 episodes of experience in the Inuzuka clan, Kiba harbored dreams of becoming Hokage. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to this aspiration. Yet, when faced with exceptionally gifted opponents, he often felt a sense of inadequacy. He had once hoped for a more straightforward opponent in the preliminaries, perhaps someone like Naruto. However, to his astonishment, it turned out to be a battle within his own team. The intra-team match in Team 8 left him feeling somewhat reluctant, as he was quite familiar with Shino's prowess. Among the 3, the prowess of Shino Aburame remains the most elusive. Convincing Kiba Inuzuka to acknowledge that Shino surpasses him is an unattainable feat. Furthermore, persuading Kiba to concede voluntarily appears to be an insurmountable challenge. Shino, I advise you to surrender early. Before the future Hokage, you stand no chance, Kiba declared, pointing proudly at himself. You remain as arrogant as ever. In stark contrast to Kiba's boastful demeanor, Shino exuded a calmness that reflected an absence of emotional turmoil. As our teacher, Irika, once imparted to us, a ninja's mindset is of utmost importance. Your heart is already in disarray. Upon hearing these words, Kiba clenched his teeth in a fierce expression, ready to retort, but was interrupted by the swift arrival of the moonlit breeze. The match begins. In light of this, let us unleash our full potential. Kiba positioned himself on all fours, chakra visibly enveloping his limbs. Beast mimicry technique, 4-legged technique. At the moment the chakra surged forth, his nails elongated and sharpened ominously, while his gaze transformed into one of ferocity. Let this decisive move determine our fates, Shino. His voice boomed as he vanished from sight, propelled by unparalleled speed. With a sudden strike, Kiba launched his elbow sideways, channeling all his strength into that one blow. Shino, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the chest, the force of the impact causing his torso to appear significantly concaved. The battle seemed concluded. Chio observed intently, determining the outcome of this contest. I've got him. A flicker of triumph crossed Kiba's eyes, fully aware of Shino's abilities. Despite Shino's adeptness with insect manipulation, he lagged considerably in physical combat. With Kiba's close-range assault, victory seemed all but assured. Yet, a troubling sensation washed over him. Kiba's expression shifted as he sensed danger. He retaliated instinctively, retreating swiftly. However, the Shino he had struck remained eerily still, devoid of any reaction. Kiba, I am acutely aware of my own vulnerabilities. Shino's voice emerged from another angle. Thus, in a direct confrontation, how could I allow you to close the distance? Kiba's eyes widened in disbelief, his emotions surging. It's a bug clone. He spat. Humph. What does that clarity matter? I shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. In response to Kiba's confident proclamations, Shino countered, No, the battle has already concluded. Secret technique. Insect sphere. Shino raised his arm, chakra swirling around it. Almost immediately, Kiba sensed his chakra depleting. He glanced at his right elbow, shock flashing in his eyes. I've been infested with insects. The emergence of the parasitic insects marked the definitive end of this confrontation. However, the spectators remained silent, devoid of cheers or any other sounds, regardless of whether it was the insect clone or the insect jade. The secret techniques of the Oil Woman clan were profoundly unsettling to the senses. The relentless swarm of parasitic insects instilled a chilling sensation. As the chakra was incessantly consumed by these parasitic creatures, Inuzuka Kiba lost his fighting capability, leaving only Akamaru, who proved to be of little assistance. The match concluded with the victory of Oil Woman Shino. Moonlight Gale shook his head and coughed lightly, rendering his judgment. Inuzuka Kiba, confronted by his teammates, had lost his composure emotionally. Defeat was an inevitable outcome. Instead of observing, he recklessly launched a physical assault, shattering his opponent's insect clone, yet inadvertently allowing the parasitic insects to cling to his elbow. Once these creatures made contact with a human body, they became exceedingly difficult to handle. A challenge far beyond the capabilities of a mere genin. Damn it! Kiba's fist slammed into the ground, his eyes brimming with frustration. Let us go. I'll strive alongside your spirit. Oil Woman Shino approached Inuzuka Kiba, extending her hand toward him. The bond within Team 8 was undeniably strong. Kiba's resentment was merely directed at his own inadequacy. I must stand victorious in the end. Kiba firmly grasped Shino's hand. TSK, what a strong camaraderie. Chiba remarked from the spectator's stand, shaking his head in admiration. Beside him, Rock Lee chimed in, such is the essence of youth. As the two exited the arena, the electronic screen began to scroll once more. It seemed that the preliminary rounds were destined for completion today. However, Chiba was unfamiliar with the two names that appeared on the screen, likely teams that had procured scrolls to bypass their way through. To his surprise, someone entered through the back door during the match. The individual, seemingly a leader from the Sound Village, exuded a chilling aura that betrayed his identity. The ominous wind of disaster, Orochimaru. One must admit, Orochimaru's stealth techniques were remarkably sophisticated. Not only did he employ transformation jutsu to subtly alter his appearance, but he also utilized his unique ninjutsu, the concealment technique. The combination of these two techniques rendered his disguise almost flawless. Without the formidable sensory abilities akin to Sage Mode, one would be oblivious to his true identity. Although Chiba had not activated Sage Mode, he had recently engaged Orochimaru in combat, allowing him to discern the distinctive chakra emanating from him. Orochimaru had evidently noticed Chiba's presence, a sinister smile playing upon his lips, reminiscent of a soulless serpent lurking in the shadows. While met again, Chiba, Orochimaru's pale lips moved, though he spoke no words. The exaggerated changes in his expression conveyed his message. Chiba did not respond, casting a dispassionate glance before redirecting his focus to the center of the arena. There, two combatants battled fiercely, unleashing an array of ninjutsu and ninja tools, showing no signs of restraint. Each move and technique was executed with the intent to vanquish the opponent, resulting in a swift conclusion to the battle. Within a mere 3 minutes, both fighters collapsed to the ground, gravely injured. One had even lost an arm, rendering them incapable of continuing in the Chunin exams. This confrontation was markedly more brutal than the preceding matches. Among the few novices from Konoha, there was a palpable sense of discomfort. Clearly, due to a lack of experience in undertaking missions, they found it challenging to fully integrate into the world of ninjas. With both combatants having lost consciousness, they were both disqualified, and there was no discussion among the examiners as there had been previously. Their combat lacked any semblance of technical prowess. Thus, Geoise swiftly announced their elimination. As the matches progressed, Chiba was taken aback when the names were called. Rock Lee from Konoha versus Gaara from Sunigakure. The announcement by Geoise sparked a tremendous reaction within the venue. Lee, have faith in your abilities. Might Guy expressed unwavering trust in his disciple. At critical moments, he could unleash his full potential. Confronted with an opponent like Gaara, Guy was acutely aware of the inherent dangers. As a master of taijutsu, he possessed a sharper awareness of external threats. Lee, just do your best. Chiba held a deep appreciation for his sincere friend. You are a genius in my eyes. Upon hearing these words, a look of surprise and joy illuminated Lee's face. Like Naruto Uzumaki, he had always sought the approval of others. Yet, apart from a handful of individuals, few believed in him. Now, however, he had gained another supporter. Guy cast a surprised glance at Chiba, offering him a newfound respect. Prompted by Geoise, Lee leaped into the center of the arena. He surveyed the two fighters and gestured, signaling that they could begin. With a loud thud, Lee caught the projectile that came hurtling towards him and casually tossed it aside. The gourd on Gaara's back began to stir, releasing clouds of ochre sand. His body trembled slightly. Since the preliminary rounds, Gaara had been suppressing his murderous intent. Just moments ago, Chiba had pinned him down, nearly allowing his bloodlust to spiral out of control. Were it not for the presence of the third Hokage, Gaara would have unleashed a massacre. Fortunately, he finally had the opportunity to engage. The sand swirled behind him, as if it possessed a life of its own, wreaking havoc in the air. I will kill you. Gaara transferred all his hatred for Chiba onto Lee. With his left hand clasped behind his back and his right hand raised in a gesture of invitation, Lee approached the battle with utmost seriousness. The moment the sand began to rise, Lee sensed the impending danger. Boom! The swirling sand coalesced into a single mass, hurtling towards Lee with a speed that was almost blinding. Confronted with Gaara's onslaught, Lee dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He deftly evaded the strikes, maximizing the advantage of his remarkable speed. Swiftly counterattacking, Lee was not merely a defensive ninja. As the swirling sands settled, he closed the distance to Gaara in an instant. With a forceful punch aimed at Gaara's chest, all of his years of rigorous training in martial arts were unleashed at that moment. Yet, surprisingly, the shield of sand thwarted his assault. Despite multiple attempts at rapid strikes, he ultimately could not breach this sandy barrier. An automatic defense. Chiba furrowed his brow, remarking that without surpassing the speed of the sand, breaking through the opponent's defense was impossible. The swirling dust returned to Gaara's side after Lee's relentless attacks. Faced with the ferocity of the sandstorm, Lee's flesh-and-blood body could not withstand the onslaught. He dodged continuously, eventually leaping onto a stone pillar. Heaving a sigh, he realized the futility of breaking through. A hint of distress flickered in Lee's eyes. The formidable sand shield and the raging dust rendered the continuation of the battle impossible. Lee, shed your burdens, shouted Might Guy from the audience, giving a thumbs up, his radiant white teeth glinting in the light. However, Teacher Guy. Lee appeared somewhat hesitant. It's all right, I permit it. With Guy's endorsement, Lee removed the weighted gear strapped to his legs. Yet, it was merely a burden. It still could not harm Gaara. Kankuro seemed to hold disdain for this taijutsu-only Rock Lee. A thunderous roar and a cloud of dust stunned the onlookers. Lee cast aside the weights, revitalizing his body, his eyes brimming with determination. Gayu. Kakashi Hitaki shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, his astonished expression conveyed everything. I believe in Lee's potential. In that moment, Guy's gaze towards Rock Lee sparkled with a glimmer of hope. This will make things considerably easier. Lee leapt down from the stone pillar, charging towards Gaara. His speed was such that even the spectators struggled to track his movements. Among the candidates, only a few could clearly discern his actions. Is this the true power of Rock Lee? Sasuke Uchiha's voice resonated in Chiba's ear. Has he regained consciousness so soon? Chiba was taken aback. What about Naruto? I'm right here, came Naruto Uzumaki's optimistic voice from behind. It appeared that both of them had overcome their difficulties. Chiba nodded, gesturing towards the arena. Watch this match closely. Your strengths are still far behind theirs. Hearing this, Sasuke gritted his teeth, seemingly reluctant to accept the truth. However, his silence indicated an acknowledgement of the reality. He had already recognized that he was inferior to Lee since the Chunin exam registration. Now, witnessing Gaara's prowess only reaffirmed that sentiment. Go for it, Lee. At an indeterminate time, Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee had forged a commendable friendship. The corners of Rock Lee's mouth lifted slightly as he unleashed a whirlwind of speed upon the arena. As a representative of the primary martial arts style, Rock Lee's combat was exceptionally captivating. After shedding his burdens, his agility transcended that of a mere genin. Even some of the Chunin examiners could only perceive fleeting afterimages. Their faces turned pale as they contemplated how to contend with this youth. Dust of a ochre hue swirled around Gaara, forming a protective shield. Yet this time, the sand shield failed to achieve its intended effect. With a fist wrapped in white bandages, Lee delivered a powerful strike that shattered the sand barrier. Had Gaara not evaded in time, that blow would have surely landed upon his head. How could this be? A look of disbelief flickered in Gaara's eyes. The sand shield, renowned for its invincible defense, could not withstand a single punch. The airborne dust rapidly regrouped. Merely relying on the surrounding dust was insufficient to thwart Lee's onslaught. With an incessant barrage of strikes, Rock Lee began to acclimate to his liberated form. Seizing upon a momentary opening, he executed a shadow dance kick. His elevated low kick propelled Gaara into the air. However, the immense quantity of sand adhering to Gaara prevented him from soaring too high. Lee's combat intuition was formidable. Observing the situation, he leapt into the air. Shadow dance kick again. With his head downward and legs upward, he relentlessly rained kicks upon Gaara, sending him further aloft. Gaara attempted to manipulate the sand for defense, but Lee's figure had already appeared behind him. Unfortunately, the pain in his muscles caused a slight deceleration in his movements. Sand clone. Chiyo keenly sensed that Gaara, increasingly ensnared by the bandages, was experiencing subtle changes in his chakra. Evidently, at the moment Lee slowed, Gaara had executed a sand substitution, transferring the impact to a clone while he himself blended into the swirling dust. The devastating force of the desert lotus created a massive crater in the ground, fracturing the entire arena. Yet, at the center of the fissure, Gaara's visage began to crumble away, his entire being transformed into dust, cascading onto the ground. Lee's smile faltered, and as he pivoted to evade, he found himself unable to escape the oncoming force. The powerful yellow sand struck him squarely in the abdomen. Taken by surprise, Lee was propelled away. Lee, Naruto Uzumaki shouted, his eyes filled with concern. With few friends, he cherished each individual who became part of his circle. Lee struggled to rise, only to see Gaara's sand armor continuously falling away. Beneath the sand armor lay a visage that resembled a mindless beast. Droplets of saliva hung from his lips, and within his frenzied gaze burned a fierce intent to kill. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Xiao Li took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Come on, I shall give it my all. Observing Xiao Li's unusual demeanor, Hatake Kakashi contemplated a possibility. Kai, have you taught Xiao Li the 8 gates as well? In response to the inquiry, Might Guy nodded solemnly. Li possesses considerable talent in this regard, and he is also exceptionally diligent. Hence, I hold a bit more faith in his ability to prevail in this match. Upon hearing this, Chiba raised an eyebrow, evidently harboring a differing opinion. In the presence of a player with such extraordinary abilities, the efforts of a dedicated player seemed utterly futile. To be frank, I am not particularly optimistic about Xiao Li's strategy against his adversary, Chiba remarked, furrowing his brow. Why not unleash the 8 gates directly, knowing the strength of the opponent? Is it to conceal one's power or to underestimate the enemy? Although Bai Lianhua was formidable, he was not sufficiently threatening to inflict harm. Upon hearing his words, Might Guy's expression stiffened, leaving him at a loss for further commentary. Xiao Li's combat style had been imparted by him, and the current predicament was inextricably linked to his teachings. Once, a ninja named Zabuza imparted an important lesson to me. Ignoring Might Guy's expression, Chiba continued. Showing mercy to one's enemies is an act of cruelty towards oneself. Presently, Xiao Li activated the 8 gates despite substantial physical exhaustion, inflicting harm upon his own body. With a crack, Might Guy's fist clenched tightly, producing a sound that was painful to the ear. Boom. The air surged violently, and under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Xiao Li unleashed the 8 gates. Open, the door of death. A tangible blue chakra coursed across his skin. Beneath his flushed skin, bulging veins were visible, and his eyes, now devoid of color, were filled with an insatiable thirst for victory. He yearned to prove himself through this battle, to demonstrate that even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, one could still embody the essence of a ninja. Li Lianhua. Before the last syllable had left his lips, Shaoli vanished from his position. At the moment the final word was uttered, a ferocious power surged towards Gaara. Sand shield, sand armor. Even this seemingly impenetrable defense could not withstand the might of the current Shaoli. A powerful punch erupted, and the shockwave radiated from his blood-red fist. Gaara was instantaneously sent flying several meters, crashing into the arena wall. Boom! The wall crumbled, showering countless stones upon him. Gaara shook his head, feeling momentarily disoriented. Yet before he could regain his senses, Shao Li's figure reappeared before him. Behind me is the watchful gaze of Teacher Kai. Initiating the shadow dance of the leaf once again, the force behind his strike was incomparably greater than before. With a single blow, he launched Gaara into the air. Rumble! The rocky ground beneath Shao Li's feet cracked instantly under the sheer force of the recoil. The relentless barrage from the skies relentlessly struck Gaara's body from all directions. Despite the valiant efforts of the sand shield and sand armor to defend, they ultimately failed to prevent internal injuries. As the bandages on his hands unraveled, the final blow ensnared itself around Gaara's waist. Rock Lee, on one knee, plummeted from the air towards Gaara. This strike would undoubtedly demand a price of defeat. Confidence radiated from Rock Lee's eyes. Boom! The ground trembled as dust and debris erupted into the air. A flicker of joy sparkled in Might Guy's gaze. But just as he was about to speak, the swirling dust settled. Gaara coughed up blood, but did not lose his fighting spirit. The gourd behind him transformed into countless grains of sand, completely dissipating the force of the impact. The forbidden technique, the Lotus of Rillian, ultimately met with failure. Meanwhile, Rock Lee's body was pushed to its limits. The sudden opening of the fifth gate, coupled with the use of the forbidden technique, had inflicted unimaginable strain upon him. Even lifting a finger had become an arduous task. Gaara struggled to rise from the ground, his face contorted with ferocity. A murderous intent awakened within him. Extending his right arm, the sand swiftly coalesced into a giant hand that lunged toward Rock Lee. Sand binding coffin. The torrent of sand surged forth, infused with Gaara's murderous intent, closing in on the helpless Rock Lee. Boom! A descending figure obliterated the frenzied rush of sand. The battle had reached its conclusion. Chio's silhouette emerged within Gaara's line of sight. You again. A glimmer of madness flickered in Gaara's eyes as he once more commanded the sand to attack Chio. However, the depleted Gaara was no match for Chio. Repeated attempts with the sand were effortlessly thwarted. Chio, this is my battle. Rock Lee cautiously interjected from behind him. Silence. Chio retorted sharply. Do you still possess the strength to resist? Elder Kai is a madman, and you are not far behind. In your exhausted state, opening the eighth gate and using the Lotus of Rillian has taken a toll. 639 injuries, over 400 lacerations, torn muscle fibers, and 11 fractures. If you suffer another injury, your ninja career will end here. Chio's words struck fear into Rock Lee. He fell silent, remaining even more cautious behind Chio. With multiple attacks proving futile, Gaara panted heavily as he glared at Chio. I concede. Under Chio's urging gaze, Rock Lee, albeit reluctantly, uttered those words. The battle concluded. The match ceased. However, the sudden appearance of a figure before Chio heightened his vigilance once more. Elder Maki, is there an issue? Chio maintained a wary attitude towards this elite jonin of Sunigakure. As Maki stood before him, Chio's chakra began to circulate. Should Maki exhibit even the slightest hint of malice, he would undoubtedly face Chio's retaliation. Twice interrupting the preliminary assessment of the Sand-Hidden Village's lower ninja left Chiba somewhat astonished. What surprised him further was that Maki displayed no signs of agitation whatsoever. Do you harbor any grievances against the ninjas of the Sand-Hidden Village? Yet, his words escalated directly to the level of the ninja village. Chiba was no fool. He would not indulge him. I apologize, Senior Maki. It is merely that I have but a few close friends in the village. Seeing them defeated and injured compelled me to act. In response, Maki's gaze shifted to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In such matters, particularly in a public setting, Maki knew that Sarutobi would undoubtedly refrain from any favoritism. Meeting Maki's skeptical stare, Sarutobi nodded and remarked, Indeed, the three of them are quite sociable. Chiba has frequented the tool shop numerous times and has often trained alongside Lee. Upon hearing this, Maki ceased to confront Chiba. Then, the outcome of this match, he was interrupted by Chiba, who stated, The victor has been determined. Gaara has emerged triumphant. Farewell, Senior Maki. With that, he assisted Lee back to the audience stands. Meanwhile, members of the medical team hurriedly arrived. After a preliminary examination, their expressions turned grave. Most suffered from muscle tears, extensive muscle fiber ruptures, and multiple fractures. Time was of the essence. Might Guy's countenance was equally grim. Hasten the treatment. Under his watchful gaze, the medical team swiftly carried Lee away. This time, I owe you a favor, Might Guy said earnestly. Rock Lee, who inherited his martial arts prowess, was one of his greatest hopes. There's no need for formality, Senior Guy. Lee is also my friend. Chiba maintained clarity in matters of significant consequence. He valued this somewhat naive friend. However, he had different thoughts regarding Might Guy's favor. If maneuvered wisely, this favor could yield substantial benefits. Might Guy's strength was among the most formidable among Konoha's many elite ninjas. Aside from a select few with extraordinary abilities, he had no rivals. The title of Might Guy was not merely for show. The preliminary rounds continued, but Chiba found little interest in the remaining participants. Orochimaru's four subordinates, the three sound ninjas, and Kin Mizumi, the Inuzuka, Nara, and a Kimichi trio from Konoha, along with 2 members of the Hyuga clan, and 4 veteran lower ninjas. From the sand-hidden village, there was Kankuro, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar faces. Apparently, their teammate had forfeited the preliminaries. The remaining 4 were all from the rain-hidden village, and Chiba felt a vague sense of familiarity with their faces. Somewhat familiar. They must have also procured scrolls from him to advance through the second examination. Nonetheless, he remained quite intrigued by the upcoming group divisions. As the eliminations of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto unfolded, the remaining participants pondered who their next opponents would be. The final slots for the third exam were yet to be determined, and Qian Ye felt a pressing need to anticipate his adversaries. The ground was meticulously restored, consuming a substantial amount of chakra from several umbu. The ninjutsu employed indicated a specialization in earth release. Within a mere 5 minutes, the once uneven terrain was transformed before the audience's eyes. The names continued to scroll on the electronic display. Yet, the subsequent battles were rather dull for Qian Ye, inducing a state of drowsiness. The Inuzuka trio faced off against 3 ninjas from the Rain Village. Despite having recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, their exceptional talents and the secret techniques passed down through their families enabled them to swiftly advance through the preliminary rounds. Meanwhile, Kankuro from the Sand Village clashed with another puppeteer from his own village. Unfortunately, he fell short against Kankuro, yet this encounter rekindled Qian Ye's interest. It was his first glimpse of puppetry ninjutsu, which appeared quite captivating. A chakra thread connected the puppeteer to the puppet, allowing for deceptive maneuvers through substitutions to confuse adversaries, resembling a more advanced version of the body switch technique. A moment's carelessness could lead one into the puppeteer's elaborate traps. Ultimately, this form of ninjutsu required a keen intellect. The names on the electronic screen rolled and then abruptly halted. The Moonlight Gale cast a glance and cleared his throat. Konoha Village Ninja Hyuga Niji vs. Sound Village Ninja Sakan. Please proceed to the stage, contestants. Upon seeing the names, Qian Ye silently wished for Sakan's well-being, sensing that he was in for a rough encounter against Niji. As the pinnacle of the rookie fighters in a conventional state, Niji's prowess far exceeded that of the others, excluding Qian Ye, of course. The remaining competitors were not nearly as formidable as Niji, whose Byakugan could perceive chakra pathways, placing him leagues above ordinary ninjas. Furthermore, the early-stage enhancements provided by the Byakugan significantly bolstered his combat effectiveness. At last, it was Sakan's turn to take the stage. He moved his neck, his eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for battle. Byakugan kid, I hope you can hold out for a while. Clearly, he underestimated the reputation of the Hyuga clan. Enough with the idle chatter. Let the battle commence. Niji, harboring a well of frustration, had initially hoped to prove himself in this Chunin exam. However, the emergence of so many talented shinobi had shaken his confidence. Even Lee, who had persistently aimed to challenge him, had showcased extraordinary potential. His mastery of the 8 gates left Niji devoid of any assurance. Previously, I pondered in my heart what it would be like if the Lotus Fist were to strike him. Just the thought sent a shiver down Hyuga Niji's spine. It would mean certain death. There was no other possibility. After activating the 8 gates, Rock Lee had unleashed his potential to its utmost limit. His astounding speed was so rapid that even the Byakugan would struggle to perceive it. And even if one could perceive it, what good would it do? They simply could not keep pace with Lee's velocity and would only be left to endure the blows. Contemplating this, an unquenchable fury welled up within Niji. Meanwhile, Sakuto continued to provoke him incessantly. The match commenced. With a swift motion, the Moonlight Gale raised his arm high and brought it crashing down. Before Sakuto could react, Niji had already leaped forward with the swiftness of an arrow. "You are quite unfortunate." His voice resonated with an undeniable rage. Gentle fist. The seemingly soft palm struck directly against Sakuto's chest. Initially startled by the speed, Sakuto soon found himself in a flurry of panic. However, upon realizing that he had sustained no injuries, he became brazen once more. "Is this the extent of the Hyuga clan's prowess? You couldn't even harm me with a single strike. What utter waste." One must admit, he possessed a certain talent for courting his own demise. Not only the other spectators, but even his companions found it difficult to tolerate Sakuto's arrogance. He had truly overstepped his bounds. In Tosuzen's singular eye, disappointment was evident. As the leader among the trio, he had always been responsible for overseeing their affairs and restraining Sakuto and Kinjue's vile natures. In contrast to the two, Tosuzen exhibited a remarkable capacity for self-control. Indeed, a dog that merely barks will not have a favorable outcome. Even as a companion, Kinjue's temperament was equally abhorrent, a stark contrast to his delicate appearance. Hyuga Niji chose not to engage with the taunts, but instead retaliated with a swift strike. His right hand transformed into a blade, slicing against Sakuto's shoulder. Once more, it seemed a futile attack. Observing this, Sakuto cast aside all caution. "Is this all you can do? I truly wonder how you passed the second exam." He relentlessly pushed Niji's limits of patience. Meanwhile, he gathered chakra within his palm, seemingly attuned to the flow within Niji's body. Niji's speed surged to another level. His hands became mere shadows, relentlessly pummeling Sakuto. Although Sakuto had relaxed his vigilance, he still made every effort to evade. Yet, Niji's hands seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, continuously targeting Sakuto. After 1 or 2 successful strikes, it was manageable. But after 3, 5, or even more, Sakuto's composure began to falter. Damn it! Enduring 2 more gentle fist strikes, Sakuto drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. He intended to use the sharp weapon to force Niji back, thus allowing his abilities to manifest more effectively. However, in the face of his onslaught, Hyuga Niji took a step back, evading to several meters away. He exhaled deeply, as if expelling the tumultuous emotions that had been swirling within him. "Humph. Now you realize my prowess, do you?" Sakuto, brandishing his kunai, assumed that Niji had retreated solely due to his attack. Yet, confronted with such a brash individual, Niji felt that engaging in further conversation was a waste of his life. He turned and made his way to the spectators' stand, indifferent to the judgment of Moonlight Shippu. "Fleeing without a fight?" Sakuto mocked. "The Hyuga clan is truly this pathetic." A series of explosive cracks erupted from his joints, blood gushing forth like a fountain in an instant. It was but a fleeting moment, and Sakuto had already entered a state of near death. Moonlight Shippu cast a sympathetic glance at him before calmly declaring, "Hyuga Niji is the victor. Those who speak carelessly shall face dire consequences." Niji tossed aside a remark that hardly served as an explanation and proceeded directly back to the stands. The eyes of the onlookers now held a hint of apprehension. It is worth noting that Sakuto was considered to possess above-average strength among the contestants. Nevertheless, even such prowess could not withstand Niji's gentle fist technique. Those with a keener eye could discern that Sakuto was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Even if rescued, he would likely emerge as a mere shadow of his former self. Niji had channeled his chakra through the gentle fist technique, thoroughly disrupting Sakuto's chakra flow while inflicting severe damage to his internal organs. After the medical team carried Sakuto away, the competition continued. Hyuga Hinata from the Hidden Leaf Village faced off against Kageru from the Hidden Rain Village. Moonlight Shippu's voice still sounded weak and listless. The previous battle held little significance for him. In his eyes, the strength of the Hyuga clan was as it should be. As for contestants like Sakuto, who merely boasted without substance, it would be best for them to exit the Chunin exams sooner rather than later. Otherwise, encountering a short-tempered opponent could lead to dire consequences. Now, if he were to make a concerted effort to revive Sakuto, there might still be a chance for survival. Hinata stood nervously in the arena, extending her right hand and preparing herself. She appeared to be a young girl. Kageru's demeanor was markedly more composed than that of the earlier Sakuto, at the very least. His words were clean. "It would be best to concede early. I have no desire to fight a woman." Kageru, with bandages wrapped around his eyes, seemed to possess a unique sense of perception. I will do my best. Hinata felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. It was not merely the prospect of facing an opponent alone. Rather, it was the presence of a boisterous individual in the stands. Naruto, do you think Hinata is beautiful? Regarding the future happiness of his younger brother, Chiba felt it was his responsibility as an elder brother to inquire. If he were not present, this fool would likely take an eternity to realize Hinata's feelings. Upon hearing Chiba's question, Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head, looking puzzled. Huh, brother Chiba, what are you saying? Do you have feelings for Hinata? As Chiba was engrossed in the match, he nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing those words. Cough, cough. What nonsense is this? I inquired about your feelings, not the other way around. Chiba could only conclude that Naruto Uzumaki, with his clumsy demeanor, was beyond help. Well, Hinata is quite adorable. But there's a slight issue. Every time I see her, I become rather awkward. Naruto reminisced about his encounters with Hinata Hyuga, each marked by a series of unexpected events. Just as he finished speaking, another problem arose on the field. It seemed that Hinata had overheard Naruto's words. Her face flushed crimson, and her composure began to falter. Hinata, you can do it. Naruto, oblivious to the situation, inadvertently caused further chaos in Hinata's gentle fist technique. If not for her solid foundation, she might have already succumbed to defeat. You mustn't lose. With his relentless encouragement, Hinata gradually regained her previous state, her eyes reflecting a fervent desire for victory. Naruto is watching me, she thought, resolutely declaring to herself, I cannot falter here. With her determination solidified, her gentle fist technique became increasingly elusive. Kagura's abilities primarily lay in Genjutsu, yet under the relentless assault, he found it impossible to utilize his signature jutsu. Moreover, with Hinata closing in, defeat seemed inevitable. After witnessing the prior match, he dared not allow this Byakugan girl to touch him. Though her gentle fist technique appeared weak, its impact could yield unimaginable devastation upon contact. A moment's carelessness could lead to a dismal fate. However, where's their perfect defense? From the outset, Kagura had fallen into Hinata's rhythm of attack. Unlike those before him, Kagura's strength was quite limited. Defeat was a foregone conclusion. With a decisive strike, Hinata's palm collided with his chest. The force of the impact radiated outward. In this instance, Hinata refrained from employing her gentle fist technique. Deep down, she remained somewhat compassionate. Consequently, Kagura was sent flying, utterly devoid of resistance. Well done, Hinata. Naruto cheered from the audience. Kagura, fearing he would meet the same fate as Sakan, was struck by a wave of terror, and with the forceful blow to his chest, he lost consciousness. Tsukuyomi rushed forward to assess his condition. Confirming his lack of resistance, he raised his arm and announced the outcome. The Rain Village ninja Kagura has lost consciousness. Hinata Hyuga is victorious. Upon hearing this result, Naruto could not contain his jubilance. Though somewhat dense, Chiba sighed with relief, feeling a sense of comfort. At least he was obedient. The upcoming matches held little suspense. Among the trio of Sound Ninja, 2 individuals advanced, and as expected, Kanjiro emerged victorious. Conversely, the 4 seasoned lower ninjas from Konoha proved to be somewhat underwhelming, each succumbing to their opponents. Consequently, the final participants for the 3rd round of the exam were established. Standing at the center of the arena, Chiba surveyed his surroundings. Despite the many fluctuations during this preliminary round, the number of individuals advancing to the 3rd exam was notably higher than initially anticipated, largely thanks to Chiba's contributions. Aside from a few unexpected outcomes for Naruto and Sasuke, those who were meant to progress did so smoothly, and even more than anticipated. Chiba reflected on his opponents, marveling at the fact that there were as many as 7 newcomers from Konoha. The unfortunate ones, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Inuzuka Kiba, and Tenten, had all fallen in the internal conflict. All the newcomers from Sunagakure advanced to the 3rd round, along with 2 from Otogakure, Tatsu, and Kanetsuchi. Additionally, there were 2 others who should have progressed but suffered grievous injuries in their battles, casting doubt on their futures as ninjas. In total, 12 individuals advanced to the 3rd round. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the 7 newcomers from Konoha, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. In his eyes, this symbolized Konoha's gradual resurgence. The new generation was beginning to flourish. Congratulations to all for successfully passing the preliminary round. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the crowd, pipe in hand. The 3rd exam will take place in 1 month's time. as we require the presence of the Kazekage from Tsunagakure and various dignitaries from other nations. Thus, this month is essential. He tapped his pipe, shaking off the ash. Moreover, and most importantly, this month is a vital opportunity for you to strengthen yourselves. So make the most of it. With that, he concluded his remarks. As the preliminary round came to a close, the participants followed their respective instructors out of the venue. Kakashi Hatake led the way, seemingly unperturbed by the glum expressions of Naruto and Sasuke. In Team 7, only Chiba had advanced past the preliminaries, which Kakashi viewed as a positive development. Everyone must face some setbacks, he mused. Without adversity, how can one grow? The fact that they were not eliminated by outsiders, but rather by their own comrades, is quite beneficial. At the very least, it won't exacerbate internal conflicts. The bond between Naruto and Sasuke has only just begun. With this thought, a smile crept upon Kakashi's lips, lifting his spirits. Brother Chiba, shall we train? Naruto exclaimed, bouncing energetically beside him. I got eliminated because my strength wasn't sufficient. If I intensify my training, I'm sure I can defeat Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke scoffed, idiot. Though he appeared nonchalant, he was secretly clenching his fists. Naruto Uzumaki had gone to train with Chiba. How could he swiftly become stronger? Should he too seek assistance from Chiba? Sasuke Uchiha glanced at Chiba, meeting his ambiguous smile. No, there must be other ways to gain strength. Sasuke suppressed his thoughts for the time being. Unlike his usual self, Naruto didn't immediately retort to Sasuke. He wore a mischievous grin. Sasuke, would you like to train together? Long hours of teamwork had gradually acquainted him with Sasuke's mindset. The more Naruto insisted, the less Sasuke, with his prideful nature, would lower himself to agree. During this time, let us train together, Sasuke. Kakashi Hatake, who was walking ahead, suddenly paused and spoke. Kakashi-sensei, are you being a bit biased? Naruto expressed his displeasure. In response, Kakashi explained, training with Chiba is far superior than being with me. My methods are not suitable for you. Chiba reassured, don't worry, Naruto. I found you a more formidable teacher. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. How formidable? Is he stronger than Brother Chiba and Kakashi-sensei? Chiba stroked his chin, contemplating, strictly speaking, he is much more powerful. Moreover, in terms of seniority, he is my teacher's teacher. Naruto's expression brimmed with anticipation, while Sasuke gritted his teeth, visibly reluctant. Kakashi, pondering over Chiba's words, presumed it could only be Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. It seemed he must have returned from his travels. Has Elder Jiraiya come back? A flicker of doubt crossed Kakashi's eyes. Chiba nodded, asserting he should arrive in the village within the next few days. Relieved, Kakashi remarked, with Elder Jiraiya's guidance, I won't have to worry too much. He then turned his gaze to Naruto, advising, Naruto, make sure to learn well from Elder Jiraiya. When it comes to teaching students, he surpasses me by a considerable margin. Naruto nodded, his azure eyes gleaming with excitement, seemingly eager to begin training. Chiba, accompanied by Naruto, bid farewell to Kakashi and returned to his courtyard. To his surprise, a figure draped in white hair was seated in the center of the courtyard. Oh, you didn't go peeking at the women's bath? Chiba exclaimed, astonished. Hearing his voice, Jiraiya turned, looking rather displeased. Is that how you perceive me? Without a moment's hesitation, Chiba emphatically nodded. Indeed, the great toad sage before he could finish. Jiraiya covered his mouth. Before Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya endeavored to maintain the dignified demeanor of a revered elder. The lecherous sage. Excitement radiated from Naruto's eyes. Brother Chiba mentioned that you could mentor me. I yearn to grow stronger and become Hokage, transforming this decaying world. The lively figure bounced energetically before Jiraiya. Gazing at the somewhat familiar visage before him, Jiraiya felt a sense of bewilderment. He was reminded of his former disciple, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It seemed that Naruto bore his shadow. All right. Jiraiya gestured for him to settle down. I shall guide your training, but having just returned from my travels, I require a day of rest. We shall commence our training tomorrow. His words only heightened Naruto's bubbling anticipation. Hooray, a new journey of training is about to begin. Chiba approached Naruto, patting him on the shoulder. To help you acclimate to the rhythm, today's task is to run 20 laps around the Hidden Leaf Village. Once you finish, I will treat you to the finest ramen. The mention of luxurious ramen ignited a spark in Naruto's eyes. Luxurious ramen, luxurious ramen. He dashed off, wholly unconcerned. Watching Naruto's departing figure, Jiraiya pondered thoughtfully. No wonder he sensed a significant change in Naruto's physique. You have been mentoring him during this time, haven't you? Chiba nodded affirmatively. Naturally, since Naruto calls me brother, it is my duty to look after him. Moreover, his father was a hero of the leaf. Jiraiya's expression immediately darkened. You are aware. Then, Minato saved the village. In response, Chiba elaborated. I can distinctly sense the turbulent chakra within Naruto. Aside from the Nine Tails, I can think of no other entity that fits. Jiraiya lowered his gaze, seriously regarding Chiba. I hope you can keep this confidential. Chiba's curiosity was piqued. I find it perplexing that the higher-ups of the Leaf Village, knowing Naruto's status as the Nine Tails host is common knowledge, would go to great lengths to conceal the identity of the fourth Hokage's descendant. Shouldn't the offspring of a hero be afforded the privileges they deserve? As he spoke, Chiba grew increasingly agitated. During a previous visit to Naruto's home, the disarray of the environment nearly rendered him unable to find footing. Expired instant noodles and milk constituted Naruto's primary sustenance. Were it not for his robust constitution, Naruto might have struggled to survive. During that time, I was not present in the Leaf Village. Jiraiya felt a profound sense of guilt regarding Naruto's circumstances and shared in the disgrace that the higher-ups of the village brought upon themselves. Excluding the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, the remainder were merely inept individuals occupying their positions. The unbearable nature of such an environment was one of the reasons Jiraiya chose to leave the Leaf Village. Fortunately, Naruto still harbors a deep affection for this village. Chiba sighed, for he possesses his own bonds. It is precisely because of Naruto's resilience in enduring various unfair treatments that one cannot help but wonder how others might react in his place. Chiba questioned himself, knowing he would never tolerate such treatment. His words filled Jiraiya with a sense of guilt. At the same time, he resolved to devote himself to diligently teaching Naruto Uzumaki during this period. In the upcoming training, you shall join Naruto, Jiraiya stated with earnest intent. Naturally, Chiba would not miss the opportunity to learn from a seasoned ninja. Thank you, Senior Jiraiya. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, the silhouettes of two young boys were already drenched in sweat at the borders of Konoha Village. Their chakra levels were commendable, yet they still exhibited several flaws in control. Jiraiya sat upon a nearby rock, observing their training. A series of physical exercises left Chiba's clothes soaked with perspiration. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he appeared quite disheveled. Although his training regimen was nearly half that of Chiba's, his physical stamina did not match that of Chiba. The two stood atop the water's surface, their shoulders and heads burdened with heavy weights. Since Naruto had not confronted Orochimaru, the seal on his abdomen remained intact. This allowed him to maintain a more stable control over his chakra. Jiraiya looked up at the sky. All right, time's up. Lower your weights, he commanded. With a splash, both boys tumbled into the water. Gasping for breath, Naruto exclaimed, though I can feel the effects, I still do not understand how the perverted sage intends to teach us. This method of chakra consumption was Jiraiya's design. Maintaining chakra at the soles of their feet allowed them to stand on the water's surface, and as their weight increased, this action would demand greater chakra expenditure. More importantly, it would enhance their mastery over chakra control. All right, boys. Jiraiya waved them over. What I am about to teach you is a secret technique. Excitement flickered in his eyes. Naruto, your chakra must be nearly depleted by now, correct? Naruto nodded, feeling his weakness. Both his chakra and stamina were running low. Jiraiya leaped down from the rock, stating, if that is the case, let us commence a new training session. The secret technique I will teach you is the summoning technique of the Toad clan. Watch closely. With that, he placed his thumb in his mouth and bit down gently. Crimson blood oozed forth as he pressed it against the ground. Black markings spread from his palm. Summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Gamakichi emerged before them, his red body adorned with dark patterns. Gamakichi's demeanor was notably gentle, although it may not possess the ability to speak. This does not imply that it cannot comprehend human language. Grasping a scroll delicately in its mouth, it slowly presented it to Naruto Uzumaki. This scroll was a covenant from the Toad clan. By inscribing one's name and blood upon it, and subsequently pressing a hand seal, one could summon the Toad clan. Jiraiya, as a mentor, provided an exceptionally detailed explanation. Without a shred of doubt, Naruto unfurled the scroll. Within the preceding boxes, several names were already inscribed, and notably, Jiraiya's name was among them. Wait a moment, is that Chiba's name? In the final box, The characters for Chiba were also engraved. Indeed, Chiba had established a contract with the Toad clan long ago. Jiraiya had been aware of this since their time in Mount Myōboku. However, he was simultaneously curious. To what extent could Chiba wield the summoning technique given his prowess? Following the prescribed steps, Naruto inscribed his name. The hand seals for the summoning technique were Hachi, Inu, Torai, Saru, and Hitsuji. Jiraiya, seated upon the back of Gamakichi, watched Naruto with keen interest. You may attempt it first. Although Naruto's hand seals were not as swift as Chiba's, they were executed with considerable precision. Summoning technique, he exclaimed, pressing his palm against the ground as chakra surged forth once more. Chiba turned his attention. Wait, this chakra, boom. Before he could finish his thought, a cloud of smoke erupted, and an enormous creature suddenly materialized at Naruto's feet. A towering figure, several meters high, appeared before Jiraiya and Chiba. Chiba's training had not been in vain. Naruto's strength had significantly advanced. Most notably, he had even begun to harness the chakra of the Nine Tails. Oh, Toad Kurama, I greet you. A large toad, with alternating black and brown stripes, brandished a long staff and struck a pose, exuding an air of vitality. Ah, it is you. Jiraiya seemed to recognize the toad before him. I have encountered Lord Jiraiya. Toad Kurama was exceedingly polite. As for this toad that had never graced Chiba's memories, he was, of course, unaware of its abilities. However, judging by the sturdy metal staff it wielded, it was likely related to the upper echelons of Mount Myōboku. Is this truly the toad I summoned? Naruto exclaimed excitedly, reclining on Toad Kurama's back and caressing its smooth surface. Chiba, you should attempt to summon as well. Jiraiya's gaze shifted toward Chiba, eager to see his performance. Upon hearing his words, Chiba felt a twinge of hesitation. Come on, brother Chiba. Naruto's exuberance from his successful first summoning was palpable. Let us see whose summoned toad is larger. Reluctantly, Chiba complied. In a mere second, he completed the hand seals, his speed causing Jiraiya's pupils to constrict. He silently mused, a formidable youth. Chiba placed his hand upon the ground, channeling chakra instantaneously to its limit. Summoning technique. Boom. A colossal cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring their vision in an instant. A towering figure suddenly appeared before them. How infuriating. Who has invoked this summoning technique? A fierce voice emanated from the massive form. Jiraiya's gaze, upon beholding this colossal toad, fell into a state of stupor. Wentai. The toad, Wentai, took note of the two individuals beneath him. Hey, Jiraiya, why have you summoned me? And who is this yellow-haired brat? Clearly, Wentai assumed that the one who called him forth was Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya's response took him by surprise. It wasn't I who summoned you. It was the one on your back, Chiba. Upon hearing this, Wentai finally acknowledged the presence of another person on his back. Ah, so it is you, little brat. I remember bringing you back from outside Myōboku Mountain when you were just an inexperienced child. I never anticipated your rapid progress in training. Wentai's words were filled with nostalgia. Chiba too was taken aback, realizing that his appearance in Myōboku Mountain was indeed due to Wentai's intervention. Speaking of this matter, he had yet to express his gratitude to the great toad. He crouched atop Wentai's head and gently patted the large, red cranium. Ha ha ha, it's all trivial. It's of no consequence. Wentai did not exhibit the malevolence one might expect. Perhaps it was due to his strength or his experiences in Myōboku Mountain. Nonetheless, Wentai's presence was undeniably a formidable force. With his prowess, he could even contend with certain tailed beasts. Even the Nine Tails would find it challenging to gain the upper hand in a short span of time. Wentai's strength had been validated over a decade ago. Do you know this red toad? Naruto Uzumaki inquired, perched atop Fukasaku's head. Of course, Lord Wentai is the strongest toad of Myōboku Mountain. Many toads hold him in great admiration. Upon hearing this, Naruto's confusion deepened. What exactly is Myōboku Mountain? Jiraiya had not previously elucidated the origins of toads to him. Myōboku Mountain is the habitat of the Toad clan, also known as one of the three great heritage sites. It is still too early for you to grasp these matters, Jiraiya remarked, his gaze toward Naruto filled with pride. To be able to summon Fukasaku on your very first attempt at toad summoning is indeed unexpected. Based on the performance displayed during the summoning technique, you should have had a preliminary encounter with the creature within you, right? Jiraiya's words cast a shadow over Naruto's expression. However, he quickly regained his optimism. I have reached a certain understanding with the Nine Tails. When my own chakra is depleted, I can utilize its chakra. From his demeanor, It seemed that Naruto had begun to comprehend the reasons for the ostracism he endured in his childhood. Yet, other matters still appeared to remain shrouded in mystery. This scenario is precisely what Jiraiya had hoped to witness. Although the specifics of how Naruto Uzumaki reached a consensus with the Nine Tails remain unclear, it undeniably signifies a positive development. Having participated in numerous shinobi world wars, Jiraiya is well aware of the concept of a perfect Jinchuriki, and this undoubtedly represents the direction in which Naruto must strive. Currently, a promising beginning has been established. It has been far too long since he last inhaled the air of the mortal realm. Frog Wenta's voice boomed like thunder. If there is nothing further required of me, I shall take my leave to explore. Chiba leapt down from atop him, gazing upward as he said, "Then until we meet again, esteemed Frog." As Frog Wenta turned to depart, the overwhelming aura of his massive presence dissipated. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the receding figure of Frog Wenta, his eyes filled with envy. Previously, he had believed that merely summoning the lesser frog was an extraordinary feat. However, the size of that frog paled in comparison to Frog Wenta. The two were not even in the same league. This comparison swiftly extinguished his initial joy at his summoning success. "Damn it!" Naruto cried out. "Why is there such a disparity between my strength and that of Brother Chiba? Without comparison, there is no pain." Regarding this matter, Jiraiya found it difficult to provide a satisfactory answer. Although Naruto's talent fell short when compared to his father's, it was still quite commendable overall. However, juxtaposed with Chiba, it seemed insignificant. From what Jiraiya knew, even the Sage Mode alone was enough to overshadow others, let alone the summoning technique. The fact that Chiba's first summoning was of the colossal frog Wenta already highlighted his extraordinary talent. "Naruto, do not be overly disheartened," Jiraiya reassured him. "After all, one cannot compare individuals so easily. Your talent is commendable in its own right." Previously, he had been concerned that Naruto might become arrogant due to his abilities, fostering a sense of entitlement. However, after witnessing Chiba's prowess, Jiraiya dismissed this worry. Who could possibly rival Chiba's exceptional gift? The initial attempt at summoning the lesser frog had significantly bolstered Naruto's confidence, driving him to strive even harder during the subsequent training sessions. Yet, summoning Frog Wenta was not a simple endeavor. Despite numerous attempts, there was still no sign of success. Under such circumstances, Naruto inevitably felt somewhat disheartened. "There is still ample time," Chiba consoled him. "Take your time. By the way, you can summon it alongside you." With that, Chiba once again bit his finger. The recovery ability of the initial sage body was gradually revealing itself. In fact, even at the moment the summoning technique concluded, his finger had already healed. Summoning technique. As smoke billowed, a cat of comparable size to the lesser frog materialized before them. Oh, Jiraiya's attention was immediately captured. This is a rare summoning beast from the ninja world, the Two-Tails cat. Its eyes shimmered with unexpected delight. "Qian Ye, how did you forge a contract with this Two-Tails cat?" In response to this inquiry, the Two-Tails cat gave a rather satisfactory reply. "Foolish white-haired human, be mindful of your tone when addressing my esteemed master." The Two-Tails cat looked down upon Jiraiya, its demeanor seemingly becoming somewhat arrogant due to the recent surge in strength. What a character! The cat was indeed flaunting its newfound confidence. Speaking to Jiraiya in such a manner was undeniably bold. Jiraiya cast a glance at Qian Ye, silently questioning, "May I deliver a well-deserved reprimand to this rather arrogant creature?" Faced with the pressure of his gaze, Qian Ye decisively threw the cat under the bus. What followed was a merciless thrashing. Although the cat's strength had grown swiftly, it was still on an entirely different level compared to Jiraiya. Merely through its own physical prowess, Jiraiya was capable of inflicting severe torment upon it. The cat's anguished cries echoed far and wide. However, considering the vigor of its cries, Qian Ye paid little heed. The robust sound indicated that it was still in good condition. "Little cat, do you concede?" Jiraiya inquired, playfully patting the top of its head. The cat, looking rather pitiful, replied, I concede. This beating was not in vain. Despite standing 5 meters tall with a length nearing 10 meters, not accounting for its 2 swaying tails, this colossal creature appeared battered and bruised, entirely devoid of the imposing presence it had upon its initial entrance. TSK. Qian Ye approached, teasingly questioning, "Will you still dare to be so arrogant next time?" He patted the cat's large head. The cat, casting a sidelong glance at the figure above it, recalled the recent beating and shuddered slightly, murmuring, "Boss, why is everyone around you more formidable than the last?" This old fellow's blows were truly painful. Thud. Just as the words left its mouth, it received another punch to the head. Be cautious when speaking ill of others in their presence, you rascal. Jiraiya thought he had been a bit too lenient earlier. All right, that's enough, cat. Qian Ye intervened in a timely manner, otherwise, with that mouth of the cat's. He feared it might meet its demise at Jiraiya's hands. This is Jiraiya-senpai, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and the pinnacle of our village's combat prowess. Mind your words, or you might find yourself in grave danger, and I would lose an ally. Upon hearing this, the cat shuddered, no longer daring to speak out of turn. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki gazed at Jiraiya with admiration, his eyes filled with awe. He had previously thought Jiraiya was strong, but now he realized he possessed the highest level of combat strength in Konoha. Is Jiraiya-senpai truly this powerful? Faced with Naruto's admiration, Jiraiya felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. When he had taught the fourth Hokage, he often felt overshadowed by his talent. But now, the tides had turned. The admiration of the fourth generation of sons is not without merit. Assigning the cat to Naruto Uzumaki, the ensuing training is bound to be exceedingly arduous. The growth and strength of the cat during this period can only be described as terrifying. The mere change in its physique instills an overwhelming sense of pressure. Given Naruto Uzumaki's current capabilities, engaging in one-on-one training with the cat would undoubtedly lead to considerable hardship. Moreover, the cat seems particularly keen on employing various means to dominate Naruto. Thus, the forthcoming training will be unimaginably strenuous. As for Chiba, he too has his own training regimen. His paramount task at present is to enhance his physical prowess. With the existence of the initial stage sage body, Chiba is poised to gain new advantages. In terms of physical training, he can proceed without reservations. As for any latent injuries, he need not worry. His recovery ability is sufficient for swift healing. Without adequate physical strength, one cannot adequately support the 8 gates of might technique. Chiba is unwilling to relinquish such a formidable trump card. Therefore, for the next month, he will devote himself wholeheartedly to physical training. A day of training nearly exhausts his stamina. Although he recovers quickly, Chiba has begun to experiment with additional weights. The formidable nature of the initial stage sage body is gradually revealing itself. During training, Chiba can efficiently balance both practice and recovery. As a result, the efficiency of his training is nearly multiplied several times over. From the onset of the second round of the competition for the Book of Heaven and Earth, Chiba swiftly adapted to the burdens placed upon his body. By the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, he increased the weights once more. Due to Li's injury, he borrowed Li's weight apparatus. Simultaneously, in pursuit of furthering his training, Chiba requested Tiantian's assistance in creating even heavier weights. However, he found himself slightly puzzled by Tiantian's seemingly unusual demeanor. Yet, he could not pinpoint what exactly was amiss. Understanding a girl's thoughts is often more perplexing than forbidden techniques. Chiba prepared to head to Kagai City, intent on preventing a potential tragedy. The higher-ups of Konoha designated a specific area within Kagai City to host guests from other ninja villages. Candidates and their accompanying personnel from various ninja villages gathered here. With Konoha ninjas maintaining order, on the surface, Konoha remains one of the most formidable ninja villages. However, after searching through extensive areas, Chiba abandoned this endeavor. The crowds were simply too dense. Frowning, he realized that even in sage mode, he could not discern chakra signatures. It is not that I do not wish to save you, but the circumstances do not permit it. As dusk approached, Chiba returned alone to Konoha. In the small courtyard, Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki awaited his return, both appearing increasingly relaxed. According to Jiraiya, the path of training requires a balance of relaxation and intensity. Being overly tense can lead to negative repercussions. Chiba, you have returned. Jiraiya raised the small wine cup in his hand, gesturing for Chiba to join him in a drink. What brings you to Kikyo City at this hour? Chiba offered no concealment in reply. To save someone, but unfortunately, I found no one. Upon hearing this, the slight inebriation that had enveloped Jiraiya dissipated instantly. What do you mean? Chiba shrugged, expressing his helplessness. I've come across some information regarding Orochimaru's infiltration and the breach of contract by the allied nations. Jiraiya's expression betrayed no surprise. Although he was not a rogue ninja, he no longer belonged to the higher echelons of Konoha. Even if he were aware of these matters, he was reluctant to intervene. These affairs do not concern you. Jiraiya's demeanor grew somewhat indifferent. The third Hokage is no fool. he must already be aware of Orochimaru's return. Naturally, they will have their own countermeasures. Your task is to focus on your training. Chiba nodded, choosing not to say more. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If he were to get too involved, given his current strength, he might easily be devoured by the lurking wolves. For now, the priority was to enhance his own power. Once he possessed the strength for self-protection, he would also gain a voice in this world. Will you not drink a cup? Jiraiya once again raised his wine cup. Chiba willingly sat down and filled his cup. The elder and the youth lifted their cups, exchanging smiles. Clink. The cups collided, sending droplets of wine splashing. The sake was not particularly strong, yet under the moonlight, Chiba felt a slight intoxication. Training continued to progress. Thanks to Naruto Uzumaki's innate potential, it had been refined under Chiba's guidance, resulting in significant advancement. As for Chiba, he had his own training plan. Of course, there were certain details where he still needed to consult Jiraiya, such as chakra control, the timing of ninjutsu release, and simplified hand seals. The initial stage of Sage Mode had allowed him to perform simplified hand seals, yet he was still far from achieving the level of Senju Hashirama, who could effortlessly summon jutsu with a mere clasp of his hands. A month of training passed swiftly. Once he realized that his progress would soon plateau, Chiba decided to take a day to relax. Tomorrow marked the formal assessment. Chiba glanced at Naruto, who was still diligently training, and said, "Let's go, Naruto. We should visit Lee." Chiba recalled vividly the individuals with peculiar mental states. After all, during the preliminaries, they would not let slip any opportunity for violence. At the flower shop of Ino's family, he selected a high-quality carnation. After bidding farewell to Ino, who wished to accompany him, he took Naruto to the hospital. Why does it feel so empty? Naruto, with his blunt instincts, sensed the unsettling atmosphere. What a timely arrival. Chiba's tone turned somewhat cold. Naruto, hold on to this carnation and meet me on the 3rd floor. As the last echoes of his voice faded, Chiba's figure had already vanished from sight. Unaware of his extraordinary speed, Naruto's expression was one of utter astonishment. Is this truly the result of Brother Chiba's training? In the hospital room where Lee lay, the sand had already spread to the bed. By the bedside, Gaara wore an expressionless face, his gaze indifferent. However, the speed at which the sand spread was alarmingly swift. To him, it seemed that taking a life was as mundane as quenching one's thirst. With a thunderous crash, a violent force shattered the door, and a figure burst into the room. Is there truly such a lack of decorum among the Sand Village? Noticing the intruder, Gaara's pupils constricted, and he instinctively commanded the sand to defend him. Yet, compared to Chiba's speed, the sand appeared somewhat sluggish. Chiba extended his palm and pressed it against Gaara's head. In an instant, Gaara was forcefully driven into the wall, the sturdy structure collapsing under the impact. Debris scattered, and dust filled the air, rendering the hospital room a chaotic scene. Since you are unfamiliar with the rules, allow me to educate you. Chiba's eyes glinted with a cold, murderous intent. At this moment, Gaara was indeed lacking the brutal lessons of society. Of course, this was also intrinsically linked to his father, a man whose bewildering obsession with attempting to kill his own son left Chiba perplexed. While others sought to influence through love, this individual seemed intent on inciting hatred. He imposed his own notions upon others, resulting in the Gaara we see today. There is something fundamentally flawed in your psyche that has shaped your character in such a manner. Chiba's tone turned exceedingly frigid. However, I hope you will adhere to the rules in Konoha. Otherwise, even Shikaku cannot protect you. These few simple sentences conveyed a wealth of information. In the hospital room, aside from the still slumbering Lee, there were only the two of them. Chiba felt little need for restraint. Given Gaara's disposition, he would hardly spread these words indiscriminately. As Chiba spoke, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Gaara's eyes. How could this be? Just as he was about to inquire further, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly charged in. Brother Chiba, Gaara of the Sand Village, what brings you here? Upon seeing Gaara, Naruto's demeanor exploded with intensity. The official match is tomorrow. Chiba released his grip on Gaara's head, revealing cracks etched across his face. His earlier attack had shattered the outer layer of Gaara's sand armor. Before Chiba, this mere sand defense was utterly insufficient. If you can defeat me, then you may pose your questions. Gaara's sand armor returned to its normal state, suppressing his agitated expression beneath the grains. He departed with remarkable calm, leaving no further ripples in his wake. Shortly after his exit, Might Guy arrived at the hospital. Upon hearing Naruto recount the events, gratitude flickered in Guy's gaze as he turned toward Chiba. Thank you, Chiba. Mike Guy's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Without your intervention, Little Lee merely shook his head. Choosing not to elaborate further, Qian Ye smiled warmly, saying, Teacher Kai, there is no need for formality. Lee and I are friends. This is simply my duty. Little Lee's condition, however, remained far from optimistic. Despite the majority of his injuries being self-inflicted, the forced use of the lotus technique had inflicted unimaginable damage upon him. According to the doctor's assessment, Little Lee would require at least 6 months of rest before he could participate in missions or training again. Otherwise, he would be playing with his life. Mike Kai, fully aware of this, wore a more somber expression than usual. Although he still had students like Hyuga and Ten, ultimately, it was Little Lee who embodied his will. Rest assured, Teacher Kai. Qian Ye seemed to sense his worry and offered comforting words. Little Lee will surely recover swiftly. Mike Kai nodded gravely, choosing to say no more. As a practitioner of physical techniques, he felt powerless in this regard, left only to silently pray for Little Lee's recovery. He changed Little Lee's hospital room and placed a fragrant carnation in the vase on the bedside table. May you recover soon, Lee, Qian Ye said, gazing at Little Lee. Still in a coma. The future of the ninja world will lack much brilliance without you. After a brief stay, Qian Ye and Uzumaki Naruto departed from the hospital. Wandering through the village of Konoha, Qian Ye noticed that as the official matches approached, the influx of people in Konoha grew increasingly overwhelming. Countless indistinguishable faces appeared on the streets. Although the atmosphere seemed vibrant, it was tinged with an undercurrent of unease. A storm was brewing. Qian Ye sighed, choosing not to dwell on it. Without destruction, how could there be rebirth? The will of fire burns brightly, fueled by ample resources. It seemed the third Hokage must have long understood this truth. As Qian Ye gazed at the Hokage building, his expression deepened with contemplation. A day passed swiftly. By the time dawn broke, Qian Ye and Uzumaki Naruto had arrived at the venue for the competition. Hearing the fervent sounds from within, Qian Ye confidently stepped into the arena. Officially entering the gaze of the ninja world, the third stage of the exam commenced under the watchful eyes of numerous high-ranking officials. Not only were the leaders of Konoha present, but even the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had come to witness the event. Additionally, the feudal lords of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind were in attendance, along with dignitaries from smaller nations. Anyone capable of being present to observe the matches was undoubtedly of high status. The remaining attendees were the ordinary citizens of Konoha. However, what intrigued Qian Ye was another matter. At the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, the examiners had not announced the matchups. Following the proposal from Sarutobi Hisashi, the list was unveiled today. Chiba murmured to himself, standing within the observation area, gazing at the flat arena. At this moment, the examiner had shifted from Tsukuya Mikaze to Noera Jinkan. Upon seeing him, Chiba felt a sense of regret. Although it was unfortunate, he had done his utmost. At that time in Kikyo City, he had failed to detect the whereabouts of Makiki and others, leading to the demise of Kaze. Truly a pity. Examining Officer Kaze, Chiba sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. As competitors continued to enter, it was also time to reveal the matchups. Noera Jinkan glanced at the clipboard in his hand and addressed the participants in the observation area. The first match features the Leaf Ninja Hyuga against the Sound Ninja Tosazuna. Upon hearing the names of the combatants, Chiba remarked, I never expected Hyuga to compete in the opening match. However, it seems this bout is devoid of suspense. Tosazuna and Hyuga leaped from the observation area to the center of the arena. With the entrance arrival, the audience erupted in cheers, more fervent than ever. The reputation of the Hyuga clan had long spread across the major ninja villages following the Great Ninja War. Within the confines of Konohagakure, their fame ranked just below that of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, with the decline of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan had become the last of the prominent families in the village. In contrast, other clans such as Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi were somewhat lesser in stature. I can't believe it's my turn in the first match, Tosazuna remarked. His hunched back and face wrapped in bandages concealed his arms entirely within the sleeves. The young one from the Hyuga clan is truly unfortunate. His luck is rather poor. Hyuga expression remained impassive, showing no regard for Tosazuna. After the preliminary rounds, he had gained a clear understanding of his opponents. Except for a couple of exceptionally powerful competitors, he regarded everyone else, including the Sound Ninja Tosazuna, with indifference. Begin. Noera Jinkan announced after a brief glance at the two. In the face of this young member of the Hyuga clan, Tosazuna did not exhibit the disdain implied in his words. The moment Noera Gunkan's voice fell, he vanished from his original position, moving at high speed accompanied by the resonance of sound waves. The armor on Tosazuna's arms revealed itself to be riddled with small holes. Hyuga Niji furrowed his brow, already sensing the effects of the sound waves on himself. Indeed, one must not underestimate any adversary. Open, Hyuga Niji softly called out, and the veins around his temples visibly bulged. The insight of his Byakugan captured Tosazuna's movements in their entirety. However, the battle-hardened Tosazuna seized the moment the Byakugan activated to launch an attack. Soundwave. With his right arm extended, the visible sound waves surged forth, enveloping Hyuga Niji entirely. In the face of the sonic onslaught, pain etched across Niji's features, with faint traces of blood seeping from his ears. A glimmer of joy flashed in Toshi's eyes as he charged forward with fervor. This final strike. The sound was filled with unrestrained ecstasy, as if he had already secured victory in this battle. The unfortunate pawn. Chiba observed the match with clarity, his keen sight allowing him to foresee the impending outcome of the confrontation. As Toshi barreled towards him, Niji Hyuga's eyes, wide with intensity, revealed a flicker of sternness. 8 trigrams. Return heaven. A substantial amount of chakra, almost tangible, erupted from the chakra points in his hands. Under the interference of sound waves, Niji exerted force through his legs, twisting his body with determination. In an instant, he began to spin at high speed, his chakra coalescing into an impenetrable defense. Unprepared, Toshi collided directly with Niji's defense. This unconventional form of absolute defense also served as a formidable offensive technique. The rapidly rotating soft fist chakra shattered Toshi's form, sending his hunched figure soaring into the sky. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji concluded his return heaven, with blue chakra gathering around his hands. A relentless barrage struck Toshi, and in mere moments, his chakra points were completely sealed. Toshi collapsed helplessly to the ground, devoid of any combat capability. The battle concluded, with Niji Hyuga declared the victor. This overwhelming display of power once again amplified the reputation of the Hyuga clan across the nations. The fight was executed with precision, devoid of any unnecessary floundering, showcasing the full extent of the Byakugan's perceptive prowess. The young members of the Hyuga clan below were undoubtedly of prodigious caliber. After witnessing the match, the feudal lords of various nations reached a consensus. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, Niji's promotion to Chunin appeared assured. Such a display was precisely what Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to see. The burgeoning strength of the new generation in Konoha was a testament to their formidable nature. As the second match commenced, he hoped it would not disappoint. A voice emerged from beneath the veil of the 4th Kazekage, seated beside him. Although sensing something peculiar about this Kazekage, Hiruzen chose not to dwell on it. The second match featured a scion of the illustrious strategists of Konoha. Hiruzen was exceedingly confident about this upcoming duel. While it may not showcase thrilling combat, the strategic acumen would undoubtedly be top tier. The participants for the second match were Nara Shikamaru and Kinyuta. Inuzuka Kiba glanced towards the viewing area, signaling for the two to come forth. How troublesome, can I forfeit? Nara Shikamaru, who had never possessed an ounce of fighting spirit, contemplated withdrawing from the match. The Chunin rank represented nothing but added complications for him. He sensed that the ninjas capable of achieving Chunin status would be few and far between. This implied that should he succeed in the match, a cascade of challenges would inevitably follow. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your performance. Chiba approached Nara Shikamaru from behind, grinning. Is there any notion of fleeing without a fight? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chiba seized the collar of his garment and gently tossed him aside. Nara Shikamaru, somewhat astonished, discovered that he was able to stand firmly on the ground despite having fallen from a great height, and his posture remained unchanged. Instantly, a glimmer of astonishment appeared in his gaze directed at Chiba. What unfathomable strength! Truly deserving of being this year's top freshman. Even as a transfer student, he possessed a foundation that was unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Shikamaru shook his head, choosing not to dwell too much on the matter. Chiba had consistently displayed an exceedingly amiable demeanor. With Shikamaru's keen ability to discern character, he had yet to detect any malice emanating from him. However, he harbored a degree of wariness towards such an entity that far exceeded his own capabilities. The boy who manipulated shadows. Kinshue regarded Nara Shikamaru before her with no trace of complacency. She had witnessed Tosuzen's defeat firsthand. Every genin who reached the official matches was no simple character. The battle concluded only when one side lost consciousness, perished, or conceded. Noara Genin looked at the two and raised his arm high. The battle begins. As his words fell, a kunai flew from Shikamaru's hand. He had gathered ample insight into Kinshui's abilities from the previous preliminaries. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was certain of victory in this contest. Unlike ordinary kunai, the ones Shikamaru hurled this time were specially crafted. Adorned with long ribbons, they appeared quite peculiar. Did such kunai truly suit combat? The audience simultaneously raised this question, clearly lacking knowledge about the Nara clan of Konoha. Otherwise, such a query would not have arisen. It appeared that Shikamaru had indeed undergone significant transformation. Chiba observed the specially crafted kunai scattered around him, contemplating. Typically averse to conflict, he was surprisingly preparing for battle. Evidently, these kunai had been meticulously devised to secure victory. Yet, Chiba was unaware that he had a substantial role in this endeavor. To this day, he still clutched a promissory note from the Nara clan. Indeed, the note pinned by Shikamaru was written in the name of the Nara clan. Upon learning of this, his father, Nara Shikaku, promptly passed the blame onto his son and issued a stern order. Should he lose in the official matches, he would have to devise a way to resolve the matter himself. Left with no choice, Shikamaru could only strive to secure victory. This specially crafted kunai was but one of his strategies. Underestimated, Kinsue thought it rather presumptuous to test her with such an attack. She swatted the kunai aside, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. If this is all you are capable of, then I am afraid you are mistaken. The battle concluded, and her body suddenly froze, rendered immobile. Indeed, the fight was over. At that moment, Kinsue noticed that the fluttering ribbons, illuminated by the sun, cast shadows. Under the deft manipulation of Nara Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, she found herself utterly ensnared. The battle concluded with Nara Shikamaru emerging victorious. Though the second match lacked the brilliance of the first, Shikamaru's astute grasp of battlefield dynamics and profound self-awareness greatly broadened the audience's perspective, revealing that ninjas also engage in battles of intellect. From the main podium, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the fourth Kazekage, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Haha." The performance of the young Nara clan member was quite commendable. However, I believe you will find the upcoming battle even more intriguing. Upon hearing his words, the fourth Kazekage raised an eyebrow beneath his conical hat, a flicker of interest flashing in his narrow eyes. Could it be that the next contender hails from Sunagakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, responding, "The strongest newcomer from Sunagakure faces off against the strongest newcomer from Konohagakure. I wonder if a victor will emerge." Noara Ganjin, scrutinizing the match roster, furrowed his brow. It seemed that reinforcements would need to be dispatched to the arena for the upcoming battle. The third match would feature the combatants, Gaara from Sunagakure and Chiba from Konohagakure. Contestants, please make your way to the arena swiftly. The match is about to commence. Upon hearing his opponent's name, Chiba felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering Gaara. One couldn't help but question whether such arrangements were made for the sake of spectator excitement. Gaara's indifferent gaze swept over Chiba, but he uttered not a word as he proceeded towards the backstage. Yet, the murderous intent emanating from Gaara did not escape Chiba's perceptive senses. What a stubborn child. Chiba mused, shaking his head in hopes that the harsh realities of society might alter Gaara's rigid mindset. Otherwise, he felt at a loss for how to approach the situation. With a leap from the viewing area, Chiba landed directly in front of Gaara as he emerged from backstage. Gaara remained silent, continuing his forward march. Chiba shrugged, feeling a sense of resignation. At times, these troubled youths truly defied understanding. The match commenced. Noara Ganjin sighed, his expression grave. After observing the previous preliminary rounds, his focus sharpened more than ever. The two contenders in this battle were undoubtedly among the most formidable of all participants. With his exceptional jonin prowess, he found himself lacking the assurance to maintain control over the situation. He truly did not wish to serve as the examiner for this contest. Noara Ganjin grumbled to himself. Swiftly retreating, the two adversaries faced each other, their auras decidedly abnormal. At last, the moment arrived. Gaara's calm words were laced with menace. "I will inflict severe injury upon you, then demand to know how you came to possess that knowledge." He raised his right hand, and countless grains of sand erupted from the gourd on his back, swirling around him. "One wonders where your confidence stems from," Chiba replied. his hands resting casually behind his back, displaying no semblance of a fighting stance. After a month of rigorous training, he had experienced a remarkable surge in his own strength. He could not deny that Jiraiya was indeed an exceptional mentor. Under his guidance, Chiba had swiftly mastered his full potential and made significant progress. I shall crush you, like one such as yourself. The scent of blood must be quite enticing. Gaara's sinister grin revealed a hint of madness in his expression. Having suffered multiple defeats under Chiba's hand, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the turmoil within him when facing Chiba. Dust and sand swirled around, coalescing into a massive hand several meters high, surging toward Chiba. The ferocious energy elicited gasps from the audience. Is this truly the strongest newcomer from the Sand Village? Merely the ability to manipulate sand is already on par with some Chunin. This year's official matches promise to be quite captivating. However, the newcomer from Konoha seems unfamiliar. I have not heard his name before. Confronted with the oncoming colossal hand of dust and sand, Chiba exhibited little alarm. Such an attack could be effortlessly neutralized. He pivoted his body, clenched his right fist, and anchored his legs firmly to the ground like roots. The fist of the first style. A surge of his entire strength erupted in an instant. Boom. A violent wave of energy radiated from Chiba's right fist, encountering no resistance whatsoever. The enormous hand of dust and sand instantly disintegrated into particles, cascading from the heights above. This spectacle left Gaara momentarily stunned. Many have managed to shatter his dust and sand, but he had never encountered anyone capable of directly dispersing the unique chakra contained within it. To defeat me, this mere sand is insufficient. Chiba flexed his wrist, casting a challenging glance at Gaara. Silence engulfed the audience. Even the two Kage stood dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. After a prolonged silence, the fourth Kazekage slowly spoke. What a formidable youth indeed. Yet, his calm tone belied any significant emotional turmoil. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress his smile. Haha, Chiba's talent is indeed remarkable. He is the top newcomer of this year. Sarutobi expressed immense satisfaction with the youth his disciple had brought back. In his advancing age, he yearned to witness the flourishing of Konoha. Time is of the essence. Chiba cast a glance at the audience and declared, I will resolve this battle swiftly, aiming to secure a place among the Chunin ranks. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished from sight. Gaara's pupils constricted, and the sand swirled defensively, lifting countless fragments of earth. Bang! The desert wave. A tremendous sound erupted from the protective wall formed by the dust and sand. A vast quantity of dust encapsulated Gaara entirely. The dust, infused with unique chakra, rendered its density exceptionally high. Astonishingly, Chiba's full-force strike failed to breach Gaara's defenses. The scene fell into a stalemate. How troublesome indeed. Chiba scratched his head, sensing the predicament. He had intended to conceal a portion of his power, but to his surprise, Gaara was so timid. So soon, he had already summoned the desert wave. All the sand was utilized for defense, rendering conventional attacks utterly ineffective. This has become rather tricky. It remains uncertain how Chiba will respond. As I observe the competition, a stalemate may ensue. This is no ordinary sand. It is indeed a formidable challenge to breach the opponent's defenses, a task far from simple. The debates among the spectators yield no consensus. Yet, this degree of difficulty is hardly insurmountable for Brother Chiba. The words of Naruto Uzumaki interrupted the discourse, declaring that Brother Chiba had not yet unleashed his full potential from the very beginning. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chiba commenced an unusual act at the center of the arena. Wait, is he removing his clothing? Inuzuka Kiba gasped, her face flushed, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. Chiba shed his outer garment, revealing a specially crafted metallic attire beneath. There was even another piece of gear. Kiba's tone shifted to one of disappointment, as if what she anticipated witnessing had eluded her. Beside her, Nara Shikamaru regarded her with a rather peculiar gaze. Women, indeed, can be quite troublesome. He muttered under his breath, careful not to let Kiba hear him. Otherwise, given her temperament, it would surely lead to unnecessary complications. Once he removed the specialized gear, Chiba felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. His muscles and joints seemed to be completely unbound. At last, it was off. He massaged his shoulders, stretching his limbs, pondering the extent of his newfound strength. Truth be told, he was uncertain himself. Prolonged exposure to the burden had rendered him accustomed to its weight. The sudden relief from the load felt somewhat unfamiliar. With a thunderous roar, he cast the weight aside, producing a cacophony that echoed through the arena. The ground sank, carving out a broad path beneath. The earth churned, and the sheer devastation was unimaginable, all from Chiba's casual toss. The audience fell into a profound silence, their eyes wide with astonishment at the spectacle before them. With their limited imaginations, they struggled to comprehend the scene. Had that terrifying battle truly transpired while he bore such a tremendous weight? What level of power might Chiba possess now that he had shed it? With his left hand resting upon his right shoulder, he began to acclimate to his own strength. I hope this desert wave possesses adequate defensive capability. To him, the notion of absolute defense was utterly absurd. Is it truly absolute defense if it cannot be breached? No, that merely indicates insufficient offensive power. There is no such thing as absolute defense. If one punch fails, then strike twice. Since acquiring the 8 gates, Chiba's approach had grown rather peculiar. In his fervent desire to rapidly adapt to this trump card, he devoted himself to relentless training. The remarkable adaptability of the initial stage of the sage body continually enhanced his physical capabilities. A low, resonant voice echoed within the arena. In the next moment, the previously silent audience finally stirred. An explosive force erupted beneath Chiba's feet, causing the ground to tremble as he surged forth. A visible shockwave emanated from his fist. As if propelled by steel, a fist struck directly against the undulating waves of the desert, resembling a colossal sphere. A resonating thud echoed, followed by the sound of shattering. Under the anxious gaze of the audience, the so-called absolute defense began to crumble. A thunderous blast ensued, instantly obliterating it. Countless grains of sand dispersed, and Gaara was launched away by the residual force. The distance of several dozen meters sent him crashing into the wall of the venue. Spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the point of impact. Coughing, Gaara struggled to endure the heavy blow, his internal organs suffering significant damage as blood erupted from his mouth. The emergence of his injuries intensified the madness in his eyes, affecting his consciousness as well. At that moment, radiant feathers fluttered down from above, resembling beautiful snowflakes. Noticing the fluctuations of chakra emanating from above, Chiyo gazed upward. Alas, has it begun so soon? I hope my performance has left a lasting impression. The moment the golden feathers scattered, nearly everyone succumbed to slumber. Not all present to witness were ninjas. A considerable portion were merely ordinary people. The Jinjutsu Nirvana technique. Kabuto, disguised as an Umbu member, completed the final hand seal. As the crowd drifted into unconsciousness, an enormous sound erupted from the gates of Konoha. The uprising commenced in an instant. Sand Ninja surged forth, while Sound Ninja stirred restlessly, rendering the scene uncontrollable. The plan to dismantle Konoha had begun. At the very moment the plan was set in motion, chaos erupted everywhere. Not only in the audience, but even the platform where Sarutobi Hiruzen stood was engulfed in violent explosions. The Sand Ninja had previously planted explosive tags near the platform. The force generated by a single explosive tag rivaled that of advanced fire release techniques employed by elite ninjas. Although Sarutobi was prepared and dodged in time, he still fell under Orochimaru's control. Ro, is this the method of your sand village? Sarutobi suppressed his inner fury, his voice strained with restraint. Sensei, you remain as naive as ever. A hoarse voice whispered in his ear. Orochimaru. Each word was almost forced through clenched teeth. Sarutobi had always been wary of his beloved pupil, yet he never anticipated that he would assume the mantle of the fourth Kazekage. Without needing to ask further, it was evident that the fourth Kazekage had already sacrificed himself for Orochimaru's scheme. The means by which Orochimaru could command the ninja of the Sand Village sent chills down even the spine of his former teacher. Orochimaru held a cold kunai against Sarutobi's neck. Together, they ascended to the spacious rooftop, where Orochimaru's ensemble of Sound Ninja made their debut before the world. For individuals stood at the corners of the rooftop, their arms outstretched as a barrier of violet flames enveloped the entire surface. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed this scene and murmured, I never expected you would prepare so extensively to eliminate an old man like me. Orochimaru cast a glance at the aging visage of his former teacher and spoke in a raspy voice. I have always held immense respect for you, both in terms of strength and other aspects. In the center of the venue, Chiba glanced momentarily in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen before redirecting his focus. Presently, he faced a far greater predicament. He could hardly believe that this adversary had been provoked to such a degree. Chiba's brow furrowed as he fixated on Gaara, who had almost transformed into a monstrous entity. The gourd on his back appeared to meld with his body, dense grains of yellow sand tightly encasing his right arm. Half of Gaara's form had nearly morphed into a sandy monstrosity, and the cross-shaped pupils of his right eye reflected an utter absence of humanity. In his injured state, Gaara had become a vessel of his own powers, the influence of Shikaku's chakra driving him into a progressively frenzied state. Blood! Gaara roared, glaring at the crimson stains on the ground. I will tear you apart. Faced with such a creature, Chiba sighed. There is no alternative. Concealing my strength will result in my demise. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing weighted devices on his arms. These were considerably heavier than the previous ones he had worn. With a resounding thud, he discarded the wrist weights, creating 2 large craters upon impact. Subsequently, he rolled up his pant legs to reveal 2 identical weighted devices. Even the frenzied Gaara paused in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his opponent would bear such burdens during their confrontation. This was even more excessive than what Rock Lee had exhibited. Among the remaining conscious ninjas in the audience, witnessing this spectacle caused their expressions to twitch in disbelief. Chiba's actions were exceedingly audacious, while others strived to unleash their full potential against their opponents. Chiba's approach of restraining his abilities meant he could only muster a mere 70% of his true power, or perhaps even less. Are you underestimating me? Although Gaara had slipped into a state of irrationality, it did not imply a total lack of cognition. Observing Chiba's behavior, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. No. Chiba removed the weighted devices from his legs, leaving them on the ground. He stood upright and repeatedly denied, "This is a misunderstanding. Look, I have taken them off." At Chiba's evasive rhetoric, Gaara found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. All right, that should suffice. We can continue now. Chiba stretched his body, his left hand resting behind him while his right extended forward with a smile. Come now. If you defeat me, I shall reveal the truth about Yashimaru from years past. Upon hearing the name Yashimaru, Gaara's left eye narrowed sharply. In that moment, the yellow sand enveloping him seemed to waver. His will momentarily suppressed Shikaku's chakra. How do you know that name? In response, Chiba devised a clever retort. As one who has witnessed the existence of the great sage Toad, I possess knowledge from the past through dreams. So, do you wish to uncover the truth? Here is your chance. Tempted by the allure of the truth, Gaara completely lost his composure, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with madness. He roared, extending his arm of yellow sand forward with fury. The frenzied sand surged toward Chiba with unrestrained ferocity. Uncertain of what the boy had uttered, Maki stood amidst the sand shinobi, murmuring to himself. He has managed to provoke Gaara into a complete frenzy. This has truly disrupted my plans. I hope other aspects of the scheme remain unaffected. He turned to leave without a trace of sentiment. In Gaara's current state, any attempt to intervene would surely result in his own demise, without a hint of hesitation. Maki, being a clever man, would naturally avoid such perilous circumstances. Within the arena, Shinki and Kankuro remained present, both rare talents of Sunigakure. And it was imperative that no mishaps occurred here. Faced with the chaotic sand, Chiba resolutely opted for taijutsu. Although Gaara in his transformed state was indeed formidable, he posed no immediate threat to Chiba. Without employing the technique of false slumber, defeating himself seemed nearly impossible. Chiba held great confidence in his abilities. With a punch of the first bone style, shedding all burdens, Chiba unleashed a power that rivaled that of any elite shinobi. The technique of bone style was inspired by memories from a formidable and terrifying existence. Twisting his waist to harness the strength of his entire being, he concentrated it in his right fist. A tangible chakra coiled around his knuckles. Boom! The clash between the hand of sand and the punch of bone style erupted, sending shockwaves from the epicenter. The surrounding environment was significantly affected, dust swirling and the ground cracking. Only the patch of earth beneath Chiba remained untouched, preserving its original state. Sand Shuriken. Compared to Gaara before, he now fought more instinctively. This instinctual combat heightened Gaara's danger level considerably. The sand shuriken whistled through the air, aimed directly at Chiba's vital points. What a nuisance. Chiba maintained his punching stance with his right hand, while his left hand completed the hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A true tempest erupted from his mouth. The incoming sand shuriken met no resistance, scattering to the ground. Sand hand. Confronted by the gale, Gaara extended his arm, the yellow sand rapidly spreading to form a colossal hand, attempting to envelop Chiba within its grasp. As the yellow sand spread, Gaara gradually transformed, embodying the essence of Shikaku. His entire form, save for his legs, no longer resembled that of a human. With a powerful strike, Chiba showcased the fruits of his arduous training. His strength had reached an unprecedented threshold. The sand hand was swiftly shattered, dispersing into a cloud of golden grains. Before Chiba, Gaara's offensive strategies appeared utterly futile. You've attacked for long enough. Now it is my turn. Chiba crouched slightly, his leg muscles swelling with power. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath him cracked, splintering into countless fragments that were swiftly compacted. The terrain sank, and Chiba's figure vanished from sight. A primal instinct of danger surged within Gaara, prompting him to smash the ground. Waves of yellow sand surged upward, forming layer upon layer of sand shields before him. Dual-boned fist. Chiba's deep voice resonated in Gaara's ears. His arm struck the sand shield with astonishing speed. The force concentrated at a single point erupted, sending shockwaves rolling forth. The tremendous impact obliterated several layers of the sand shield. The destructive power of the dual bones exceeded that of a single bone by more than double. This mere shield could not withstand it. With a resounding crash, the sand shield disintegrated into grains, hurling Gaara across the arena and forcefully against the wall. The wall fractured, and countless stones tumbled down. Coughing, blood trickled from the corner of Gaara's mouth as he sustained further injuries after transforming into his tailed beast form. The yellow sand enveloped him continuously, his figure gradually exceeding the confines of the arena. Even outside, his towering form, reaching dozens of meters high, was distinctly visible. One tail? Gaara has completely lost his sanity. Maki's expression hardened. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. The emergence of Shikaku drew the attention of the confronting master and disciple alike. Is this part of your plan, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened, anxiety gnawing at him. Yet, before his apprentice, he maintained an air of composure. A flicker of surprise passed through Orochimaru's elongated, serpentine eyes. He did not conceal his intentions regarding his soon-to-die mentor. No, this is an unforeseen circumstance. However, it seems that Shikaku could also serve as a breeze to stir the winds of the ninja world. I imagine it would be quite pleased. His long snake tongue slithered from his mouth, licking the corners with a cold and malevolent gaze. Finally, the big guy has made his entrance. Chiba straightened his posture, placing his thumb in his mouth and biting down hard. Summoning technique. Come forth, boss toad. A thick cloud of smoke billowed, revealing the massive, crimson form of Gamabunta. Shikaku? Gamabunta evidently recognized the formidable creature. I didn't expect that the first time you summoned me for battle, it would be against such a troublesome foe. The two colossal beings faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension. The appearance of Shikaku drew renewed attention from the spectators, nearly causing the ongoing battle to falter. Kakashi Hitaki, having dispatched a nearby sand ninja, gazed in astonishment at the center of the arena. The walls of the venue were beginning to strain under the presence of two colossal entities. Was that frog Wanta from Mount Myōboku? When had Chiba forged a pact with this clan? He mused to himself. Yet, memories surged forth in a sudden flash. Indeed, Chiba had originally come from Mount Myōboku to Konoha. As the leader of Team 7, Hiruzen Sarutobi had imparted numerous details to Kakashi, none of which were particularly classified. Nevertheless, upon encountering Frog Wanta, an indescribable discomfort stirred within Kakashi, especially when he thought of his own pack of ninja hounds. Why is it that the disparity between individuals can be so vast? Contemplating this, Kakashi's resolve intensified as he engaged his enemies with even greater force. Might Guy, who had been competing with Kakashi in the number of foes slain, felt a deep respect swell within him at this scene. Truly, Kakashi was his lifelong rival. This was the very essence of youth. Leaf Hurricane. Guy executed the proud name of the Konoha Azure Beast with unparalleled fervor. Regardless of the adversary, none would withstand a second strike. However, judging by their performance, it was evident that the leniency they displayed could rival the water release techniques of the second Hokage. Casting a glance at the two, Chiba muttered, "Old slackers," hoping for the third's early demise. While unaware of their actual intentions, the current situation suggested that the third Hokage was indeed no more. In the distant formation of the four purple flames, two coffins had already emerged from the rooftop, with a third slowly ascending. Had it not been for Hiruzen Sarutobi's swift reflexes, he would have faced the daunting presence of 3 exceedingly formidable foes. What an awe-inspiring aura. As the coffin lid fell away, 2 figures emerged. The first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. The second Hokage, the master of forbidden techniques, Tobarama Senju. Their appearance caused beads of cold sweat to form on Hiruzen's wrinkled brow. Teacher, it has been far too long, monkey. I never expected you to age so drastically. Came the second's voice, merging with Hiruzen's fading memories. As a sentimental man, Hiruzen felt tears welling in his eyes. I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate that my demise would bring you trouble. A hint of remorse crossed the first's face, accompanied by the creaking of his body. The reminiscing came to an abrupt halt. Orochimaru produced 2 specially crafted kunai and placed them behind the 2 legendary figures. Teacher Sarutobi, I wish to share the joy of my impending acquisition with you. Let us commence. As the words left his lips, the eyes of the first and second Hokage suddenly lost their focus. For these 2 entities, Orochimaru dared not permit them to act freely. For the impure world reincarnation was a forbidden technique researched by the second Hokage himself. Although he had made numerous modifications, it was prudent to exercise caution. The 3 Hokage swiftly engaged in battle. Stones were sent flying, flames danced in the air, and earth was upheaved, amidst which torrents of water relentlessly assailed the 4 purple flames formation. Chiba cast a glance, but chose not to dwell on it further. The outcome was inevitable. Orochimaru's resolve was unwavering, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally steadfast. There was nothing to alter. As Orochimaru had remarked, the current Konoha resembled a windmill caught in a stalemate, requiring but a gentle breeze to set it in motion once more. Whether through the collapse of Konoha or the demise of the 3rd Hokage, both would serve to facilitate this change. Returning his focus to Shikaku before him, Chiba observed the bizarre patterns adorning its body and the savage aura emanating from its cross-shaped pupils. At present, it was Gaara who retained control. I shall tear you apart, Gaara declared, his legs merging with the top of Shikaku's head. Sleep technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into a deep slumber, thereby unleashing Shikaku's full power. Yohaha! At last, I am free. The moment Shikaku regained consciousness, the true might of the tailed beast erupted forth. The air around them remained refreshingly crisp. Yohaha! There's even a giant toad here. Its demeanor starkly contrasted with that of its Jinchuriki, truly a wretched disposition. Chiba, arms crossed, gazed at Shikaku and remarked, Do you not see there is another presence here? Noticing the source of the voice, Shikaku squinted. You peculiar little brat. I sense a hint of threat from you. The perception of a tailed beast is no trifling matter. This innate ability is beyond human envy. Well then, I shall not allow you to underestimate me. Chiba clasped his hands together, and in the next moment, natural energy surged towards him with fervor. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, 2 distinct marks briefly intertwined, with a golden red shadow encircling his gaze. Let us see if I can send you back to your seal. Yohahaha, what an arrogant little brat. Shikaku laughed boisterously at Chiba's words. You dare speak such grandiloquent claims. Are you not afraid of biting your own tongue? I am the strongest tailed beast, Shikaku. Clearly, in the absence of a certain fox, this raccoon was particularly audacious. Nevertheless, Shikaku possessed the credentials to be so. Among the tailed beasts, its strength ranked high. However, Chiba, having undergone arduous training and fully liberated his combat prowess, was not intimidated in the least. Old toad, prepare yourself. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, Chiba's words held weight with Fukasaku, likely due to his prior encounters with the great sage. Of course, prowess was also a significant factor. Fukasaku had already sensed the chakra above him, which was entirely distinct from that of ordinary ninjas. As one of the high-ranking members of Mount Myōboku, how could he be unaware of such capabilities? Yet, he had previously thought it merely a rumor. However, what was unexpected was that Chiba, a mere youth of just over 10 years, had truly mastered the sage mode. Moreover, the swiftness with which he activated this mode seemed extraordinarily rapid. Gamabunta, with myriad thoughts racing through his mind, did not let his movements falter. He swiftly drew forth the massive short blade at his side, gripping it firmly in his claw. Yoha! In the face of the formidable duo, the colossal arm of Shikaku suddenly struck the ground with tremendous force. The earth cracked, fissures spanning dozens of meters emanated from beneath his feet. Little brat, I shall turn you into sand sculpture. Upon hearing these words, Chiba's lips twitched, momentarily taken aback. Where had Shikaku learned such flamboyant banter? It seemed to stem from an overactive imagination. The sand sculpture Shikaku referred to was not of the same ilk that Chiba envisioned, was it? As the immense crack spread, the venue began to fracture as well. The towering walls crumbled instantaneously, countless debris cascading to the ground. Shikaku was transforming the area into his domain. Gamabunta, of course, noticed this shift, and with his muscular legs, he leapt into action. The ground groaned under the strain. His raised massive short blade swung down toward Shikaku's head. Indeed, it was not a slicing motion, but a smashing one. At least in Chiba's perspective, this short blade appeared even more formidable than a door in width. Gamabunta's short blade slash. The immense physique bestowed upon him a strength that surpassed that of an ordinary person. Within the ranks of the Toad clan in Myōboku Mountain, Gamabunta was among the elite. His power was undoubtedly formidable. Like a small mountain, the enormous short blade descended from the sky towards Shikaku's head. In the face of such an assault, Shikaku appeared somewhat cumbersome, unable to evade in time. However, defending against it was not a daunting task. His robust arm was raised high, enveloped in a special yellow sand. The sand shield, infused with Shikaku's chakra, coalesced. Clang! A dull thud resonated as the blade struck Shikaku's arm, creating a brief shockwave. The might of these two colossal beings was indeed overwhelming. Seizing the moment of their standoff, Chiba leaped down from Gamabunta's head. It was the perfect opportunity to test the sage art, rigid fist style. He brought his fists together, flexing his wrists. Sage art, rigid fist style, twin bones. He unleashed a full-on assault, holding nothing back. When facing Shikaku, a tailed beast, restraint was a grievous mistake. Chiba did not attack Gaara, who was ensnared in a deep slumber. Words once spoken were like water spilled. Once uttered, they could not be retracted. The intent to strike him back into his seal could not harbor any thoughts of cunning. This was merely the commencement. The entirety of Chiba's power coalesced within his fists. The sage chakra infused within amplified the potential of this martial art to its zenith. The fists, embodying the essence of righteousness, collided with Shikaku's forehead like a mighty hammer. Crack! Gamabunta, locked in opposition with Shikaku, faintly heard the sound of shattering. Immediately following was the anguished cry that resonated throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. How? You wretched brat! I shall reduce you to the finest grains of sand. The tremendous uproar caused even the battling ninjas to pause, their gazes drawn to the arena above. There, a diminutive figure crouched atop Shikaku's head. Where its fist descended, a massive indentation appeared in the center of Shikaku's forehead, while its sand-like skin continued to shatter and fall away. The might of a single strike was truly terrifying. Seizing the opportunity, Gamabunta augmented the force of his short blade once more. With a single slash, he sent Shikaku careening away. The sand shield on his arm shattered instantaneously. Shikaku collided with the arena wall, causing it to collapse entirely. The momentum did not wane, and he flew straight out of the venue. Beneath his colossal form, buildings crumbled, and the earth was ravaged. Yet, Shikaku paid no heed to the other parts of his body, instead clutching his head and howling in pain. Simultaneously, his cross-eyed gaze focused on Chiba, filled with fury. At that moment, Chiba had returned to perch atop Gamabunta's head, his eyes glinting with mockery as he regarded Shikaku. One must honor their words. Having vowed to beat him back, it was imperative to follow through. Now, this was merely the beginning. Great Raccoon. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. An immense amount of chakra coalesced within Shikaku's mouth. After a brief moment of accumulation, a colossal wind sphere erupted forth. The powerful impact instantly caused multiple walls to collapse, with nearby houses gradually transforming into ruins. Continuous vacuum sphere. Numerous wind spheres shot from Shikaku's mouth, wreaking havoc of unimaginable proportions. Gamabunta, wielding his gigantic short blade, cleaved through the wind spheres while simultaneously unleashing the techniques of the Toad clan. Water release. Iron cannonball. The clash of the large water sphere and wind sphere erupted into countless splashes, drenching the surroundings of the arena. The battlefield of these two titanic beings was gradually drifting away from the center of the venue, where countless civilians, along with lords and high-ranking officials from various nations, resided. Should death befall anyone in the Hidden Leaf due to this conflict, it would usher in an unthinkable dark era for the village. Until the next mission was assigned, he intended to remain in the Hidden Leaf. Thus, a favorable environment was indeed of great necessity. Under Gamabunta's deliberate guidance, The battleground of the two colossal entities began to shift toward the gates of the hidden leaf. Gamabunta, I shall divert their attention. You deliver a decisive blow. Chiba contemplated how to break the stalemate, realizing that the animosity was still insufficiently intense. If that were the case, he would intensify it further. The 8 gates open. The tangible chakra surged around Chiba's body. Merely opening the first gate, he felt the fierce power within him. With complete control over his physical abilities, he had fully unlocked his potential. The constraints of his brain, in Chiba's view, were of utmost importance. This complete mastery of his own strength was enough to obliterate everything. At the behest of Chiba, the formidable Frosh Winta once again swung his massive short sword towards Shoha. A colossal hand of sand materialized out of thin air, firmly holding Winta's weapon aloft. Wind release, vacuous bullet. In this standoff, Shoha fully unleashed its combat prowess, exhibiting an impressive battle instinct. Water release, iron cannonball. Winta was caught off guard. He had assumed that Shoha was blinded by fury, but to his astonishment, his opponent was employing a strategy as well. This underhanded tactic nearly resulted in Winta taking a direct hit from the vacuous bullet. Fortunately, the objective was achieved. Chiba reappeared above Shoha's head. Sage Art, Fracturing Fist. Descending from the heavens, Chiba gathered a tremendous amount of sage chakra in his elevated right leg. This technique was developed during a month of rigorous training. If there exists a technique for descending fists, surely there must be one for legs as well. Embracing this notion, Chiba crafted the fracturing technique. Clearly, its effectiveness was remarkable. Feeling the immense pressure from above, Shoha was momentarily distracted from the watchful Winta beside him. A torrent of dust and sand was summoned, coalescing above him to form a formidable sand shield. Defense was Shoha's forte. With utmost effort, he believed he could withstand the assault. Observing the multi-layered sand shield overhead, Shoha exhaled in relief. This brat had managed to instill a sense of life and death urgency within him. Truly a fearsome little imp. Yet, he was not one to be trifled with. He was confident in his ability to withstand this. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed from above. Impossible! Shoha screamed, instinctively raising his arm to shield his head. Boom! With an explosive force, even the ground trembled beneath him. Dust and sand swirled violently, obscuring all visibility. A deluge of yellow sand erupted from Shoha's arm, enveloping the surrounding structures. Among the debris were even grains of sand adorned with purple patterns that fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Winta's mouth twitched. This brat seemed even more terrifying than that violent woman. A physical body that could withstand the tailed beast. Were there truly so many anomalies in this era? A cry of pain escaped Shoha's lips. His arm was riddled with cracks, seemingly unable to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Chiba utilized the rebound force to return to a position above Winta. Gazing down at him, Winta felt a surge of trepidation. Such power, if mismanaged, could result in catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, with the opening of the gate, Chiba's mental constraints were entirely lifted, allowing him to freely control all of his strength. With his arms hanging limply, Shoha cast a gaze filled with hatred at Chiba. Yet, deep within his eyes, there flickered an unacknowledged glimmer of fear. Having barely returned to the world, this relentless barrage had left Shoha dazed. Frosh, deliver the final blow to this fiend. Chiba perceived that there was no trace of ordinary people in the surrounding environment, likely having been relocated by the ninjas of Konoha. It was imperative to test the fruits of his training. Upon hearing this, Frosh understood Chiba's intention. With a tremendous effort, Frosh expanded his mouth to its limits, unleashing a torrent of toad oil. In an instant, Chiba completed his hand seals, executing a perfect collaboration. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. The toad oil, sprawling for hundreds of meters, was instantaneously engulfed in flames. Guarding against the inferno, Shikaku could only spit out a few air bullets to defend itself, but they were merely a drop in the bucket. Soon, it was transformed into a charred raccoon. The searing pain coursed through its body, becoming unbearable. With a crack, its form suddenly morphed into a massive sand sculpture, crumbling into the ground. Shikaku had returned to its seal. What a grueling battle it was. Frosh uttered a rather insincere remark, for it seemed that Chiba was the main force in this confrontation. Fortunately, the toad's face was also red, concealing any signs of Frosh's true emotions. Chiba, I shall return to Myōboku, he said, disappearing into the air before Chiba could respond. Chiba then leapt down, for the previous battle had also taken a considerable toll on him. Although his recovery ability was remarkable, he was not yet capable of continuous healing during combat. Thus, while short bursts of intense battle were manageable, prolonged engagement could lead to complications. Before Shikaku made its escape, it did not forget to cast a layer of sand shield over Gaara. It certainly did not wish for its Jinchuriki to plummet and suffer a fatal fall. Ultimately, Gaara's survival relied on Chiba's decisions. The surrounding environment was now a scene of devastation, with dust scattered everywhere and various charred remnants. A peculiar scent of roasting permeated the air, reminiscent of barbecued toad, which Chiba surmised was linked to the toad oil. As Gaara fell from the sky, he shattered the sand shield, jolting himself awake from a deep slumber. Bewildered, he glanced around, clearly still disoriented. Chiba waved his hand in front of him. "I hope I didn't knock your brain loose," he muttered softly. Gaara's current state seemed somewhat abnormal. "How are you still alive?" Gaara exclaimed upon seeing Chiba fully awakening. Hearing this, Chiba felt a twinge of annoyance. Could this unfortunate child not articulate his thoughts? Why couldn't I possibly survive? Do you consider that giant raccoon to be invincible? Don't be foolish. There are many capable of defeating that beast in this world. Gaara returned to his state of confusion. Then what is it now? Chiba waved his hand. Somewhat exasperated. It has returned to its seal. It should be quite peaceful for a while. He couldn't shake the feeling that Gaara had sustained a head injury when he fell from the sky, as he often seemed lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Gaara regained his composure. After a meticulous comparison of strengths, he realized that he was utterly no match for Chiba. Even the one-tail Shikaku had been forced back into its seal, leaving him at a loss for how to confront Chiba. So, was it now my turn to perish? Clearly, this individual's thought process diverged significantly from that of a typical person. However, considering his tragic childhood, Chiba patiently explained, "What you truly seek is the truth of the past. I can divulge it, but on one condition." Gaara's fury had significantly diminished. Upon acknowledging his inferiority to Chiba, he found a certain clarity. Upon hearing this, Gaara's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, "What condition?" After a moment of contemplation, Chiba uttered a statement that felt rather peculiar. "Just obey." Gaara appeared perplexed and bewildered. "You must learn to heed my words." Without hesitation, Gaara acquiesced to this demand, solely focused on uncovering the truth of that time. Chiba, disregarding the disarray around him, sat cross-legged and remarked, "Isn't it simply due to your unfortunate father's flawed reasoning?" In his haste for results, he lacked the requisite ability. He merely sought to harness the tailed beast as a weapon of war. Yet he placed the entire burden upon your shoulders. Chiba gazed intently at the bewildered Gaara. Thus, he intended for Yashimaru to probe, leading to the ensuing tragedy. As for whether Yashimaru harbored any affection for you, well, that topic veers into absurdity. Do you truly believe the sand instinctively protects you? The focus returned to Gaara, who had gradually regained his composure, despite the pain radiating from various parts of his body. Yet, he had never experienced such clarity of thought. His mother's hatred? After pondering for a while, he recited the answer he had received from Yashimaru. Bang! A sharp knock on his head interrupted him. Incorrect. Gravely mistaken. That was Karura's love for you. Chiba showed no leniency towards Gaara. For a child deserving of a good thrashing, a couple more reprimands might help amend this pathological way of thinking. Yashimaru was similarly affected. It was precisely this familial love that allowed him to stand by your side. Unfortunately, your foolish father's misguided actions led to a complete breakdown. Regarding Raza, Chiba truly struggled to find any commendable words. An assassination attempt on his own son? Although it salvaged the decline of Tsunagakure, it also resulted in a loss of familial bonds. A mixed bag of pros and cons, ultimately stemming from a lack of wisdom. Both were fourth Hokages, yet look at Minato. Enlightened by the truth, Gaara fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at Chiba, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse. "Then, are you not concerned that I might breach our agreement?" This question elicited a most unusual gaze from Chiba. "Are you not worried that I might pursue you to Tsunagakure and strike you?" Gaara then departed alongside Shinki and Kankuro. Under the gaze of Chiba, the transformation of his younger brother could not escape the notice of the two, though the exact circumstances remained unclear. The mere fact that Gaara had survived such a formidable assault was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Both Temari and Kankuro felt deeply grateful for this. Naturally, they harbored an increased wariness towards Chiba. Although they were fellow candidates in the same cohort of Genin, it was evident that their abilities resided on entirely different planes. The other strong ninjas from Konoha arrived slightly later than those from Sunigakure. Chiba and II. The voice of Naruto Uzumaki stood out distinctly among the crowd. And Gaara? Naruto held a healthy apprehension towards this formidable figure. His concern for Chiba's safety intensified, especially upon witnessing the towering Shikaku. Fortunately, Chiba appeared to be unharmed. In response to the concern of his companions, Chiba expressed his delight, stating that he had been rescued by the people of Sunigakure. I have exhausted my chakra in leaving them behind. The summoning of the Toad Elder drained too much of my energy. In the realm of excuses, Chiba exhibited unparalleled finesse. This, of course, was also in consideration of his own nature. When he first entered Konoha, he had aspired to maintain a low profile. Yet, as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield, he silently retracted that previous thought. A low profile was undoubtedly ill-suited for a brilliant genius such as himself. The landscape before him was a dismal tableau of dust and charred earth, with scarcely a patch of undisturbed land remaining. Buildings lay in ruins, and debris littered the ground. Thankfully, the ninjas of Konoha had managed to evacuate the civilians in time, thereby mitigating the potential for greater casualties. However, the occasional dark red stains of blood served as a stark reminder that this assault on Konoha had inflicted unimaginable wounds. Yet, Chiba's greater concern lay with the ongoing battle involving the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Let us return to the venue. The group appeared somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this the moment to seek refuge? The battles of the Jonin were beyond their capacity to influence. However, witnessing Team 7 depart, the others, albeit reluctantly, followed suit. What a bother, Shikamaru Nara lamented, detesting such a frantic endeavor. Hurry up. Ino Yamanaka, among the trio, proved to be the swiftest runner. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Although she had not experienced much combat, being by Chiba's side seemed to be a splendid choice. With an intellect soaring to 200, Shikamaru found it challenging to fathom the thoughts of girls. With a sigh, he resigned himself to follow. By the time they returned to the center of the venue, all battles had concluded. The Umbu of Konoha had successfully cleared the invaders. Among them, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy stood out for their remarkable achievements. Remarkably, Might Guy appeared to have hardly a speck of dust on his clothing, and the notion of being injured was entirely absent. Above the venue, the four purple flame formations had inexplicably unraveled. Sarutobi Hizashi lay atop it, exuding an air of tranquility. The third Hokage had ultimately departed from this world. Whether the so-called will of fire could be passed on was no longer a concern for Chiba. His thoughts were solely occupied with the possibility of his own promotion to Chunin. However, given the current circumstances, Konoha required a period of respite. Everything appeared to have returned to its normal course. Chiba sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. 3 days later, he received intelligence from Hatake Kakashi. Has the Chunin exam yielded results? Chiba gazed skeptically at Kakashi, whose eyes resembled those of a dead fish. Kakashi nodded, lamenting. 3 individuals succeeded in their promotion to Chunin: Hyuga, Nara, Shikamaru, and you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a mechanical notification echoed in Chiba's ears. Detected host promotion to Chunin. Task rewards are being issued. Task rewards issued successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining lightning attribute chakra. Upon hearing this announcement, Chiba exhaled in relief. Finally, his efforts had not been in vain. A hard-fought battle had indeed borne fruit. Kakashi regarded him with a calm expression and stated, "From this moment onward, you shall be the captain of Team 7. As a Chunin, you must shoulder certain responsibilities." Chiba had long been prepared for this and displayed no signs of surprise. However, the voice that resonated in his mind caused his expression to shift. Sign-in task being issued. Task details. Proceed to Short Book Street to sign in, treat Tsunade's blood phobia, and eliminate Manda. Task reward, 1 Tomo Sharingan. Goodness. This escalated from simple difficulty straight to hellish levels. Manda was a creature that had perished due to the self-detonation of a certain artist. At this moment, Chiba's face was a portrait of conflict. Although the difficulty of the sign-in task had surged dramatically, it was a challenge he had to undertake. Based on Chiba's conjecture, the rewards for this sign-in task would likely follow a series. From initial stage Sage Body to higher levels, along with this task's 1 Tomo Sharingan. As he was not of the Uchiha clan, enhancing the Sharingan would presumably require undertaking tasks. Seeing Chiba lost in thought, Kakashi waved a hand in front of his face. "Hey, are you blissfully dazed?" He muttered softly. I recall Chiba having a strong mental fortitude. How can one be so elated over merely becoming a Chunin? Chiba snapped back to reality and smiled. After all, this was achieved through my own efforts. How could one not be joyful? Kakashi's expression turned peculiar as he remarked, "Are you not aware that your Jonin application was rejected?" Chiba's expression stiffened. "What do you mean?" Kakashi sighed. "Based on your performance in the Chunin exam and the contributions you made while defending Konoha, I submitted an application for your promotion to Jonin. However, it was denied. The reason cited was your insufficient qualifications. Are you alright, Chiba?" He was concerned that Chiba might not withstand the blow. In response, Chiba could only smile wryly. Submitting an application for the rank of Jonin would surely be met with rejection. He found it difficult to comprehend the actions of Kakashi Hatake. With the recent passing of the third Hokage, how could they possibly approve the promotion of such a unique talent as Chiba? After all, this was the darkest hour for Konoha. Come, let us celebrate your successful promotion to Chunin. Kakashi clapped Chiba on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I have decided to treat everyone to barbecue. Upon hearing this, Chiba's spirits lifted. He had just completed his training and was pondering what to eat. Since a benefactor had conveniently appeared, he felt no hesitation in accepting. Naruto, let us go? Chiba called out to the other side of the forest. Kakashi-sensei is taking us out for barbecue. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud thud reverberated through the ground, as if something heavy had fallen. Naruto Uzumaki dashed toward the two, his clothes drenched in sweat, a testament to his recent training efforts. Barbecue, barbecue, he exclaimed, elated at the prospect of a free meal. Naturally, Team 7's gathering would not be complete without Sasuke Uchiha, despite his obvious reluctance. However, how could he resist the combined enthusiasm of Chiba and Naruto? Since Naruto began training in taijutsu, his strength had become increasingly formidable. As for Chiba, it was best not to mention him. In Naruto's presence, his power seemed almost inadequate. After a particularly brutal defeat in a straightforward taijutsu match against Chiba, Naruto had not dared to challenge him again. In his own words, Chiba's strength had transcended human limits. Chiba could only sigh at such an assessment, feeling helpless. It seemed that the initial stage of Sage Mode had remarkable effects on taijutsu training. As for concerns about progressing too rapidly, those were far from his mind. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, Chiba suddenly recalled his usual appetite and kindly reminded him. Naruto and I have been eating quite a lot lately, so don't feel burdened. Kakashi listened to the first half of Chiba's statement with a hint of gratitude, pleased that his student was considering him. However, upon hearing the latter half, his expression darkened. What did he mean by don't feel burdened? Was he implying that a distinguished elite jonin like himself lacked the funds to treat them? With a flourish of his hand, Kakashi reassured them, fear not. I still have some savings. Chiba felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since Kakashi-sensei had said so, they could indulge without worry. Naruto chimed in. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Meanwhile, Sasuke merely observed, casting a sympathetic glance at Kakashi. For reasons unknown, Kakashi felt an ominous premonition as he watched the two exuberant boys. Though Konoha Village has suffered tremendous devastation, the barbecue restaurant sprang into action without delay. After all, ninjas are human too. After exhausting missions, they inevitably require sustenance. Moreover, enjoying barbecued meat while engaging in lighthearted conversation is a delightful way to unwind. Many ninjas relish the opportunity to indulge in a few drinks during their downtime from missions. Boss, Chiba's voice resonated throughout the barbecue establishment. He held the menu aloft, exclaiming excitedly, let us have one of everything. If it's not enough, we shall order more. Kakashi Hatake nodded in agreement. Oh, one of everything? That is acceptable. Wait a moment. What do you mean by one of everything? His previously calm, deadpan expression instantly transformed into wide-eyed astonishment, nearly dislodging his forehead protector. Chiba, what exactly do you mean by one of everything? Kakashi inquired cautiously. Chiba looked at him with an air of certainty and explained, it means we want all the items listed here. Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt as though his heart was bleeding. I am Kakashi Hatake, an elite jonin of Konoha. My mission count ranks among the highest in the village. And as the head of the Hatake clan, I possess a modest fortune. Yet, I am filled with anxiety, for after today, the Hatake family may very well face bankruptcy. Chiba, you must tell the teacher. Kakashi's voice trembled slightly. Have you and Naruto not eaten for several days? Chiba, stuffing barbecued meat into his mouth, looked up at Kakashi with a bewildered expression. We just ate this morning. The key to physical training lies in maintaining proper nutrition, Kakashi-sensei. Why would you ask such a question? Kakashi's face turned ashen, He had already surrendered to despair. "Never mind, just eat," he replied nonchalantly. "I was merely inquiring." Meanwhile, Naruto, seated beside him, was too engrossed in his meal to lift his head. Sasuke Uchiha stared at him in shock, as if seeing his rival for the first time. After a prolonged moment, he regarded Naruto with a begrudging acceptance. It seemed that Naruto's veracity had intensified since their last encounter. Sasuke's gaze turned melancholic. Was he truly outclassed not only in strength, but also in appetite? Naruto appeared to be completely overwhelming him. 3 hours later, Naruto reclined in his chair, a look of satisfaction on his face, exclaiming, "I am so full." "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Meanwhile, Chiba casually picked at his teeth. He quietly contemplated that perhaps one menu was insufficient for 4 people. Next time, maybe they should order 1.5. When it came time to settle the bill, Kakashi's other eye turned crimson, as if threatening to awaken another Sharingan. His heart was bleeding. In just this brief period, the entirety of at least 2 mission rewards had vanished. The prices in post-disaster Konoha appeared to have risen significantly as the 4 strolled down the street. They appeared somewhat relaxed. Chiba suggested, "How about some tea after the meal?" Kakashi, his expression devoid of emotion, had completely abandoned all resistance. "Today, you shall take the lead. However, do bear in mind that my finances are quite limited. The cost of a single meal has nearly consumed an entire month's worth of my sustenance. Had it not been for the completion of a recent task, I doubt they would have been able to leave the barbecue restaurant." As we approached the tea house, Chiba sensed an unusual presence in the chakra. One was immense and volatile, while the other was shrouded in mystery. He concealed his playful demeanor and mused, could it be those 2 individuals have arrived? At the entrance of the tea house, they coincidentally encountered Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, who were leisurely strolling about. Chiba touched his nose, pondering, has your father already slipped your mind in just a few days? He merely chuckled at the thought, not dwelling on it further. "Ah, you 2 are out shopping as well?" Kakashi Hatake gathered his thoughts and greeted them. Asuma Sarutobi looked perplexed and inquired of the 4. "What brings you here?" Kakashi replied with a smile, "Isn't Chiba being promoted to Chunin worthy of celebration? I brought them along to commemorate the occasion." Asuma's expression shifted to one of understanding as he remarked, "Indeed, being promoted to Chunin is a momentous event." The 2 groups stood by the tea house, engaging in conversation. After a brief interval, once the figures had disappeared, Kakashi led the 4 inside. Asuma and Kurenai trailed behind, having noticed the peculiar presence within the tea house. As hinted by Kakashi earlier, "Take your time enjoying your drinks. I shall step outside momentarily." Kakashi settled the 3 before exiting the tea house. Moments later, Chiba stood before them. "Naruto, Sasuke, I need to relieve myself. You 2 carry on." Inside the tea house, the 2 exchanged bewildered glances, sensing something amiss about Chiba and his companions, yet unable to articulate the peculiarities. Once outside the tea house, Chiba had already discerned the identities of the 2 enigmatic figures. It was quite unexpected to encounter such a situation over a mere meal. Excitement flickered in Chiba's eyes. These 2 were not opponents to be compared to Gaara. Even Shikaku would pale in their presence. They were, without a doubt, the true powerhouses recognized in the ninja world. Activating Sage Mode, he swiftly detected the chakra traces of several individuals. Chiba hastened to the location of his companions. Before him stood the familiar sight of the black and red cloud-patterned cloak. Kakashi and his companions were tensely confronting the figures. However, it appeared Asuma and Kurenai were too intimidated to even open their eyes. Such an imposing presence could only belong to a member of the Uchiha clan. Simultaneously, a uniquely striking individual brandishing the sword Samahata stared arrogantly at the trio before him. "Let us see how this goes. We shall meet again in the future." Without the courtesy of a greeting, Chiba unleashed a fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, to express his respect. The roaring fire dragon surged forth towards the 2. The terrifying heat evaporating a significant portion of the water from the river's surface. "Who goes there?" The expression on Kisame Hashigaki's face changed drastically as he swiftly retaliated with a strike from Samahata. The chakra-absorbing sword, Samahata, exhibits remarkable efficacy when confronted with such ninjutsu. The roaring fire dragon was instantly consumed, leaving no trace behind. There was no danger to speak of. Chiba stood upon the water's surface, a tranquil gaze flickering with an extraordinary light. The mist-hidden figure, Kisame Hashigaki, alongside the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Itachi Uchiha. Kisame regarded the newcomer with a peculiar expression. his first impression being one of youthfulness. The mere fact that Chiba shared a class with Naruto Uzumaki indicated his relative youth, although he himself was uncertain of his exact age. Nevertheless, it was clear that he was indeed quite young, brimming with vitality and exuberance unique to the youth. In stark contrast, Sarutobi Hisashi, despite his spirited demeanor, was burdened by the weight of age. The distinction between the two was palpable. When had Konoha produced such a prodigy? Kisame did not disguise his admiration. I am Kisame Hashigaki, an S-rank wanted ninja. This was the proper attitude to adopt toward a formidable opponent. I am Chiba, a chunin of Konoha, Chiba replied with a shrug. Kisame's demeanor was somewhat unexpected, despite his shark-like visage being rather off-putting. A newcomer? Itachi's gaze shifted in their direction. While Kakashi Hitaki, who met his gaze, was rendered powerless, kneeling upon the water's surface, his body twitching as if enduring unimaginable agony. Chiba understood that this was the effect of Tsukuyami, an inescapable jinjutsu. In his recollection, this technique had a reputation comparable to that of Amaterasu, seemingly never having claimed a life. An unknown ninja, indeed. A glimmer of doubt flickered in Itachi's eyes. The Akatsuki's intelligence network had always been commendable, yet Chiba's presence appeared to have never been noted. An unforeseen variable could prove troublesome. Itachi's extraordinary combat intuition sensed the latent power within Chiba. Let me eliminate this prodigy, Kisame proposed, a sense of foreboding creeping in as he sensed that Chiba could pose a significant threat in the future. Slowly, Kisame unwrapped the bandages encircling Samehada, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Itachi's expression shifted to one of contemplation, clearly considering his companion's suggestion. From Konoha, the gale of might. A vibrant, fervent voice resonated amidst the surging waters. Kisame's countenance changed as he raised his sword, Samehada, to confront the incoming force. The tremendous impact sent him flying. Who goes there? The newcomer landed gracefully upon the water's surface, creating a multitude of splashes. The proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy? Clearly, he was deeply concerned for his friend, Kakashi. After the lunch hour, he had returned, sensing the gravity of the situation. It seems rather dire, Mr. Itachi. Kisame retreated beside Itachi, his gaze serious as he scrutinized the two formidable figures before him. Both Chiba and the esteemed Might Guy posed immense pressure. Shall we continue our battle? Chiba gazed at them with a playful smile, a sense of excitement stirring within him. In his view, engaging with these two individuals would undoubtedly provide a remarkable experience. Uchiha Itachi would not resort to lethal force. As for Kisame Hashigaki, despite his formidable prowess, he lacked the capability to take lives in the presence of Might Guy. Thus, the situation felt remarkably secure. Chiba was also eager to assess the extent of his current strength, especially considering that his next mission required the defeat of the Great Serpent. There must be some assurance of his abilities. No, we are not here to instigate war. Uchiha Itachi maintained his usual composure. Although it was regrettable, he had to take his leave. Chiba, I will remember you. His crimson eyes fixed upon Chiba, as if etching his likeness into memory. Soon after, the two departed from Konohagakure, leaving Chiba with a sense of loss. What a splendid adversary, such a pity. Might Guy and the others escorted Kakashi Hitaki to the hospital, while Chiba returned to continue his leisurely post-meal tea. He possessed no medical ninjutsu, rendering his presence in the hospital futile. Moreover, it appeared that Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had not brought any money. Upon returning to the tea house, Chiba discovered that the teapot had been replaced 3 times. Brother Chiba, you have finally returned, Naruto exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement. The owner is urging us to settle the bill. Clearly, he had great confidence in Chiba, as it was customary for him to cover the cost during their outings. There's no rush, Chiba replied, taking a seat and pouring himself a cup of tea. I encountered someone intriguing while I was out. He savored the tea and continued. That person's eyes bore a resemblance to Sasuke's. Crack. As soon as the words left his lips, the teacup in Sasuke's hand shattered. That individual's name seems to be Uchiha Itachi, Chiba remarked, seemingly unfazed by Sasuke's reaction. Where is he? Each word appeared to be extracted with great effort. Sasuke's face was marred by barely concealed hatred. The driving force behind his relentless pursuit of strength was rooted in his animosity towards Itachi. Upon hearing the name, he erupted with fury. Do you think knowing his whereabouts will enable you to defeat him? Chiba took another sip of tea, responding calmly, with Itachi's abilities. If he were to use even a second jutsu against you, it would signify my defeat. However, Sasuke still struggled to maintain his composure, yearning to rush out in search of Itachi's whereabouts. Cease your indignation here. With your current strength, you likely wouldn't even be able to overcome Naruto, Chiba remarked, somewhat disapproving of the overly dramatic youth. Though fueled by hatred, he could not afford to lose his rationality. If it weren't for Itachi's protection, do you truly believe you would have survived until now? Ultimately, it is a sign of immaturity. Yet, it is understandable. Such a burden is difficult for anyone to bear. Sasuke's reaction is relatively mild compared to what others might display. By the way, Kakashi-sensei withstood Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu. At this moment, he lay in the hospital, unconscious. Chiba rose to settle the bill. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke paused momentarily, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Was it merely a matter of withstanding a single illusion? He recalled the disparity between himself and Kakashi Hatake, and despair began to seep into his heart regarding the prospect of vanquishing this man. Simultaneously, his gaze grew somewhat bewildered. How could he possibly grow stronger in the face of such an adversary? Sasuke then reminisced about the once weak Naruto Uzumaki. Now, Naruto's power had surpassed his own. Indeed, he had completely outstripped him. During a recent invasion, Sasuke had discerned this truth through observation in battle. Moreover, the toads summoned by Naruto were equally formidable in combat. Further deepening his melancholy, was the vendetta of the Uchiha clan destined to come to an end? However, swiftly, the determination in Sasuke's eyes rekindled. How could he simply concede? Had he not vowed to slay Itachi Uchiha? Would he truly abandon his quest due to a minor setback? No, that was absolutely inconceivable. He reflected upon the reasons behind Naruto's ascension and realized it was inextricably linked to a certain individual. Soon, Sasuke directed his fervent gaze towards Chiba. Chiba, observing this, wore a perplexed expression. What was wrong with this boy? One moment he seemed despondent, the next elated. Had his words struck too harshly, causing such a reaction? Chiba pondered quietly to himself. Chiba and I. Sasuke's face flushed slightly, as if he were unaccustomed to this form of address. Yet, his resolve quickly solidified once more. Please, guide me in my training. Chiba's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth was this unexpected turn of events? Why had Uchiha Sasuke suddenly turned to him for guidance? Furthermore, he was merely an ordinary Chunin ninja. Haha, Sasuke, you have finally come to this realization, Naruto exclaimed heartily, feeling a sense of relief that his longtime rival had made the right decision and had not strayed from the path. Yet, Sasuke remained oblivious to Naruto's laughter, his focus unwavering as he earnestly awaited Chiba's response. Observing the seriousness in Sasuke's eyes, Chiba fell into contemplation. After all, he had no qualifications to teach. He was acutely aware of his own limitations regarding ninjutsu and ninja knowledge. Exceptional strength did not guarantee the ability to cultivate good students, nor did a lack of strength preclude one from doing so. The correlation between the two was tenuous at best. So, should he indeed instruct Uchiha Sasuke? The question circled back to its origin. Currently, Sasuke had not been cursed by Orochimaru's seal. This thought brought a slight headache to Chiba. The curse seal was, after all, a bond between Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke. Without Orochimaru, the path to power for Uchiha Sasuke would have been significantly hindered by others. After careful deliberation, Chiba conceived a rather commendable solution. It was not impossible, but during our training, you must adhere to my guidance. Once I have nothing further to teach you, I shall find you a more adept instructor. Uchiha Sasuke was overjoyed and immediately consented. As for Chiba's stipulation, it seemed trivial to him. When shall we commence our training? Uchiha Sasuke was already brimming with anticipation. Chiba pondered for a moment before responding. First, you shall run 30 laps around the village. Uchiha Sasuke. Although he harbored doubts about Chiba's training methods, Uchiha Sasuke chose to trust Chiba's words in his pursuit of strength. Thus, amidst the reconstruction of Konoha, a youthful figure sprinting against the wind emerged. As the sun dipped below the horizon, sweat cascaded down, signifying Uchiha Sasuke's fleeting youth. Why should I believe the words of this deceiver, Chiba? Uchiha Sasuke gasped for breath, casting a defiant glance at the setting sun. If mere running could forge strength, what need would there be for further training? He did not conceal his thoughts, directly sharing them with Chiba. Chiba's reaction was rather nonchalant, not surprising him in the least. Consequently, Chiba pointed to a green figure performing inverted laps around the village and said, "Do you see Teacher Guy?" Uchiha Sasuke nodded, somewhat perplexed. What does this have to do with my guy? Although Might Guy was formidable, surely there were limits? Allow me to share a secret. Chiba's expression became mysterious. At present, within all of Konoha, no one can rival Teacher Guy in sheer strength. Uchiha Sasuke's pupils dilated, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Is he truly that strong? Chiba gazed at the diligently training Might Guy, a hint of admiration gracing his face. Might Guy, especially with his reputation, what does that even mean? This left Uchiha Sasuke utterly baffled. Just a jest, Chiba corrected his demeanor and continued. Just know this. If Teacher Guy wished to eliminate someone, there would be no stopping him. Before the advent of those hanging on the wall, this Might Guy was indeed the pinnacle of strength. Although his potential has numerous constraints, it is undeniable that Might Guy is extraordinarily powerful. Even tailed beasts could potentially be dispatched with a single kick. After an initial phase of confusion, Uchiha Sasuke swiftly solidified his resolve. If Might Guy could attain such strength, then so could he. Confident in his own talents, Uchiha Sasuke resumed his laps around the village. Chiba observed his departing silhouette, nodding with satisfaction. Excellent, yet another one ensnared. While physical training may indeed foster strength, however, for Uchiha Sasuke, the pace seemed rather sluggish. It was likely that before long, this young man would find it intolerable. Nevertheless, this was merely the first step of Chiba's plan. Firstly, Uchiha Sasuke needed to cultivate a profound trust in himself, much like Naruto Uzumaki. After several days of rigorous physical training, Uchiha Sasuke was astonished to discover a notable increase in his strength. Although he had undergone similar training in the past, the intensity of this regimen was incomparable. Consequently, his progress in martial arts surged remarkably. Could it be that Chiba's words held truth? A flicker of doubt crossed Uchiha Sasuke's mind. Regardless, the ability to grow stronger was undeniably real. Just as Uchiha Sasuke resolved to dedicate himself further to his training, Chiba brought forth unexpected news. Are you suggesting that there is a new mission to undertake? Uchiha Sasuke's expression reverted to his usual impassiveness. Aside from the pursuit of strength, no other matter could sway his current resolve. The mission was tentatively classified as B rank, with the potential for escalation should unforeseen circumstances arise, Chiba explained. Naruto Uzumaki wore an expression of confusion. What kind of peculiar task is this? Chiba elaborated. Due to the possibility of encountering insurmountable foes during this mission, and the critical nature of the objective, the mission's rating has increased. At this juncture, Uchiha Sasuke could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, "What is the objective of the mission?" Chiba cast a helpless glance at this stoic figure. It seemed that since liberating himself in the village, Uchiha Sasuke's impassiveness had intensified. Yet, considering his daily training alongside Might Guy around the village, such psychological shifts were not unexpected. Uchiha Sasuke's transformation was indeed commendable. Shaking his head, Chiba explained, "The third Hokage has fallen in the line of duty, and Konoha lies in disarray, necessitating the selection of a new Hokage to lead the people. Thus, our objective this time is to seek out the fifth Hokage." Chiba had no intention of concealing this information, as they would ultimately need to know. Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. How could such a task be entrusted to us? Naruto stammered, this mission is far too daunting. Are we truly capable of completing it? Chiba regarded the young man with a bemused expression. It appeared that since his strength had surged, he had become somewhat overconfident, daring to speak so casually about a task tentatively rated as B rank. "What are you thinking?" he retorted. "The primary leader of the mission is none other than Jiraiya-sensei." Tapping Naruto's head gently, Chiba added, "We are merely accompanying him on our journey of training." After a brief period of preparation, the trio made their way to the gates of Konoha, while Jiraiya, it seemed, had yet to arrive. "Surely you haven't resorted to peeping again?" A thought surfaced in Chiba's mind. Just as this notion arose, Jiraiya's voice echoed from behind him. "Are you ready?" Chiba shook his head, sighing inwardly, realizing that the passing of the third Hokage had indeed left a mark on Jiraiya. "Look at this, even something as significant as peeping." As Jiraiya turned around, his expression stiffened. "Goodness, I am still too young." Before him stood Jiraiya, his visage marred with bruises, and his body adorned with an array of foam, unmistakably the aftermath of having been struck by toiletries. "Oh, lecherous sage. Is it truly so arduous to exercise a modicum of restraint in your pursuits?" Chiba sighed, bewildered. It was perplexing to comprehend Jiraiya's antics. How could such behavior be regarded as a hobby? As for gathering material, Hadn't your paradise of affection already concluded? Kid, what do you know? Jiraiya retorted dismissively. I was merely gathering inspiration from my novels. As a great author, how could I craft a masterpiece without the necessary material? This exchange left Chiba in awe. Truly, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, possessed a level of audacity that was beyond the reach of ordinary men. Impressive. Uchiha Sasuke scrutinized this unreliable white-haired ninja, filled with skepticism. Was he truly one of the legendary Sannin? The same companion who had once fought alongside Orochimaru in the Forest of Death? For reasons unknown. Witnessing this unreliable demeanor left him devoid of confidence in their forthcoming training expedition. Alas, since they were already aboard this ship of misadventure, there was no turning back. If the training proved fruitless, he might as well continue honing his taijutsu. After all, with Chiba around, his strength would undoubtedly augment. All right, it's time to set off, Jiraiya announced, waving his hand as he took the lead. Even though he was accompanied by 3 youngsters, he felt no burden whatsoever. If there was any inconvenience, it was solely due to a certain blonde-haired brat. Naruto, Jiraiya exclaimed, visibly displeased. Can't you stay still for a moment? He glared at Naruto, who was walking on his hands. Absolutely not. Naruto shot back without a moment's hesitation. This is the training task that Brother Chiba entrusted to me. If I fail to complete it, I won't get any lunch. Jiraiya then turned his gaze toward Chiba, only to find him walking normally, showing no intention of training. Curiosity piqued, Jiraiya inquired, Chiba, why aren't you training? Upon hearing this, Chiba sighed, responding with resignation, it's not that I don't wish to train, rather, I cannot. Plain physical training has ceased to serve any purpose for me. Indeed, Chiba had long since halted his physical training, as though he had reached an insurmountable plateau. Regardless of how hard he trained, his physical prowess remained stagnant, an unfortunate predicament that left him feeling quite helpless. At present, the focus of cultivation must solely rest upon chakra. However, during the course of their journey, it is impossible to balance both aspects. Thus, for the time being, cultivation must be set aside. After hearing his explanation, Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Chiba, regarding him as one might a peculiar monster. The current youth, he shook his head, feeling a profound sense of melancholy as he walked ahead. Jiraiya reminisced about his own past talents. Had it not been for an unfortunate incident, he might not have achieved the title of the legendary Sannin. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be a source of great despair. Jiraiya silently resolved never again to inquire about Chiba's cultivation practices, for the truth was simply too disheartening. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke remained somewhat silent. His eyes filled with a glimmer of hope as he glanced at Chiba. Could I, too, reach such heights as Chiba in the future? Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto gradually fell into the background, overshadowed by the 3. After a morning of walking, the group arrived at a prosperous town called Ishikawa. Due to its proximity to Konoha, the town had not experienced much turmoil. Passers-by filled the streets, and the shouts of various vendors echoed through the air. The blend of traditional and modern attire added a vibrant touch to the streets. Naturally, there were also ninjas among the crowd. Upon entering the town, Jiraiya immediately spotted his target, a graceful woman casting flirtatious glances his way. Being the lecherous man that he was, Jiraiya found it impossible to resist. After instructing the others to arrange accommodations, he vanished into the throng. Chiba observed his departing figure, deep in thought, sensing that someone wished to test the waters. He shook his head and led the others to find a suitable lodging. Although the morning's journey had not fatigued their bodies significantly, a mental reprieve was certainly in order. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chiba entered a state of meditation. However, mere minutes had passed before a knock echoed through the room. Naruto, closest to the door, ended his meditation to open it. Yet, the 2 figures that appeared at the threshold caused his body to tense instantly. A palpable aura of hostility permeated the room. As the door swung open, Sasuke found it increasingly difficult to control his emotions, erupting in a fit of rage. A crimson glow ignited in his eyes, and the volatile lightning chakra surged in his right hand, accompanied by a piercing screech reminiscent of a bird's call, as if it sought to penetrate the eardrums. With an intense hatred fueling him, Sasuke leaped from the ground, rushing towards the 2 figures at the door. The sharp Chidori aimed for Itachi's chest. Yet, at the crucial moment, Itachi seized his wrist with ease. Crack! With a decisive grip, Itachi twisted Sasuke's wrist, inflicting a searing pain that coursed through his body. Yet, not a single cry of anguish escaped his lips. In Sasuke's gaze towards his brother, a boundless resentment remained. Witnessing this scene, Itachi felt a twinge of surprise. Perhaps his foolish younger brother had indeed grown somewhat after all. It seems that I can finally rest easy. However, a lesson is still inevitable. Knee strikes, side kicks, elbow jabs. A relentless series of blows left Uchiha Sasuke feeling dizzy, struggling to see clearly the events unfolding before him. Yet, the intense training in taijutsu had significantly fortified his body. He could still endure. Thus, his gaze of hatred remained fixated on his elder brother. Observing this scene, Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow slightly. His control over strength was undoubtedly precise. Logically, this foolish younger brother should have lost consciousness by now. But why at this moment? Did he still appear so spirited? Another round of merciless beating ensued. However, the course of events once again defied Uchiha Itachi's expectations. Uchiha Sasuke still did not succumb to unconsciousness. Though he was unable to move after the relentless onslaught, it seemed that for the time being, he would not be falling into oblivion. Chiba watched this spectacle with a smile, fully aware that the rigorous training in taijutsu was intended for such a moment. Uchiha Itachi, even you can miscalculate at times. Of course, the price paid was exceedingly painful. The heir of the Uchiha clan, once blessed with striking looks, now bore no resemblance to his former handsome self. After multiple impacts, Uchiha Sasuke had become nearly unrecognizable. Oh, foolish little brother. Once more, feel the pangs of suffering. Left with no other option, Uchiha Itachi could only attempt to strike a blow psychologically. A crimson hue began to swirl in his eyes, the three tomos spinning wildly within. Just as he prepared to unleash Tsuki no Mi, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from the room. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. The terrifying heat surged into the corridor in an instant. Uchiha Itachi instinctively shielded his foolish brother in his embrace, evading the oncoming attack. In this situation, faced with the expansive attack range of the Gokaku technique, evasion was the only recourse. Uzumaki Naruto reacted swiftly, taking refuge behind Chiba. Realizing that he could not contend with these two, he decisively chose to cling to a stronger ally. This indeed demonstrated the significant influence Chiba had on him. The two of you are fighting right before me. Chiba emerged from the charred doorway, the frame expanded several times over. Is this perhaps a bit too disrespectful? Uchiha Itachi gazed solemnly at the scorched scene before him. Although he had prepared himself mentally, witnessing such destruction still sent a chill down his spine. The young boy's fire jutsu possessed power that rivaled that of the Uchiha clan. However, he had forgotten about the gravely injured youth he held in his arms. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke was completely overwhelmed by his brother's unexpected affection. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Could this be a new form of jutsu? Perhaps one that could suffocate the enemy? Soon, Uchiha Itachi realized that the situation was not unfolding as he anticipated. He cleared his throat twice and set Uchiha Sasuke down before delivering a sudden strike to his neck. The consecutive blows ultimately rendered the unfortunate child unconscious. However, the gazes of the onlookers transformed from peculiarity to something more sinister. Yet, as a seasoned undercover agent, he still possessed a modicum of professional decorum. Alone, you cannot obstruct us both. Uchiha Itachi regained his customary composure. What if I were to join? Jiraiya's voice echoed from the far end of the corridor. Summoning technique, toad mouth binding jutsu. The colossal toad, under Jiraiya's chakra influence, swiftly assimilated the corridor of the inn with its digestive system. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Uchiha Itachi immediately chose to retreat. Kisame, let us go? The two hastily departed, leaving Jiraiya unable to intervene. Approaching the exit, Itachi glanced back at Chiba, as if to etch his visage into memory. He then unleashed his advanced ocular technique. Amaterasu. The black flames instantaneously seared through the stomach wall of the colossal toad. The two vanished into the distance. Sealing technique. Fire's sealing method. Realizing the peril posed by the flames of Amaterasu, Jiraiya employed a sealing technique to confine the still-burning fire within a scroll. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki was preoccupied with thoughts of Uchiha Sasuke. Observing Sasuke's injuries, Jiraiya and Chiba exchanged glances. Soon, Jiraiya suggested, "How about you, Chiba, take Sasuke back to the village for treatment?" Jiraiya was genuinely concerned for Uchiha Sasuke. Given the child's current miserable state, he was truly pitiable, with not a single part of him unscathed. When Itachi struck, there was evidently no intention of holding back. Chiba found himself quite conflicted. Plans seldom survive contact with the enemy. If Uchiha Sasuke were to decline, then the remaining plans would be rendered unfeasible. No, I'm fine. Just then, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly awoke from his stupor. He struggled to rise, exhibiting remarkable resilience. It's just a minor injury. I'm perfectly fine. He fought to his feet. Despite his words of strength, his battered appearance lacked persuasiveness. Sasuke, I truly believe it would be best for you to return and recuperate, Naruto urged anxiously. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke's gaze remained resolutely steadfast, showing not a hint of retreat. Chiba assessed him briefly, noting approximately 12 fractures throughout his body. However, his legs were relatively unscathed, and with a strong will, he could continue onward. Various attempts at persuasion yielded no effect, instead strengthening his resolve. Very well, since you insist. Jiraiya sighed and said, then let us train together. I shall treat all equally. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, though he did not articulate it. He was, after all, a person not inclined towards expression. The matter concluded in such a fashion, though Naruto Uzumaki was not taken away by Itachi Uchiha and his companions. However, Sasuke Uchiha perceptibly sensed something amiss. For instance, the embrace of his elder brother? A flicker of horror crossed his eyes as he hastily cast aside certain unsettling conjectures. No, it was merely speculation. Itachi Uchiha remained, after all, the nemesis who had slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Soon, Sasuke's gaze solidified with determination. This journey of training undoubtedly presented an opportunity for strength enhancement. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to surrender. Jiraiya sought out 2 physicians in Ishikawa town to provide initial treatment for Sasuke Uchiha. If his recovery proceeded swiftly, he should return to his former self within a few days. After all, as a ninja, he possessed certain advantages. The group embarking on their journey once more bore a considerably somber demeanor compared to before. Itachi's emergence had cast a shadow of crisis over them. Although one individual remained blissfully indifferent. Freed from the pressures of training, Chiba directed his entire focus towards leisurely exploring the landscapes. While admiring the scenery, he also delighted in savoring the local delicacies. The variety of snacks in Ishikawa town was indeed quite delectable. As for the source of their funds, that was a matter to be addressed with our beloved leader of the ninja cats, Nikoyu. Ever since the previous batch of ninja cats returned from their mission, the financial situation within the ninja cat castle had taken a turn for the better. Thus, Chiba had officially joined the ranks of the affluent. Though this state of affairs could not be sustained for long, during Chiba's leisurely escapades, Jiraiya commenced the training of the 3. With his wealth of experience, he opted to focus on a singular ninjutsu technique. The technique I am about to impart to you is known as the Rasengan. Without reservation, Jiraiya chose to disclose this. Perhaps due to his frequent interactions with Chiba, he felt that concealment held little significance. This was a ninjutsu developed over 3 years by the 4th Hokage, brimming with untold potential. As Jiraiya concentrated the Rasengan in his hand, a depth of reflection clouded his gaze, seemingly reminiscent of his former apprentice. He sighed deeply, placing his palm against a nearby tree. Crack! The rapidly rotating chakra instantly penetrated the tree. Countless wood shavings flew about, obscuring the view of the onlookers. The towering tree collapsed with a resounding crash, vividly demonstrating the might of this ninjutsu. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes sparkled with a light named desire. This ninjutsu had rendered him so exhilarated that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Perverted sage, please teach me swiftly. Chiba, too, found himself intrigued by this technique that had woven itself throughout the narrative of Naruto. There was a saying that resonated profoundly. Nothing can't be resolved with a simple Rasengan. If it can't, then make 2. If all else fails, I have red, purple, and multicolored Rasengans on hand. Although this ninjutsu is powerful, it does possess significant limitations. In its incomplete state, this contraption is even less substantial than a punch delivered by Chiba at close range. Jiraiya retrieved the water balloons he had purchased in town and handed them to the 3. The first stage of mastering this jutsu involves concentrating chakra in the palm to cause the water balloon to explode. As he spoke, he demonstrated the technique. The erratically swirling chakra instantly ruptured the water balloon. Soon enough, the 3 began their attempts. Jiraiya observed their earnest efforts with satisfaction. However, his expression quickly soured. The splashes of water from Chiba's hands and the somewhat awkward smile on his face left Jiraiya feeling somewhat disconcerted. Jiraiya-sensei, should I move on to the next stage? Reflecting on his own struggles while learning the Rasengan, He felt a pang of melancholy as he watched Chiba, who had only been practicing for less than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto, still diligently working, was invigorated by the sight. He fervently rubbed the water balloon in his hands, and soon a loud pop echoed through the air. Jiraiya, whose expression was already dark, turned even grimmer upon hearing the sound. However, when he looked toward the source, he realized that the water balloon had been crushed by Naruto. "You fool, Naruto." A swift knock to his head followed. "Crushing it is ineffective." With a pained expression, Naruto could only pick up another water balloon to continue practicing. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke leaned to one side, striving to burst his own water balloon. Chiba's performance had greatly impacted him, revealing the vast chasm between their abilities. He recalled their days as top graduates from the Ninja Academy, standing side by side in their achievements. Now, however, the gap between them had widened to an unimaginable extent. Therefore, he resolved to compensate through hard work. Jiraiya produced a balloon and instructed Chiba, "Use your chakra to burst this." Chiba accepted the balloon and began his attempts. Initially, he believed it would be a simple task, but after several attempts, he realized the challenge was significantly greater than anticipated. The disparity in strength between the water balloon and the air-filled balloon was on a different level altogether. Although he could momentarily maintain his chakra in a physical form, he still could not rupture the balloon. Intrigued, Chiba continued to concentrate his chakra. Jiraiya, witnessing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew. At least it's not like before, otherwise, I would truly be demoralized." Watching Chiba, engrossed in his training, a bittersweet smile crept onto Jiraiya's face. Indeed, each generation surpasses the last. It seemed that he, as a teacher, was the least impressive among them. As the group continued their journey, the members of Team 7 became engrossed in their practice with the water and air balloons. After 2 more days of travel, just before arriving at the short book street, Chiba had successfully achieved a breakthrough with the balloon, while Jiraiya maintained a stoic expression, reluctant to voice his thoughts. At this stage of training, the spiral sphere was essentially perfected. A jutsu of A-rank difficulty was mastered in merely 2 days. This truly leaves no path for others. The other 3 were profoundly disheartened. The old man needed to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Jiraiya trudged along the street, weary in both body and spirit, his eyes devoid of focus. The group entered a small tavern. At this early hour, there were few patrons within. Chiba scanned the surroundings, but did not spot Tsunade's figure. However, having arrived at Short Book Street, he was certain he would find her. Chiba remained entirely unperturbed by the wait. As the dishes were served, several exquisite appetizers graced the table. Chiba naturally reached for the wine bottle, pouring for both Jiraiya and himself. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened at this scene. Naruto Uzumaki, on the other hand, was accustomed to such behavior and paid it no mind. Chiba raised his glass and suggested, "This is truly a fine selection." His tone was laced with temptation. However, Sasuke's resolve remained unshaken. He was well aware that alcohol was one of the 3 prohibitions for a ninja, as stated in the ninja code. Meanwhile, Naruto gazed enviously at the two enjoying their drinks, his face betraying his admiration. Under Chiba's influence, his perception of alcohol had shifted from a forbidden indulgence to a necessity for a ninja. Yet, at Jiraiya's stern insistence, Naruto could only watch. Jiraiya, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Chiba, you are still quite young. Is it truly wise to indulge so deeply in alcohol?" Chiba tilted his head back and replied with a smile, "It's merely a bit of sake, just enough to whet the appetite. I'm jesting. This small amount of alcohol has no effect on me. It is merely a palatable beverage." However, it must be mentioned that the culinary offerings in the ninja world are somewhat scarce. Although various snacks abound, they quickly become monotonous after repeated consumption. As the two clinked their glasses and drank heartily, a voice called from behind them, "Jiraiya?" The tone was filled with confusion and surprise. Chiba turned to see a breathtaking sight before him, towering peaks that seemed to pierce the heavens. "Ahem, I will leave the rest for your own interpretation." Tsunade. Jiraiya's slight inebriation was instantly dispelled. The reunion of old friends inevitably brought a moment of awkwardness. Fortunately, both were not ordinary individuals and swiftly delved into the matter at hand. "Tsunade, have you heard about the situation in Konoha?" Jiraiya's voice turned somber, clearly affected by the passing of the 3rd Hokage. In response to this inquiry, Tsunade nodded without hesitation. The memories of her former village were tinged with sorrow, leaving little room for mirth. Konoha lay desolate, in dire need of a new Hokage to steer its course. Jiraiya's gaze deepened as he declared, "Following a decision by the higher-ups, you are the best candidate for the 5th Hokage." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto Uzumaki nearly choked on his sashimi. "You lecherous sage. What did you just say? You actually want her to become the 5th Hokage? This is utterly outrageous." With a swift motion, Chiba delivered a sharp tap to his head, silencing Naruto, who clutched his skull in discomfort. "Mind your words, Naruto." Chiba expressed his exasperation towards his younger companion. "Though becoming Hokage is your dream, one must be mindful of the occasion. The individual before us is none other than Tsunade, the granddaughter of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, and the esteemed pupil of the 3rd Hokage. She has made countless contributions during the previous Ninja World War." As Chiba finished speaking, Tsunade regarded him with a peculiar gaze. She was pleasantly surprised to find that a member of the younger generation understood her so well. "Such flattering words are always delightful to hear," she mused, a smile gracing her lips. Jiraiya, however, cast a strange look at Chiba. "I must ask, young Chiba, why do you shower praise upon Tsunade, yet fail to commend this old man?" In response, Chiba shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. "Jiraiya-sensei, have you ever heard the saying? One's views follow their appearance." Initially perplexed, Jiraiya's confusion dissipated upon noticing the smile on Shizun's face. "You cheeky brat, do you mean to imply that I am not presentable?" he retorted, somewhat flustered. Ignoring Jiraiya's irritation, Chiba turned his attention back to Tsunade. Though his gaze inadvertently wandered, he hoped she would understand. It was a natural instinct. "You foolish boy." Tsunade's voice was tinged with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "Mind your image." Clearing his throat, Chiba quickly redirected the conversation. "Tsunade-senpai, may I inquire about your decision?" The topic returned to its intended course. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade firmly responded regarding the role of 5th Hokage. "Absolutely not." She expressed her thoughts with unwavering conviction. "The Hokage must possess a certain recklessness. Those who gamble with their lives so easily are foolish indeed. Throughout history, every Hokage has sacrificed their life for the village. My 2 grandfathers, my teacher, and your mentor have all given their lives in service to protect our home. Only a fool would aspire to be Hokage." Naruto, unable to contain his anger at this statement, was about to erupt, but Chiba swiftly restrained him in his seat. "Brother Chiba." Naruto's face flushed crimson, his azure eyes ablaze with indignation. "Have you forgotten what I once said?" Chiba's tone remained calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. The reason why Naruto could ascend to the position of Hokage ultimately lies in the strength of his resolve. The demise of the 3rd Hokage was, after all, a consequence of his aging body and waning power. Aspiring to become Hokage may be a cherished dream, yet one must not forget that dreams must be rooted in reality. His words gradually quelled the fervor of Naruto Uzumaki. Even Tsunade's gaze shifted as she regarded him anew. Such intriguing remarks and thoughts. "Jiraiya, is this your new disciple?" Jiraiya cast a glance at Chiba, feeling somewhat resigned. "I suppose that is one way to put it." To this, Chiba did not contest. Jiraiya had extended considerable assistance to him, and he had even come to refer to him as teacher. Chiba straightened his posture and surveyed those present, calmly asserting, "Therefore, strength is of utmost importance. So, Tsunade-senpai, would you be interested in placing a wager?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Tsunade's eyes. What sort of wager? She was always susceptible to her passions. The wager would be the duty of the 5th Hokage, and the means of the wager would be a contest of strength. The moment these words left his lips, they drew the attention of all. Jiraiya wore an awkward expression, murmuring, "Chiba, I cannot bring myself to do that." Given Jiraiya's notorious lecherous nature, Chiba held no high hopes. "Jiraiya-sensei, you shall serve as the referee. The contenders will be Tsunade-senpai and myself." His proclamation left everyone in a state of astonishment. Chiba, a Chunin, could only undertake missions of the highest difficulty classified as B rank. Even with some improvement in strength, he was merely an ordinary jonin at best. In stark contrast stood Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned for her exploits in the Great Ninja War. From any perspective, the two were utterly incomparable. "Chiba, if you are feeling unwell, do not hesitate to speak up." Concern was etched across Jiraiya's face. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was among the finest in the current ninja world. Do not act recklessly. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya was acutely aware of Tsunade's prowess. Although she bore the significant weakness of hemophobia, it did not imply any deficiency in her overall strength. In battles that did not involve risking one's life, Tsunade's abilities were nearly insurmountable. Jiraiya-sensei, could you have a little faith in me? Chiba expressed his disappointment. Shouldn't you be cheering me on at a time like this? Why utter such discouraging words? I worry that you might get hurt. Jiraiya sighed, feeling helpless. It seemed that today's youth were rather disobedient. Suddenly, Tsunade sprang to her feet. Her right foot planted defiantly on the table, exuding an air of arrogance. You have quite the bold tongue, little brat. Are you so confident in yourself? She regarded Chiba with a provocative glare. As a senior, Tsunade felt it necessary to impart a lesson to this impudent youth. Confidence, after all, must be tested to ascertain its validity. Chiba, however, appeared remarkably at ease, as if the one engaging in a wager with Tsunade were not himself, but rather another. Tsunade narrowed her beautiful eyes, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Are you not concerned that I might strike you down? The murderous intent permeated the air. Beside her, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki felt their hair stand on end, gazing at Tsunade with a mixture of awe and dread. This menacing presence was no less formidable than that of Orochimaru during their encounter in the Forest of Death. It is only fitting, after all, that she is one of the legendary Sannin. Chiba subtly gestured to a certain lecherous companion seated nearby. Let us proceed. Tsunade felt a surge of adrenaline, her excitement heightened. She was curious to see what audacity this young boy possessed to challenge her in such a manner. Soon, they found themselves on the street. As dusk fell, the number of pedestrians dwindled. A slender crescent moon hung in the dark sky, adorned with twinkling stars. Tsunade regarded Chiba with disdain, extending her right hand as she declared, "Against someone as arrogant as you, I need only one hand." Chiba touched his nose and replied, "How could I allow that? It would be prudent for you to use both hands, lest you find yourself in an embarrassing position should you lose." At this, Tsunade's expression darkened. It would be utterly humiliating to exert full power against a mere chunin. Enough of this idle chatter, let us hurry. I wish to return for a drink. Tsunade's demeanor reflected her irritation. Chiba, resigned, assumed his stance and announced, "I shall begin." Crack. As his words fell, his figure vanished from the spot. The ground where Chiba had stood was marked by several faint cracks. Having mastered the control of his own strength, Chiba had significantly minimized the outward manifestation of his power, elevating his capabilities to a new level. The violent gust of wind that rushed towards Tsunade caused her expression to shift dramatically. This boy had no time to evade and could only brace himself. Chakra coalesced upon her fair fist, launching a sudden offensive. The innate strength of the Senju clan surged forth. The ferocious power concentrated at a single point erupted instantaneously. With a powerful strike, Chiba, closing in, bore a serious expression as he opened the third gate. His self-created martial arts melded into a direct punch aimed squarely at Tsunade. When their fists collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted at the point of impact, even affecting the onlookers. Sasuke and Naruto supported each other, bracing against the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Tsunade's subordinate, Shizune, clung tightly to her beloved pig, struggling to remain grounded. How is it possible? Someone dares to contend with Lady Tsunade's strength? Shizune's face was filled with disbelief. It was well known that even the fourth Raikage acknowledged Tsunade's superiority in power. Could it be that this Chiba possesses strength comparable to that of a Kage at such a young age? As this thought crossed her mind, her astonishment deepened. Oink, oink, oink. The pig in her arms voiced its agreement. Indeed, a commendable effort from this young boy. Tsunade lunged closer to Chiba during their clash of fists. Unfortunately, she was still a fraction short. Upon hearing this, Chiba's expression changed. Before she had the chance to react, a formidable force surged from the fist, propelling her several dozen meters away in an instant. Two enormous trenches were carved beneath Qian Ye's feet. It was unexpected that such a prodigy could emerge from Konoha. In the face of Qian Ye's combat prowess, Tsunade did not hesitate to shower him with praise. A typical jonin might not stand a chance against you. Regrettably, you have lost this duel. Hearing this, Qian Ye sighed. Senior Tsunade, it was merely a single strike. Do you possess such confidence? As he raised his head, his eyes sparkled like stars, glimmering brilliantly. A subtle shadow danced beneath his gaze, transforming his entire demeanor. Noticing the unique chakra surging within Qian Ye, Tsunade could not help but gasp in surprise, her breath catching in her throat. Instantly entering sage mode, as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, Tsunade was acutely aware of her grandfather's combat abilities. According to her knowledge, only the legendary sage of 6 paths could achieve such a feat. It was not only Tsunade who was astonished. Even Jiraiya struggled to contain his expression, his mouth agape, and his eyes wide like copper bells. From any perspective, his astonishment rivaled that of Tsunade's. Having studied Sage Mode himself, he understood the time and energy required to enter it. Yet, what about Qian Ye's situation? He merely clasped his hands together. You just tilted your head and entered Sage Mode. Jiraiya felt his worldview shaken. No, it was profoundly impacted. And this impact was purely mental. Go, big brother Qian Ye, you can do it, exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki from the side, fervently cheering him on. In his eyes, that voluptuous woman was no match for big brother Qian Ye. After all, that colossal monster had been dealt with by Qian Ye. Now, what was a mere ninja to him? Standing firm, Qian Ye was enveloped in a surge of natural energy. He was thrilled to discover that his strength in Sage Mode seemed to have increased once more. Perhaps this was related to the opening of the 8 gates? He pondered. To unleash his full power, he had directly opened the 3rd gate. Externally, there were not many changes, yet it significantly boosted the chakra within him. Entering Sage Mode while in the state of the 8 gates might indeed be a formidable combat form. I retract my earlier words, you little brat. Tsunade's expression grew somewhat grave. With her understanding of Sage Mode, she knew that even an ordinary ninja would experience significant enhancement upon entering this state. Let alone someone like Qian Ye. If it were earlier, she might have underestimated him. What did a bit of talent matter if one had not yet grown? However, with the Sage Mode activated, everything changed drastically. Now, you possess the strength to engage in battle. Tsunade's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit as her fists collided, unleashing a remarkable wave of energy. This time, I shall strike first. Boom. The ground beneath Tsunade suddenly fractured, numerous fissures plunging deep into the earth, causing the solid road to collapse instantaneously. Chiba's expression shifted dramatically as he opened another gate. Blood surged throughout his body, and his face flushed crimson in an instant. In that moment, Chiba's full power erupted. Boom. A thunderous sound resonated as their fists collided. The 3 onlookers had already huddled together in trepidation. This is terrifying. Naruto Uzumaki's face was filled with horror. He had never anticipated that his training partner, Chiba, possessed such formidable strength. The sheer destruction wrought by their clash was almost too much to bear. The shockwaves from their collision tore the ground apart, sending debris and dust cascading over the entire street. Such a commotion naturally drew others nearer, yet the overwhelming destructive force of Chiba and Tsunade sent many fleeing. Any observant ninja who witnessed this scene turned pale. Are these 2 also ninjas? I suspect they may be some sort of monsters clad in human skin. Even elite jonin would struggle to unleash such devastation, right? Ninjas stood at a distance, observing the battle unfold. Jiraiya sensed something amiss and murmured, "Be mindful of the repercussions. It will be difficult to explain to the village afterward." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression soured slightly. What a pity. It is rare to encounter such a worthy opponent. The 2 ceased their attacks, standing still and surveying their surroundings. In the distance, a group of ninjas watched intently, while ordinary citizens fled in panic. The conflict between ninjas was akin to a natural disaster for them. Chiba and Tsunade exchanged glances, both seeing resignation reflected in each other's eyes. What a shame. Just as they had unleashed their power, they noticed the growing crowd of onlookers, compelling them to leave the area. The bustling street was expansive, and soon they found a quieter izakaya. Once the dishes and sake were served again, the group exchanged glances. Tsunade broke the silence first, asking, "So, what shall be our wager this time?" After a moment of contemplation, Chiba tentatively suggested, "How about a draw?" At this query, Jiraiya fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, then concerning the succession of the 5th Hokage. Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted. "Impossible. That cannot happen." Tsunade's resolve was unwavering. "Don't even think about it." Chiba, witnessing her reaction, felt a sense of helplessness. Without Naruto's knack for persuasion, it seemed the situation had grown more complicated. He cast a glance at Naruto, only to discover that he was secretly jotting down something in a notebook. Wait, did he just see his own name? May 16th, clear weather, feeling downcast. Today, I witnessed a fierce battle between Brother Chiba and one of the legendary Sannin. Although the confrontation ended in a stalemate, I firmly believe that the true victor was Brother Chiba. The woman known as Tsunade, much like the lecherous sage, has spent many more years honing her skills than we have. By the time Brother Chiba reaches her age, he will surely be able to outclass her. Moreover, I must strive diligently to keep pace with Brother Chiba. After perusing Naruto's diary, beads of cold sweat adorned Chiba's forehead. Fortunately, Tsunade was currently engaged in a standoff with Jiraiya. Had she laid eyes upon that diary, Chiba would have had to prepare for the grim task of retrieving Naruto's remains. Women are perpetually concerned with their age, and it is best not to mention old woman in Tsunade's presence. Otherwise, one might evoke the wrath of a rampaging Tsunade. Chiba shuddered at the mere thought. She would truly resemble a fearsome beast. Was there truly no room for negotiation? Jiraiya felt quite helpless. Before encountering Tsunade, he had pondered countless potential obstacles. Yet, he never anticipated that the most significant challenge would stem from Tsunade herself. The continuous loss of loved ones had fostered a deep-seated aversion within her towards the position of Hokage, especially since her relatives had aspired to become exemplary leaders. Tsunade shook her head. I do not wish to dwell on the past. Furthermore, I did not lose that wager. Chiba's expression darkened. What a situation. It seemed that the final plan must be enacted. Chiba glanced at Jiraiya, their eyes meeting. In Jiraiya's gaze, Chiba discerned a sense of suppression. The meaning was unmistakable. He was to attempt once more to persuade her. Now was not the time to resort to the ultimate plan. Prior to this moment, Chiba and Jiraiya had devised a contingency strategy. Should Tsunade refuse, they would simply knock her out and carry her away in a sack. While rather crude, it surprisingly proved effective. Jiraiya had originally thought Chiba was merely jesting about this plan. However, upon witnessing his true capabilities, Jiraiya was astonished. This young man genuinely harbored such intentions. In my view, only those lacking in intellect would aspire to become Hokage. Tsunade returned to a state of calm, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions: pain, regret, and yearning. Suddenly, Naruto Uzumaki slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You cannot belittle the Hokage. I do not care how strong you are." Clearly, he was not the type to cower before formidable opponents. Ultimately, the title of Hokage remained Naruto Uzumaki's greatest aspiration. However, influenced by Chiba, he seemed to have added a qualifier to his ambition. Strength was also Naruto's current pursuit. The louder one boasted, the weaker their abilities tended to be. Tsunade regarded the brash blonde youth before her as quite bothersome. His relentless provocation finally shattered the thread of reason within Naruto's mind. Before her eyes, the figure's hands worked in a rhythmic motion, the azure substance of chakra swirling with great velocity within his palms. Spiraling sphere. Although still in an incomplete form, it exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. A flicker of surprise crossed Tsunade's gaze. She contemplated intervening, yet Chiba reacted with swiftness that surpassed her own. With an outstretched arm, he grasped Naruto Uzumaki's clothing and, with a deft motion, propelled him toward the ground. The spiraling sphere in his hand dissipated with the wind. Ultimately, intimidation remained merely that, intimidation. While it might frighten, inflicting substantial damage proved to be a challenge. Oh, but wait. Rippling markings had emerged upon the ground. Alas, they lacked the solidity of Naruto's stomp. Who would have imagined that Jiraiya would bestow such a technique upon him? Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiraiya glanced at the unconscious Naruto and remarked, "After all, he is the sole legacy left by the fourth." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's surprise deepened. Naruto Uzumaki. He certainly was an intriguing little rascal. Her gaze then shifted to the quietly observant Sasuke Uchiha. This boy, too, must possess some hidden depth, she mused. Jiraiya cleared his throat. Ahem, Sasuke Uchiha. At the mention of his name, recognition flickered across Tsunade's face. An orphan of the Uchiha clan. It was unexpected that all three children Jiraiya had brought along possessed their own unique qualities. Thus, you chose to teach them the high-level technique of the spiraling sphere? Tsunade questioned, her confusion evident. This jutsu is classified as A rank, far beyond their current capabilities. I fail to see any potential benefit from such a time-consuming endeavor. Even Chiba couldn't possibly achieve proficiency within such a brief period. At this point, Chiba's interest was piqued. What if I do master it? Tsunade, without lifting her gaze, replied. If you do, I shall return to the village with you to take up my duties. Before she could finish her sentence, she sensed a surge of chakra emanating from across the way. A look of astonishment was exchanged with Chiba. In his right palm, a blue sphere of chakra was spinning with remarkable speed. Tsunade felt an unusual numbness in her face today. Despite her usual attentiveness to self-care, this rigid sensation perplexed her. She reflected on the events of the day, first encountering a sinister figure, then reuniting with her old friend Jiraiya. Oh, and yes, Jiraiya was accompanied by a remarkably gifted youth. Wait, what? Is this truly considered extraordinary talent? Tsunade vigorously rubbed her face, attempting to restore her stiff expression. The short journey from the Hidden Leaf Village was merely a few days' travel. Even accounting for Jiraiya's inquiries along the way, it had hardly been more than half a month. Could one truly learn an A-rank jutsu like the spiraling sphere in such a brief span? Tsunade felt her worldview shaken. Nonetheless, she had also gleaned some insights. At the very least, one can substantiate a singular assertion. From the perspective of medical ninjutsu, an excessive display of shock can potentially result in facial rigidity. This phenomenon proves to be significantly advantageous in addressing neurological issues. At this moment, Chiba has gained complete mastery over the spiraling sphere. With the aid of Sage Mode, he possesses an unparalleled advantage in chakra compared to ordinary individuals. Long before arriving at the short book street, Chiba had already perfected this technique. However, further development presents a considerable challenge. His talent seems to lie predominantly in taijutsu, or perhaps Chiba has succumbed to his own laziness. A most perilous affliction that few can overcome. Well, Tsunade-senpai, it seems I have won this time, Chiba remarked, a smirk dancing on his lips, his tone laced with jest. Bang! Tsunade abruptly slammed her palm onto the table, resorting to petulance. Won what? I merely made a casual remark. It hardly qualifies as a wager. A true contest would not be so trivial. In response, Chiba could only cast a pleading glance toward Jiraiya. Ahem. Jiraiya cleared his throat, preparing to intervene in the matter. However, the deadly gaze from Tsunade rendered him mute. Recalling past encounters where he had faced her wrath, Jiraiya wisely opted for silence. In this situation, it was best not to speak. Otherwise, he might find himself in a predicament far worse than mere embarrassment. Currently, Konoha was in dire need of personnel. As one of the legendary three, he should strive to preserve the village's fighting strength. Well, it's certainly not out of fear. Jiraiya chose to ignore Chiba's imploring eyes. Fine. You are the elder, Chiba acquiesced, adopting a more indirect approach. Whatever you say goes. With a sigh, laden with melancholy and resignation, he expressed his inner turmoil and sorrow. Tsunade's expression darkened considerably. What do you mean? Am I bullying my juniors? This turn of events was genuinely unexpected for her. Stop, she exclaimed hastily. Let us pause this discussion. Please grant me some time to contemplate. Thus, the matter remained in a state of impasse. At a banquet, both parties appeared jovial. Nonetheless, Chiba was acutely aware that numerous complications lay beneath the surface. Whether Tsunade could return to assume the mantle of Hokage remained uncertain. Furthermore, another crucial issue loomed large. How to treat hemophobia. Leaning against the wall of the inn, Chiba gazed up at the starry sky. His shortcomings in strength had become apparent. In the realm of medical ninjutsu, he was utterly ignorant. If it were about combat, that would be simpler. But healing Chiba sighed deeply, feeling somewhat helpless. How to resolve this? He strained to recall certain details about hemophobia from his previous life. As a promising youth, Chiba had often scoured the internet for various bits of information. In simpler terms, the treatment of hemophobia could be summarized as follows. Thus, employing poison to counteract poison. As this thought crossed his mind, Chiba's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. It seemed there was indeed a certain latitude for manipulation within this scenario. Coupled with the events that were to unfold a week hence, a nascent plan began to take shape in his mind. If all went well, he could completely cure Tsunade of her hemophobia. Night quietly passed. Under Jiraiya's commission, Tsunade commenced her treatment of Uchiha Sasuke. It was Chiba's first encounter with the pinnacle of medical expertise within the shinobi world. Under Tsunade's care, Sasuke's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. In just a couple of hours, all traces of his wounds had vanished entirely. Observing this spectacle, Chiba's eyes gleamed with immense interest. How about it? Tsunade's voice dripped with temptation. Would you be interested in learning a thing or two? Chiba was taken aback by her words. I can also learn medical ninjutsu. Tsunade nodded matter-of-factly, explaining, you possess traits akin to the first Hokage, naturally bestowing you with an innate talent for medical ninjutsu. Of course, exceptions may apply. Reflecting on his earlier observations of medical ninjutsu, Chiba made a decisive choice. Then, thank you, Teacher Tsunade. He harbored numerous thoughts about medical ninjutsu. After Tsunade posed her question, he resolved to pursue the study of it, preparing himself to diligently absorb a wealth of knowledge. However, upon encountering the numerous tomes related to medical ninjutsu, his expression darkened considerably. Chiba stared blankly at the towering piles of books before him. Can I retract my decision? With a resounding crack, the ground beneath him shattered, dispelling any lingering doubts. The sheer volume of literature pertaining to medical ninjutsu was overwhelming. Within the inn, the tatami mats were nearly buried under the weight of these texts. Furthermore, Shizune continued to summon more books from the scrolls, all part of Tsunade's extensive collection. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Shizune gazed contentedly at her handiwork. For now, let us focus on these. If you manage to read through all of them, you should be able to, Chiba interjected, learn medical ninjutsu? Shizune smiled, not quite. You would at least have a preliminary understanding of it. Chiba felt a heavy sense of foreboding. It seemed he had embarked on an irrevocable path. Yet, what choice did he have? He glanced furtively at Tsunade's fair fist. Although not large, a solid hit from it would likely cost him half his life. Having witnessed Jiraiya's misfortunes, Chiba was wise enough to avoid folly. Pay attention and study diligently. Tsunade's stern voice resonated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Shizune. She has already become a competent medical ninja. As he watched her retreating figure, curiosity got the better of him. Teacher Tsunade, do you have any pressing matters to attend to? Without turning back, Tsunade raised her right thumb, pointing behind her, revealing a large kanji for bet. Indeed, it is a matter of familial inheritance. Chiba shook his head, directing his gaze towards the myriad of books scattered across the tatami floor. The fundamentals of medical chakra condensation. 356 considerations in surgical procedures, essential requirements for mastering chakra precision. His scalp tingled. Chiba took several deep breaths, forcibly calming his racing heart. What is the big deal about reading a few books? It's nothing extraordinary, no matter how perilous it may seem. Can it truly compare to the danger of battling an adversary? Everything is for the future. Chiba diligently engaged in self-hypnosis, and soon he managed to find his peace. The first book, The Origins of Medical Ninjutsu. Time flowed silently by, from dawn to dusk. Only when the lights in the room flickered on did Chiba come to a dazed realization. Gazing at the darkening sky outside, he found himself bewildered. Wait, what just happened? Did I really read for an entire day? Chiba was engulfed in self-doubt. Such a phenomenon could never occur to someone like him, could it? Once a notorious underachiever, he possessed a unique talent that set him apart from the ordinary. Whenever he laid eyes on a book, he would inevitably succumb to drowsiness. No more than 5 minutes would pass before he would be asleep. Yet now he had astonishingly devoted an entire day to studying medical ninjutsu. Perhaps it is time to pause here? Chiba attempted to rise, only to discover that his legs had lost all sensation. The prolonged sitting had exerted considerable pressure on them. Observing his numb legs, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Why not test the knowledge he had acquired? As soon as the thought arose, he acted upon it. Chakra condensed, manifesting in a tangible green form. While he understood that green symbolized life, witnessing it firsthand was still a challenge for him to accept. What was that saying? To navigate life smoothly, one must bear something upon their head. As the medical chakra enveloped his legs, the flow of energy surged to a whole new level. In an instant, feeling returned to his legs. Suddenly, Tsunade burst through the door, returning from her defeat. Yet upon seeing the green, tangible chakra in Chiba's hands, her gaze froze. Chiba met her eyes, equally perplexed. A profound silence enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, Tsunade spoke, her voice hoarse and less fluid than usual. Is this the result of your day's study? Chiba felt a wave of shame wash over him, realizing that his prolonged position had impeded his circulation, rendering his legs somewhat numb. Thus, I decided to test the results of my learning on myself. It was rather embarrassing for someone with profound expertise in physical combat to have his legs go numb from sitting too long. Tsunade fell silent once more. After a considerable interval, she attempted to steady her mindset with deep breaths. A moment of turmoil ensued, quite grand in its scope. So, how many of these books have you managed to read? Tsunade chose to disregard the events she had just witnessed. Within a single day, one could indeed cultivate medical chakra. It would be wise to think less about such matters. Otherwise, one might easily be disheartened. Chiba looked around in confusion and cautiously remarked, "It seems I have finished?" The smile that Tsunade had laboriously formed on her face once again froze. "Finished," she exclaimed, staring at Chiba in disbelief. As the owner of these tomes, she had participated in the compilation of several of them. No one dared claim a deeper understanding of these texts than she. No one understands medicine better than I do. Tsunade regarded Chiba with a hint of dissatisfaction. Young man, Having talent is one thing, but integrity is equally essential. Even I would not dare to say I could thoroughly review these texts in a single day. Chiba, bewildered, responded, but I truly have finished. I can even identify several issues. As he spoke, he retrieved several books from the towering stack. For instance, these three. Chiba pointed to the table of contents of the three books, explaining 30% of the content is repetitive. The fundamentals of medical ninjutsu even contains numerous typographical errors. I wonder who the compiler was. Tsunade cast a guilty glance at the familiar cover. Ahem, that is of little consequence. It appears you have grasped the basics of medical ninjutsu. However, this is merely the beginning. With that, Tsunade produced a pristine scroll from her bosom. Indeed, it seemed like a dimensional pocket. She unfurled the scroll, revealing an intricate array of various seal patterns. Summoning technique. Tsunade bit her finger and pressed it onto the scroll. As smoke billowed forth, a heavy object rolled over Chiba's face, completely burying him beneath the mountain of books. Satisfied, Tsunade nodded. Youngster, keep up the good work. There is much more knowledge awaiting your discovery. Her laughter was hearty. After burying Chiba, she felt a sense of relief. Yet, as she exited the room, she was met with an undeniable shock. Reflecting on the day, Tsunade's eyes glimmered with memories as she asked, Shizune, didn't it take you about a month to learn? Shizune, cradling a stuffed animal, emerged from the corridor. Actually, it took a month and 4 days. Tsunade sighed deeply. I now understand why Jiraiya took him on as a disciple. Chiba's talent rivals that of the fourth Hokage, perhaps even surpassing it. Chiba struggled out from the pile of books, gazing at the disordered volumes, lost in thought. He recalled a saying, to encourage someone to study medicine is akin to inviting lightning to strike. In hindsight, that phrase seemed undeniably true. In truth, Chiba held a clear understanding of his own aptitude. The enhancement of the initial stage celestial body is not solely manifested in physical aspects. Even one's innate talents have been significantly amplified. Naturally, this is somewhat contingent upon one's foundation. Nonetheless, it required considerable mental effort to commit those fundamental concepts to memory. As for the advanced knowledge, it is indeed tenfold more demanding than before. This is primarily due to the limitations of the available space. Based on Tsunade's remarks, certain inferences can be drawn. The realm of medical ninjutsu is boundless. When immersed in learning, time seems to fly. Over the span of 6 days, Chiba was almost entirely absorbed in the vast ocean of medical ninjutsu knowledge. He also attempted to apply his medical techniques on certain experimental subjects with remarkable success. However, there was a close call when he nearly frightened Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha with his alarming display of medical ninjutsu. That evening, Tsunade declared a feast to celebrate Chiba's learning achievements. After a moment of consideration, Jiraiya consented. Prolonged periods of intense training are not necessarily beneficial. Occasional relaxation can better facilitate the fruits of one's labor. A balance between work and rest is the true path. Within the tavern, Tsunade ordered every drink that could be named. After several rounds of drinks, Jiraiya inevitably succumbed to inebriation. Naruto Uzumaki also found himself quite tipsy. His face flushed and his senses dulled. In contrast, Sasuke Uchiha remained steadfast in his resolve. However, Chiba was quite curious about Sasuke's training progress. Having mastered the skill of ball making, would it have any bearing on his future? Tsunade observed the chaotic scene with a sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. Shizune, Sasuke, she said. Though slightly tipsy, her mind remained sharp. As a medical ninja, she possessed countless methods to sober up. Please escort them back. I shall have another drink with Chiba. Shizune, trusting her, assisted Jiraiya back to the inn. Sasuke directed his gaze toward Chiba. Go ahead. Chiba nodded, declaring, I'll get Tsunade-sensei drunk and then return. Once the four had departed, Tsunade regarded Chiba with a peculiar look. When did you discover it? Chiba spread his hands and replied, I knew from the very beginning. The beverage contained no fewer than 38 types of anesthetic herbs. Tsunade-sensei, you truly think highly of us. Unfazed, Tsunade continued to pour from the bottle. Of course, the anesthetic herbs were her own addition, and for her, they held no effect. Little did she expect that only a week had passed. Shaking her head, her gaze brimmed with admiration. You have achieved such prowess in medical ninjutsu. Chiba's expression darkened. After some time spent together, he was well aware of his medical mentor's character. While she appeared to commend him, she was, in reality, diverting the conversation, a clear sign of her own discomfort. Master Tsunade, please do not digress. If possible, I would like to understand your true intentions. Chiba spoke earnestly. He was a man of clarity when it came to grievances and gratitude. Tsunade held nothing back in her medical ninjutsu towards him, and naturally, he would remember this kindness. A teacher's grace is never to be forgotten. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade fell silent, her expression gradually becoming somber. The table was enveloped in silence. After a long pause, Tsunade finally spoke softly. I apologize, Chiba. Please forgive me for not being able to share that with you. Her response was not unexpected for Chiba. Given Tsunade's aversion to burdening others, it was clear she would not divulge the circumstances to him. It seemed she wished to resolve the matter alone. Was it related to Orochimaru? Hearing this, Tsunade suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. How could you possibly know? This matter is known only to Shizune. Surely, she did not tell you, Chiba replied, shaking his head. It must be that Jiraiya-sensei has mentioned my background to you. Tsunade searched her memories, recalling the boy found in Myōboku Mountain and the Great Sage of the Toads. She discovered the crucial connection. Could it be the Great Sage of the Toads? The three great sacred lands are indeed interconnected. As one of the contract holders with the slug, Tsunade was aware of some of Myōboku's secrets. With no hint of remorse, Chiba placed the blame on the Great Sage of the Toads, believing it was entirely justified. After all, he considered himself also hailing from Myōboku. I have encountered the Great Sage of the Toads and received his true teachings. While I cannot claim to know everything about the future, I am certainly aware of past events. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze towards Chiba was filled with astonishment. Master Tsunade, there is no need for doubt. I speak of your transaction with Orochimaru. Tsunade's pupils constricted, as if she had heard something utterly unbelievable. Though it may have been intrusive, Chiba felt compelled to mention it. He sighed. You are well aware of Orochimaru's nature. Once you heal his hands, Konoha will inevitably suffer his wrath. Hesitation clouded Tsunade's face. Yet, in her new disciple, she saw trust. Simultaneously, she did not wish to conceal anything from Chiba. But you wish to see the departed once more, do you not? Chiba's gaze was piercing, as if illuminated from within. As far as I know, the so-called resurrection technique was developed by the second Hokage. Though Orochimaru has made certain modifications, it still harbors many flaws. Upon hearing this, how could Tsunade not recall that forbidden technique? The forbidden technique. Edo-tensei. Chiba nodded. Indeed, this forbidden technique can summon the souls of the deceased from the realm of the dead back to the living world. However, it simultaneously subjects the soul to the control of the caster. If one truly resurrects the departed, even you, Lady Tsunade, would fall under Orochimaru's dominion. Chiba perceives the advantages and disadvantages of this matter with remarkable clarity. Naturally, this is due to his position as an observer, allowing him to view the situation objectively. The parties involved, particularly Tsunade, are ensnared by their emotions and are therefore incapable of discerning Orochimaru's true intentions. Healing her hands would surely not satisfy his ambitions, for it is Tsunade's unparalleled knowledge of medical ninjutsu that he covets most. Many of Orochimaru's experiments pertain to the human body, thus rendering the existence of medical ninjutsu exceedingly vital. After listening to Chiba's elucidation, Tsunade fell into a contemplative silence, clutching the pendant at her chest. Her eyes filled with nostalgia and turmoil. Chiba poured himself another glass of sake, gently swirling the liquid. Of course, Lady Tsunade. His voice roused her from her reverie. This is your own matter. I merely laid out the pros and cons. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. With that, he downed the sake in one gulp and departed from the izakaya. Tsunade was already in a state of indecision, but Chiba believed she would arrive at the correct conclusion. In the inn, Chiba had a room to himself, while Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha shared a room with Jiraiya. This arrangement was necessary to ensure their safety. However, Jiraiya had great confidence in Chiba, believing that even against the legendary three, Chiba could hold his own for a time. Upon returning to his room, Chiba organized his medical ninjutsu texts before succumbing to slumber. Tomorrow promised a formidable battle, and maintaining a sound mental state was essential. The following morning, as the sun reached its zenith, Jiraiya was abruptly awakened by a severe headache, his expression twisted in discomfort. It had been a long time since he had consumed so much alcohol. That kid Chiba really can hold his liquor, Jiraiya muttered, inadvertently rousing the still sleeping Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha, however, had mysteriously vacated the room by that time. My head hurts. Naruto groaned, clutching his head, his features contorted in distress. As a first-time drinker, he was clearly struggling, and the effects of the hangover left him with a negative impression of such beverages. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Shizune rushed in, flustered. "Jiraiya-sensei, have you seen Lady Tsunade?" Her face was etched with anxiety. Jiraiya, bewildered, replied, "No, she was with Chiba drinking last night, wasn't she?" Upon hearing this, Shizune's concern deepened. Lady Tsunade did not return last night, and today is the day she has a meeting with Orochimaru. Jiraiya's expression shifted abruptly from indifference to alarm. Alas, the situation has taken a dire turn. He attempted to rise from his bed, only to be horrified by the realization that his chakra had vanished entirely, accompanied by a numbing sensation throughout his body. "This is bad." Jiraiya's expression darkened. It appeared that Tsunade had drugged him in his drink. He found himself utterly incapable of gathering chakra. Beside him, Naruto Uzumaki wore a perplexed expression. "How could this be? I feel perfectly fine." He leapt from the bed, stretching his limbs, even performing the shadow clone technique. Jiraiya scowled, his face darkening further, and retorted, "You've barely consumed a single cup. How much poison could possibly be in that little alcohol?" In an effort to detoxify Jiraiya, Shizune attempted to assist, but due to the disparity in their medical ninjutsu skills, she could only alleviate some of the symptoms. "Never mind, we are running out of time." Jiraiya declined Shizune's treatment, suggesting she lead the way to find Tsunade. Naturally, Shizune agreed. Meanwhile, Naruto decided to summon Chiba and Sasuke Uchiha. "Chiba, how come you seem unscathed?" Naruto gazed at Chiba, suspicion etched on his face. "Isn't it due to your lack of vigilance?" Chiba retorted with confidence. Yet, he instinctively overlooked who had been the one to pour the drinks last night. Chiba felt assured in Tsunade's choices. To ensure his plans could unfold, he opted to take a slower approach. Soon, the group set off towards the outskirts of the short book street. Chiba and Shizune led the way, while Jiraiya trailed behind with Naruto and Sasuke. The effects of the anesthetic were quite potent. Before long, they arrived at the predetermined location. The sight before them was chaotic. A massive pit vividly illustrated Tsunade's destructive power. It seemed clear that Tsunade had made the right decision. Chiba picked up a green windbreaker from the ground. The large character for bed appeared, quite striking. "Come, Taunton, lead the way." The pink snout of the pig twitched, pointing towards the distant plains. "Let us proceed, everyone." In the absence of sufficient combat strength from Jiraiya, the leadership had unwittingly shifted to Chiba. Soon, they beheld Tsunade in the throes of battle. Brutality. The ground crumbled beneath her, forcing Kabuto to adopt some unconventional tactics, such as self-harm. By the time they arrived, he had already inflicted a deep wound upon his own hand. The blood that sprayed forth rendered Tsunade incapable of continuing the fight. Hemophobia is undoubtedly one of the most lethal afflictions for a ninja. Even a being of the Sannin level is not exempt from its effects. Tsunade knelt weakly on the ground, her gaze fixed upon the earth, her body trembling uncontrollably. "My apologies, Lady Tsunade." Kabuto maintained a facade of politeness. However, the blood smeared across his face lent him an aura of a beast in human clothing. The battle had reached its conclusion. With a kunai raised high, he aimed directly for Tsunade's vital points. Clash. The clashing sounds of metal reverberated across the plains. Qian Ye, wielding a kunai, successfully deflected a lethal strike. "Senior Do," he remarked, "sometimes one should refrain from speaking too boldly." The medic nin, Yakushi Do, gazed at the figure before him with a hint of astonishment. Qian Ye's swiftness was indeed surprising. He had anticipated a longer delay. Do retracted his kunai and took 3 steps back, adjusting his round glasses with an air of calm, though the wariness in his eyes betrayed him. He held an unwavering respect for Qian Ye, who referred to him as senior, not only because of his prowess, which was undoubtedly comparable to his own, but perhaps even superior. Orochimaru's assessment of Qian Ye remained etched in Do's mind. An absolute prodigy, a talent transcending the ages, impossible to control. This was the first time Do had witnessed Orochimaru bestow such praise upon another. Even the most exceptional of his subordinates rarely received accolades, yet Qian Ye was an exception. Furthermore, Do had previously witnessed Qian Ye's combat within the Forest of Death, swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. It was truly a pity. A look of regret adorned Qian Ye's face. He turned away from Do, draping his green cloak over the trembling Tsunade. "Tsunade-sensei, I'm here. You need not worry." Qian Ye felt no concern that Do would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. After ensuring the cloak was in place, he once more faced Do, his anxiety for Tsunade's safety urging him to hasten. Observing Do's calm facade, Qian Ye noticed the tension in the latter's grip on his kunai. The veins on the back of his hand visibly strained, revealing his inner turmoil. Orochimaru had once said, "Qian Ye, your ties to Konoha are not particularly profound." A smile flickered across Qian Ye's face, interrupting Do's forthcoming words. Thus, we need not consider ourselves adversaries. It was surprising that Do still harbored such naive notions at this juncture. On the battlefield, what bonds could truly exist? An enemy is simply an enemy. There is no room for alliances. This sentiment was not solely directed at Do, but was also conveyed to the recently arrived Naruto, Uzumaki, and others. The art of verbal sparring, while it may seem trivial, ultimately hinges upon the protagonist's aura. However, Qian Ye's involvement had significantly altered the course of this world. Whether Naruto and Sasuke still retained their roles as protagonists remained uncertain. Thus, a shift in mindset was indeed warranted. Now, let us engage in battle. Qian Ye extended his hand, inviting, should you triumph, your objectives will be fulfilled. Should you falter, pray for your lives. No sooner had he spoken, a chilling glint flashed before him, followed by the sound of slicing air. Chiba subtly tilted his head, evading the strike. In that fleeting moment, Yakushi Kabuto had already completed his hand seals. A surge of blue, tangible chakra manifested in his hands, forming a surgical blade. The medical ninjutsu chakra scalpel. Chiba's eyes brightened at this sight. It was the perfect opportunity to test his recent studies. With a single hand, he performed the hand seals. And similarly, chakra surged forth. Yakushi Kabuto's pupils constricted, unable to mask the shock that gripped his heart. The chakra scalpel in Chiba's hands was significantly larger and more robust than his own. How is this possible? Kabuto felt as if his worldview had been shattered. Last time in the Forest of Death, Chiba nodded and candidly stated, "Indeed, when we last met, I had yet to master this. This is the result of my recent studies under Tsunade-sensei. With his experience in learning medical ninjutsu, Kabuto understood the arduous nature of such studies. Yet, Chiba had managed to learn it in such a brief span. Chiba's talent was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Come on, Kabuto-senpai, Chiba declared, raising his right hand, aiming directly for a vital point. There were no tricks involved. It was merely a matter of overwhelming speed and strength. Kabuto hurriedly defended himself, his rolling eyes desperately trying to track Chiba's figure. The sound of fabric tearing echoed across the plain. What a pity. A look of regret crossed Chiba's face. He had almost succeeded in eviscerating Kabuto. Gazing at his tattered shirt, Kabuto's eyes flickered with fear, but soon, his expression hardened with resolve. This could not continue. Chiba's strength far surpassed his expectations. If this continued, he could very well be killed. From his ninja tool pouch, Kabuto retrieved 2 black-red pills and swallowed them. The surge of chakra flushed his face red. The chakra scalpel in his hands also swelled tremendously, shimmering with an intimidating presence. Now, I should be able to engage you. Kabuto, brimming with confidence, looked at Chiba with renewed determination. However, the transformation in Chiba's hands caused his words to falter. Kabuto-senpai, what did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Chiba's hands bore 2 towering blades of chakra, each as tall as a person. Could you repeat that for me? After enduring several blows, Kabuto had come to a realization. No matter the circumstance, he must not compare himself to Chiba. Otherwise, he would face an onslaught from all angles. Glancing at his pitiful chakra scalpel, he felt a pang of sorrow. In truth, Chiba himself was somewhat bewildered. It seemed that Sage Chakra granted a certain enhancement in medical ninjutsu. In his eagerness to conclude the confrontation swiftly, he had activated his chakra scalpel while already in Sage mode. The golden red hue around his eyes confirmed this fact. However, observing the demeanor of Yakushi Kabuto, it is evident that he remains oblivious to the existence of Sage mode. It is reasonable to assume that Orochimaru has yet to mention the 3 great inheritance sites to him. Chiba intertwined his hands, the deep blue shadows swirling around him. Lowering his stance akin to a cheetah preparing to pounce, he launched himself forward in an instant. The turbulent winds rose across the plain. Yakushi Kabuto's pupils constricted sharply as he hastily raised his arm to defend against Chiba's onslaught. The clashing sounds of metal echoed throughout the expanse. An overwhelming force emanated from his arm, distorting Kabuto's features as he struggled to withstand it. Through this clash, he came to a stark realization. In terms of raw strength, the two were worlds apart. With this thought, A glint of cold light flashed in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes. Chakra surged violently within him, his crimson skin displaying bulging veins, as if countless insects were writhing beneath the surface. The special soldier pills he had previously consumed enhanced his chakra. One would have sufficed. Yet Kabuto ingested 3 at once solely to withstand Chiba's assault. This surge was nothing short of a supercharged response. It temporarily repelled Chiba's explosive power, demonstrating a resilience that surprised him. Chiba's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. Kabuto's performance was beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated such resistance under duress. Nevertheless, it would be fleeting. A single burst of power would suffice to incapacitate him. Chiba felt no anxiety regarding this outcome. As predicted, after being pushed back, Yakushi Kabuto gasped for breath, the redness of his skin gradually fading. His face soon took on a pallid hue indicative of exhaustion. Judging solely by his complexion, he appeared to be in a weakened state. Chiba held unwavering confidence in his medical ninjutsu skills. The countless hours of study had not been in vain. If Kabuto's abilities were limited to this, Chiba wielded his chakra scalpel, his eyes glinting with determination. I may soon be sending you to meet the 3rd Hokage. I hope that when the time comes, you will repent for your transgressions. An enigmatic smile crept across Yakushi Kabuto's face, his expression beginning to mirror that of Orochimaru. Perhaps it was the influence of the dark, for he remained utterly unaware of his own descent into madness. The impact of Orochimaru was indeed formidable. You are correct. Lord Orochimaru, he managed to straighten his back, breathless, proclaiming, I am not your match. However, my mission has been accomplished. One of the legendary 3, Tsunade, has lost her combat capability. Now it is time for Lord Orochimaru to shine. His eyes gleamed with fervor. Chiba advanced steadily, delivering a punch that sent him flying several meters away. From the distant chakra fluctuations, it seemed that Orochimaru's condition exceeded his expectations. Truly astonishing talent. Undoubtedly, it is Chiba. A chilling voice echoed from afar, devoid of any emotional resonance, emanating from Orochimaru's cold serpent-like eyes. Upon seeing him, Chiba's pupils dilated sharply. Indeed, due to his presence, certain events that were destined to transpire had begun to shift. There, on Orochimaru's left hand, white bandages were coiled, clearly indicating that his soul had been seized. However, his right hand remained entirely unchanged, still fair and unblemished. Sarutobi Hiruzen had sacrificed his life, yet all he managed to obtain was Orochimaru's left hand. For a ninja of his caliber, performing hand seals with a single hand was hardly a daunting task. Just because Shiro could accomplish it did not imply that he was the only one capable. As far as Chiba was aware, that Uchiha could also execute one-handed seals while facing 7 opponents. With a sigh of relief, Chiba regarded Orochimaru with a grave expression. Ah, Orochimaru-senpai, we meet again. Yet, it appears your condition is rather poor this time. Such words bore a hint of salt on old wounds. Orochimaru's previously smiling visage darkened instantly. He struggled to raise his left hand and remarked, this was obtained at the cost of that old fool, the 3rd Hokage's life. In the end, I have profited from this transaction. Despite his words, Chiba could discern the undercurrent of resentment in his tone. His temperament remained as vile as ever. Collaborating with such an individual necessitated a careful balance. Furthermore, it was paramount to possess sufficient strength to command their respect. Chiba's gaze hardened as he contemplated the execution of his plan. It was best to deliver a sound beating to Orochimaru first, entirely unrelated to the mission, as Chiba vowed by his very character. Yes, indeed, Chiba replied dismissively. You've profited greatly, having sent the souls of 3 Hokage to the belly of the Grim Reaper, along with your own hand. Upon hearing this, the smile on Orochimaru's face abruptly shifted to a scowl. There is no common language between us, you little brat. Jiraiya, you wouldn't allow this child to battle me, would you? He directed his ire toward Jiraiya. Given his understanding of Jiraiya, such words were exceedingly effective. Of course not. Jiraiya stepped forward, gazing proudly at both Orochimaru and Kabuto. There must be an understanding among the 3 of us. I shall avenge my master, the 3rd Hokage. With that, Jiraiya bit his finger and performed the summoning technique. As smoke billowed, it concealed his form. Greetings. As the smoke dispersed, the giant toad appeared before the onlookers. The atmosphere became decidedly awkward. Ahem. Jiraiya's resilience was widely acknowledged. In such circumstances, his ability to remain unflustered spoke volumes. Tsunade's medicine was rather potent. I find it somewhat challenging to gather chakra. Chiba had anticipated such a situation. He shifted his gaze toward Naruto Uzumaki, who nodded in acknowledgement, biting his thumb. Summoning technique. A toad wielding a long staff emerged amidst a plume of smoke. The imposing figure, though not as grand as its elder, stands out remarkably among the new generation of Myōboku Mountain. The excitement of the toad dragon was palpable as it greeted. Clearly, its status within Myōboku Mountain surpassed that of the Toad of Sorrow, for its father could be considered a leader among them. Once again, it was a young spirit that had entered into a contract with Myōboku Mountain. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed, revealing no hint of emotion. The task of protecting Teacher Jiraiya and Teacher Tsunade is entrusted to both of you. As Chiba's voice fell, he had already materialized near Orochimaru. Let us engage in a thorough exchange, shall we? A friendly discourse, devoid of any personal sentiments. A fierce gust of wind rushed toward Orochimaru's face. Bang! In the face of the assault, Orochimaru showed no inclination to evade. A punch from the strong fist style. The ferocious force struck directly at his face. Crack! Chiba distinctly heard a crisp sound emanating from Orochimaru's skull. In an instant, Orochimaru's visage contorted, his features skewed and pressed together. A mixture of saliva and blood created a rather grotesque sight. The explosive force propelled him several dozen meters away. Orochimaru lay motionless on the ground, appearing as if he were lifeless. Yet, Chiba was acutely aware that even if the entire ninja world were to perish, he would likely remain unscathed. In a sense, Orochimaru had achieved immortality. After all, science is the primary productive force. Is this how you find amusement, Orochimaru? Chiba flexed his wrists as he approached Orochimaru. Kabuto, sensing the impending danger, quickly distanced himself from the battleground. In his current state, even a minor ripple could threaten his life. Hearing Chiba's footsteps, Orochimaru, still on the ground, began to stir slowly. Suddenly, his mouth gaped wide, and the intact Orochimaru emerged from within. A strange liquid clung to him, creating a rather repulsive scene. Chiba could hardly commend the performance of Orochimaru's snake ninjutsu. While there are many unsightly ninjutsu in the ninja world, none excel in the art of grotesqueness quite like Orochimaru. Orochimaru placed his right hand on his chest, forming a tiger seal. It seems your strength has notably advanced since our last encounter, Chiba. Every action he took was imbued with purpose. It was this meticulous attitude towards endeavors that had rendered him one of the most distinguished scientists in the ninja world. However, the act of receiving a punch with one's face was something Chiba could hardly admire. It appears I too must exert my utmost effort. Orochimaru crouched, his right hand pressed against the ground. Twin serpent curse. As the words left his lips, Chiba felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Boom. In an instant, the earth fractured, and two massive serpents with gaping maws lunged at Chiba. Double bone of the strong fist. With no intention of dodging, and having learned medical ninjutsu, Chiba's fighting style had grown increasingly robust. Just as the saying goes, sometimes one must confront force with force. The colossal fist, imbued with immense chakra, descended mercilessly upon the serpent's head. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and pieces of serpent flesh flew through the air, painting a scene of utter brutality. Without a hint of suspense, the two gigantic serpents, their heads obliterated, lay lifeless on the ground. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In terms of numbers, Orochimaru had never shown any hesitation. Just serpents, you say? Bring forth another 2 tons. Summoning technique activated. Blood surged once more from his right hand. The summoning technique extinguished the chaotic serpents. The mighty serpents advanced. The array of 10,000 serpents. In a fleeting moment, an array of various snakes occupied the plains. A vibrant tapestry of colors. Layer upon layer of pythons surged relentlessly towards Chiba. Typically indifferent towards such slippery creatures, Chiba's expression twisted in dismay. Goodness gracious, have I disturbed a nest of snakes? As a skilled snake catcher, Chiba possessed unique expertise when it came to dealing with these creatures. In the face of such a vast serpent horde, Chiba leapt high into the air. An inferno attack was indeed a splendid choice. Although he had previously asserted that confronting challenges head-on was his style, evasion seemed somewhat inconsistent with his persona at this moment. However, in Chiba's perspective, this was not evasion, but rather a strategic retreat. High above, Chiba formed hand seals with both hands. After a dazzling display of intricate maneuvers, he unleashed the Sage Art, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, and the Sage Art, Wind Release, vacuum great sphere. These two formidable B-rank ninjutsu, infused with sage chakra, roared through the heavens. The fire dragon soared across the sky, merging into the vacuum sphere. Fire harnessed the power of the wind. The already terrifying destructive force of the fire dragon flame bomb swelled several-fold under the enhancement of the vacuum sphere. The fire dragon flame bomb, now several meters in diameter, thundered towards the serpent horde. The intense heat distorted the very air itself. From a distance, it appeared as if a living entity soared majestically in the sky. The presence of sage chakra bestowed an unimaginable augmentation upon the ninjutsu. Faintly, one could almost hear the roar of the fire dragon. Boom! The terrifying flames erupted within the serpent swarm. The searing heat instantaneously incinerated the serpent skins, transforming them into charred remains without a single anguished cry. In but a few breaths, the nightmarish serpent horde had vanished, replaced by fragrant, blackened remnants. The onlookers, vigilant against Orochimaru's ambush, now stood awestruck by the scene before them. After a prolonged silence, a singular question resonated in their minds. Is Chiba truly just a chunin? It seemed that the higher-ups of Konoha were beginning to see things in a new light. Jiraiya arrived at a conclusion. Though he had been instructing Chiba during this time, he had never witnessed the full extent of his capabilities. Previously, when he heard that Chiba had repelled the one-tail Shikoku, he assumed it was the work of Gamabunta. Yet, it now appeared that Gamabunta was merely a supporting character. Chiba's prowess was indeed astonishing. Hiss, truly worthy of my admiration. Orochimaru emitted an unrecognizable hiss, akin to that of a true venomous serpent. I had not anticipated your prowess had ascended to such heights. As Chiba plummeted from the sky, a shiver coursed through him upon hearing those words. A wave of chilling dread surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. What do you mean by the person you have set your sights on? Kindly be mindful of your choice of words. While it is true that a quantitative change can lead to a qualitative transformation, regrettably, the number of snakes seems insufficient. The moment Chiba touched down, his chakra began to replenish. Although his initial sage body did not significantly augment his chakra volume, his recovery rate had become remarkably potent. In the brief span of their conversation, he had already regained more than half of the chakra he had expended. If quantity is lacking, then let us ascend to quality. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he slowly unwrapped the bandages from his left hand. Upon his withered, darkened arm, intricate summoning seals were etched. Biting into his right thumb once more, he smeared his blood across the summoning seals. Placing both hands on the ground, Orochimaru intoned softly, summoning technique. A dense, heavy mist instantly enveloped the scene before him. Within Chiba's perception, a colossal, cold chakra abruptly manifested in front of him. Orochimaru called out, "Why have you summoned me?" His voice resonated like thunder in the sky. "I am quite busy. Upon the conclusion of this matter, you shall offer me 100 living sacrifices." As the mist dissipated, an enormous entity came into view. Its body was adorned in purple, entwined with black stripes. At its serpentine head, four horn-like protrusions crowned its form. The pale blue serpent eyes betrayed no hint of emotion. In comparison to Gamabunta, the size of the 10,000 snakes was particularly immense. Among the summoned creatures, 10,000 snakes undoubtedly represented the largest, excluding the complete form of the giant slug. After all, no one had yet managed to summon the complete giant slug, as it required an astronomical amount of chakra. Perhaps only a select few could accomplish such a feat. Your opponent is the little brat beneath you. Orochimaru's voice was frigid, akin to the biting winds of winter. Haha, you amuse me. 10,000 Snakes' demeanor was notably arrogant. Has your mind faltered, Orochimaru? You require the assistance of a mere child to summon me? How far you have fallen. Orochimaru's gaze towards 10,000 snakes was filled with mockery. Underestimating him could lead to dire consequences. Consider this my advice. Furthermore, should you eliminate this child, I shall provide you with 300 sacrifices. Upon hearing this, 10,000 snakes' elongated eyes gleamed with fervor, drool spilling from the corners of its mouth, glistening with avarice. Meanwhile, Chiba's expression was no less resolute. He muttered incantations, at last. I have awaited your arrival. Sharingan, here I come. I am 10,000 snakes, a disciple of the white snake sage from the dragon cave, one of the most ferocious serpents. However, for reasons unknown, the gaze of the young man before me instills a sense of unease within the serpent. It seems that he is not merely human, but rather a formidable adversary to serpents. In Chiba's eyes, there appeared a glimmer of light. He fixed his unwavering stare upon the myriad of snakes, refusing to divert his gaze. To others, this multitude of serpents might seem ferocious and cruel, perhaps even terrifying. Yet, to Chiba, this creature symbolized the power of the Sharingan. With a new challenge on the horizon, stagnation was not an option. Finding a resolution to the multitude of serpents posed an exceedingly arduous task. Chiba held a clear understanding of its might. After all, it had taken the self-detonation of a certain artist to barely bring it down. Thus, addressing this threat required careful consideration. With this thought, Chiba bit into the tip of his right thumb. Summoning technique. A similar cloud of smoke rose, revealing a colossal figure. A giant crimson toad materialized before the onlookers. Toad boss. Standing atop its head, Chiba proclaimed, "A certain old friend of yours requires assistance. I trust you will do your utmost." Toad Bunta regarded the myriad of serpents with a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. In the realm of summoning, serpents held a distinct advantage over toads. Moreover, the power of the myriad of serpents surpassed that of Toad Bunta. Aware of this, Toad Bunta understood that in this confrontation, he would ultimately play a supporting role. The true protagonist remained the youth positioned above him. As he felt the surge of natural energy emanating from above, Toad Bunta reflected on the changing of the guard. This young man's talent was indeed exceptional. Toad Bunta and the myriad of serpents faced off, while Chiba and Orochimaru exchanged glances. Orochimaru-senpai, doesn't this seem far more equitable now? In response to the provocation, Orochimaru remained unperturbed. From their initial encounter, he had discerned Chiba's character. Furthermore, had it not been for Chiba's arrival, Orochimaru would not have felt the need to be wary of the third Hokage. To be precise, the loss of his hand was a consequence of Chiba's existence. A smile crept upon Orochimaru's lips at this thought. What is absolute fairness, after all? Your timing was simply too late. Otherwise, we might have shared common ground. Chiba nodded in agreement. Ultimately, he and Orochimaru belonged to the same ilk, individuals resolute in their pursuits, willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their objectives. Naturally, their goals differed, and so did their methods. Their conversation had long since agitated the impatient myriad of serpents, who could no longer contain themselves. The moment Chiba nodded, a foul wind swept in. A gaping maw large enough to consume hundreds lunged towards Toad Bunta. Clang! A massive short blade was drawn, meeting the serpent's fangs with a thunderous clash. Toad Boss used oil. With no opportunity to strike, one must create their own. Thanks to his ability to utilize composite ninjutsu, Chiba alone was capable of matching two opponents. Fire release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. A vast quantity of toad oil was expelled from the mouth of the Toad Wentai, cascading forth like a waterfall, enveloping the myriad serpents. Simultaneously, Chiba's intricate combination of ninjutsu was executed with remarkable finesse. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. Though both were mere C-rank techniques, they possessed a distinctive characteristic. The potency was determined by the volume of chakra supplied by the user. Typically, a standard great fireball measures merely 2 meters in diameter. However, one infused with sage chakra expands to an impressive diameter of several dozen meters. The colossal fireball resembled the blazing sun as it merged with the toad oil. Boom! Flames surged, casting the entire plain in a crimson hue. The spreading light of the fire consumed the myriad serpents, and the aroma of charred snake flesh wafted through the air once more. Yet, Chiba remained utterly vigilant, his caution only intensifying. The peril had not dissipated. As the flames subsided, the myriad serpents had transformed into a writhing mass of snake skin, rendered utterly mangled by the searing heat. Toad Boss, underground. Chiba sensed the chakra of the myriad serpents and discerned their movements. Upon receiving the warning, Toad Wentai leapt abruptly, narrowly evading the serpentine assault. A thick, foul stench emanated from the creature's cavernous maw, saturating the surrounding area with its putrid odor for hundreds of meters. Merely inhaling a hint of it induced a dizzying sensation. Fortunately, Chiba's constitution allowed for rapid adaptation. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to employ special measures. Toad Wentai gripped a massive short blade, descending from the air. The blade's tip aimed directly at the serpent's vital point. Strike the snake at its heart. Even for a colossal creature like the myriad serpents, this rule held true. Of course, the heart referred not to a specific length, but rather to the location of the heart within the serpent's anatomy. A strike to this region would undoubtedly incapacitate it. The giant short blade gleamed ominously, intent on delivering a crippling blow to the serpents. However, instead of retreating, the myriad serpents advanced. Their eyes gleamed with insatiable greed. Under the astonished gaze of Toad Wentai, the mouth of the myriad serpents stretched to an unbelievable extent, as if intent on devouring the entire toad whole.